Chapter 1. Gasping for breath. A man clad in a yellow protective suit emitted a wheezing sound reminiscent of a bellows as he sprinted through a peculiar space. This space comprised a series of rooms adorned with yellow wallpaper. The incandescent lights on the ceiling crackled with a faint electric hum. Yet he had no time to dwell on such trivialities, for a three-turtle monster was hot on his heels. Curse be it, how could there be a monster here? The creature was composed of what appeared to be wire-like tendrils, its appendages reaching out desperately like grasping hands. A shrill scream emanated from its black, fish-like head, resembling a wooden fish despite the apparent absence of a throat. He dared not glance back, nor could he afford to slow down. Adrenaline coursed through him, momentarily blinding him to fatigue. However, this futile escape was beginning to engulf him in dread. Just as he felt he could hold on no longer, a door came into view. A wooden door appeared against the yellow wall. A door. A surge of energy erupted from within him, propelling his weary body to quicken its pace. Entering this unknown door could mean death, yet remaining outside surely meant the sameness was no matter of choice. With every ounce of strength, he crashed through the wooden door, and in an instant, the monster's roar vanished, leaving him to crash heavily to the ground. Lying on his back, he gazed through his visor at the overcast sky. I've survived. The ache in his legs rendered him unwilling to move. What is this place? There are no records in the files. Could this be a new level? Just as he prepared to rise, a voice filled with suppressed rage echoed from behind him. I have been imprisoned for 10,000 years, exiled from my homeland. And now, you dare trespass in my domain. You are courting death. Upon hearing this melodramatic proclamation, he lay still, a young man standing behind him. An Asian male in his 20s, donned in a blue t-shirt and ordinary jeans, stood calmly observing him. Despite the absurdity of the other's words, he could not even muster a chuckle, let alone move. There was no reason, it was simply because a long sword made of gray blocks was pressed against his neck. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yang Tao. Welcome to my world. Experiencing such a welcome with a sword at his throat was a first for him, and he hoped it would remain a singular experience. Strangely, the language spoken was not English yet. Inexplicably, he comprehended the meaning. In this bizarre place, caution was paramount, so he adjusted his demeanor and cautiously inquired, "Are you a wanderer? What is this place?" The environment here was distinctly different from Level 0, which prompted his question. Wanderers referred to those who had inadvertently entered the backrooms. The backrooms are a realm separate from the front rooms, the real world. Access to the backrooms from the front rooms occurs through various peculiar means, including but not limited to the carton box method or colliding while filming in reverse with certainty. Yang Tao felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of conversing with this little yellow person. His earlier melodramatic remarks stemmed from having been thrust into this strange space by a person a week ago. He had attempted numerous methods to escape this space shrouded in gray mist, yet the bedrock beneath him was impervious to destruction. Indeed, it resembled a block from Minecraft that could not be destroyed or mined through conventional means in survival or adventure modes. His so-called golden finger was perhaps a misnomer. It was more accurate to say he had become Steve from Minecraft. Presently, he possessed health points, hunger levels, an inventory, and a hotbar, essentially everything Steve had except he was not a blocky figure. Where is this? Did I not just tell you? This is my world. Gazing at the obscured visage behind the protective visor, Yang Tao replied with a smile. Now sit up and remove your visor, so I can see you, to ensure you're human. From the start, the yellow protective suit had ignited a sense of familiarity within him. When the other inquired if he was a wanderer, he had already begun to speculate about the origins of this little yellow figure. The man hesitated but ultimately reached up to slowly remove his hood, revealing a standard handsome European visage with blonde hair and blue eyes, though the bloodshot eyes and pallid complexion marred his appeal. Very well. Now I will ask you questions, and I hope you will cooperate. What is your name? You may fabricate one. I merely need a means to address you. And where do you hail from? Throughout their conversation, Yang Tao did not permit the other to rise, keeping the stone sword firmly against his neck to ensure he could react swiftly should anything go awry. Eric, you may call me Eric. I come from Level 0. I accidentally arrived here after being pursued by a creature. If I have offended you in any way, I apologize. Upon hearing Level 0, Yang Tao immediately confirmed his suspicions. Should not the Backrooms merely be an urban legend? In 2019, an image circulated on the famous forum 4chan, depicting a corridor lined with yellow wallpaper. The dim hues and antiquated lighting appeared somewhat eerie, yet that was all, until someone replied in the comments. If one accidentally strayed from reality in the wrong place, they would enter the Backrooms. Thus, the urban legend of the Backrooms was born online. Having become Steve myself, traversing to the world of the Backrooms seems rather acceptable. However, the pressing question remains, which version of the Backrooms is this? Numerous versions of the Backrooms exist, with the mainstream being fandom, Wikidot, and Kane variations. Aside from some shared foundational settings, the content across these versions varies drastically. His uncertainty stemmed from the fact that little yellow people only exist in the Kane version, yet the Kane version lacks the concept of levels. It was quite perplexing. The stone sword abruptly vanished from his grasp. Meeting Eric's gaze, he extended his hand and said, "Eric, it is a pleasure to meet you. The little yellow people are consumables, the backbone of exploration in the Backrooms, sacrificing their lives to navigate this enigmatic space." Within this peculiar realm, Yang Tao and Eric stood before a wooden door erected at the edge of the space. This door bore no extraordinary features. It was simply the most ordinary wooden door from his world. 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, it was constructed from pixelated blocks the size of fingers, adorned with 4 small windows through which nothing but the foggy wall behind the door could be seen. "Why don't you try opening the door?" Yang Tao glanced at Eric, pointing at the wooden door on the wall. He did not require food or rest. Even if he remained in this mysterious space until his mind unraveled, it mattered little. However, Eric clearly could not afford such luxury, as the growling of his stomach betrayed his condition. "There are monsters behind the door. I don't know if it's still there." From Yang Tao's description, he had deduced the identity of the creature that had been pursuing Eric. Bacteria, a monster unique to the K version of the Backrooms, colloquially termed wire strikers, a nickname derived from its wire-like body and grotesque movements while pursuing humans. "Rest assured, I am here." Yang Tao donned an expression that conveyed trustworthiness to bolster his credibility. He retrieved a stone axe from his backpack. "With you here? Then why don't you open it?" Eric silently grumbled to himself, but ultimately obeyed Yang Tao's command, approaching the wooden door and placing his hand on the doorknob. Creak! With a soft sound, the wooden door slowly swung open, revealing the scene of Backrooms Level 0 through the previously foggy windows. There were no black tendrils reaching out to drag him away. Eric did not become a disposable resource. Beyond the door, only the hum of incandescent lights could be heard. Yang Tao cautiously stepped forward, stone axe in hand, observing the both familiar and alien landscape of Level 0 as he crossed the threshold. Though Level 0 was monotonous and inhabited by monsters, the space he occupied was even more desolate, devoid of any semblance of comfort, and merely 100 square meters in size. Were it not for Yang Tao's resilient spirit, he would have likely succumbed to despair within its confines long ago. Even so, he sensed that his mental state had begun to falter, an internal turmoil unrelated to external circumstances. As he stepped onto the Level 0 space, the carpet reeking of decay beneath his feet, a notification appeared in the lower left corner of his vision, where the chat box resided. "Warning, you have entered the backroom space, and you will attract the attention of all hostile entities and monsters, increasing the likelihood of encounters. Caution, declare your arrival. Please explore the current space. Exploration progress, 0.00000001. Yang Tao, the chance of encountering entities is 100-fold. Isn't this just insufferable? Level 0 is a realm typically characterized by a scarcity of entities and monsters, and Eric's encounter with a wire strangler could only be deemed a stroke of extraordinary luck. At that moment, a panicked voice echoed from behind him. "Come back, monster!" Snapping back to reality, Yang Tao turned to the front and noticed, an indeterminate distance of approximately 100 meters, the sudden appearance of a wire strangler. A piercing scream pierced the air. The wire strangler, with its slender legs, comically approached him, yet Yang Tao showed no inclination to flee. In comparison to the claustrophobic confines behind him, he would rather confront the monsters within this back room. Standing over 3 meters tall, the wire strangler was indeed formidable, particularly with its bizarre head. Though Yang Tao was bold, He was not foolish. The reason he dared to face it directly was the green health bar hovering above its head. Bacterial aggregation. Health points 40-40. Isn't this just a famished version of the Enderman? With its slender black form, gaping maw, and a mere 40 health points, how could it claim not to be an Enderman? Laughing face. Gripping his stone axe tightly, he recalled that upon his arrival in this realm, his backpack contained a set of primitive stone tools: a stone sword, a stone pickaxe, a stone axe, and a stone shovel. As the wire strangler closed in, extending its long tentacles, it was clear that its intentions were far from a mere warm embrace. With a swift motion, he brought the axe down upon the monster's tentacle. The creature's forward momentum was abruptly halted by an inexplicable force, causing it to stumble backward involuntarily. 8. A crimson number, visible only to Yang Tao, rose from the wire strangler. The creature's wail intensified, becoming even more mournful. Such a feeble voice, yet you wish to command a battleship? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Realizing he could inflict genuine harm upon the creature, the weight on Yang Tao's shoulders finally lifted, and he swung the stone axe once more. 8. The repelling force from Steve's attack proved exceedingly effective in this unknown confrontation. The wire strangler attempted to retaliate, but once again, its body was forced to retreat a step. With a total of only 40 health points, after 4 strikes, its health bar dwindled to a mere 8, transforming from green to a menacing crimson. Die, you wretch! In that moment, Yang Tao was akin to a bloodthirsty axe-wielding maniac. However, to his surprise, the wire strangler seemed to sense the peril and began to retreat. Does this creature possess the instinct to flee? Having offended the master, do you think you can escape? Yang Tao hurled his stone axe with force, striking the wire strangler squarely on the head, instantly depleting its health bar. The creature's towering frame collapsed, its grotesquely disproportionate head crashing onto the foul-smelling carpet. A scattering of colorful green experience orbs fell from the monster's lifeless body. Yang Tao stepped forward, placing his foot upon the wire strangler's now soft head, yanking the stone axe free. The experience orbs surrounding the bacterial corpse swiftly gravitated toward him, akin to iron filings drawn to a magnet. To think this creature yields such high experience, a single one can elevate me to level 3. In the original version of the game, experience points were not particularly impactful, primarily serving to enchant items with wondrous and practical attributes. For instance, the enchantment disdain of the sea swiftly eliminated the sluggishness of mining, rendering it effectively blunt. A warm greeting from the negative magic book mod. Eric, positioned by the wooden door, gazed at Yang Tao, who stood triumphantly atop the monster's head with his stone axe in hand, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He was not alone previously. There had been 3 of them, yet his 2 companions had faced the creature like helpless infants, utterly defenseless. He nervously touched the camera affixed to his chest, swallowing hard in silence. The corpse of the wire strangler held little utility for him after all. He was Steve, not a scientist. I wonder what this thing tastes like. As he pondered this, footsteps approached from behind, and upon turning, he discovered Eric advancing towards him. The door has vanished. You shouldn't have come out. Eric, filled with confusion, gazed at Yang Tao and inquired, "Why?" Pointing towards the smooth yellow wall behind him. Eric turned to look, his pupils narrowing in astonishment as he realized that the wooden door that should have been there had transformed back into a seamless yellow wall. The door had disappeared. Yang Tao, however, was indifferent to this turn of events. To him, the space he had previously occupied was far less preferable than this level 0. Previously, there were electric wires within, and he might even have encountered dull beings. If it had vanished, so be it. How could one develop an attachment to a place after merely lingering there for a while? Retrieving a stone pickaxe from his backpack, he approached the yellow wall and gently tapped it, the sound echoing through the labyrinthine space. Eric, not forgetting his duties, observed Yang Tao's peculiar behavior and stepped forward to ask, "What are you trying to do? Do you need my assistance?" "No need, just stay close to me." It is sufficient to have someone to chat with during this time. Level 0 is a realm of utmost threshold. Witnessing or intruding upon such a space presents an experience that ignites our unease at the precipice of familiarity and unfamiliarity, making us acutely aware that we seem to have trespassed into a domain that ought not to exist, one that does not welcome us. Furthermore, Theoretically, within level 0, wanderers do not encounter other wanderers. If Yang Tao were to lose Eric, or if Eric were to lose himself, the chances of their reunion would be almost non-existent. You should stay close to me if you suddenly shift to another level. I can only wish you good luck. Eric nodded slightly, sensing that Yang Tao possessed considerable knowledge, and thought that accompanying this seemingly benign entity might be a wise decision. With each strike of the stone pickaxe, cracks began to appear on the wall. Moments later, with a resounding pop, a 1 meter by 1 meter opening emerged in what was once an unblemished wall. Ordinary wall, value of 1 energy. Picking up the fallen block. Yang Tao looked at the prompt in surprise. What does this value of 1 mean? Equivalent exchange. Just as he pondered this, a new prompt appeared. Energy can be used to repair tools, return to the main world, exchange for a one-time teleportation key, or upgrade the main world. Return to the main world? As he murmured, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Insufficient energy. Would you like to recharge? The overwhelming sensation of a pay-to-win game struck him, leaving him momentarily in disbelief. Glancing at the ordinary wall in his hand, he silently thought recharge, and in the next instant, the block in his hand vanished. Energy value 1. Repairs tools for 1 energy value. 20 durability points. Opens a teleportation portal for 10 energy value. Exchanges for a one-time teleportation key for 15 energy value. Upgrading the main world requires 10,000 energy value. The main world is at the small space I was in before. Can it be transformed into a true main world through upgrades? Yang Tao cast his gaze once more at the walls adorned with yellow wallpaper, and what he had initially thought would be visually exhausting suddenly struck him as a source of wealth. In an instant, even the foul odor in the air felt refreshing. Thud, thud, thud. Yang Tao tirelessly swung the stone pickaxe against the wall, exchanging the fallen blocks for energy value. Eric watched the inexplicably invigorated Yang Tao, feeling somewhat perplexed, and silently retrieved a notebook and pen from his protective suit to jot down notes quickly. Unknown humanoid entity, no number assigned. Appears as a human male of Asian descent, approximately 23 to 24 years old. Capable of normal communication, mental state stable, to be determined. Possesses special communication and spatial abilities, able to summon various stone tools such as swords, axes, and pickaxes at will. Can utilize these tools for attacks and destruction. Effortlessly slaying a monster. Additional notes required. As time passed, Eric felt the electrical buzzing in his ears grow increasingly pronounced, inducing an inexplicable agitation within him. However, the rhythmic thuds produced by Yang Tao's hammering provided some relief to his mounting anxiety. Grr! The gnawing sensation of hunger returned. Had it not been for this unexpected turn of events, he would have been back at the base, enjoying food and rest. Are you hungry? Eric snapped back to reality. Noticing Yang Tao standing before him, having appeared without him realizing, I haven't eaten in quite some time. That damned monster's pursuit drained me immensely. By the way, did you hear that? It sounds like someone is talking. Yang Tao sighed. In his line of sight, Eric's current state appeared quite off. His complexion was pallid, devoid of any color, yet his eyes, which had previously shown only a hint of bloodshot, now glowed a vivid red. Coupled with his earlier remark about hearing voices, it indicated that he was being affected by the backroom, with his SAN sanity value steadily declining. SAN is a measure of mental fortitude. When it reaches 0, a person loses their sanity, becoming susceptible to certain monstrous entities that in the backroom. Once human rationality dissipates, one transforms into a peculiar entity known as a sad corpse. Eric, your current condition seems rather concerning. However, I have no food here. We need to locate the entrance to level 1. The search for level 1 was not only for Eric's sake, but also for his own. That he noticed that his hunger value, which had not diminished for a week, began to decrease after striking the walls numerous times. Remember, in level 0, it's just you and me, along with those monsters and entities. All other sounds are mere illusions. Yang Tao silently recited. Open the portal. A wooden door materialized before him. Without hesitation, he grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open, addressing Eric. Let us head back and rest for a bit to alleviate your mental state. Eric felt a foggy heaviness in his head, even struggling to comprehend Yang Tao's words. Yet upon seeing the newly appeared wooden door, he instinctively moved toward it, as his subconscious associated it with safety. The moment he stepped inside, he experienced a sudden jolt of clarity, as if awakening from a deep slumber. What is happening to me? Nothing much, just the influence of the backroom. Yang Tao smiled upon witnessing Eric regain his alertness that it was certainly better to survive together in the backroom than alone. Rest here and don't move. I'll go out and find you a couple of oranges. He opened the wooden door, returning to the world of Level 0. Self-repair. Yang Tao gazed at the previously excavated wall, which had now reverted to its original state. Doesn't this mean infinite resources? If the backroom could truly be considered infinite in the most literal sense, it would undoubtedly be splendid news for him. The damp carpet continued to exude a foul odor of decay. If only this space could refresh its resources. To be frank, compared to other levels, this Level 0 resembles a novice village, allowing individuals to swiftly acclimate to the world of the backroom. Entities and monsters were nearly extinct here. However, Level 0 is not conducive to the survival of a large number of humans, primarily due to its characteristics that prevent encounters between individuals. Moreover, it belongs to a nonlinear space, where retracing one's steps is a mere impossibility. Essentially, once one ventures forth, there is no turning back. Yang Tao extended his hand to caress the wall adorned with yellow wallpaper and murmured, I recall that if one gets stuck within the wall, they can reach Level 1. He was not particularly familiar with the backroom, having only casually perused some introductions to various levels and gleaned a few rudimentary facts. He placed his hand upon the wall and proceeded forward. The mere touch of an incorrect block would transport him to Level 1. Suddenly, a pitch-black arm emerged from the wall, seizing his wrist with such force that his body was uncontrollably sucked into the wall. The abrupt change nearly caused Yang Tao's heart to leap from his throat. A red number -13 flickered into existence, but this time it appeared on his own body. Damn, I almost forgot about this old 6. The normal version of Level 0 is solely inhabited by the dull man, a malevolent presence towards humanity. Yet, should one notice it and pursue it, it would flee rather than retaliate. The dull man extricated its arm from the wall to capture prey on the other side, dragging them into its own domain. Just as it did with Yang Tao, he was pulled into another room. A stone sword had already manifested in Yang Tao's hand. The dull man resembled an Enderman more than a mere wireframe figure, albeit without a shriek. Tall and gray, its humanoid form possessed a fragile skeletal structure, devoid of facial features, with its most striking attributes being its elongated arms. Little brat, you're definitely not going to have a good time today. The stone sword struck the dull man's arm. In the next moment, Yang Tao comprehended the meaning of fragile bones. A resounding crack echoed as the dull man's arm was shattered by the stone sword, releasing its grip on him. Yet despite sustaining such an injury, it emitted no sound and turned to flee. Although its movements appeared grotesque, its speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, the dull man vanished from his sight. Wasn't it said that this creature only attacked wanderers with low SAN values? Has my SAN value diminished? This is certainly not good news. However, he saw no bizarre hallucinations or heard any strange sounds, nor did he feel any physical discomfort. After all, the dataform body of idealism lacked such functions. The dataformed idealism allows for the switching of data and entity according to Yang Tao's needs, such as breaking the dull man's arm. Encountering both bacteria and the dull man consecutively in Level 0 was far beyond the realm of merely hitting the jackpot in a lottery. Yang Tao glanced at his remaining 7 health points and couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. What a damn stroke of bad luck. Next time, if I encounter the dull man, I must first break its legs before anything else. He felt no concern for his health points, for he possessed the ability to resurrect. On the first day of his traversal, he had first-hand experience with the resurrection feature. The cause of his death was quite simple. He merely fell to his demise. After all, during the traversal, he did not land directly on solid ground, continuing his exploration with the dull man having fled. It was improbable for him to encounter 2 entities in succession. Should that happen, he would simply remain silent about it. The sound of the fluorescent light buzzing filled his ears, and, as he turned a corner, a wooden door came into view. Yang Tao thought, This wooden door is entirely unlike the wooden doors in my world. It is merely an exceedingly ordinary brown door. Yet, its presence in this backroom signifies that it is anything but ordinary. Have I truly hit rock bottom with my SN value? Taking out his stone axe from his backpack, he approached the door, his gaze fixed intently upon it, aware that a series of observational phenomena often occurred in the backroom. When observed, it exists, yet it could vanish in the blink of an eye, or even the moment one turns away. As Yang Tao placed his hand upon the metallic doorknob, he breathed a sigh of relief. This door was not an illusion. Could it be the Manila Room? The Manila Room is an independent square chamber that can be discovered in Level 0, characterized by its thick walls and named for its unique beige wallpaper, Manila paper. Here, the isolation effect unique to Level 0 does not apply, allowing wanderers to encounter one another. Upon pressing the doorknob and opening the door, he stepped inside, and as he had surmised, this was indeed the Manila Room. The room was not large, resembling that of his own world, but here the surroundings were not shrouded in mist. Rather, the walls were simply adorned with Manila wallpaper. The furnishings were quite sparse, consisting solely of a table and an ordinary office chair, with the overhead fluorescent light casting a reassuring glow. However, what was somewhat disconcerting was that the fluorescent light within the room also emitted a buzzing sound. And no other wanderers. Well, it makes sense. How many people get stuck in a backroom? It's hardly a pleasant place. Yang Tao approached the wooden table in the center of the room, where several folders emblazoned with the MEG emblem lay. Among them was a guide to the most common and perilous entities, along with a guide to significant levels. After glancing through it briefly, he lost interest. This information was less detailed than what he already knew. He tossed the folder back onto the table. These documents were placed here by the MEG organization to aid wanderers in gaining a rudimentary understanding of the backroom, but these files required human replacement. This meant that after he took one, MEG personnel would need to send someone to replace it. The reason they did not place more at once was that the contents of the Manila Room also refresh. As he surveyed the walls, he soon noticed a section that distinctly differed from the others. Although illuminated by fluorescent light, this particular wall was noticeably brighter than the rest. Found it. This was a mistake. Approaching, he extended his hand toward the wall, and an inexplicable force pulled him in. The next moment, he felt himself landing in a puddle of water. Survival difficulty. 1. Safe and stable with minimal entities. Level 1 is an immense, seemingly endless warehouse with concrete floors and walls, exposed steel beams, and an inexplicable mist hovering at lower altitudes. The puddles upon the ground are formed from the condensation of this mist. Yang Tao stood up from the puddle, and in mere seconds, his damp clothing became dry once more. Glancing at the shallow puddle, only a couple of centimeters deep, he chuckled. Is this what they call landing water? In my world, regardless of the height Steve falls from, as long as there is water beneath him upon landing, he becomes immune to all fall damage that a bit excessive, but I appreciate it. Surveying his surroundings. Level 1 was unlike Level 0. This level boasted a continuous supply of water and electricity. Provided that appropriate precautions are taken, wanderers could reside here indefinitely. IT also featured staircases, elevators, private rooms, and corridors. I could see that moment. His attention was drawn to a shelf against the wall, which held a cardboard box. Upon careful inspection, he found no apparent dangers. The box was simply an ordinary cardboard container, devoid of any markings. After pondering for a moment, Yang Tao decided it would be best to return to the main world first, summoning Eric to guard the door, lest he waste half a day's time should he die and return to Level 0 after finally reaching Level 1. Time to go home. As his words faded, a wooden door composed of mosaic patterns materialized before him, and he extended his hand to push it open. Hearing the commotion, Eric looked at Yang Tao in astonishment. Yang Tao, observing Eric's complexion returning to normal, smiled and inquired, "How do you feel?" "I'm well, though a bit hungry." "Have you ventured to other levels?" "Yes, I discovered Level 1 upon returning to the space." Yang Tao's health and hunger levels began to recover rapidly. Within this principal world, he appeared to be in peace mode. Level 1. Eric responded with a look of confusion and curiosity, prompting Yang Tao to directly ask, "You don't know about Level 1? How can you claim to come from Level 0? Which organization do you belong to?" Originally, Yang Tao had hoped Eric was a member of the merged MEG organization. But the current circumstances suggested he hailed from another group. Eric hastily clarified, "I am employed by Async Corporation, tasked with exploring the backrooms, through finding some graffiti left on the walls and scattered notes. I learned that the space I was in was level 0. While the company's researchers speculated about other numbered spaces, they lacked confirmation that Eric's words left Yang Tao at a loss for how to articulate his current feelings. The MEG belonged to the Wanderers Self-Help Association, formed spontaneously by wanderers who had entered the backrooms, whereas Async Corporation had inadvertently opened a portal to the backrooms through an experimental accident in reality. Upon discovering Level 0, the higher-ups of the company decided to exploit its vast expanse, several times larger than Earth, for real estate development, triggering a series of subsequent events. The backrooms were indeed chaotic. However, the chaos had little bearing on him. He merely wished to excavate a few items to exchange for energy points. Subsequently, he sought an opportunity to return to the front hall, with no further aspirations. After all, there are so many levels in the backrooms, and they often expand infinitely. Excavating a few items shouldn't have significant repercussions. Well, it should be insignificant. Eric, keep the door open for me. I shall explore level 1. Eric nodded, rising from the ground. The gnawing hunger in his stomach made him feel slightly weak, yet pushing a door was still manageable. As Yang Tao turned around, he suddenly noticed 2 doors appearing on the wall. Could it be that each level has its own individual door? He envisioned a future where the walls would be densely populated with wooden doors. Approaching, he reached out to open one, revealing level 1 beyond, while the other door opened to his anticipated view of level 0. If traversing levels became this convenient, Eric's previous astonishment stemmed from witnessing a new wooden door materialize on the misty wall. From Yang Tao's reaction, it seemed he too was unaware of the new door's appearance. I must document this later. Complying with Yang Tao's request, Eric positioned himself beside the door to prevent it from closing automatically while he observed the unfamiliar surroundings. Yang Tao approached a table and opened a box, revealing its contents. There wasn't much. 2 gray thermoses, a flashlight, and a piece of cake that appeared delectable. Rather than inspect the items further, Yang Tao swiftly stowed everything in his backpack and resolutely turned toward the wooden door. However, halfway there, he suddenly recalled something. Returning to the shelf, he took out a stone pickaxe and struck it. Almost forgot you. The shelf was not particularly useful, but one should not refuse free items. That would not make one a competent Steve. Quite sturdy, he noted as the sound of thudding echoed, causing more and more cracks to appear on the shelf. However, the spread of the cracks was considerably slower than that of level 0's walls. With a soft pop, the shelf fractured into palm-sized blocks and entered his body. Having completed this task, Yang Tao departed with satisfaction as Eric promptly closed the wooden door upon his return to the space. Yang Tao then opened his backpack to inspect the items he had just acquired. Gray almond water. Restores 10 hunger points. Increases satiety by 10 points. Valued at 20 energy points. Flashlight. Valued at 1 energy point. Delicious cake. Valued at 1 energy point. Metal shelf. Valued at 2 energy points. To his surprise, the gray almond water could restore hunger points. Almond water is a common item across most levels of the backrooms, highly sought after by wanderers for its practicality. Currently, varieties of almond water have been discovered in the backrooms, distinguished by the color of their thermoses: gray, red, blue, and green, each possessing unique effects. Almond water serves as a vital source of nutrition within the backrooms. With a single bottle providing 600 to 700 calories, an adult only requires 3 bottles to sustain a day's energy expenditure. Eric, catch! Eric fumbled to catch the almond water, puzzled as he asked, "What is this?" It was entirely normal for him not to have encountered almond water in level 0, as resources did not respawn there. Yang Tao grinned and retrieved the cake from his backpack. Taking a small bite to savor the flavor before explaining to Eric, almond water provides the energy your body needs and can also restore your mental stamina. It is considered hard currency within the backrooms. As for the taste, you'll know once you try it. Almond water has extensive applications, even capable of resisting and taming certain entities. The rhythmic sound of knocking resonated throughout the desolate warehouse. While Eric stood beside Yang Tao, documenting the surrounding environment, compared to level 0, The space in level 1 was remarkably stable, exerting minimal effects on the mind. Yang Tao diligently excavated the walls within the warehouse, including but not limited to shelves, boxes, pipes, lights, and various signs. In other words, everything within his sight was a target for Yang Tao. However, the chaotic objects generally contained energy values ranging from just 1 to 3 points. Only items imbued with special energy could yield greater energy values, such as almond water, though these were not plentiful. Yang, look! Eric exclaimed, pointing at the ceiling. Yang Tao halted his wall excavation, retrieving his stone axe in preparation for combat. However, as he followed Eric's, he noticed some red graffiti on the ceiling. You want to join our party? Yang, I swear there was absolutely no graffiti here before. Yang Tao nodded thoughtfully, while level 1 space was stable. It did not imply that unusual occurrences were absent, and this graffiti was one of them. Yang Tao solemnly cautioned, Eric, remember, never touch the mysteriously appearing graffiti. It is a trap set by partygoers. Eric nodded gently, placing his trust in Yang Tao's words, despite Yang Tao's appearance being anything but human. But what happens if we do touch it? Of course, you'd join the party. However, you would either be transformed into a new partygoer or turned into cupcakes for the enjoyment of the others. A gentleman does not stand on precarious walls. Eric, it's about time. I'll take you back to rest. He was not afraid of encountering partygoers lurking nearby, but was concerned that Eric might inadvertently become infected. Entity C-233, also known as the partygoer, is an aggressive entity with individual consciousness. Their faces are adorned with cartoonish smiles fashioned from red substances. At the end of the arm lies a mouth reminiscent of a red worm or a lamprey, adorned with several rows of sharp teeth. The partygoers possess the unsettling ability to assimilate wanderers. When the teeth at the tips of their arms pierce the skin of a wanderer, a brownish-yellow liquid, known as PGA, seeps along the teeth into the bloodstream, rapidly infecting the wanderer's central nervous system and causing their mind to be assimilated into that of a partygoer within a certain time frame. Simultaneously, within 24 hours, the physiological structure of the wanderer will transform to mirror that of the partygoer. A mere bite could lead to death on the spot. Yet having found a rare communicative tool, he is reluctant to lose it so easily. Open the door. As the words left his lips, the reassuring portal materialized before him. Yang Tao pushed open the wooden door and returned to the main world alongside Eric. If you're hungry, I still have a bottle of almond water here. Eric shook his head, replying, Not hungry right now. I've been observing and haven't exerted myself much. Seeing his refusal, Yang Tao chose not to press further and tossed the gray bottle of almond water back into his backpack. He glanced at his energy level. Energy, 12,000, sufficient, time to upgrade. Eric, hearing Yang Tao's murmured words, found himself somewhat bewildered. Yet as the words settled, the previously gray mist wall rapidly dissipated, revealing a more expansive space. The gray, mosaic-patterned bedrock floor beneath his feet was instantaneously replaced by green grass blocks, and a perfectly square oak tree emerged on the smooth surface. Is it possible to control this artificially? Eric nearly widened his eyes in disbelief. Initially, he thought Yang Tao merely claimed this space for himself, but the current situation indicated that the man before him had intricate ties to this realm. That moment, Yang Tao's voice echoed once more. So it doubled in size. The bedrock replaced by grass blocks? At least give me a block size. Yang Tao took out a stone shovel and aimed it at the grass blocks beneath his feet, grinning as gray stones were revealed below. Not bad. At least there are stones. Who knows if there are any ores underneath? Thud, thud. After knocking away 3 layers of stone, the familiar bedrock reappeared in his line of sight. Yang Tao smacked his lips, muttering, conscientious, but not generous. This space gave him the impression of a remarkably flat world, with only 3 layers of stone set. Emerging from underground, Yang Tao cast his gaze upon the solitary oak tree. Yang, is this your ability? Eric inquired, following his gaze. You can jot it down in your little notebook. However, I hope you can assign me a more fitting number. He was aware that Eric had never regarded him as human and had recorded much about him. Viewing Eric as a scientist might be somewhat disorienting. Yet if seen as a chronicler of sorts, Eric would undoubtedly be a biographer. In time, his legend would echo eternally within the backroom world. That a number? Yes, a number. When I have time, I'll take you to MEG for a lesson. There's a wealth of information about the backrooms. Eric refrained from further inquiries, realizing the more questions he posed, the more would arise. His current task was to document the essential matters to avoid forgetting. As Yang Tao produced his notebook, he simply smiled. At times, he admired individuals like Eric. Remember your mission, stay true to your original intention. Thus, he hesitated to reveal to Eric that the chance of him leaving this life was nearly non-existent. The oak tree was identical to those in his world, drawing out a stone axe. He struck the square trunk, and the unique mosaic cracks of his world appeared, multiplying with each successive blow. Only 5 pieces of oak wood, TSK, it's almost akin to Sky Island survival. Observing the leaves suspended in mid-air. Defying the laws of gravity, Yang Tao silently prayed, "Please drop saplings, please drop saplings." Should no saplings fall, who could tell when he might encounter another oak tree? He did not actively destroy the floating leaves, but instead waited patiently for them to vanish naturally, believing that allowing them to fall on their own would increase the likelihood of saplings dropping, a mere superstition. But as he awaited the saplings, a new wooden door appeared on the wall, and a bespectacled young boy pushed it open. Standing dazed at the entrance, a harmless smile instantly graced Conan's face, yet his mind raced, feeling an odd sense of unreality at the sight of the 2 figures in this peculiar space. He had merely intended to go upstairs to sleep, but upon opening the bedroom door, he discovered a strange realm instead. Am I dreaming? Could it be a side effect of the black-clad organization's potion? Wait, Conan. Just as Conan prepared to seek Dr. Agasa for a checkup, the person in the illusion unexpectedly called out his name. Moreover, instinctively, Conan covered his rear, forcing a strained smile as he said, "Uncle, I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye." His intuition warned him that lingering here could lead to undesirable outcomes. And no matter how curious he felt inside, he took a cautious step back and closed the door. Only then did he notice that the once ordinary bedroom door had inexplicably transformed into one seemingly composed of small squares. He had never encountered such a door before. However, as he closed it, the wooden door vanished before his eyes, revealing the original bedroom door. What on earth is going on? An illusion? Or is it technology? In a world of detectives, Conan naturally refrained from considering extraordinary powers. Otherwise, his role as a detective would lose its significance. Just then, the door next door swung open, and Rand stepped out, asking Conan, "What's wrong? I think I heard a bang just now." Regaining his composure, Conan nervously replied, "No, it's nothing. I just closed the door a bit hard." "Rand, you should hurry back to sleep." After confirming that Conan was fine, Rand nodded and said, "Then you should sleep early too. Tomorrow, we're going to the Miho Museum with Dad." Conan promptly put on a well-behaved expression, nodding with a sincere smile. Understood. Watching Rand return to her room, Conan cautiously extended his hand to the doorknob of his bedroom, still haunted by the psychological shadow cast by earlier events. Yet upon opening the door this time, he was greeted by a normal bedroom. Phew, it seems that was genuinely an illusion. Those black-clad individuals clearly had issues with the potion they used on me. Once I catch that thief, 1412, tomorrow, I'll head to the doctor for a checkup. Entering his bedroom, Conan lazily climbed onto the bed. In the space, Era pondered, did a child just emerge from that wooden door? Were it not for the newly appeared door on the wall, he would have doubted his sanity. Yang Tao picked up the oak sapling and apple that had fallen onto the grass block, stating, "Indeed, a child just came out from that wooden door." Idagawa Conan had not anticipated that the connection to the main world extended beyond just the backroom realm. Matters were becoming increasingly intriguing. Eric stepped forward, curiously asking, "Idagawa Conan, is that the child's name? It sounds like someone from Neon Country." "Sort of," Yang Tao replied, planting the oak sapling he retrieved from his backpack in the ground. Whether it was luck or misfortune, he obtained only 2 saplings after all the oak leaves had fallen. "Eric, you should rest for a while. I'll call you if anything comes up." Eric nodded. He had not slept for at least 20 hours. And after being chased by that monster, he was utterly exhausted. Were it not for his continuous exposure to new experiences, he would have succumbed to sleep long ago. "Then I'll sleep first. Just call me if anything arises." In a seemingly inconspicuous spot, Eric reclined upon the ground, where a thin layer of verdant grass carpeted the terrain, providing a most comfortable resting place. coupled with the constant temperature of the surroundings. Eric felt his eyelids grow heavy almost instantly, succumbing to slumber in no time. Snore? Yang Tao remarked. Is he actually snoring while asleep? With a slight grimace, he opened his backpack, placing the oak logs he had just collected into the crafting grid to yield 16 wooden planks. Then expended 4 of those planks to construct a workbench. The workbench held immense significance within the realm of Minecraft, serving as the essential apparatus for crafting numerous tools, equipment, food items, and even decorative pieces. The primary function of the 2-2 crafting grid in his backpack was to facilitate the creation of the workbench. His next task was to forge a furnace. An inkling of suspicion stirred within him, and now was the moment to validate it. The creation of a furnace required cobblestones, and while waiting for the leaves to vanish, he had already excavated a substantial amount of cobblestones, placing the workbench upon the ground. He utilized 8 cobblestones to fashion a furnace, which he then positioned adjacent to the workbench. Gazing at the furnace, he mentally murmured use, causing a unique interface to materialize before him. Within it lay 3 slots, an input slot, an output slot, and a fuel slot, but he inserted the discarded shelving he had obtained in level 1 into the furnace, followed by the remaining oak planks from his backpack into the fuel slot. As the burning icon illuminated, Yang Tao felt a surge of excitement as he nearly leapt in joy. Remarkably, the furnace was indeed converting the metal items from the real world into iron nuggets and ingots. Memories of the pipes, metal shelves, and various scattered metallic artifacts from level 1 flooded his mind, solidifying his belief that the Backrooms were indeed a splendid place. The smelting process of the shelves was not particularly swift, and one might even describe it as somewhat sluggish. However, upon witnessing that one shelf yielded 3 iron ingots, he swallowed back any complaints. Long live the shelves! Before long, a plethora of metallic items had been transformed into iron ingots. Perhaps due to the larger size of the metal items left in his backpack, he did not encounter any iron nugget outputs. Once all the oak planks had been consumed, he found himself with over 20 iron ingots. First, he crafted an iron pickaxe, followed by a chest plate, leggings, and boots. Just as Yang Tao was about to forge the final piece, the iron boots, he suddenly recalled the iron bucket. Darn, I nearly forgot about the bucket. He could tolerate running around bare, but the thought of lacking a bucket was unacceptable. Using 3 iron ingots, he crafted a water bucket and gazed at the solitary iron ingot remaining in his backpack. Stroking his chin, he would save it for crafting a shield once the trees had grown. In Minecraft, shields could be deemed the quintessential tool for one-on-one combat. He equipped the iron chestplate and iron leggings. Yet no visible armor adorned his exterior form. Nevertheless, he could sense an inexplicable power enveloping his body. After organizing everything, Yang Tao's gaze turned towards the newly appeared wooden door. Shall I take a look? Creak! Conan, who had been sleeping on the bed, was instantly roused by the sound of the door opening. However, he did not immediately open his eyes. Instead, he listened intently to the sounds within the room. The seamless blending of the two-dimensional and the real world was quite intriguing. Soon, footsteps approached from the doorway. Conan felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him and quickly adjusted his breathing to avoid detection. Observing him in this state, one might find Conan rather endearing. Upon hearing the word endearing, Conan felt a chill run down his spine, as various terms such as pervert, copper smelting, showed a hunter, and Pope flooded his mind. Damn it. Who is this guy? Was everything just now an illusion? But how on earth could this be happening? The enhanced footwear is at the entrance, and the tranquilizer watch is on the table. Conan pondered desperately for a means of escape. Yet he was merely a child, and without any gear to bolster his capabilities, confronting an adult seemed a futile endeavor. To his astonishment, Conan possessed 11 points of health, which he had not anticipated. Yang Tao stood beside Conan's bed, observing the health bar above him with a sense of reflection. Had he known that Eric, an adult, only had 13 points of health, due to being a special employee, wouldn't Rand's health surpass 50? Yang Tao marveled at the extraordinary combat prowess of certain characters within the world of Detective Conan, who seemingly ought not to exist in a detective narrative. That Conan's room was modestly sized and leaned towards a Western aesthetic, furnished with a bed, a desk, and a simple cabinet. His gaze fell upon the bookshelf atop the desk, brimming with various tomes. Approaching, he picked up the tranquilizer watch from the table. Conan's tranquilizer watch, valued at 20 energy points. Having seen too little of Conan's arsenal, he wondered if this item offered any offensive advantage against Kaguro Myriad. In the narrative, Kaguro had been shot countless times, and Yang Tao now suspected that if Kaguro required surgery, the typical dosage of anesthetic would be utterly ineffective. Stowing the watch away, he was less concerned about the 20 energy points and more wary of Conan's potential antics. Conan, since you're awake, why not get up? Yang Tao's voice was soft yet resonated in Conan's ears like thunder. Realizing his ruse of pretending to be asleep had been unmasked, Conan felt a surge of panic, yet he maintained an appearance of just waking up. Who are you? How did you get into my room? Seeing Conan's startled demeanor, Yang Tao feigned surprise. You truly are awake. I merely said that casually. Conan retorted, You really are a dog? Uncle, how did you manage to enter? The sight of an 18-year-old high school student attempting to feign youth was rather distasteful, especially given that he was Shinichi Kudo. A bead of cold sweat formed on Conan's forehead as the innocent expression he had worn vanished, replaced by a gravity far beyond his years. Who are you? What do you want? Upon witnessing Conan's expression, Yang Tao's mischievous inclination resurfaced. Are you truly Shinichi Kudo? I merely said that casually, Itogawa Conan, upon hearing Yang Tao's words. Naturally found them hard to believe. He felt a headache brewing. From the stranger's words, it was clear that this unfamiliar man did not regard him as significant. All right, enough with the jokes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Tao. It's a displeasure to meet you. Continue playing the role of a student. I have matters to attend to. Farewell for now. With that, Yang Tao waved his hand and prepared to exit Conan's bedroom. However, Conan was determined not to let him leave so easily, especially with Rand still in the adjacent room. Could you clarify whether what I saw earlier was an illusion? Are you referring to when you opened the door and saw me? Yes, consider it an illusion. Just think of it as a beautiful dream you had last night. With a wave of his hand, Yang Tao opened the bedroom door and departed. Observing this, Conan immediately scrambled from his bed to follow closely behind Yang Tao. Relieved to see that Yang Tao was not heading to Rand's room, Conan felt a sense of ease wash over him. The enigmatic man had instilled a genuine sense of pressure within him, far beyond the trivial discussions they had during the day regarding the phantom thief. Yang Tao, noticing Conan trailing him, remarked, Conan, aren't you afraid I might be a good person? Conan replied, Who speaks like that? You clearly don't regard yourself as one. That I merely want to ensure you won't harm my friends. Friends? You mean Ranmuri? Tsk, taking advantage of your youthful form to infiltrate the home of a woman you fancy. How very typical of you. Shinichi, let me guess, have you ever spied on Ran while she changed or bathed? Conan's face flushed crimson in an instant. Since Ran treated him like a child, she had never shied away from certain matters, even bathing him on occasion. The sudden mention of this by Yang Tao unleashed a torrent of vivid memories in his mind. Hey, Shinichi, you're bleeding from your nose. Snapping back to reality, Conan instinctively reached up to wipe away the blood. However, after a brief moment of realization, he discovered that he had been deceived. He thought, indeed, one must truly observe the peculiarities of others. Yang Tao shook his head and descended the stairs, while Conan immediately slipped on his shoes and picked up a nearby soccer ball to follow him. This man must possess knowledge of the Black Organization, he mused. Leaving the office of Kaguro Muri, it was now the dead of night. The moon was absent from the sky, with only a few street lamps casting their dim yellow light along the road. He contemplated whether trees in the real world could be transformed into wooden planks. Surveying his surroundings, he found no suitable large trees, and being unfamiliar with this strange city, he had no choice but to focus his attention on the approaching Conan, who was running towards him with a soccer ball. Conan, do you have a car? Upon hearing Yang Tao's sudden inquiry, Conan glanced at his own body and replied, Do I look like someone who can drive? Then did you learn how to borrow a car in Hawaii? Borrow a car? Yang Tao pointed at a gray sedan parked by the roadside, exuding an air of righteousness that's simply a method of relocating the vehicle while its owner is absent. That's called stealing. That is one way to interpret it. For some reason, a flicker of frustration welled up within Conan. He felt that their thoughts were not aligned, and his pride in his intelligence seemed utterly powerless at that moment. Where do you want to go? The outskirts, the mountains, or the park will suffice. As long as there are trees. There is a park not far from here. Let me take you there. Yang Tao nodded gently and followed Conan towards the park. The atmosphere between them felt somewhat awkward, with neither speaking as they walked quietly side by side. It was Conan who eventually broke the heavy silence as he sought to learn more about Yang Tao. Could you return my watch to me? I cannot. The atmosphere reverted to its previous tension. That I know you're curious. But please hold your curiosity for now. As they walked along the path to the park, Yang Tao, a master of meaningless banter, suddenly remarked, leaving Conan, who had not been exposed to the tumult of domestic websites, unsure of how to respond. I don't even know the name of the black organization. What do you mean? Conan gasped in surprise, but before he could finish his sentence, Yang Tao interrupted him. Rest assured, I do not possess the ability to read minds, although I'm unaware of the black organization's title. You may refer to them as the Bourbon. Why? That is because the members of their organization are named after alcoholic beverages. For instance, the tall, slender man who knocks you unconscious and force-feeds you a mysterious liquid is called gin, while his companion is known as vodka. And how do you know this? That remains a secret, but do not worry, I am not affiliated with Bourbon. You claim you cannot read minds? Conan felt a surge of frustration as he was repeatedly stifled. The man before him was shrouded in an air of mystery that was simply too profound. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Yang Tao cheerfully inquired, Conan, don't you have any questions? Had I not been so diminutive, I would challenge you. Conan had long forgotten how many years had passed since he last experienced such a maddening sensation. Who on earth are you? What is that strange space? Turning a corner, Yang Tao finally spotted the park that Conan had mentioned, lush with towering trees. You only need to know that my name is Yang Tao. I harbor no ill intent towards you. Other matters are of little significance to you. Discussing my world, or perhaps the backroom with Conan. Upon hearing Yang Tao's explanation, Conan grew even more confused. Ill intent is ill intent, and no ill intent is no ill intent. What do you mean by no significant ill intent? Upon arriving at the park, Yang Tao found a sturdy tree and reached out to touch its rough trunk. This should suffice. Conan, clutching the basketball, stood nearby and inquired, what do you intend to do? Why, to chop down the tree, of course. With that, a pixelated stone axe materialized in his hand. Startling Conan with the suddenness of the scene, he then witnessed Yang Tao swing that peculiar axe against the tree trunk, the dull thud echoing through the stillness of the night. Conan felt as though his worldview had been fundamentally altered, fixated on Yang Tao's movements and the blocky black cracks that appeared on the trunk. This is simply unscientific, truly difficult to chop. The cracks on the trunk spread at a painfully slow pace. After more than 10 strikes, the fissures had only covered a third of the surface. Thud, thud. With a soft sound, the towering tree suddenly exploded, its trunk breaking apart into fist-sized cubes that fell from the air and vanished into Yang Tao's body. Indeed, it works. Yang Tao beamed at the oak logs now nestled in his backpack, relieved that he no longer had to worry about sourcing wood. Gathering the fallen oak saplings and apples, he speculated, it seems that trees in the real world are transformed into trees in my world the moment they are cut down. If that is the case, I could certainly purchase some coal. The current state of the main world was dire, and he urgently needed various materials. Glancing at the progress bar, Detective Conan World Exploration Progress 10.013, that compared to the nearly stagnant progress of the backroom. The progress bar for Conan's world was utterly unreasonable. In fact, the initial progress in Conan's world had only been 0.001. However, after directly interacting with Conan, the progress bar had surged to 10, likely due to Conan's status as the protagonist of his world. If the speed of the progress bar is related to significant characters in the story, would a stroll through a graveyard count? While the world of Conan may lack in certain aspects, it certainly boasted an abundance of deceased individuals, though it was uncertain if those turned to ash counted. Suppressing his malevolent thoughts, Yang Tao turned to Conan with a smile and said, Hey kid, kindly keep your mouth shut for a moment. How on earth did you accomplish this? Chopping down trees. How did such a large tree vanish? And what is that peculiar axe you wield? Yang Tao did not answer Conan's inquiries directly, but instead posed a question of his own. How do you breathe? Originally wide-eyed with curiosity, Conan was left utterly bewildered by Yang Tao's absurd question. How do I breathe? Inhale and exhale. Precisely. What you find astonishing is as natural to me as breathing. Taking out the axe and striking the tree produces the scene you witnessed. Stowing away the stone axe, Yang Tao retrieved an apple from his backpack and graciously offered it to Conan. "Thank you for bringing me here. Consider this a gift," observing the seemingly perfect yet somewhat surreal apple in Yang Tao's hand. Conan did not refuse and reached out to accept it. "Thank you, don't mention it. I must take my leave now. I will return tomorrow." Yang Tao silently thought open door, and a wooden door appeared beside him. After a moment's consideration, he tossed the anesthetic watch he had previously taken from Conan's bedside table back to him. "Be careful on your way home tonight. After all, you are still a child. Goodbye." With that, Yang Tao opened the wooden door and stepped through as the sound of the door closing echoed. He and the door vanished before Conan's eyes. Clutching the anesthetic watch, Conan gazed at the spot where Yang Tao had disappeared. His expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Yang Tao, who on earth are you?" Returning to the main world, Eric's steady snoring continued unabated. Yet Yang Tao paid him no heed. Instead, he approached the workbench and began to dismantle all the logs he had just acquired in the planks. First, he crafted a shield, followed by several signposts. For the number of doors was still limited, it would be prudent to cultivate the habit of marking places in advance, lest he find himself surrounded by wooden doors in the future. The signposts served as decorative items in his world, allowing players to inscribe messages upon them. They proved to be quite practical for organizing chests in the game, especially as the quantity of items increased later on. Without some form of categorization, he would have to rummage through several chests to locate his desired possessions. Glancing at the so-called exploration progress percentage, he pondered, "I wonder what will happen when this progress bar reaches 100%. As an avid achiever and collector, even if no rewards were bestowed, he would find a way to push the progress to a full 100. The thought of getting stuck at 99 sent shivers down his spine, as he felt it would drive him to madness for an extended period. After tidying up his belongings, he made his way to the wooden door leading to level 1. He yearned for more energy points, iron, and even monsters. Bam, bam, bam. Water flowed through the pipes in the ceiling. But after he destroyed the pipes, the water would vanish within seconds. Whether it was controlled artificially or merely residual water from the past remained uncertain. Yang Tao was so engrossed in dismantling the pipes that he lost track of time. Was this far more enjoyable than mining in the game? Level 1's space seemed endless, suggesting that the pipes were equally boundless. For ordinary individuals, dismantling such structures might be cumbersome, but for him, it felt akin to continuously collecting money. Repair, durability. The iron pickaxe, which had nearly exhausted its durability, immediately restored itself upon his command. Squeak, squeak. Just as Yang Tao immersed himself in his work, a crackling sound echoed, and the lights ahead flickered twice before plunging into darkness. Instantly, Yang Tao leaped down from the platform, and before he touched the ground, an iron axe and an exceedingly rudimentary shield materialized in his hands. Although level 1 was a habitable layer with relatively stable space compared to other layers, events like the extinguishing of lights heralded potential issues within level 1, possibly indicating item spawns or the emergence of entities, graffiti, and the like. Regardless of the nature of these occurrences, they were sufficient to heighten Yang Tao's vigilance. Bring it on, smiling horror. In the dark corners, a glowing, smiling face suddenly appeared. It was the most common entity in level 1. Normally referred to as the Smiler. Calling it smiling horror posed no issue. The Smiler bore an eerie grin adorned with sharp teeth and possessed glowing white eyes, along with a corporeal form invisible to the naked eye. The Smilers were drawn to light and would pursue any visible light source, making luminous objects effective distractions for evasion. When encountering a Smiler, maintaining eye contact and cautiously retreating was vital for survival. Employing Smiler repellent or spraying Smiler liquid could banish this entity, sometimes rendering it unconscious for extended periods. However, Yang Tao had no such potions on him, and he found the Smiler particularly intriguing. "Hey you," with a top-tier taunt, Yang Tao could distinctly sense the Smiler's attention shifting toward him. He tapped his shield with the iron axe in the next moment. The enraged Smiler charged at him with remarkable speed. Emerging from the darkness, its form remained elusive, with only its signature glowing mouth and eyes floating midair. Yet, judging by the movement of its eyes and mouth, it was evident that the Smiler indeed possessed a body. "Goodness, it's that large." As he approached, Yang Tao realized the Smiler's mouth was even bigger than he had anticipated, capable of devouring his head whole. Raising his shield, he deflected the Smiler's attack with a light thud. Subsequently, he swung the iron axe with all his might, striking the Smiler's large face. Upon impact, the Smiler's body flushed slightly red, exposing its hidden form momentarily to the air. The creature was immense, at least 4 to 5 meters in length, with limbs possessing an unnatural twist. Yet, before even a second had elapsed, it vanished once more to that moment. A surge of energy appeared beside Yang Tao, and the shield once again absorbed the Smiler's assault. Such a crafty being! No wonder no survivors had managed to endure its onslaught. Fortunately, I still possess my own skills. Yang Tao internally scoffed, yet his iron axe continued its relentless assault. The shield could withstand all physical attacks directed at him, including those that could not be blocked by the shield itself, such as attacks to his legs, head, or sides. Only if the Smiler possessed shield breaking, non-physical, or attacks exceeding the shield's defense limit could it inflict damage upon Yang Tao. Otherwise, it would have to stand idly by. It was clear that the Smiler did not meet any of these criteria. With the iron axe raised high, Yang Tao struck the Smiler's face again. Only able to see its glowing teeth and eyes, there were no other viable targets. 7. With some defense, the constant attack damage, combined with a consistent attack interval, rendered Yang Tao's movements a visual delight. Bam, 7 bam, bam, 7 repair. The shield, once nearing depletion, regained its full value, and the presence of energy points eradicated the shield's earlier durability issue. Health. For 74, with over 70 health points, engaging in combat proved far more arduous than battling the previous 40-point electric wire. Sometimes, each increment in power could result in a significant leap in strength. Die for me. The final blow struck the Smiler's prominent tooth, and whether it was due to death causing a decline in its defense. One large tooth arced through the air before crashing to the ground. An attack followed, and even the distant lights returned to normal. The experience points that fell to the ground surged into his body, elevating his level to 6. Few. The Smiler's high health had yielded a substantial amount of experience points, yet the refresh pattern of the Smiler remained a mystery. If only he could construct a spawning tower. However, this notion was merely a fleeting thought. The vast majority of entities within the Backrooms possessed a certain level of intelligence, with many being more astute than humans. Even the Smilers had their own distinct groups and means of communication, and they even harbored rivalries. Approaching the Smiler's head, Yang Tao couldn't help but reflect. If this were an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly perish on the spot. The hidden attacks, impressive speed, and extraordinary strength made it a true wanderer's bane. The Smiler's massive mouth was not merely for show. It had attempted to bite Yang Tao several times, though these physical assaults were flawlessly defended by the shield. Yang Tao examined the still glowing eyes and teeth of the Smiler, gently caressing his iron axe, softly murmuring, "These teeth are rather nice." Bam, bam. After about 10 minutes, Yang Tao tossed the now toothless Smiler entity into his backpack. Though uncertain of its potential uses, it was prudent to collect it nonetheless. Previously, the electric wire had belonged to a virus, and who knew if it would cause any issues, which was why he had refrained from gathering it. His gaze shifted to the area where the lights had gone out, where a cardboard box lay quietly in the corner, awaiting a fortunate soul. Fortuitously, Yang Tao was that fortunate individual. Gray almond water, flashlight batteries, an 18 adult magazine, bread that could be used as a weapon, and socks. Aside from the 2 bottles of gray almond water, the rest could be deemed as refuse. Eric was awakened by a strange sound, and upon sitting up, he beheld Yang Tao crouched nearby, wielding an odd iron sword as he sliced through the air, a peculiar aroma wafting through the relatively small space. "Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Tao, regaining his composure, wiped his face of the invisible liquid and smiled, saying, "Peeling, my apologies for waking you." "Peeling?" Eric, intrigued, rose and approached Yang Tao. Yang Tao paused his actions, took out a shovel, and began to excavate a 2-2 area from the ground. He retrieved 2 buckets and poured in the water collected from level 1, creating a rudimentary infinite water source within the space. "Eric, are you hungry?" Yang Tao dipped his hand into the water to wash it, and then pulled out a bright red apple and a bottle of gray almond water from his backpack. "Have something to eat first." Eric, expressing gratitude, extended his hand to accept the food, saying, "Thank you. Without you, I honestly wouldn't know how to survive in this strange place. Yang, if there's anything you need help with, please let me know that, of course, but hurry and eat. I'll need you to record some things later." Eric nodded, opened the bottle of almond water, and gulped it down, then took a large bite of the apple. The unique sweetness flooding his mouth, he swore he had never tasted such a delicious apple before. After devouring the apple in a few bites, he took out his notebook and pen, adopting an eager demeanor as he looked at Yang Tao, saying, "I'm ready." Yang Tao was quite pleased with Eric's dedication and nodded, saying, "Excellent." Record entity number 003, named either the Smiler or the Grinning Nightmare. Eric, somewhat baffled, found that both names seemed to convey the same meaning. Nevertheless, he diligently recorded Yang Tao's words. Likes to hide in dark places. Its features include a smiling face composed of glowing teeth and eyes, possessing approximately 8 times the strength of a normal person. However, its drawback is its relatively slow movement speed, comparable to that of an average person that do not engage with heavy weaponry. At this moment, Eric raised his hand like a schoolboy. Yang Tao gestured for him to speak. Human firearms are significantly restricted in the Backrooms. Tests have shown that handguns, submachine guns, rifles, and even explosives are all diminished to varying degrees within the Backrooms. Yang Tao was not surprised by this. The diminished effectiveness of weapons, coupled with the apparent resistance of backroom entities to firearms, resulted in a substantial reduction in their efficacy. However, having something is better than having nothing. Who knows, perhaps in the future scientists will develop weapons suitable for use in the Backrooms. Eric nodded, and Yang Tao continued. The countermeasure is, also, it possesses a physical form, but currently, there are too few samples to ascertain if their bodies are consistent. This remains to be determined. After the Grinning Nightmare's demise, its body remains in an invisible state, and it is uncertain whether this effect will diminish over time. Eric recorded Yang Tao's words, and suddenly it seemed as if he snapped back to reality. Staring wide-eyed at Yang Tao and uncertainly asking, "Is there a Grinning Nightmare corpse here?" Recalling the peculiar actions he had witnessed upon waking, combined with the description of the Grinning Nightmare, he turned his gaze back to the vacant space behind Yang Tao, feeling as if he could discern a massive creature lying there. "Yes, I encountered a Grinning Nightmare in level 1. Right here." Yang Tao pointed to the ground behind him where the Grinning Nightmare's corpse lay, his brow furrowing slightly as the invisibility effect of the corpse began to wane. Eric, record that the invisibility of the Grinning Nightmare gradually diminishes 2 hours post-mortem. That moment, Eric realized it was not merely his imagination. There truly was a physical entity here, and he hurriedly noted it down in his notebook. Yang Tao stepped forward, brandishing his iron sword, and plunged it into the Grinning Nightmare's corpse, vigorously slicing through its skin. Soon, he had removed a piece of flesh. Looking at the vanished palm, a smile spread across his face as he said, "Eric, record that the skin of the Grinning Nightmare possesses invisibility, duration to be determined." This was no mere optical camouflage or illusion. It was genuine invisibility, allowing him to see the green grass blocks beneath the Grinning Nightmare's skin. The two worked in tandem to disassemble the entity. And Yang Tao was astonished to discover that the Grinning Nightmare lacked any discernible digestive organs. Its form resembled an inflated balloon, filled with a strange liquid. The fragmented corpse was collected and directly exchanged for energy points. Damaged Grinning Nightmare corpse, 110 energy points. How dark. A complete one is worth 200 points. I dissected it for research and you're shorting me 90 points? Oh well, who can blame you for being the buyer? Eric, filled with excitement, was captivated by the research and documentation of the Grinning Nightmare, vowing that the company certainly did not possess such detailed information. Yet, a lingering question remained in his mind as he pointed to the drawing in his notebook, asking Yang, "Where is the head of this smiler? I can't seem to discern it." This, Yang Tao pointed at the dark mass above. Eric recalled the appearance of that part and remarked, "Isn't this just a lump of raw flesh? Oh, I smashed its teeth and eyes to keep as souvenirs." That moment, Yang Tao realized where those 90 energy points had gone. He retrieved the Grinning Nightmare's teeth and eyes from his backpack. To be fair, they resembled jade, and even touching them evoked a sense of fondness. He pieced together the Grinning Nightmare's appearance in the darkness. he remarked. Under normal circumstances, you would only see these in the dark. Eric glanced down at the terrifying eyes and sharp teeth of the grinning nightmare on the ground, then looked up at Yang Tao, who appeared harmless. Soon, an inequality formed in his mind. Yang Tao grinning nightmare. Since this grinning nightmare had been dead for several hours, he decided against testing whether its flesh was edible. Perhaps next time. As Yang Tao washed his hands in the infinite water, he casually said, "I'll take a trip to that child-s world from yesterday. Please organize your notes in the meantime. If I get the chance, I'll bring you back a camera and a video recorder." The timeline in the world of Conan is exceedingly chaotic. However, it can be confirmed that the early stages of Conan's world lack smartphones. Waving goodbye, Yang Tao opened the wooden door leading to the world of Conan. Finding himself exactly in the park where he had departed the previous night, the location fixed based on the last open door. The morning air in the park was delightful as he walked towards the Muri Kaguro Detective Agency. Knock, knock, at the Muri Kaguro Detective Agency. Yang Tao politely knocked on the door, and soon a feminine voice responded from within. Coming, a young woman who appeared to be around 20 opened the door. Even in three-dimensional reality, Yang Tao instantly recognized her as Muri Ran from the world of Conan. The real-life Muri Ran seemed even more youthful and vibrant than her animated counterpart, her long legs utterly captivating. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" Yang Tao greeted her with a warm and amiable smile. "Hello, I'm looking for Conan." Upon hearing Yang Tao's request, Ran paused momentarily and asked, "Do you know Conan?" "Yes, I've met him a couple of times. He is a very cute little boy." Just as Ran was about to inquire further, hurried footsteps echoed from behind her as Conan rushed down the stairs. Hearing the commotion, Ran turned and said, "Conan, someone is looking for you." "Big sister Ran, he is a friend I just met. I'll go out for a bit and be right back." Conan immediately slipped on his shoes, eager to leave with Yang Tao. However, Yang Tao had no habit of holding hands with men, especially a grown man. "Ladies first, I'll take Conan out for a moment, and I'll bring him back later." "All right then." On a bench not far from the Muri Kaguro Detective Agency, Yang Tao sat, looking at Conan's obvious dark circles and chuckling. "What's wrong? Did you not sleep at all last night?" "I couldn't sleep. I simply couldn't figure out who you really are. Just consider me a background character. Rest assured, I won't interfere with what you want to do. I just hope to accompany you for a while." Conan gazed seriously at Yang Tao, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his being. "What is your purpose?" he inquired. "Purpose? Does getting to know your friends count? Maulilan, Muri Kaguru, Agasa Hiroshi, Kudo Yusaku, Kudo Yukiko, Suzuki Sonoko, Hattori Heiji, Kaido Kuroba, and your little friends like Ayumi, Jinta, and so forth." A black line appeared on Conan's forehead. The names Yang Tao mentioned, apart from Kaido Kuroba, were all individuals he either knew or was close to. "Have you investigated me? That remains a secret. However, you need not worry. I will not harm them. I merely wish to meet them, so there's no need for you to be anxious. Well, if I were to insist, it would be akin to an idle meet and greet." "And who is Kaido Kuroba?" Yang Tao glanced at Conan in astonishment. Then, with a dawning expression, chuckled. "Look at me. I've completely forgotten to ask what recent cases you've encountered. Which murder case have you dealt with lately? Or have you received any recent invitations? What kind of normal person calculates time based on murder cases?" Conan found it somewhat hard to accept Yang Tao's line of thought. In reality, Yang Tao struggled to comprehend the timeline within Conan's world. Seasons had passed multiple times, yet Conan remained in the first grade. Events like April 1st happening after March 18th had occurred, and surely one did not rely on case records to track time. Shouldn't a calendar suffice? However, yesterday, Uncle Mori received an invitation from Sister Sonoko's father, stating that they had been provoked by a letter from the international thief 1412, who intended to steal the Suzuki family's treasured pitch black star. Thief 1412. Yang Tao's face displayed a look of astonishment, for he was quite familiar with that episode, as it marked the first appearance of Kaido Kuroba. "So, you haven't been small for long." Yang Tao's reaction puzzled Conan, who asked, "Do you know Thief 1412? "Not personally, just aware of him. Weren't you just asking who Kaido Kuroba is?" "He is Thief Kid. And by the way, he is also a high school student." Yang Tao showed no concern for the consequences of a spoiler. He was merely collecting information about the world's progression, believing that if any significant plot points arose, The world would adjust itself accordingly, especially in a universe governed by Conan logic. Oh, and you might be wondering how a thief could have appeared long ago and still be a high school student. That's because the previous thief kid was Kaito Kuroba's father, Kuroba Toichi, who was assassinated during a performance 8 years ago. Rumors of his death abound, but the truth remains uncertain. Upon hearing Yang Tao's seemingly rote recitation, Conan couldn't help but feel an urge to flip the table. What is the point of this? What about the secret of that note? I can't recall it too clearly, but it seems he will appear on the rooftop of a restaurant tonight. Just a friendly reminder, I can accompany you there later. Then I truly thank you. Conan, appearing dejected, expressed his weariness with the detective life, wishing for mind-reading abilities or some form of omniscience. There is something I wanted to ask last night. Why did you seek me out? It seems you were the one who approached me first. Yang Tao spoke truthfully. He had been innocently chopping wood in the main world when Conan had clumsily intruded into his life. Conan recalled the events of the previous night, and now, reflecting on Yang Tao's expression, he realized that the other party truly hadn't expected him to show up. Oh, why are you following me now? Because following you allows me to meet those individuals I mentioned. Perhaps it was because Conan was the protagonist, or due to the unwavering trust Muri Kaguru and Mao Lilan had in him. But when Conan simply stated, "This is my friend," he seamlessly blended into the protagonist team. That it was astonishingly straightforward as they sat in the car. Yang Tao accompanied Muri Kaguru, Mao Lilan, and Conan as they headed to the Miho Museum to view the pitch-black star. Yang Tao's gaze was fixed on the scenery outside, and he finally grasped Conan's exasperated feeling. This world of Conan is truly fascinating. At that moment, Conan felt equally bewildered. The original mystery had been laid bare by Yang Tao, even stripping the examiner of their dignity, which stirred an inexplicable sense of defeat within him. A rumbling noise echoed through the car, bringing Yang Tao back to reality as he turned towards the source of the sound. Noticing several helicopters circling overhead, for a thief-like kid, is it commendable to mobilize so much police force, or does it signify the incompetence of the police department? Among the officers in Conan's world, apart from a few notable names, very few were capable. They often served merely as cleanup crews. While Yang Tao was lost in thought, the car soon came to a halt. The black market resident boldly followed behind Muri Kaguru into the heavily guarded Miho Museum. Upon reaching the second floor, Muri Kaguru stood by the glass window, gazing at the throng of policemen below, exclaiming, "What a spectacle! It seems all of Tokyo's police force has been summoned." Hearing this, Yang Tao couldn't help but mentally scoff. If a group of robbers were to catch wind of this, wouldn't the difficulty of robbing a bank decrease by 90%? Detective Muri, we are truly honored by your presence here. Thank you for graciously accepting the unreasonable request of my daughter. Suzuki Shiro, Sonoko's father, approached with warmth, shaking hands with Muri Kaguru. Having a renowned detective like you here is like adding wings to a tiger. We are all eager to see your skills today. Detective Muri. Muri Kaguru, flattered by Suzuki Shiro's smooth compliments, feigned a cool demeanor, saying, "Rest assured, he's just a small-time thief. I can easily capture him in just a few moves." He then let out a hearty laugh. Yang Tao, standing aside, felt awkward and wanted to scratch his foot. Muri Kaguru was indeed formidable, but why employ a detective for theft prevention? Even hiring 2 experts of the caliber of Kyogoku would ensure that Kaito Kuroba would be in for a rough time. "Mr. Muri, please follow me. I will show you our family's treasure, the Dark Star." That would be troublesome. The group proceeded to the location of the Dark Star, and Yang Tao's spirits lifted as the plot progressed. Meanwhile, Conan trailed behind, resembling a wilted eggplant, utterly devoid of hope. Noticing Conan's demeanor, the attentive Mao Lilan was the first to express concern, asking Conan, "Are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" "Sister Lilan, I'm just pondering some matters." At that moment, Conan felt a headache coming on. Yang Tao's presence had disrupted his worldview, leaving him utterly perplexed about who Yang Tao truly was and what his intentions might be. Observing Conan's expression, Yang Tao found it amusing, especially after realizing Conan was a 17 or 18-year-old high school student. His childish way of referring to Lilan as sister was nothing short of a black mark in history. However, Conan's history was replete with such moments, so this one was hardly significant. "Conan, Come here. Let me treat you to some almond water. It's quite beneficial for your spirits. Saying this, Yang Tao pretended to pull out a gray bottle of almond water from behind him and offered it to Conan. No thanks, I brought my own water. Are you really sure? Really sure, Tio, be honest. Conan was wary of consuming anything from a stranger, given the cautionary tales he had witnessed. Yang Tao feigned disappointment, saying, well then. Noticing the interaction, Lilan chuckled and inquired, Mr. Yang, how did you come to know Conan? Well, one night, Conan carelessly wandered in my home, but we struck up a conversation and became acquainted. It seems like fate. Conan was left speechless. Yang Tao did not lie, but he skillfully concealed the truth, leading Conan to understand that not all statements are lies. Sometimes, merely withholding a small piece of information can lead to the misdirection of others. Upon hearing this, Lilan gently admonished Conan. Conan, you must be more cautious and not act so carelessly in the future. Conan felt quite wrong but remained silent, quickly adopting a well-behaved demeanor as he replied. Understand, Sister Lilan. Soon, a few individuals gathered in front of the display case. Kagoro Muri bent forward, gazing at the magnificent black pearl known as the Dark Star, and remarked, is this truly the largest black pearl in the world? Yang Tao also leaned in for a closer look. Tio, be honest, he was utterly ignorant about jewelry. The only adornment he recognized and was familiar with was gold. The Dark Star was impressively large, akin to a sizable glass marble, perfectly round with no hint of impurities, evoking an extraordinarily profound sensation. I wonder how much energy this Dark Star can provide, Suzuki Shiro interjected. Ever since my grandfather added the Dark Star to our collection, the Suzuki family's fortunes have soared. In other words, it serves as our family's guardian spirit. Yang Tao, overhearing this, couldn't help but smirk. The illustrious Suzuki family. I'm currently in need of funds. Perhaps I should borrow a few billion from home? Kagoro Muri nodded, then surveyed the multitude of police officers surrounding them, stating solemnly, today marks the day before that notorious thief's anticipated crime. The security here is exceptionally stringent. Indeed, the notification letter indicated that the incident would occur tomorrow. That is why we are taking meticulous precautions against his threats today. We have no inkling of when Phantom Thief 1412 will make his appearance or in what manner. Yang Tao, no longer interested in Muri's conversation, moved towards the glass window to gaze at the scenery outside, primarily searching for the hotel building where Kid the Phantom Thief was likely to appear. That must be the place, he mused, spotting a tall building that prominently stood out in the city, especially given the absence of other skyscrapers in the vicinity. What are you looking at? Conan approached, curiosity evident in his voice. Yang Tao turned to glance at him and teased. So, how does it feel to be embraced by your dear sister Ran? Conan's face flushed crimson as he stammered. That was Ran's decision to hold me. I'm far too small to resist. Oh really? I find that hard to believe. Conan had wanted to catch a glimpse of the Dark Star, but the display case was too elevated for him to see. Noticing his struggle, Ran had effortlessly lifted him into her arms. Why don't you reveal your true identity to Ran? Yang Tao inquired. I fear the black organization may target her. Yang Tao, assuming a resolute expression, replied, if the organization discovers your identity, even if you remain silent, Ran will be endangered. If your identity stays concealed, she will remain unaffected. At least, I don't believe she would broadcast your identity to the world once she learns it. Thus, there is but one truth. You fear that Ran will blame you for your recklessness, perhaps even prevent you from continuing your detective work. Isn't that so? Conan sighed, regarding Yang Tao thoughtfully. It seems you've articulated my thoughts. However, you are correct. I do harbor such concerns. I don't wish for Ran to worry about me if you never mature, does that mean you'll never disclose your identity to her? Yang Tao quipped. That's impossible. I will capture the organization's members, and naturally, I will find the antidote. Yang Tao smirked, ruffling Conan's hair. Rest assured, you'll never grow up. Why do you say that? If the tale of a hero battling a dragon lacks a hero, can it still be regarded as a hero's tale? The world of Detective Conan would be quite dull without Conan. That moment, Ran and Sonoko approached. Ran, who is this handsome fellow? You've never mentioned him before. Have you finally come to your senses and decided to kick that Shinichi guy to the curb? Conan remained speechless. Ran, slightly flustered, explained, Sonoko, Don't be ridiculous. He is a friend of Conan S.My apologies. Mr. Yang Tao, Sonoko was merely joking, Ran added. Yang Tao smiled warmly at Ran and Sonoko, saying, no worries. I'm quite flattered by the praise from such a beautiful lady that it would be unthinkable for me to be upset. He extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, I am Yang Tao, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Sonoko's admiration for Yang Tao surged as she reciprocated the handshake, saying, hello, I'm Sonoko Suzuki. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you from China? In the afternoon, Yang Tao followed Conan towards Dr. Agasa's residence. Conan, have you made a decision? Will you reveal your identity to Ran? Conan inquired. Why do I get the impression that you are particularly invested in this matter? Because I wish to see how a small horse can pull a great cart. Though he refrained from voicing this thought, he recognized that such knowledge was beyond Conan's grasp at his tender age. Yang Tao feigned indifference, replying, I simply feel a bit sorry for Ran. Perhaps she lies awake at night thinking about you, worrying if you are indulging in a life of revelry and excess. Conan nearly stumbled at Yang Tao's words. Hey, I'm not like that. Huh. That is only because you haven't encountered Hybrid AI yet. After all, childhood friends cannot compare to sudden encounters. Hybrid AI? Who is that? Although Yang Tao appeared somewhat unreliable, the information he divulged proved significant. Hybrid AI, a lovely young girl who will soon become your classmate. Just a classmate? You'll understand in due time that as they spoke, the duo arrived at Dr. Agasa's front door. Conan pressed the doorbell, and moments later, the door swung open. Conan, what brings you here? Dr. Agasa's appearance differed slightly from his animated depiction, yet he retained an unmistakable two-dimensional charm. His bald head gleamed like a mirror under the sunlight, and his gray mustache added a touch of charisma. While Yang Tao scrutinized Dr. Agasa, the latter was equally assessing him. And who might this be? Conan, this time refraining from deceit or omission, replied, This is Yang Tao, a person with extraordinary abilities that I suspect he may not even be from this world. Dr. Agasa immediately crouched down and reached out to touch Conan's forehead, saying, No fever. Why on earth are you spouting nonsense? Come on, let us take you to the hospital. Conan, exasperated, retorted, Doctor, I assure you I'm speaking the truth. You can ask him. Yang Tao stepped forward, extending his hand. Dr. Agasa, I have long admired your work that I never had the opportunity to visit before. Conan is correct. If we were to analyze it seriously, I truly do not belong to this world. That Dr. Agasa hesitated, then shook Yang Tao's hand, saying, Let us step inside. Yang Tao and Conan followed Dr. Agasa into the living room. Please have a seat. I'll pour you some tea. Thank you. The living room of Dr. Agasa's home was modest, yet exuded a warm, homely atmosphere. Yang Tao sat on a leather sofa, surveying his surroundings, which bore no semblance to the lair of a technological genius. Soon, Dr. Agasa returned with 2 cups of tea, placing on the table and inquiring, What do you mean by not belonging to this world? Quite literally, that is what I mean, that if one were to determine who in Conan's world was the least scientific, Yang Tao would undoubtedly point to Dr. Agasa before him. While inventions like the voice-changing bow tie, tracking glasses, and tranquilizer wristwatch could be explained through science, what on earth were those strength-enhancing shoes? According to the official explanation, they operated by stimulating acupoints through electricity and magnetism, maximizing muscle strength. Setting aside the fact that Conan seemed as sprightly as ever after using them, how did one kick a soccer ball into space? Was it possible that those in Conan's world grew stronger the smaller they were? Adult, high school, student, elementary student. Dr. Agasa, besides visiting you, I have another matter that requires your assistance. As he spoke, Yang Tao retrieved a piece of skin resembling a smile from his backpack. Although the skin's ability to render itself invisible diminished over time, it still held potential. However, due to the reason that this piece of skin was kept in the backpack, it can still be studied normally. Dr. Agasa, upon seeing the transparent object placed on the table by Yang Tao, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. He began to observe it with utmost caution, muttering incessantly, My goodness, what is this? It's simply incredible. Invisibility. It can undoubtedly achieve true invisibility. Dr. Agasa, I believe you'll find this research quite fascinating. Would you kindly assist me in thoroughly analyzing this object? Dr. Agasa nodded and replied, Of course, that is no problem at all. However, could you tell me where this object was obtained? Yang Tao smiled and said, "This is the skin of Xiaoyan, when it was alive. Apart from its teeth and eyes, the rest of its body was completely transparent, devoid of any discernible contours. After its death, the skin's invisibility effect diminished considerably." He briefly explained the characteristics and behavior of Xiaoyan to Dr. Agasa, leaving both him and Conan momentarily speechless. Such a creature actually exists in the world. It is still uncertain whether these entities are indeed living beings, which will necessitate your research. Dr. Agasa, very well. I will get to the bottom of this. By the way, Dr. Agasa, could you help me create a set of survival gear? I can provide some materials for your research. Yang Tao intended to prepare a set of equipment for Eric, ensuring that he wouldn't be directly harmed while recording various information. After all, finding a new recorder in the backrooms is no simple task. Of course, such a task is merely child's play for Dr. Agasa. Seeing this, Yang Tao took out a tooth from Xiaoyan that emitted a white glow and placed it on the table, saying, "This is a tooth from Xiaoyan. Consider it a gift for you." Doctor. The moment Dr. Agasa laid eyes on the tooth, he immediately turned and ran. Soon returning with a jar and a pair of tongs, he carefully grasped the tooth and placed it inside the jar. Phew, objects that emit their own light usually possess radiation. Although I am uncertain if this one does, it is best to exercise caution. Yang Tao was momentarily taken aback and then inwardly chided himself for forgetting such basic knowledge from middle school. The formation of radiation is the release of energy from matter, and luminous objects typically have radiation, though some may harm the human body while others do not. And I apologize, Dr. Agasa, I was careless. But rest assured, the radiation from this tooth will not harm the human body in a short time. If it were to cause harm quickly, I would be losing health myself. Dr. Agasa harbored no dissatisfaction. Instead, his curiosity to study the two objects grew immensely, a sentiment Yang Tao readily recognized. He promptly spent 15 energy points to exchange for a disposable door key. The purpose of a disposable door key is to unlock a wooden door used for teleportation, and its usage is straightforward. The user simply needs to hold the key and think of opening the door. Dr. Agasa, if any unexpected situation arises, you can use this disposable door key to find me by merely thinking of opening the door. I shall take my leave now, and I will not disturb you further. With that, Yang Tao stood up, preparing to depart, with Conan hastily following suit. In the dead of night, at 12:22 a.m., Yang Tao and Conan stood atop a restaurant roof. Feeling the wind, from their elevated vantage point, the night view of Tokyo was indeed splendid. Conan, standing at the edge of the rooftop, inquired, "When will he arrive?" "Well, I believe he should have arrived by now, perhaps lying in wait on the emergency staircase, ready to make a grand entrance when the time comes." Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, Conan quickly turned to look at the small room of the rooftop's emergency passage. "Why didn't he mention this earlier?" Yang Tao, putting away the empty drink bottle in his backpack, chuckled. "You didn't ask. Besides, preventing someone from showing off is against the law." "Against the law?" Conan, well-versed in legal matters, looked utterly bewildered as he had never heard of such a law. Was it perhaps a law from another world? Article 27 of the Show-Off Prevention Act states that no one shall impede another's display of bravado, or they shall face 6 months of imprisonment. What? Is there really such an absurd law? Of course not. I made that up. Yang Tao laughed at Conan's expression. How could there possibly be such a ridiculous law as the Show-Off Act? While the two engaged in light-hearted banter, the elusive phantom thief kid, lying concealed in the stairwell, was drenched in sweat. When did I reveal my position? He glanced at the time, with only 5 minutes remaining until midnight. He was torn. His methods had been exposed, and now he wondered whether he should reveal himself now or adhere to the original plan of appearing at 12:30 to Phantom Thief. Please make an appearance. Conan here does not believe my words. Yang Tao called out to the platform above. His confidence stemmed from the fact that Kaido Kuroba's various abilities, including his intelligence, were exceptional, yet he still remained within the realm of ordinary individuals. Unless he possessed spatial abilities, he could only be lying in wait on the platform above the emergency staircase. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke erupted on the rooftop, quickly dissipating to reveal a figure. Conan gazed at the emerging silhouette as a deep and alluring voice resonated. "In the stillness of this night, he descends quietly before me. his gaze seeming to pierce through all, revealing a fearless smile. Clad in a cloak and a top hat, he moved with effortless grace, his face obscured by a monocle and the backlight. Although his features were indistinguishable, he appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps in his 30s. 20s or even younger. He was the man I sought. He was my lifelong rival. The preceding moments were bearable, but upon hearing the final statement, he immediately turned to Yang Tao, who was whispering beside him, and expressed his discontent. "Hey, please refrain from adding dramatic narration. All right. What do you mean, by the man I seek? It makes me sound like some sort of pervert." Kaido Kuroba observed the pair below, a tall figure and a small one, and gracefully leaped down from the top of the stairwell, striding elegantly towards them. As he approached within 5 meters of Yang Tao, a prompt appeared before him. Detective Conan World Exploration Value reached 31. 123. Activation conditions for the minimap module met. With the appearance of the prompt, a small square minimap materialized in the upper right corner of Yang Tao's vision, marked with various avatars, including Conan, Kaido Kuroba, and even Officer Nakamori downstairs. Wow, is the exploration value a reward module? If I encounter an equivalent exchange module, wouldn't that mean instant elevation? Yang Tao also noted another point. Upon meeting the conditions, the prompt indicated activation rather than acquisition. In other words, he already possessed these modules. They simply had not been activated due to certain special reasons. What brings you two here in the dead of night? Conan, perhaps feeling the tension of facing an adversary, spoke with an air of bravado. Your tricks have been uncovered, and if you don't leave soon, the police will surely take notice. Kaido Kuroba smiled nonchalantly, reaching into his cloak, preparing to use his voice-modulating ability to summon the police from afar. However, before he could utter a word, Yang Tao interrupted him, pointing towards the emergency passage behind him. "Phantom Thief Kid, would you kindly take a moment to glance behind you?" Kaido Kuroba, unperturbed by the prospect of an ambush, turned to look in the direction of the emergency passage. Upon seeing it, he nearly dropped his walkie-talkie. What was once a secure door was now completely blocked with concrete blocks. "I am afraid your plan to attract the police and blend in with them appears to have failed," Yang Tao remarked. Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, Kaido Kuroba felt as though he had been seen through. Nevertheless, his composure remained intact. Even when his scheme was laid bare, he maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "If I want to leave, then wait. Where did you get that axe?" This was no ordinary folding parachute or soft fabric. Looking at that axe head the size of a human head, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Kaido Kuroba's forehead. This, I've affectionately named it Reason. Kaido Kuroba found himself unwittingly ensnared in Yang Tao's rhythm, instinctively asking, "Reason? Indeed. Come and reason with me." With that, Yang Tao propelled himself toward Kaido Kuroba with astounding speed. Although Kaido possessed remarkable physical attributes, he remained an ordinary human, and with only 22 points of health. He was hardly a concern for Yang Tao. In fact, even the 37-point health limit of Ran was significantly superior. This further proved that Ran was far from being a normal human. The reason Yang Tao engaged Kaido was that he intended to borrow some money from him through dubious means. "Is your family always this unreasonable?" Kaido, taken aback, observed Yang Tao charging toward him and did not sit idly by. He swiftly drew out a card gun and pulled the trigger. Cards flew towards Yang Tao at astonishing speed. And one should not underestimate the power of these rapidly approaching playing cards. However, Yang Tao did not even bother to use a shield. Instead, he retrieved an iron door from his backpack and with a gentle sweep, sent all the cards flying with a powerful gust. Tit for tat. With all his might, he hurled the iron door at the Phantom Thief Kid. What the hell? This is too exaggerated. And where did this iron door come from? Kaido leapt gracefully into the air, the iron door slamming heavily against the wall behind him with a resounding thud. Is he trying to kill me? If Yang Tao were aware of Kaido's thoughts, he would surely believe Kaido could evade it. Well, if he couldn't escape, considering the typical physical capabilities of an ordinary person in the world of Conan, Kaido would likely sustain only minor injuries. Kaido, no longer wishing to engage in battle, dashed toward the edge of the rooftop and leapt off, revealing a parachute beneath his white cloak. "Farewell, everyone." Just as he turned, he was startled to see Yang Tao leaping off the rooftop as well. The moment he looked back, he caught sight of Yang Tao's eyes filled with mirth. Unfortunately, the distance was too great. Yang Tao was just a step away from grasping his ankle and feeling his body succumb to gravity. He calmly declared, "I will find you." Then, he felt the undeniable pull of Newton's law, plummeting toward the ground. Just before crashing onto the rooftop of another building, a block of water appeared beneath his feet, perfectly absorbing all the impact. He looked up at the retreating white figure. It seemed there were quite a few plot characters alongside Kaido. "Are you all right?" Conan's panicked voice echoed from a communicator in Yang Tao's pocket. "I am fine. Don't worry. I'll be back soon." Trapped on the rooftop, Conan was in disarray that if he had to face murderers like Yang Tao and Kaido in the future, he felt his life was truly in jeopardy. Why does the world feel so foreign? In just about 10 minutes, Yang Tao returned to the rooftop. Conan had now sunk into an inexplicable state of emo, barely noticing Yang Tao approach. "Hey, are you all right?" Yang Tao asked with concern, sensing something was off with Conan's demeanor. Hearing Yang Tao's voice, Conan, in a daze, replied, "I'm fine. You certainly don't look fine. Here, try this special product from another world." Yang Tao produced a bottle of gray almond milk and poured it into Conan's mouth. The rich almond flavor and the unique properties of the almond milk instantly revitalized Conan. He hastily wiped the white liquid from the corner of his mouth and asked, "What did you just give me?" "Almond milk, a specialty from another world that provides the energy your body needs and stabilizes mental acuity. Since you've already had some, don't dwell on it. Now, finish the rest." Yang Tao, resembling a peculiar adult coaxing a child, held the gray thermos in his hand. Conan glanced at the thermos, assessed his current mental state, and ultimately reached out to accept the almond milk. "Well, since Kaido has already left, let us head back." As Conan drank the almond milk, he followed Yang Tao downstairs, feeling as if his thoughts had become sharper, though he truly disliked the taste of almonds. Are there many people like Kaido in this world? Are you referring to their thievery or their strength? Strength. Not many. Conan breathed a sigh of relief at this. If there were more individuals like Kaido, things would indeed spiral into chaos. However, Yang Tao's subsequent remarks left him speechless. He is quite weak. If we quantify battle strength, Kaido would rate around 22, while Ran would be at 37 AS for the strongest I know. Kaguro Muri, his battle power exceeds 50. This is just among those I know. The world of high school students is teeming with hidden talents that by the way, Kaido's classmate, a girl named Kuzumi Momiji, is a genuine which you can fly on a broom that in comparison, Kaido's strength can only be deemed insignificant. Of course, this only pertains to physical prowess. When utilizing various gadgets and weapons, such assessments lose significance. Conan exclaimed, "Is Ran really that formidable? And is Kaguro Muri truly human? And witches have emerged? What is happening in this world?" He quickly drank a few sips of almond milk to calm his nerves and alleviate his psychological stress. "Then what is your strength? Who is the strongest in this world?" Suddenly halting in his tracks, Yang Tao wore a knowing smile that filled Conan with a sense of foreboding that why battle power is difficult to quantify. If forced to estimate, it would be around 20. However, with my various abilities and weapons, anyone below 100 would not stand a chance against me to AS for the strongest in this world. Can you guess how I refer to this world? Conan, holding the thermos, eyed Yang Tao's playful expression with growing trepidation. "What is it?" The world of Detective Conan." With that, Yang Tao resumed his strides toward Kaguro Muri's office, leaving Conan muttering to himself, "In the world of Detective Conan, could it be that I am the strongest?" At the entrance of Kaguro Muri's office, Yang Tao cheerfully declared, "Let us head back. I have work to do." Conan, now holding the empty thermos, resolutely stated, "Can I visit your world?" "You can, but aren't you tired? After all, you are still a child. For some reason, I feel particularly energized after drinking that magical almond milk. Does it contain caffeine?" "No. Isn't there an ingredient list on the bottle? Since you want to see my world, come along." Yang Tao reached forward, and a wooden door materialized in mid-air, his hand grasping the doorknob. As the door swung open, Conan beheld the same space he had previously encountered, scrutinizing the surroundings. Green grass, uniquely shaped trees, and a gray mist enveloping the area. Noticing Conan standing still, Yang Tao urged, "Hurry and come in. Otherwise, if someone sees a wooden door vanishing into thin air at the office entrance, it would surely cause a commotion tomorrow. Once Conan stepped inside, Yang Tao closed the door behind them. Eric, seeing Yang Tao return with a child, inquired with curiosity, "Yang, is he a wanderer?" "No, he is from another world." "Not from the Backrooms, that be by the way. I brought you some food from the store earlier." Yang Tao retrieved the food he had purchased earlier and handed it to Eric. "Another world?" "Yes, not the one you were in before. You can think of it as a parallel world." Eric nodded, demonstrating his remarkable capacity for acceptance. After all, the Backrooms could indeed be regarded as an alternate realm. Following a brief introduction between Eric and Conan, Yang Tao approached the oak tree, retrieved his iron axe, and commenced chopping. The rhythmic thuds echoed throughout the modest space, and though Conan was taken aback by the leaves suspended in midair, his astonishment had waned since witnessing Yang Tao conjure a cement wall to block a doorway. Quietly observing his surroundings, Conan felt a sense of novelty enveloping him. The tree grew remarkably fast as Yang Tao picked up fallen oak saplings and replanted them. Once Eric finished his meal, Yang Tao inquired, "Eric, will you be resting, or would you accompany me to level 1? I would like to join you in level 1. I am eager to witness the essence of living smiles, as this record must hold great significance for humanity." "Very well, but do exercise caution. Should you encounter any entities, promptly summon the wooden door to return to safety." He exchanged a new disposable key for a door with Conan, earnestly advising, "I know you wish to accompany me, but I must stress, should anything unusual arise, you must summon the wooden door immediately." Conan, already informed of its usage by Dr. Agasa, accepted the key and asked, "Where are we headed?" "To level 1, an abandoned warehouse. Come, allow me to unveil the wonders of this world to you. You may explore within sight of me, but remember to retreat at the first sign of danger." As Yang Tao cautioned Conan and Eric, it became evident that neither possessed substantial knowledge of level 1. They were merely evenly matched in ignorance. Continuing with his demolition work, he felt a nagging sense of having overlooked something significant. He failed to consider Conan's inherent trait as a Shinigami Elementary student. Wherever he went, death was sure to follow, and this was no jest. Presently, 3 individuals occupied the space. Conan, as the catalyst for death, remained unaffected, while Yang Tao's digitized form could not be targeted. However, Eric was undeniably an ordinary human. As Conan and Eric examined their surroundings, they noted that the abandoned warehouse bore no remarkable features, merely an emptiness that instilled discomfort. Aside from the occasional sound of water dripping onto the ground, the warehouse was filled only with Yang Tao's hammering and the footsteps of the two. A suffocating sensation enveloped Conan. Suddenly, he pointed at a cardboard box on a shelf and remarked, "I distinctly recall that there were no boxes in that location when we arrived. As a detective, exceptional memory is an essential trait," and Conan adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. Yang Tao warned that this place might experience supernatural occurrences. But this is happening rather swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, this was simply a normal resource refresh, and the true danger had yet to materialize. Standing beside Conan, Eric explained, "That is a naturally refreshed resource box in level 1, from which supplies can be obtained. However, I have only seen Yang Tao open one before, and I'm uncertain of any potential dangers that I believe it would be prudent to summon Yang Tao." Conan quickly agreed with Eric's suggestion. In such a surreal world, overlooking details was not an option. Just as they prepared to leave in search of Yang Tao, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the warehouse's corner, advancing toward them. "Hey, hello." The abrupt voice startled them in the vast emptiness of the warehouse. As the stranger extended a hand in greeting, Eric's face lit up with excitement at encountering another wanderer for the first time in the Backrooms. The individual appeared to be around 40, clad in tattered clothing, and approached them with a faint smile. His lips moved as he inquired, "Are you all right?" Eric responded, "I am well, my friend. How about you?" For reasons unknown, the stranger did not reply. Observing closely, Conan grasped Eric's sleeve and whispered, "There is something unsettling about that person." The ragged clothing suggested that this individual had endured some distressing experiences. Typically, encountering strangers in level 1 would invoke either wariness or excitement. Yet the stranger's expression was rigid, akin to a mechanical smile. "Conan, Your keen powers of observation are commendable. No wonder you are a renowned detective. Yang Tao's voice resonated from behind them. Eric, remember to exercise caution in the backrooms. After all, life is singular. The man continued to approach them step by step, his smile remaining unchanged. Like a machine, Yang Tao could easily discern the stranger's identity through the small map's icon. Sighing, he retrieved his iron axe from his backpack and declared, Eric, document this as number 10. The Skinner. Both Eric and Conan gasped in unison, exclaiming the Skinner? The Skinner was a large humanoid entity that donned the skin of its victims as a disguise. When hungry, it would consume human flesh, and when satiated, it would wander aimlessly. Conan now understood why the man before them felt so peculiar. Upon glancing at him again, he felt a chill run down his spine. The Skinner peeled off human skin and wore it as its own. Distinguishing them was simple. Their blood was translucent. While they could mimic human voices, they could only replicate sounds they had previously heard. Lacking comprehension, this served as the simplest method of identification. One could simply inquire about various matters before any contact. If the entity was indeed a Skinner, it would be unable to respond adequately. With the Skinner now less than 10 meters away, Yang Tao, wielding his axe and shield, scoffed. Remember, if the blood is crimson, they remain. If it is transparent, flee immediately. With that, he charged toward the Skinner, clearly incensed by his sudden action. The Skinner opened its arms, attempting to seize Yang Tao. Yet before it could reach him, the iron axe struck, slicing through the thin layer of skin, revealing the pale yellow flesh beneath. The surface was covered in small, suction-like protrusions, which would trigger intense discomfort for anyone with a fear of clusters. These bumps would adhere to the skin peeled from humans, tugging until they conformed to the Skinner's body, creating the illusion of humanity. How utterly repulsive! Witnessing the yellowish pus flowing from the Skinner's wound, Yang Tao instinctively took a step back, hastily activating his full data mode. Heaven forbid that any of that should accidentally enter his mouth. The Skinner was not particularly powerful, possessing merely 40 health points. It primarily relied on ambush tactics to prey on isolated humans that a single smile could easily dispatch several, if not a dozen, Skinners. However, these two would not engage in combat. As their hunting habits were incompatible, gritting his teeth against the nausea, Yang Tao charged again. The unmasked Skinner was reasonably swift and managed to retaliate against Yang Tao's assault. However, all its attacks were thwarted by Yang Tao's shield. After depleting the Skinner's health, its body fell lifelessly, and the human skin that had cloaked its form slid off weakly. To be honest, Yang Tao found the sight unbearable, and he could not suppress a few dry heaves. Damn it, these Skinners deserve extinction. While Yang Tao was not particularly disturbed by monsters consuming humans. After all, he occasionally pondered the taste of monsters. He found the act of skinning utterly revolting in contrast. Conan, accustomed to dealing with corpses, did not react as strongly. His complexion paled slightly as he approached Yang Tao and inquired, "Is it dead?" "Yes, it is." Yang Tao suppressed his discomfort as he examined the various characteristics of the skin thief. The skin thief was a tall, humanoid entity with a pale yellow complexion, possessing deeply sunken white eyes. Its exterior skin was adorned with a multitude of tiny protrusions, reminiscent of the suckers found on an octopus's tentacles. These protrusions adhered to the skin it had stripped from humans, pulling and tugging until they conformed seamlessly to the skin thief's body, creating an illusion of being human. The surface of its body was coated with a viscous substance, which was not the skin thief's blood, but rather a deceptive layer that enhanced its appearance of authenticity. Observing the wounds on the skin thief's arms, a significant amount of translucent fluid flowed forth. This was its true blood. This detail was the most accurate means of distinguishing a skin thief. However, the skin thief would never allow one to draw blood for verification. Essentially, should you exhibit any hostile behavior while it was in disguise, it would immediately retaliate. Was every corner filled with such monsters? Conan, armed with a small iron rod he had found, poked at the skin thief's body, lifting the repugnant fluid to scrutinize it closely. No, in theory, the number of entities at level 1 is quite scarce. It's just that you and I are somewhat exceptional at that moment. Yang Tao recalled the oversight he had made, realizing that leaving Eric and Conan alone together was akin to inviting disaster. If it were just you alone, I believe your chances of encountering an entity would be akin to that of an ordinary person. But with someone by your side, the probability increases exponentially. This is the Conan law. Wherever he goes, a murder is sure to follow. Since a murder implies the presence of a perpetrator, entities within the back rooms are naturally the prime suspects. In the future, if Conan wishes to explore the back rooms, he must not be assigned any companions. Upon hearing Yang Tao's explanation, Conan displayed an expression that suggested disbelief. Eric, once you have described the appearance and characteristics of the skin thief, do let me know. All right, Eric replied, diligently recording various information about the back rooms, as it was crucial for him. Even in death, he felt compelled to leave behind information for the explorers and wanderers that would follow. Yang Tao made his way toward a nearby shelf, where the supply boxes had already captured his attention. After Conan had finished examining the skin thief's corpse, he promptly followed suit. What might be inside? Yang Tao reached out to lift a piece of paper and placed it on the ground, stating, "No one knows what lies within until it is opened, but the likelihood of finding almond water is quite high." With that, he opened the paper, and a foul stench assaulted his senses, causing Conan, who was peering inside, to instinctively cover his mouth and nose. Yang Tao, however, seemed unfazed. Inside lay a dead mouse. The back rooms truly possessed a dark sense of humor. The paper contained a mouse, its flesh and blood already decayed, and one could even observe white maggots writhing within its carcass. As he picked up the other items inside, Yang Tao found that the supply boxes at level 1 held little of value. Should there be anything of worth, the chances of obtaining it were exceedingly slim. Who crafted these items? Yang Tao tossed aside the box containing the sold dead mouse. Neither it nor the box held any worth in terms of energy value. Upon hearing Conan's inquiry, he shook his head and replied, "I'm not certain. You can also discern the peculiarities of this world. Many illogical occurrences are perfectly normal here, just as level 1 itself. Its boundaries remain undiscovered to this day." Conan gradually acclimated to the back room's ambience, becoming less fixated on the peculiarities, as the sheer number of inconsistencies was overwhelming. "Yang, I have finished recording." Eric tucked away his notebook and greeted Yang Tao. He approached to collect the skin thief's skin into his backpack. Exchange, 70 points of energy value secured. Earning money is that simple. Are you both feeling tired? If not, shall we venture to level 2? Level 2. How do we reach level 2? Just as Eric had put away his notebook, he hurriedly retrieved it again. Level 2 can be accessed by traversing through any corridor within level 1 that appears longer than others in this tier. This is the simplest method. Other levels have their own means of access, but I'm not well versed in those, so we will need to explore gradually. Both Eric and Conan nodded in agreement. The trio walked through the expansive, desolate warehouse, the endless corridors exerting considerable psychological pressure. Conan adjusted his glasses and remarked, "The layout and details of level 1 continuously impose a certain mental strain, including the sound of dripping water, the echoes of footsteps, and the ominous darkness that looms, all contributing to the pressure. If someone with a weak will were to find themselves alone here, they would surely be driven to madness by the environment." Yang Tao chuckled and replied, "Those with weak wills wouldn't even reach the brink of madness. Conan, can you guess why almond water has a stabilizing effect on the mind?" Conan's youthful face furrowed in thought. Looking adorably puzzled, he quickly considered a possibility and looked up to say, "Is there a creature in this world that specifically targets those with fragile mental states?" Yang Tao genuinely admired Conan's intellect, unable to resist ruffling his hair with a smile. Precisely, there are many monsters in the back rooms that prey on those on the verge of collapse. The most notorious among them is the wailing corpse, which is transformed from humans if we encounter one. I'll let you see it. Continuing along the warehouse's path, Yang Tao intermittently shared useful information with the two that after about an hour, somewhat fatigued, Conan asked, "So, can we ride motorcycles here? Mr. Yang Tao, with your abilities, you should be able to summon a motorcycle from my world, right?" Yang Tao. He had forgotten that he was now capable of traversing between two worlds and had been foolishly relying on his legs to explore the backrooms. "Indeed, it is possible. However, I currently lack the funds. Perhaps we can discuss it further once we locate Kaido Kuroba." "Conan, are you counting on him?" Yang Tao confidently replied. The tradition of black eating black must not be discarded. Conan, if you need a motorcycle, I can buy one for you. However, as soon as he said this, he felt a twinge of regret, for Yang Tao's eyes lit up with excitement. Almost forgot about you. Logically speaking, your parents should be sending you quite a bit of money each month, right? Not much, just enough to buy a motorcycle. Look over there. Isn't that a tunnel leading to level 2? Yang Tao, observing the slightly anxious Conan, chuckled and said, Conan, I can smell the scent of deceit, and your attempt to change the subject is rather clumsy. The entrance to level 2 is not merely a tunnel. It indeed is. Upon witnessing the tunnel emerge in the abandoned warehouse, Yang Tao swallowed the remainder of his words. Unlike other ordinary corridors, this one bore a completely different atmosphere, filled with numerous pipes. And under the glare of bright lights, it appeared infinitely long, with no end in sight. We can discuss the motorcycle matter later. Let us first head to level 2. However, I am concerned that we may be transported to different locations. So, I will enter alone first to establish a point. A disposable door key costs 15 energy points. If they were indeed to be separated upon transport, he calculated that bringing both back would require at least 40 energy points, while sending them back would cost only 20 energy points. This was a calculation he could manage. Survival difficulty. Level 3. Unsafe, unstable, with a few entities. As Yang Tao walked through the dim corridor, he faintly heard the roar of machinery, but chose to disregard it. As the exploration deepened, the cacophony of various machines grew increasingly distinct. Suddenly, the sound reached a crescendo, and Yang Tao felt a shift in his surroundings. Upon turning around, he discovered that the path he had taken had vanished, replaced by an equally interminable tunnel. Quite unexpected, Yang Tao remarked, extending his hand to touch the sturdy pipe beside him, a smile gracing his face. Various pipes, devices, and even machines cluttered the already confined space, severely restricting movement. The incandescent light above hung askew, devoid of any aesthetic appeal, its illumination painfully dim. Prolonged exposure to such a stifling and chaotic environment could easily lead to psychological distress. With so many pipes, it was indeed a pity that monsters could not spawn in this primary world. However, Yang Tao felt reassured by his ability to create numerous iron golems to compensate for this shortcoming. As dawn approached, he decided to let Conan and Eric rest. Planning to return for exploration in the evening, he summoned the portal door once more, and upon his return, he heard Eric's concerned inquiry. Did you encounter any danger? All is well, Yang Tao replied, glancing back to see yet another wooden door materialize in the fog-like wall. He retrieved a sign from his bag and affixed it above the door, marking it with the designation Level 2. Come on, Conan, I'll take you back first at the entrance of Igoda High School in Nakano, Tokyo. Warm sunlight cascaded from the sky, illuminating the youthful high school girls within. Yang Tao suppressed the urge to whistle, continually reassuring himself. These are merely a group of minors. Yet it must be noted how mature they all appear at under 18. Those short skirts are getting shorter. I wonder if I'll end up in some Risco anime. High School of the Dead would be quite something. Just as his imagination wandered, Conan tugged at his sleeve, saying, They won't let us in easily. Who said we must enter through the front gate? While it seemed that anyone could waltz into high schools in neon anime, reality was evidently more complex. Carrying Conan, he headed toward the school side walls, easily locating a suitable spot to leap into the premises. See, we've made it in. Roads do not exist in this world until people forge them. Conan, although I am not well versed in ancient Chinese proverbs, I feel that this phrase is not quite fitting as they strolled towards the academic building. Yang Tao remarked, That's precisely why you cannot grasp the essence of Chinese proverbs. Tell me, have you heard of Luan-Yu? Shouldn't that be Confucius's Analects? No, you're referring to the words of the sage. I am speaking of the philosophy of living, two entirely different matters. At that moment, a girl with long purple hair appeared before them, her expression impassive as she blocked their path. Oh, not disturb Kaido's life, or misfortune shall befall you. Her wine-red eyes glimmered with caution. She had foreseen Conan's arrival, but had not divined Yang Tao's presence. Koizumi Honko, Yang Tao speculated, gazing at the striking high school girl, aware that there were discrepancies between animation and reality. Indeed, who are you? Yang Tao stepped forward, a sly grin playing on his lips. his gaze laden with intent as he approached within half a meter of Koizumi Honko. Koizumi Honko, the last inheritor of the red magic. What gives you the audacity to stand before a warrior? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a stone sword pressed against Koizumi's abdomen, sending the buttons of her blouse flying. Proud Koizumi had never faced such a threat. Instantly, a surge of formidable power erupted from her, crimson magic swirling around her form. Her lips moved slightly, as if uttering incantations. Ah, indeed, my practical experience is lacking. A spell that cannot be cast instantaneously is inadequate. With a swift motion, he struck at Koizumi's neck, yet contrary to his expectations, she did not lose consciousness. She merely had her spell interrupted. Oh, I didn't faint. Perhaps I underestimated my strength. He raised his hand again, applying more force. Koizumi was sent crashing to the ground, emitting a pained cry. You, Conan, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected Mr. Yang Tao. Your strike was misplaced. Even if you broke her neck, it wouldn't render her unconscious. We have already attracted attention. Yang Tao looked up to see that onlookers were indeed approaching, some expressing concern. Teach me sometime. He bent down to assist Koizumi, feigning concern as he said, Honko, are you all right? Do you need me to escort you to the infirmary? He then whispered, I know you don't care about these seemingly worthless, ordinary students. But I assume you wouldn't want me to cause any bloody violence in the school, would you? Honko? Koizumi's face flushed as she struggled to free herself from his grasp, but as a mage focused on intellect and spirit. She found Yang Tao's arm as unyielding as iron. What do you intend to do? I believe you wouldn't wish for Kaido to lose his freedom and end up imprisoned, would you? Meanwhile, the concerned classmates rushed over, inquiring, Honko, are you okay? Hey, you don't belong to our school. Let go of Honko. Honko, I'll take you to the infirmary now. Yang Tao observed the swarm of eager boys, bemused by their adolescent fervor, and subtly tightened his grip on Koizumi, signaling her to handle the situation. Reluctantly, Koizumi sought to conceal Kaido's identity, knowing that exposure would result in his capture. I am fine, just a bit hypoglycemic. I'll be all right after resting. You all should leave. I need to talk to my friend. Her words were convincing, and the group of love-struck boys obediently turned to depart. Yang Tao then released Koizumi's arm, teasing, Indeed, Honko's charm is undeniable that I suspect it has much to do with your magical prowess. Now, take me to see Kaido, and, of course, Nakamori Aoko as well. As their connection deepened, Yang Tao's exploration value increased once more. Although it paled in comparison to the main characters from Conan, it was still far superior to those minor characters who had only appeared in a couple of episodes. If you dare harm Kaido, I shall ensure you suffer in agony. I swear it by the name of a witch. Yang Tao shook his head at the young woman before him, who was barely 18. Remember, do not threaten those you do not understand. I have made my decision. Due to your words, I shall double the hush money. You intend to ask Kaido for money, as the last remaining heir of a witch's lineage. Koizumi wondered, what was money to her? Perhaps enough to buy ingredients for 2 potions? Under Koizumi's guidance, Yang Tao and Conan arrived at Class 2B of Igoda High School, standing at the classroom door. Yang Tao glanced inside and spotted Kaido Kuroba seated at the back by the window, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. Kaido Kuroba! Yang Tao called out, yet Kaido remained oblivious, completely unresponsive. Conan fixed his gaze on Kaido. Not for any particular reason, but because Kaido's profile was strikingly familiar. Not an exact likeness, but close enough that even those familiar with him might mistake him. A beautiful girl, sitting in front of Kaido, turned instinctively at the sound of his name being called. Upon recognizing the girl, Conan gasped, Sonoko. However, he quickly distinguished the differences between Xiao Lan and Nakamori Aoko. The woman before him had short, tousled hair, starkly contrasting with Xiao Lan's long tresses that cascaded to her waist. Additionally, Xiao Lan's face was noticeably slimmer. Upon hearing Conan's spontaneous utterance of a name, Yang Tao chuckled and said, Doesn't she resemble Xiao Lan quite a bit? Wait until you see Kaido Kuroba. You'll be even more astonished. Nakamori Aoko waved her hand in front of Kaido, her voice laced with concern. Kaido, are you all right? You seemed so listless this morning. You didn't even notice someone was looking for you. It was only then that Kaido Kuroba snapped back to reality, scratching his head with a forced smile. I was just lost in thought. Don't worry, I'm fine. However, his expression was decidedly unnatural, clearly indicating he was not entirely sincere. Someone is looking for me? Yes, at the back door. Kaido glanced toward the back door of the classroom and suddenly sprang from his seat. That you're still alive. His abrupt movement drew the attention of his classmates. And it was only then that he realized he was heading toward the back door. Aoko, please help me ask the teacher for a leave of absence when class starts. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Hey, Nakamori. Aoko observed Kaido's hasty departure, a displeased expression forming on her delicate face. You're skipping class again. At that moment, Kaido was too preoccupied to consider Aoko's feelings. Upon seeing Yang Tao, his initial worry about whether Yang Tao had fallen was replaced with deep concern. Why would they be looking for me? Could it be they have uncovered my true identity? Hello, Yang Tao said directly. Let us not beat around the bush. Are we discussing this here? Or would you prefer a different location? He was forthright, disliking any unnecessary delays. Kaido paused for a moment before replying. Let us go to the schoolyard. Yang Tao nodded, promptly scooping up the still bewildered Konan and heading toward the staircase. Kozakura Akako reached out to grasp Kaido. Her expression unreadable as she said, "This man is very dangerous, extremely so. I can't glean any information about him, I understand, but I need to resolve this matter. Akako, class is about to start, so you should go ahead. Don't worry, I can handle it." With that, Kaido hurried after Yang Tao and Konan. Hey, snap out of it. Konan struggled for a moment before saying, "Put me down to AS" as soon as he stood on the ground. He impatiently asked, "Why does that guy look so much like me?" Your relationship is quite complex. Your mother, Yukiko Kudo, learned her disguise techniques from his father, Toichi Kuroba, and the name Kaido Kid was actually coined by your father, Yusaku Kudo. Konan, having not yet grasped this bombshell, found his mouth agape and his body rigidly following Yang Tao as they made their way to the schoolyard. Would you like to hear another shocking revelation? Konan, appearing utterly despondent, replied, There is more? Yang Tao's lips curled into a knowing smile. Well, there are rumors that your father and his father are brothers, which would make Kaido your cousin. However, this is merely anecdotal. What's considered history isn't always factual, but legends often hold some truth. Although classified as a legend, this was a plot point from the Conan movie The Diamond of the Five-Pointed Star. After discovering this storyline, Yang Tao was also overwhelmed by such a significant revelation. I can't be certain about this matter. If you want to know more, you'll have to call your father. Conan, upon hearing this earth-shattering news. Conan stood frozen, as if petrified. That moment, Kaido had emerged from the classroom, coincidentally spotting the still statue-like Conan. How do you know my identity? And what's wrong with this little guy? Yang Tao chuckled. It's nothing. He just has too much information to process at once.as for how I know your identity. Well, that's a secret that I came here for one reason only. I currently have no money. Not even enough to buy a bottle of water. So, I was hoping to borrow some cash from you. Kaido nearly stumbled. Are you attempting to extort me? I prefer to call it a robbery. Thank you, Kaido. I have no money. Jewels would suffice. Kaido became the second Kaido Kid to lure out the mysterious organization responsible for his father's death. He had not exchanged those precious gems for cash. No, once I deal with the mysterious organization, I'll return all the gems. Seeing Kaido's serious demeanor made it clear that obtaining gems from him was out of the question. Well, since I have a kind heart, just give me all your savings and cash. Let us consider it a hush money. The first time I get robbed, and it's by a pauper. Kaido, even a pauper wouldn't rob me. At that moment, Conan suddenly interjected, Mr. Yang Tao, I have some money that should cover your daily expenses. As for him, let's forget it. Yang Tao looked at Conan with a smile. Let's find a be honest. I'm not really interested in money. However, sometimes being broke can be quite inconvenient, considering I'm not a professional bandit. After saying this, he turned back to Kaido. I can forego the money, but I hope you can introduce me to some of your classmates. Don't worry. It's just a brief meeting. As noon approached, the bell for the last class rang, signaling the end of the morning sessions. Numerous high school students poured out of the classroom. Unlike in my home country, here students do not return home for lunch. Instead, they eat packed meals at school. After eating, they rest for a bit before continuing their classes. It sounds even stricter than back home, but they finish school by 3:20 p.m., typically attending only 5 or 6 classes a day. as he mingled among the crowd. He spotted some familiar faces and approached them for a brief chat, rapidly increasing his progress in world exploration. 45. I wonder if the next one will be 60 in the main world space. He finally accumulated enough energy points. Energy points. Yang Tao exchanged the last shelf in his backpack for energy points. And as the energy points surged, the upgraded capabilities in the main world were unlocked once more. Upgrade. As soon as he uttered the phrase, the previously abundant energy points plummeted, leaving only a meager 12. The gray misty walls began to dissipate, revealing a new space. In this new realm, some square-shaped creatures appeared, as if their bodies were constructed from blocks. Did you bring animals? Yang Tao's gaze remained fixed on those creatures from his world. Their significance was undeniable. Though they appeared somewhat ugly, they were indeed treasures for players. Chickens could provide an abundance of eggs, which could then hatch into new chicks, while sheep offered wool, not just for decorative blocks, but also to craft beds, thus allowing him to mark new spawn points as for pigs. Well, they provide pork, which isn't crucial. The vital ones of the cows. 1 cow and a bucket would grant him an endless supply of milk. Milk could dispel all buffs, whether positive or negative. In the presence of milk, all ailments like poison, slowness, withering, and hunger became irrelevant. I must protect the cows first. Other animals were inconsequential. Collectively, they could not compare to a single cow. Yang Tao retrieved a quantity of wood from his backpack and went to the workbench to craft wooden fences. Eric, having witnessed the emergence of the animals, remained unfazed. After all, he had experienced an upgrade event before. Last time it was square-shaped oak trees, and this time it was square-shaped animals. As for the next time, could there possibly be square-shaped humans? He chuckled. Approaching Yang Tao, he inquired, Yang, are these animals aggressive? This is precisely the matter that still occupies his thoughts. As for the origins and destinies of these animals, they are hardly within his contemplation. It is evident, without the need for conjecture, that these creatures are intricately linked to Yang Tao, producing the completed wooden fence. Yang Tao, upon hearing Eric's concerns, chuckled and reassured him. Fear not, these animals are non-aggressive. Even if you were to attack them, they would not retaliate. Of course, this is limited to the original version of Minecraft. One can hardly fathom the myriad of bizarre entities that may exist within the mods. Approaching the animals, perhaps sensing his presence, a cow that had been leisurely grazing on the grass lifted its head to gaze at him. Its rectangular eyes, paired with square black pupils, regarded him with an air of wisdom. Unable to suppress a laugh, Yang Tao remarked, why does it appear more foolish than in the game? Well, as long as it can produce milk. That's all that matters. Enclosing the cow with a wooden fence, Yang Tao retrieved an empty iron bucket from his backpack, aimed it at the cow's body, and mentally whispered for milk in an instant. The previously empty iron bucket filled with a creamy liquid. Upon witnessing this, a joyful smile graced Yang Tao's face. Last time, the upgrade yielded an oak tree. This time it produced animals. Could the next upgrade possibly bring forth monsters? Glancing at the energy value required for the upgrade, he was taken aback. 40,000? A staggering increase? It couldn't truly be that absurd. The first upgrade required 10,000, the second 20,000, the third 40,000. If the next were to leap to 60,000, that would be manageable. However, should it escalate to 80,000, the situation would become dire. Even if he could duplicate himself, he would still struggle to meet such exponential upgrade demands. The means of acquiring energy could no longer rely solely on mining and scavenging. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yang Tao. I could exploit the advantage of the main world connecting various realms. A group of people collecting energy would undoubtedly be more efficient than my solitary efforts. Recalling almond water, he surmised that within the different worlds, some items must contain substantial energy values, certainly more valuable than the concrete walls of the Backrooms. With this newfound clarity, Yang Tao finally glimpsed the hope of rapid advancement. However, the current quantity of resources at his disposal was woefully inadequate. He needed to devise a plan to procure supplies. For instance, firearms, ammunition, medicine, and food required in the Backrooms were essential. Progress must be taken step by step. There is no need to rush. Turning toward Eric, he waved his hand and, with a warm and approachable demeanor, said Eric. Come over and taste this milk. The little white mouse. Eric approached with a puzzled expression, staring incredulously at the bucket brimming with milk in Yang Tao's hands. Yang, is this milk from that cow? Indeed, it is a fine product. It can eliminate nearly all negative statuses, far superior to that almond water. Oh, give it a taste. Eliminate negative statuses? Eric, who was not well versed in gaming, felt utterly perplexed. Nonetheless, trusting Yang Tao, he extended his hand to take the bucket of milk. However, as he gazed at the full bucket, a conflicted expression appeared on his face. Do I have to drink it all? Drink as much as you can, Yang Tao replied. Observing Eric closely, he watched as Eric raised the bucket, taking only 2 or 3 sips before the entire contents vanished. How does it taste? Yang Tao inquired. Eric smacked his lips, reminiscing, very pure, very smooth. I meant, how do you feel, not the flavor. Nothing much. I was a bit hungry earlier. But now I feel fine, Eric stated earnestly, patting his still flat abdomen. Yang Tao nodded lightly, relieved that Eric had not suffered any poisoning, injury, or infection. It was only natural that he felt no discomfort. While the milk could stave off hunger, it was merely a temporary solution. One still needed to eat. He reached into his backpack to retrieve some food purchased from the world of Conan and handed it to Eric. Just then, a sound of a door creaking open echoed through the air. Yang Tao and Eric turned to see a new wooden door materializing in the gray misty wall that a girl with shoulder-length brown hair timidly stood behind the door. And upon noticing Yang Tao and Eric's fixed stares, she nearly burst into tears. I'm sorry to intrude, she said, bowing deeply. Yang Tao glanced at Eric and asked, Does it seem like we're in a kindergarten? Having thought Conan was young enough, this little girl appeared even younger, wearing pajamas and a metal whistle hanging from her neck. Yang Tao gently reassured her, Don't be afraid, little one. We are not bad people. Are you lost? The little girl, with a quivering voice tinged with tears, replied, I want to find my brother. He has gone missing. Yang Tao cautiously approached her, striving to display a kind smile, fearful of frightening her. For she might genuinely be a child. What is your name, little one? My name is Jiaer, she replied. The name struck Yang Tao like a bullet of memory, resonating within him. He seemed to hear the shrill whistle from the pendant around her neck and saw a pink hat flutter past him. Are you Jiaer Yagami? Jiaer blinked her big eyes in surprise and asked, Uncle, how do you know my name? Do you know me? Seeing the astonishment etched on her face, Yang Tao realized his assumption was correct. Jiaer Yagami was the last of the 8 chosen children from the Digimon world, and she was also the younger sister of another chosen child, Taichi Yagami. She had initially missed the summer camp due to illness and thus lost her opportunity to enter the digital world. However, later, guided by the Digimon Wizardmon, she encountered Agumon and joined the adventure as the 8th child. Uncle, are you all right? Jiaer's gentle voice brought Yang Tao back from his reverie. Uncle? Yang Tao momentarily failed to respond. It had only been a few years since he was called brother, and now he had suddenly become uncle. Yet, gazing at Jiaer's innocent face, he comforted himself. Well, I am in my 20s now. I am no longer that child pondering why I was not chosen. He reached out to pat Jiaer on the head, feeling the softness beneath his palm. Crouching down, he spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. Uncle is fine. Are you looking for your brother? Taichi Yagami, Jiaer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at Yang Tao and asked eagerly, Uncle, do you know how to find my brother? He will return, Yang Tao replied. That moment, Yang Tao was uncertain of the timeline within the Digimon universe. And although the real world and the digital world were closely intertwined, their temporal flows were entirely different. Jiaer, do you remember what date it is today? Yes, today is August 1 SD. Why brother left with Gomamon in the afternoon. And I want to go with him too, she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yang Tao fell silent upon hearing this. He now understood the timeline of the digital world. Taichi and his companions had already defeated the giant Gorillamon. Due to the explosion, the barrier between the digital world and the real world had been shattered. The time between the two worlds was beginning to synchronize. It was currently the period when Taichi and his friends were facing off against the Vampiremon. Just then, Jiaer suddenly began to cough, and Yang Tao remembered that she was still suffering from a cold and fever. Jiaer, wait here. I'll get you some milk. Drinking it will help with your cold. He was unsure if the milk could actually cure her cold, but trying it posed no significant risk, right? Thank you, Uncle, Jiao said softly, her gratitude stirring within Yang Tao a desire to one day raise a daughter. Retrieving another iron bucket from his backpack, he approached the cow once more. Eric, curious, asked, Yang, do you know this child? He couldn't comprehend Jiao's words. His previous ability to communicate with Conan was purely due to Conan's exceptional English. Bearing no relation to him that I know her, but only her name and a few details that be by the way, Eric, this world is quite fascinating. If the opportunity arises, I shall take you to see it. Interesting? Yang Tao remarked with a smile after finishing his milk. Indeed, it is quite intriguing. However, it also poses considerable dangers. The perilous nature of the digital world is akin to the depths of the backroom, with his current prowess having recklessly slaughtered creatures in the earlier layers of the backroom. He would only be capable of bullying the rookie Digimon in the digital world. Faced with more mature Digimon, he felt that escape would be his only option. Nevertheless, he believed he could manage to tackle Digimon, such as the Snot Monster or the Poop Monster without much trouble. Laughs. Returning to Jiao, he handed her the milk and said, Drink up. It's quite delicious. The tea merely 8 years of age. Jiao harbored no suspicion towards Yang Tao. She was, after all, a kind-hearted child, and Jiao softly acknowledged, accepting the milk container and gulping it down. In just a few sips, she emptied the container. Yang Tao took the empty vessel from her, smiling as he inquired, How are you feeling now? Jiao, assessing her body, quickly expressed her gratitude. Uncle, my head no longer hurts. Thank you. You're welcome, Yang Tao replied, gently patting her head before extending his hand. Jiao, let me perform a magic trick for you. Watch closely. He contemplated a transformation, but a line of text appeared in his chat box. Insufficient energy. Glancing at the prompt that materialized before him, Yang Tao felt a wave of embarrassment. How could I forget that I only have 12 energy points now? How awkward. He hastily retrieved a bright red apple from his backpack. The sudden appearance of the apple in his palm elicited a look of surprise from Jiao. Uncle, are you a magician? One could say so. Here, Jiao, this is a gift for you. Do you like it? I do, thank you, Uncle. Yang Tao peered through the wooden door at Jiao's surroundings, spotting her bedroom across the way. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in a golden glow. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed from the opposite side, prompting Yang Tao to say, Jiao, you should head back now. Your parents are likely home. In the narrative, Taichi returns to find Jiao alone at home, as her parents had gone to her grandmother's house. When he watched the anime as a child, he never questioned this oddity. But now, reflecting on it, he felt the scriptwriter deserved criticism for leaving an 8-year-old girl who was unwell with a fever. Alone at home. Was this what parents do? It could only be said that the scriptwriter sacrificed basic logic for the sake of the plot. Meanwhile, a woman's voice floated in from outside Jiao. Hearing her mother's voice, Jiao beamed with a charming smile, saying, Then, Uncle, I must go come find you again when I have time. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Yang Tao bid farewell as he escorted Jiao home, personally shutting the wooden door behind her. He then retrieved a notice board from his backpack and affixed it to the door, his warm smile faltering. Squinting his eyes, he murmured to himself, As a child, I always dreamed of having a Digimon or a Pokemon. This time, even without the Holy Plan or Evolution Badge, I must find a way to raise a Digimon. Even if it's just a snot monster, I'll accept it. ISNT at just about tossing poop. Perhaps if I gather enough, I can exchange them for energy points. This was a dream he held since childhood. After Jiao departed, Yang Tao led Eric into the narrow, crowded tunnel of Level 2. The din of various machines quickly enveloped them, transforming their tranquil mood into one of agitation. However, Yang Tao remained unaffected by such negativity. To him, the clamor of machines and pipes in the tunnel were treasures. Eric, be cautious. Due to the overwhelming noise, Yang Tao had to raise his voice. Eric nodded and responded loudly before pulling out his notebook. Seeing this, Yang Tao said nothing further and took out a pickaxe from his backpack, striking at the nearby pipe. With a few swift blows, cracks spread like mosaics, and the pipe came crashing down. However, Yang Tao was caught off guard when a torrent of black liquid suddenly gushed forth. Despite his quick reflexes, he still found himself splattered. Poison too. 0. 15. Eric, stay away from that black liquid. It's toxic. After stepping back, Yang Tao promptly drank some milk from his backpack, instantly alleviating the poisoning effect. Glancing at his health points, he noted a decrease of 2 points in just 2 or 3 seconds. What a dreadful toxin, if we were to calculate based on the average person's health of around 10 points. This mysterious black liquid would render one incapacitated within mere seconds if it came into contact with the skin. He hastily used the pickaxe to carve out a 2-2 space in the ground, allowing the black liquid to flow into it. The liquid appeared quite viscous. Taking a stick from his backpack, Yang Tao crouched down to poke at some of the liquid, observing it intently. Under the incandescent light, the mysterious liquid shone with a dark luster, emitting a faint purplish hue. "Yang, how are you?" "I'm fine. Just noting that the liquid within the rusted pipes of level 2 is highly toxic, with a diameter of about 30 centimeters. Toxic? Eric recalled the green particles that had erupted from Yang Tao moments ago and nodded. Be careful. He was powerless to assist Yang Tao, only able to follow his instructions and document the information. Using a bucket, he scooped out the nearly full toxic liquid, and in an instant, a substantial amount of the unidentified fluid vanished. Backroom industrial crude oil. Value: 30. Industrial gold. Though Yang Tao had never encountered oil in the real world, he could swear that real oil did not resemble this. Watching the crude oil bubble out from the pipe, Yang Tao suddenly felt as if he had struck gold. Yes, the pool of crude oil threatened to overflow. He hurriedly exchanged it for points from his backpack, then used an empty bucket to clear the pool. This simple act netted him 150 energy points, and the pool was already filling up again. Yang Tao felt that level 2 was indeed his treasure trove. However, the surrounding machine noises grew increasingly unsettling. "Eric, I'll open the door for you. Step into the main world and observe. Something feels off." "Okay." Eric, harboring an inexplicable unease, stepped through the summoned wooden door that a few minutes later, the liquid in the pipe gradually dwindled, with the remaining black liquid dripping like a patient unable to fully relieve themselves. "Is it all gone?" Yang Tao, feeling discontent, struck the pipe with his pickaxe, but only hollow echoes responded. But weren't we supposed to be infinite? Why did only this little come out before it ran dry? Ugh, this pipe is disappointing. Glancing at his energy points, which had surpassed 8,000, Yang Tao felt helpless. Just as he was about to strike open another pipe to see what lay within, a thunderous explosion resounded. Serving merely as the prelude to chaos, that a torrent of flames erupted from the tunnel, accompanied by a series of continuous explosions that shattered the incandescent lights above. Eric closed the door. Not only Yang Tao, but even a smile would not survive such a catastrophic explosion. The confined space amplified the explosive force, making it even more ferocious. Eric, obediently following orders, forcefully shut the wooden door. In the next moment, flames, mingled with countless metal shards, engulfed Yang Tao's figure. In the main world. Eric stood anxiously behind the wooden door, his mind replaying the surging flames. Damn, what a waste of my equipment. Hearing the sound, Eric turned in shock to see Yang Tao, looking disgruntled, walking toward the so-called chest. "Yang, I'm fine. I didn't anticipate that damaging the pipe would trigger such a massive explosion." From the chest, Yang Tao retrieved some iron and wood, promptly crafting a new set of equipment. Fortunately, he exchanged nearly 9,000 energy points. Otherwise, he would have regretted it painfully. Although he still feels discomfort now, it is not unbearable. One must remember that his backpack is filled with over 10 water buckets. Let us first venture to level 1 in search of supplies, and then, after an hour, proceed to level 2 for further exploration. The sudden appearance of Yang Tao in this realm left Eric in a state of disbelief. He initially thought it was astonishing enough that Yang Tao could summon a wooden door for spatial movement. Yet now, Yang Tao astonishingly displays the ability of instantaneous teleportation, traversing different dimensions, without even considering Yang Tao's offensive capabilities. This extraordinary escapability alone grants him an invincible status. If Yang Tao were aware of Eric's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. "My spatial abilities are limited to fixed-point passive teleportation," pushing the second-hand scooter he acquired from the world of Conan. Yang Tao felt a sense of returning home as he stepped back into the familiar territory of level 1. Thankfully, he did not rush into purchasing a high-speed motorcycle. Instead, he bought 4 second-hand scooters. prioritizing affordability. The total cost of these 4 scooters was less than half the price of a new motorcycle. He must also devise a way to earn some money, although the underground space has expanded several layers. No minerals have yet replenished. Riding the small scooter with Eric, the sound of honking echoed through the vast, abandoned warehouse. Yang, there are supply boxes on the shelves over here. The duo did not venture far before discovering a supply box perched on a shelf. Yang Tao parked the scooter and glanced at the map in physical form. Each time they found a supply box, it was typically accompanied by a physical presence. This sudden absence left Yang Tao momentarily incredulous. Be careful, I'll check it out. Handing the scooter over to Eric, Yang Tao approached and opened the supply box. Gray almond water, fire salt, waterproof cloth, and batteries. Everything in the supply box appeared normal. So much so that Yang Tao found it hard to accept. Stroking his chin, he muttered, "Could be a transfer." He stored all the items in his backpack, except for the newly acquired fire salt, which he held in his hand. Fire salt is a volatile crystal discovered in the Backrooms. Typically irregular in shape, ranging from 15 centimeters in size, orange, and slightly translucent. With a low melting point of approximately 47 C, once this threshold is reached, the crystal melts into a transparent fire oil that burns effectively even in low-oxygen environments. Fire oil can be cooled to create large artificial fire salt ingots. Most importantly, when thrown, the fire salt crystals can easily shatter, generating a degree of heat and a brilliant light in the form of burning sparks. Capable of inflicting first to second-degree burns on direct impact. In the Backrooms, this makes for a decent defensive item. If it could be fashioned into a cubic meter block, what a thrilling thought. I recall there being a fire salt mine. I just forgot which layer it was on. Never mind, I'll encounter it in due time. Storing the fire salt in his backpack, he noted its rarity in level 1. Yet it could serve as a small incendiary device. Remounting the scooter, he ventured deeper. The supply boxes were scarce, and after an hour of searching, Yang Tao managed to locate 3 after dispatching the monster guards protecting the supply boxes. He collected the body of the skin thief and exchanged it directly for energy points, another repulsive creature. The prevalence of skin thieves in levels 1, 2, and 3 was significant, making encounters with them hardly surprising. He called out to Eric, "Let us head back." Summoning a wooden door, the two returned to the main world, where Yang Tao pulled out several bottles of gray almond water obtained from level 1 and handed them to Eric. "Here, keep these for now." Initially, his backpack contained some almond water, but it had all vanished after the great explosion. "Thank you, Yang. I'm about to run out of ink. Could you help me find a pen?" "No problem, that I'll check the situation in level 2 first, and when I return, I'll gather some office supplies for you." Upon returning, he planned to purchase notebooks and pens for Eric to use indefinitely. Suddenly, Yang Tao remembered the camera. He had intended to buy it last time, but had forgotten it would be perfect to procure all necessary items from the Conan world during the day. Approaching the wooden door leading to level 2, Yang Tao jestingly remarked, "You'd better keep your distance. If the explosion's Haven T ceased, your small frame wound T stand a chance." Upon hearing this, Eric quickly hid behind an oak tree, peeking out with only his head visible. "All right." Seeing Eric's antics, Yang Tao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, saying, "You're quite the talent." However, he too remained on high alert as he opened the wooden door. Finding no flames or explosions, only the scent of charred remnants wafting from beyond. Peering into level 2, he was taken aback. What on earth? Everything is scorched. Previously, level 2's tunnels felt oppressive and chaotic, but now they were enveloped in a haze of smoke and ash, with blackness dominating the scene. The incandescent lights above had all succumbed to the force of the explosions and fires. The ground was littered with burnt fragments of bulbs. It seemed he had accomplished something monumental, though he wondered if there were any wanderers or members of the organization still within this area. It was uncertain before the explosion, but after, it was highly improbable that anyone survived, unless they were hidden away in rooms. Stepping back on a level 2's territory, he retrieved a nuclear-powered torch from his inventory. Dubbed a nuclear torch for its ability to burn indefinitely and illuminate the surroundings for players, he held it aloft as he ventured deeper into level 2, scrutinizing his surroundings. There were no remnants of bodies where he last fell, which was to be expected. After all dropped items would have been deleted by the flames. The tunnel floor was strewn with debris and ashes, complicating an already treacherous path. He took out a pickaxe and struck at the pipes close to the wall. But this time, no liquid flowed from the broken pipes. Did it drain somewhere else? Yang Tao furrowed his brow. The liquid within those pipes was a prime source for exchanging energy points, and losing it would be quite unfortunate. The pitch-black environment would surely attract the smiling faces. Just as he finished speaking, a glowing smiley face appeared within the tunnel. Yang Tao was taken aback. The smiling faces are drawn to darkness and are irresistibly attracted to light sources. And given their capacity to attract entities 100-fold, it was hardly surprising for them to emerge in this unlit region. However, are there multiple smiling faces gathering? It became evident that there was not just one glowing smile in the darkness. Through his minimap, he could see several smiling faces approaching from afar. Yang Tao pondered whether the value of this group of smiling faces would cover the cost of repairing his shield. "Open the door," he called softly, causing the wooden door to materialize behind him. Yang Tao extended his middle finger toward the smiling faces in the darkness and retreated through the door. Provoked, the smiling faces hastened toward him. Yet no matter how swift they were, they could not outpace Yang Tao's retreat into the main world. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Tao. Instead of closing the door, he left it ajar, curious to see if the smiling faces could slip through. With a resounding thud, the smiling faces collided with an invisible barrier, as if they had struck a wall. Even their intangible limbs could not penetrate, only the sound of their futile attempts echoed through the corridor. Is this a restriction? Entities cannot enter. This revelation was promising for Yang Tao, as it meant he need not worry about any entities blocking his resurrection point. Observing the smiling faces outside the door, their mouths agape in an attempt to bite him, Yang Tao grinned wickedly and retrieved his iron sword from his backpack, thrusting it forcefully toward the door. "Come bite me. I dare you. I'm right here. Come and hit me." A series of numbers ascended from the countenance of the smiling figure at the forefront, yet it found itself utterly powerless against Yang Tao. Subsequently, it emitted peculiar sounds, causing the smiles that had previously gathered at the entrance to retreat. Though they did not stray far, fixating their gaze upon him in the darkness. Quite intelligent indeed. These smiles belonged to a collective, capable of communication amongst themselves and even instigating wars against other entities. "You think you can bully me just because I have fewer people? If you have the guts, don't leave. Wait for me to fetch some pumpkins, and then we shall play properly at that moment." The wooden door leading to the world of Conan was pushed open from the other side, revealing Conan in formal attire stepping out. Presently, Conan's curiosity about Yang Tao's backroom surpassed even his interest in the case at hand. As soon as Ran and the others had drifted into slumber, he eagerly rushed over. "Mr. Yang Tao, what are you doing?" Upon noticing Yang Tao gesturing in a friendly manner before a wooden door, Conan approached with curiosity. Simultaneously, he observed the newly appeared wooden door on the wall and the alterations in the surrounding space. Hearing Conan's voice, Yang Tao ceased his provocation of the timid smiles who had decided to retreat into their shells. "These are the nightmare smiles. This group lacks any sense of combat ethics, intent on ganging up on me, a defenseless young man." Conan, observing Yang Tao's arm brandishing an iron sword with a provocative demeanor, couldn't help but internally scoff. "Surely, you must be mistaken about being defenseless." At that moment, Yang Tao noticed the enhanced boots on Conan's feet, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "Conan, give a full kick to a soccer ball. Let me see what kind of damage it can inflict upon the nightmare smiles." He too was curious, as the power of Conan's soccer prowess in the anime was indeed a puzzling phenomenon. Conan was stirred by Yang Tao's suggestion. He too wished to ascertain whether his soccer could harm the monsters within the backroom. Peering into the wooden door, Conan immediately felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld several eerie, smiling faces floating within the narrow, pitch-black tunnel, their sharp teeth evoking a visceral understanding of the pain they could inflict. Gently pressing a button on his belt, a black and white soccer ball emerged from the diminutive belt buckle, expanding to a size that could corner a criminal against the wall. However, this oversized soccer ball could only maintain its form for 10 seconds upon deployment. A marvel of Dr. Agasa's technological prowess. The ball landed on the grass, bouncing lightly. "Mr. Yang Tao, please step aside." Yang Tao nodded and retreated a step, allowing access to the wooden door leading to level 2. his eyes fixated on Conan's actions. Conan crouched down, turning a knob on the side of his enhanced boots, causing a faint current to flicker across the surface. Yang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. That is this truly an enhancement for your legs? Surely, it cannot be some form of advanced exoskeleton. He suspected that even the renowned Iron Man might not possess such technology. Bang! The round soccer ball instantly morphed into an oval shape, and Yang Tao could distinctly observe the forces acting upon it. With unparalleled power, the ball spun rapidly as it surged through the wooden door into Level 2. The force of the ball stirred up the ashes within the Level 2 passage, obscuring the view inside. However, for Conan and Eric, Yang Tao watched in astonishment as the nightmare smile he had pierced several times had its health bar instantly depleted. The health bars of the surrounding nightmare smiles plummeted by more than half as well. What the hell? Oh my god! Both Yang and Eric exclaimed in unison, their nationalities suddenly clear. Conan, also a physical entity. Eric simply could not believe that this was something a mere child could accomplish. I used to believe that, but now I have my doubts. He turned to Conan, inquiring, are your legs all right? Conan glanced into the smoke-filled area. Regrettably, although his glasses possessed numerous functions, they did not include infrared capabilities. Responding to Yang Tao's question, he said, I'm fine, but using the enhanced boots at full power will inevitably cause some damage to them. Yang Tao was left speechless. Could it not be an external armor? What does this have to do with stimulating acupressure points? Even if one were to extract the potential from an 8-year-old child, they could not possibly unleash such force. Could it be that Jin gave him not just the shrinking potion, but also a super soldier serum? Yang Tao had at least prepared himself somewhat for such revelations. But Eric felt as though his psyche had been struck, wishing to pull out a can of almond water to drown his sorrows. Was he truly the only useless one in this whole space? Suddenly, he recalled the little girl named Jar he had encountered earlier that afternoon. Could it be that girl is stronger than me? At this moment, the dust within the Level 2 passage gradually dissipated, revealing the scene inside that a group of nightmare smiles had not dispersed. Instead, they were voraciously devouring the fallen nightmare smile. Though they remained cloaked in invisibility, Yang Tao's mind automatically filled in the details. The nightmare smiles are consuming their own kind. This was crucial information. In the event of food scarcity, these creatures might very well resort to infighting. Conan, can you continue? Conan shook his head, replying, There's only one soccer ball in the belt. If it's gone, I would need to replenish it, and I didn't bring any with me this time. Moreover, the enhanced boots can only be used at full power 3 times. After that, they will undoubtedly break. Such an extraordinary ability would not be without limitations. Otherwise, Conan's world would scarcely resemble a detective narrative. If Dr. Agasa were to create a so-called potential boosting battle armor with no side effects, Yang Tao felt certain that even Iron Man would struggle in close combat, provided that Dr. Agasa did not succumb to villainy. The nightmare smiles quickly finished consuming the deceased one, leaving nothing untouched. Even the glowing teeth and eyes, further substantiating the terrifying, biting power of these creatures. Once they had feasted, the nightmare smiles resumed their departure into the darkness as if nothing had transpired, leaving only a round soccer ball behind. Yang Tao closed the wooden door. Conan, let us leave that soccer ball inside for now. Once I prepare, we'll re-enter. Conan nodded. It was merely a soccer ball, and he had plenty of spare compressed soccer balls in his room. Conan, I wish to procure some pumpkins. Do you know where I might find some? Pumpkins. By the time I arrived, it was already 10:30. Even if there were vegetable shops outside, they would surely be closed. Yang Tao nodded lightly. He was preparing to craft an iron golem from the world of Minecraft, a towering metal guardian standing 3 meters tall. Its movement speed might be somewhat sluggish, but its strength would be undeniably reliable. Against foes such as the skin stealer, bacteria, or even a solitary nightmare smile and party-goer, it would surely surpass the 100 health points of Iron Brother. At that point, he would merely need to excavate tunnels in Level 2, sell crude oil, smelt iron ingots, and assemble an army of iron golems. What use would the nightmare smiles, wretched corpses, skin stealers, and dog-faced men serve against them? The following morning, after a night spent digging through walls and shelves in Level 1, Yang Tao pushed open the wooden door and returned to the main world. The sensation of watching his energy levels rise was undeniably addictive. Though the efficiency of digging was rather disheartening, he had only accumulated just under 10,000 energy points in 6 hours. Nevertheless, he had gathered a considerable amount of shelves and pipes, and he proceeded to the furnace, shoving all iron items inside. Why can't wrenches be burned? They're made of iron. Yang Tao lamented this predicament, for smaller or lower quality items could not be smelted or exchanged for energy points, thwarting his plans to burn nails for iron particles. Organizing these temporarily useless items, he tossed them into the trash bin, which was filled with what he deemed worthless clutter. Glancing at Eric, still deep in slumber, Yang Tao chose not to rouse him. Instead, he placed 2 apples on the makeshift wooden dining table alongside some gray almond water. After this trip to Conan's world, I need to buy a pot for cooking. Subsisting solely on almond water is not sustainable. Primarily, he too desired sustenance. The absence of hunger did not indicate a lack of craving. Pushing open the wooden door leading to the world of Conan, Yang Tao stepped inside. Upon entering, he sensed something amiss, though he could not immediately articulate it. Following the staircase to the second floor of the office, he extended his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock. Coming just a moment, came the voice of Xiaolan from within, followed by the sound of footsteps. Soon, the door swung open, revealing her youthful and vibrant figure. Hello, Xiaolan, is Conan home? Xiaolan appeared somewhat surprised to see Yang Tao, but quickly donned a smile and replied, Mr. Yang Tao, Conan is home. He is having his meal. Please, come in and sit for a while. Yang Tao nodded gently as he entered the room. The previous night, Conan had spent hours in his space conversing with Eric, poring over notebooks filled with various records, and only reluctantly left at 2 in the morning. Entering the living room and taking a seat on the sofa, Xiaolan approached to pour him a glass of water. Yang Tao quickly interjected, Xiaolan, you need not be so courteous. I feel quite embarrassed to intrude on your meal at this early hour. Xiaolan smiled and replied, Mr. Yang Tao, you're Conan's friend, so there is no need for such formality. I will go have my meal now. Please wait a moment. Yes, please go ahead, he said as Xiaolan turned to leave. Conan burst out from the dining area, his expression somewhat exasperated as he remarked, Why did you come so early? I came over as soon as I finished. I didn't think much of it. I sincerely apologize, Xiaolan, noticing Conan had emerged, immediately inquired. Conan, are you full? Yes, Sister Xiaolan, I am full. You should go eat. I will chat with Brother Yang Tao. Perhaps influenced by the peculiarities of their world, Xiaolan found it quite normal for Conan, a child of merely 7 or 8 years, to have a friend in his 20s. Then I shall go have my meal, she said before departing. From the dining room came the disgruntled voice of Muri Kagu. That little rascal Conan. He barely eats a few bites before running off. If he does this again, I'll have to teach him a lesson. Dad, Conan's friend is here. He must have wanted to greet him. Just let him eat a bit more at lunch. Xiaolan replied. Yang Tao, sitting in the living room, overheard their exchange and smiled at Conan, whispering, Muri Kaguru seems to care about you quite a bit. Do you think he would consider ending your life if he discovered your true identity? Conan, puzzled by Yang Tao's remark about Muri Kaguru, asked, Why would Uncle Muri kill me if he knew my identity? Consider it from another perspective. If you were to have a daughter and her boyfriend deceived her before she reached adulthood, taking baths, sleeping together, and even toying with her emotions, how would you react? Conan shivered slightly at the thought. Not even Muri Kaguru could be blamed. He too would ponder how to make such a person quietly vanish from the world. However, he quickly regained his composure and defensively retorted, But I'm just a child. When have I ever toyed with Xiaolan's feelings? Oh, does concealing your identity not count as deception? You keep Xiaolan waiting at home, uncertain of when the new one will appear. Isn't that manipulation? With no retort at hand, Conan changed the subject. By the way, weren't you going to buy some pumpkins? Let's hurry. Yang Tao chuckled softly, choosing not to press further, and stood up to walk toward the door. Conan dashed into the kitchen to greet the two before following Yang Tao outside. But on their way to the market, the streets were relatively quiet, perhaps due to their location not being a true residential area. By the way, Conan, don't you have school today? No, we are on summer vacation. Today, I will be going to the beach with Uncle Muri and Sister Xiaolan. Yang Tao halted and turned to look at Conan. Conan, puzzled by Yang Tao's sudden stop, asked, What's wrong? Doesn't your school in Japan adhere to international laws regarding summer vacation? What do you mean? At last, Yang Tao realized what had fell off. It was the timeline. The night that Phantom Thief Kid stole the Dark Star was unmistakably marked as April 1 ST, April Fool's Day. Yet, here they were just 2 days later. And it was summer vacation. What date is it today? Conan paused before responding. July 22 ND. Why? And what date was it when Phantom Thief Kid stole the Dark Star? April 1 SD. Watching Conan, who failed to notice the anomaly. Yang Tao finally grasped the horror of this world. The timeline here was utterly chaotic, devoid of any logical coherence. Then how long have we known each other? Conan, taken aback, replied, 3 days. No, wait, how could that be? He stood there, mumbling impossible in disbelief. Yang Tao, seeing this, reached out to pull him up and led him to a deserted alley, opening a wooden door to bring him back to the primary world. Hey, snap out of it! Conan appeared as if he were an NPC on the verge of awakening in a game, his memories clashing with reality, making it hard for him to accept. Logic told him that 3 days after April 1st should be April 4th. Yet his subconscious insisted that July 22nd was the true date. Give me some almond water! Conan groaned, feeling a throbbing headache, his voice hoarse. Without delay, Yang Tao produced a bottle of gray almond water, uncapped it, and handed it to Conan. He drank it down in quick gulps. After around 10 minutes, he regained a semblance of rationality and looked up at Yang Tao, asking why. You must know why this is happening. Though framed as a question, Conan's tone was decidedly assertive. Yang Tao did not conceal the truth. He nodded and, observing Conan's eager expression, spoke solemnly. Do you wish to comprehend the meaning of life? Do you truly desire to live? Ido. Welcome to the real world. What? Are you saying my world exists merely as an anime in your perception? In the primary world, Conan held a new bottle of almond water, his eyes filled with disbelief behind his glasses. This revelation was difficult for him to process. After all, it was hard to accept that a world he had inhabited for 18 years was merely animated fiction. That's quite scientific, Yang Tao chuckled. Observing Conan's reaction, existence is rational. Have you never wondered why your world is called Detective Conan? I have thought about it, but not in such depth. Yang Tao affectionately ruffled Conan's hair, reassuring him, your world is indeed an animated realm. But that does not render it false. It is likely that the information from your world was captured by individuals from another realm, leading to the creation of the manga, with the author simply experiencing a moment of inspiration, unaware of the external influence. Moreover, your world is at least animated, while this Backrooms is purely textual. Conan looked up at Yang Tao, incredulously asking, textual? In the context of other worlds, the Backrooms manifest as mere articles. While it is somewhat chaotic, it possesses its own operational structure, as far as I know. In certain levels of the Backrooms, space, time, and even self hold no significance in comparison. Your world has merely experienced some temporal disarray. Conan endeavored to digest the myriad of information Yang Tao had shared, ultimately looking at him and asking, why did you choose to tell me this? You could have refrained. Because I want to. Gazing at Conan, Yang Tao smiled and continued, in life, there are seldom definitive answers. Conan nodded slightly, beginning to grasp Yang Tao's perspective. However, he did not wish to dwell on this matter further and shifted the topic. Weren't you going to buy some pumpkins? Let us go. Have you come to terms with it? Yes, let time be chaotic. As long as those dear to me are not threatened, that is enough to he spoke. Conan suddenly noticed the smile on Yang Tao's face. Becoming somewhat familiar with Yang Tao, he sighed and said, if you have any more information, just share it. Yang Tao revealed a radiant smile and said, if I were to mention that your anime has been airing for 28 years, it might sound exaggerated within the storyline. However, it has indeed spanned over a dozen summers, yet you still appear to be a first grader in the latest episode. Could you share your thoughts on this? Conan's expression darkened instantly. The notion of being a first grader for 28 years, or even just over a decade, was something he could not accept, especially if he had not yet awakened. Nonetheless, from this point forward, he would undoubtedly become acutely aware of the passage of time. What a cruel world. As the saying goes, life is akin to an act of violation. If one cannot resist, they might as well savor it. Conan soon reconciled himself to this reality, particularly after discovering that Yang Tao possessed a means to revert his condition. Yang, please restore me to my former self. Yang Tao replied solemnly, no, not at this moment. The Black organization has been relentlessly searching for you, that if you were to suddenly reappear, they would undoubtedly take notice. However, he did share a temporary solution. If you consume pure alcohol, you can regain a day's worth of time, but it will only be effective the first time. So, you must carefully consider the timing of its use. Conan understood that this was undoubtedly an excuse from Yang Tao. Yet, he had learned to compromise. Pure alcohol? I must certainly give it a try when the opportunity arises, at least to meet Ran in Shinichi's form. The two procured some pumpkins and various seeds, and after Yang Tao returned Conan to the office, he made his way back to the main world. Upon seeing Eric awake, Yang Tao approached him, handing over the notebook and pen he had purchased, and finally producing a camera. Eric, you should take this camera as well. However, be warned, certain levels have significant interference, making it impossible to record information with cameras or camcorders. You will still need to rely on the pen. After accepting the items, Eric smiled and remarked, "No problem. I've recently discovered that I have a talent for drawing." He then fiddled with the camera and said, "Yang, let me snap a picture of you." Taking a photo is fine. Just give me a moment to prepare. This photograph could potentially circulate in the Backrooms world, so he could not afford to be too casual that he hurried to a corner of the space where boxes were arranged, retrieving an iron block from within. Observing the picturesque scenery of the oak tree planting area, he ran over, placing the iron block on the ground in a T shape. Finally, he took the pumpkin from his backpack, setting it down beside him, and gently pricked it with scissors. The ordinary pumpkin, once digitized, transformed into a carved masterpiece. He meticulously crafted several pumpkin heads, ultimately placing all the carved pumpkins atop the T-shaped iron block. With a resounding bang, the inanimate iron block and carved pumpkins coalesced into a towering 3-meter-high iron golem. The iron golem, a robust and powerful entity in my world, serves to protect players and villagers as a neutral utility creature. Iron golems naturally spawn in villages and can also be created using for iron blocks and a pumpkin head. Excluding players, the overall combat power of an iron golem ranks second only to that of the warden. Wither and Ender Dragon. The golem possesses an iron-white exterior, a strong physique adorned with green vines, and two slightly slanted eyes, complemented by two robust and elongated rectangular arms. A team must feel exhilarating to be struck by one. Following the same procedure, Yang Tao crafted another iron golem. Unlike in the game, the iron golems in reality seem to possess a rudimentary level of intelligence. Upon their creation, they did not patrol aimlessly as in the game, but instead fixed their large eyes on him, as if awaiting his command. "Eric, it's ready now." Yang Tao positioned himself between the two iron golems, holding an axe in one hand and a sword in the other, striking a heroic pose. "Come on." Though Eric was equally curious about the golems, he dutifully lifted the camera to focus on Yang Tao. "Just a bit to the left. Perfect. Raise the axe higher. Yes, maintain that pose. Point 3, 2, 1. As the flash illuminated the scene, Eric presented the camera to Yang Tao. "Yang, take a look. How does it look?" After glancing at the cool-toned photograph, Yang Tao felt an inexplicable bloodthirst emanating from the image of himself within the camera. Turning to Eric, he inquired, "Before joining the company, you weren't working at the BBC, were you?" Yang Tao did not dwell on Eric's professional background, as his primary concern was the conquest of Level 2. It had barely been 24 hours since the onslaught of grinning faces had besieged him. Even with his poor memory, he could not forget. "Follow me." This command was directed not at Eric, but at the two iron golems. After testing, it was evident that they possessed a remarkably simple level of intelligence, capable of understanding basic commands such as stop, advance, patrol, and attack. This significantly enhanced the utility of the iron golems. Yet Yang Tao felt a twinge of concern as he gazed at the 2-meter-high wooden door and the 2-meter-7 iron golem. If they could not pass through, he would have to leave them behind as sentinels in the main world. He opened the wooden door, revealing the charred tunnel of Level 2, and issued new commands to the iron golems. Exit through the door. What transpired next left Yang Tao utterly astounded. Despite appearing as a solid entity, the iron golem's body inexplicably curved as it approached the wooden door, allowing the 2-meter-7 iron golem to bend its waist and slip through. Goodness, is Iron Brother's body made of memory metal? What had appeared to be pure metal was now exhibiting the ability to bend with ease. This was somewhat surreal. with the protection of the iron golems. Yang Tao confidently stepped through the wooden door and re-entered level 2 simultaneously. He kept a watchful eye on the movements on his mini-map. Several grinning faces could no longer contain their desires and were making their way toward his location. Yang Tao retrieved more iron blocks and carved pumpkins from his backpack. His equipment could be repaired using energy points, so he had amassed a substantial quantity of iron blocks. After all, the shells and pipes within the backrooms were innumerable. Perhaps the backrooms had never anticipated encountering someone like Yang Tao, a clever strategist in the blink of an eye. The two iron golems had multiplied to over 10, standing guard in front and behind him. At this moment, the characteristic large faces of the grinning entities emerged from the darkness, their glowing teeth and eyes starkly visible against the shadows. A cold smile graced Yang Tao's face as he stood his ground. "You enjoy a good mobbing, do you? Iron Brother, teach them to engage in physical combat." With his command issued, the previously stationary iron golems sprang into action, their once dull red eyes now emitting a true blood-red glow. A stark contrast to the sluggish and slow-acting golems from the game. These iron golems, birthed from Yang Tao's creativity, moved with the vigor of living beings, swinging their robust arms toward the advancing, grinning faces. The sound of their pure metallic legs striking the ground resonated with a dull thud, even kicking up clouds of ash. Wow, Iron Brother looks so cool. This reminded Yang Tao of the semi-divine iron golems among the bothersome villagers. However, the strength and speed of these iron golems paled in comparison to their semi-divine counterparts from the anime. As the grinning entities charged at the oncoming iron golems, they seemed to feel an inexplicable humiliation, opening their mouths to emit a cacophony of shrill sounds before launching their assault. Yet the iron golems did not relent, raising their arms to strike fiercely at the group of grinning faces. The narrow tunnel could accommodate only 3 iron golems and 2 grinning faces at most. However, in terms of strength, the iron golems held the advantage. Their intrinsic power was not inferior to that of the grinning entities, and they were now facing a 3-2 scenario in less than a minute. The health bar of the foremost grinning face was entirely depleted, its lifeless body lying on the tunnel floor, obstructing the path of the iron golems and the remaining grinning faces. Are the iron golems this ferocious? Yang Tao felt his lips dry, unable to resist the urge to lick them, before swiftly running toward the most injured iron golem with iron ingots in hand. The ingots could repair the wounded iron golem with a remarkably high repair percentage. 1 ingot could restore 25 of the golem's health. Theoretically, as long as the iron golem did not perish on spot, it would be invincible with an infinite supply of iron ingots. After expending 4 iron ingots, he successfully repaired all of the iron golems. Then he stowed away the obstructive corpse of the smiling face into his backpack. The value of each entity fluctuated between 180 and 230 points, which further attested that the strength among the smiling faces was not immutable. With the hindrance removed, Taigu instantly transformed into a ferocious beast, his eyes radiating a bloodthirsty red light as he lunged towards the remaining smiling faces. What were once straight arms now divided into segments during battle, becoming increasingly agile and unpredictable, just as Yang Tao led Taigu in the assault against the smiling faces. The flash of a camera behind them never ceased. Eric, filled with excitement, aimed his camera at the battling iron puppets and smiling faces. Seeing Eric's exuberant demeanor, Yang Tao couldn't help but pour cold water on his enthusiasm, saying, "Eric, you'd best avoid dark tones. Otherwise, this fine Taigu will end up looking like a cyber villain in your photos." It was unclear from whom Eric had learned his photography skills, as he somehow managed to capture the scene with the ambience of a murder scene amidst a perfectly normal environment. Eric displayed an innocent expression, scratching his head. What could he do? Was it a fault to possess such talent? Yang Tao followed closely behind Taigu, repairing its body with iron ingots while collecting the corpses of the fallen smiling faces to exchange for energy points. On average, each had a value of around 200 points, a far swifter method than digging through walls. However, the number of smiling faces was limited, totaling just over 10, and by the end, the outermost smiling faces began to retreat as Taigu continued his rampage. This left Yang Tao feeling somewhat vexed, mocking from behind. When the entities have reached your level, it's time to call it quits. After clearing all nearby entities, Yang Tao retrieved a torch from his backpack and thrust it into the wall, illuminating the previously pitch-black environment. Taigu, remain vigilant. Engage immediately upon encountering any entities. Taiji's alertness surpassed Yang Tao's, regardless of whether the entities comprehended his command. Regardless, after he spoke, Taigu took out a pickaxe from the backpack and began excavating the remaining pipes on the wall. Although the pipes no longer contained any industrial crude oil from the backrooms, they were still an excellent choice for forging iron ingots or exchanging for energy points, significantly better than mere walls. Thud, thud, thud. Yang Tao continued to dig along the tunnel wall, occasionally pulling out a torch from his backpack to provide illumination. Meanwhile, Eric tirelessly documented the information around them, even neglecting the scorched lampshades on the ground. Yang Tao paid him no mind, laboring hard with his pickaxe to gather energy points. Yang Tao retracted his pickaxe and stretched, remarking, "The digital world should be in daylight by now." Glancing at his energy points, he noted, "I can level up again." Indeed, the value of the pipes far exceeds that of the concrete walls that, of course, the various chaotic entities had also contributed a significant amount of energy points. The darkness, combined with Yang Tao's own buff that attracted entities, led to rampant entities in this area. Wooden door. Yang Tao summoned the wooden door leading back to the main world. "You all go in first." The iron puppets lined up and bent over as they entered the wooden door. Yang Tao did not treat them as disposable tools. Without the repairs from iron ingots, even the mightiest iron puppet could be worn down by the entities. Taking a glance at the current space, he decided to head to the digital world first. Planning to upgrade the main world upon his return, he speculated that each time he upgraded the main world, a new realm would connect to him. Cautiously pushing open the door leading to the digital world, he murmured, "I hope the new world is smaller. The smaller it is, the faster I can explore, allowing me to acquire modules more swiftly." He fervently wished it wouldn't resemble the backrooms, where he had to navigate through multiple layers and encounter numerous entities, and yet his progress barely reached one. That was quite perplexing. Behind the wooden door lay Jaire's bedroom, filled with a warm ambience that brought a smile to Yang Tao's face, though it did not last long. This was due to the voice of Jaire's mother echoing from outside. "Tai, what are you doing up so early? Finish your breakfast first." "Mom, I have plans with friends, and I've already eaten." Following this was a flurry of footsteps and the sound of Taiyi's mother's complaints. This child, always in a hurry. Yang Tao gazed at Jaire's bedroom, contemplating, if I were to exit like this, would I be mistaken for a perverted man lurking around a young girl? He envisioned himself, a man in his 20s, emerging from the room of an 8-year-old girl early in the morning that I can hardly believe it myself. Just as he prepared to leap out the window, the bedroom door swung open and the adorable Jaire entered. Upon seeing Yang Tao, her face displayed an expression of surprise. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Before Yang Tao could respond, Jaire's mother's voice rang out from outside. "Jaire, who are you talking to?" Yang Tao quickly raised his finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and whispered softly, "Jaire, you mustn't let your mother know about me. Otherwise, I'll surely be seen as a bad person that I'll wait for you downstairs." With that, he opened the window and jumped onto the protruding platform below. Jaire gasped in shock at Yang Tao's leap and hurriedly approached the window to peer down, spotting Yang Tao waving at her from below. "Jaire, who are you talking to?" Jaire's mother, Yagami Hikari, stood at the door in an apron, observing Jaire with a puzzled expression. Jaire, hearing her voice, quickly turned around and said, "Mom, I want to take a stroll in the park downstairs." After glancing into Jaire's bedroom and finding nothing unusual, Yagami Hikari assumed she had misheard and gently said, "Go ahead, but be careful." The park was just downstairs, and since Jaire frequently went for walks, Yagami Hikari did not refuse her. Jaire smiled and nodded, leaving her room and putting on her shoes before stepping outside. Once she reached downstairs, she scanned her surroundings and quickly spotted Yang Tao, who was waving at her from a distance. "Uncle, Jaire, how's your cold?" Jaire nodded, replying, "It's all better now. I don't feel unwell at all. Thank you for the milk you gave me yesterday, Uncle." Yang Tao ruffled Jaire's hair. To be honest, Jaire was far cuter than Conan. No, how could that little brat even compare to Jaire? He reached into his backpack and pulled out an apple. "Jaire, here is an apple for you. And I have a gift as well." Yang Tao extended his hand, and a golden key swiftly appeared in his palm, which he solemnly handed to Jair. This key was formed by merging 10 disposable keys. Its functionality remained unchanged, merely making it more convenient to carry. Jair, if you ever find yourself in danger, just hold the key and think of opening a door, and Uncle will come to rescue you. Yang Tao felt a bit uneasy, contemplating this, and then pointed toward the park, saying, "Let's south head to the park so you can give it a try. Just a mere 15 energy points." What if Jair failed to summon the wooden door at a crucial moment? Given Yagami Jair's attributes, she likely would encounter any life-threatening situations. However, if anything were to happen to her, Yagami Taiyi's divine plan would surely be at risk of exploding from energy overload. At that point, forget about the battle against the Dark Tyrannoman. Even Yagami Tai, you would personally step in to confront the vampire beast. Wouldn't that be an explosion of courage? Jair held the apple in one hand and the key in the other, following closely behind Yang Tao as they made their way to the park. Her trust in Yang Tao stemmed from her intuition, which assured her that this uncle meant her no harm. As the 8th chosen child, Yagami Jair possessed the ability to sense darkness and was exceptionally sensitive to the malice of others. The two arrived in the wooded area of the park, where Yang Tao crouched down and gently said, "Come on, Jair, don't be nervous. Hold the key and think of opening a door." Jair nodded, following Yang Tao's instructions, and without any disturbance, the wooden door materialized before her. "If there's danger, just open the door and run inside. Okay? Uncle, I understand. But why does a door appear? How does it manifest?" The little girl began her series of innocent questions. Yang Tao, unfazed, smiled and explained various reasons to the curious child. And before they knew it, time flew by swiftly. Just as he was preparing to escort Jair home, a creature passed by them. Dilu Beast? After all, the only creature adorned with a sacred ring on its tail and gloves upon its paws is none other than Dilu Beast. Dilu Beast is the digital companion of Jair, and due to unforeseen circumstances, it did not accompany Aguman and the others in waiting for the arrival of the children on Falu Island. Instead, it found itself in the company of the nefarious villain, Vampire Beast, becoming one of its minions. Because it is Jair's digital companion, an invisible bond draws them together. This encounter is indeed a fateful convergence. Upon hearing Yang Tao call out its name, Dilu Beast halted in its tracks, its gaze filled with confusion as it regarded Yang Tao. How can this human utter my name? Could it be that this is the 8th chosen child? However, this thought was swiftly quelled in its mind. This certainly does not resemble a child. "How do you know my name?" A creature capable of human speech posed no sense of incongruity. Yang Tao regarded the fierce visage of Dilu Beast and nodded with satisfaction. Regardless of their adorable appearance, digital beasts are born for combat, a pure warrior race. Dilu Beast, a precious holy type mature digital beast. Am I not correct? Dilu Beast stared at Yang Tao, perplexed as to how he possessed such knowledge, and immediately crouched, preparing to subdue Yang Tao. Yang Tao, discerning Dilu Beast's intentions, smiled and said, "Hold on. Are you acting on Vampire Beast's orders to find the 8th chosen child?" Dilu Beast paused for a moment before fixing its gaze upon Yang Tao and inquired, "Do you know where the 8th child is?" It then realized and turned its attention towards Jair, for she was indeed the 8th chosen child. Yang Tao clapped his hands and chuckled, as expected of a mature digital beast. "Your reflexes are remarkably swift. However, you must also be aware that all chosen children possess their own digital companions. Can you guess where this 8th digital companion might be?" Dilu Beast looked at the adorable Jair, feeling an inexplicable pang of sorrow within, as if tears were threatening to spill. Shaking its head to cast aside this strange thought, it coldly replied, "As long as I eliminate the 8th chosen child, her digital companion will be of no consequence." Yes, it spoke. It leaped forcefully and charged towards Yang Tao. Meow meow fist. As Dilu Beast leapt, Yang Tao had already drawn his shield, bracing himself. A series of impact sounds ensued. Repair. Dilu Beast's strength, while still that of a mature beast, was relatively weak. The durability of Yang Tao's shield fluctuated like a pulsing audio bar, oscillating between shattered and intact. Dilu Beast, failing to land its blow, quickly retreated. "Human, how can you withstand my attack?" Yang Tao, with a disgruntled expression, looked at Dilu Beast and said, You wish to eliminate the 8th chosen child. Why then attack me? Shouldn't your focus be on her? Jair. Dilu Beast was taken aback, unaware of why it instinctively chose to attack Yang Tao rather than the chosen child. Yagami Jair. However, in its current prideful state, it would never admit to such a blunder, retorting, "Humph, I merely perceive you as a threat. Once you are dealt with, I shall then handle her." Yang Tao understood that engaging in a direct confrontation with Dilu Beast was an unwise decision given his current strength. Thus, he opted for verbal sparring, gazing at the beast poised to attack once more and saying, "Dilu Beast, think carefully about who it is you're truly waiting for." St. Lu Beast hung in midair. Yang Tao's words sparked a flash of memories in its mind, causing it to land before Yang Tao and Jair, momentarily stunned. The emergence of these memories deepened its inner turmoil, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from its eyes. Yang Tao continued his verbal onslaught, gently urging, "Reflect on your mission. Think back to when you were Shuecho Beast, Miluo Beast, and Puppy Beast. What exactly were you seeking? Awaken, Dilu Beast. You are the chosen digital companion." The partner of Jair this juncture, Jair inquired, "Uncle, what does it mean to be a chosen child? Is Dilu Beast Jair's digital companion, just like my brother's rolling beast? Both you and your brother are children chosen by the digital world to save it. However, at that time, 8 digital eggs were rescued by the elders Xian and Ei. During their escape, they were attacked by Vampire Beast, leading to the loss of your digital egg. Once it hatched, it has been searching for you. The flow of time in the two worlds differs. What may seem like a brief day for you has spanned many years for Dilu Beast." Upon hearing this, Jair's eyes began to redden, her young mind unable to grasp the full extent of the situation, yet she could envision the solitary struggle of Dilu Beast searching for her. With her innate kindness, she took 2 steps forward. Yang Tao instinctively reached out to stop her, but, upon reconsideration of the bond between Dilu Beast and Jair, allowed her to approach while remaining vigilant. Jair opened her arms and embraced Dilu Beast, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were looking for me. From now on, let us not be apart, all right?" Dilu Beast stiffened momentarily. Its fierce and unyielding glare softened in that instant when Jair held it. The walls it had built around its heart crumbled, and all its memories flooded back. Then, like a child, Dilu Beast burst into tears. I remember now. I am the chosen digital companion. Jair, I've searched so hard for you, sob, sob, sob. A creature and a little girl wept together. That moment, Yang Tao felt his own heart stirred. His eyes, slightly moist, reflecting on Dilu Beast's harrowing experiences in the digital realm, was indeed heartbreaking. Crouching down, Yang Tao reached out to stroke Dilu Beast's head, feeling its soft and smooth fur. His eyes lighting up, such a delightful texture. Those who have ever petted a creature know how addictive it can be. Yet before he could indulge further, Dilu Beast suddenly snapped back to reality, glaring fiercely at him while swatting his hand away with its paw. "You vile human, do not touch me." Yang Tao, such an annoying little creature. Yet, I still wish to pet you. Dilu Beast then expressed concern. Jair, you must leave this place. Vampire Beast is searching for you. Leave? Where? Where can we go? Yang Tao's words rendered Dilu Beast silent. Without defeating Vampire Beast, it would never relent in its pursuit of Jair. By the way, you should have the replica evolution key, right? The immediate priority was to locate Jair's holy plan, though Yang Tao was uncertain whether it had been taken by a crow. Dilu Beast gazed at Yang Tao and asked, "How do you know I possess the evolution key?" With that, Dilu Beast retrieved the replica evolution key from within its gloves. "I know there is much to unravel. Now, Jair, take Dilu Beast home and see if you can find the holy plan, as long as the evolution key gets close to the holy plan. It will emit light. This Dilu Beast, you ought to know. Dilu Beast, being a mature digital beast, had the mental capacity of a 16 or 17-year-old and fully comprehended Yang Tao's words. When it evolved to its perfect form, Dilu Beast felt a peculiar sensation as Yang Tao's gaze seemed to fixate upon it. "Hey, your gaze is truly bothersome." Yang Tao, snapping back to reality, cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and said, "Ahem. You two should hurry back now. Jair, if you find yourself in danger, Don't forget to use the key. Farewell." With that, Yang Tao summoned a wooden door and departed the park. Observing this, Dilu Beast was left astonished and turned to Jair, asking, "Jair, how do you know him? Do humans possess special abilities?" Upon returning to the main world, Yang Tao was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Dr. Agasa. The portly figure of Dr. Agasa was agile as he deftly wielded his instruments. Meticulously examining the wooden door that led to the world of Conan, his round face etched with a look of gravity. Eric stood nearby, observing Dr. Agasa, occasionally exchanging a few words with him. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Eric turned to Yang Tao, his face breaking into a smile as he said, "Yang, you've returned." Yang Tao nodded gently and approached, inquiring, "Dr. Agasa, what brings you here?" Listening to Yang Tao's voice, Dr. Agasa reluctantly set down his equipment and replied, "The invisibility skin you entrusted to me has made groundbreaking progress." He then proceeded to rattle off an array of technical jargon, completely disregarding whether Yang Tao could comprehend it. Yang Tao felt as if a torrent of unfamiliar knowledge was invading his ears, mercilessly thrashing his mind, prompting him to wryly remark, "Dr. Agasa, I am utterly unversed in research. Please speak more directly." Dr. Agasa paused, looking at him as though he were simple-minded, and succinctly summarized, "The original solution I formulated can reactivate that skin, thereby restoring its ability to render one invisible." While Yang Tao appreciated Dr. Agasa's expertise, he was acutely aware that to someone of Dr. Agasa's caliber, there was little distinction between an ordinary person and a fool. Their thought processes were entirely divergent. Otherwise, the saying about the thin line between genius and madness would not exist. Really? Yang Tao was astounded by Dr. Agasa's prowess. He had not anticipated such rapid advancements in merely 2 days, especially in thoroughly understanding the characteristics of the smile skin and even developing a battery. He retrieved the 2 smile corpses from his backpack that he had not converted into energy points the previous night. Placing them on the ground, Dr. Agasa immediately recognized the glowing teeth and eyes, realizing they belonged to the so-called smile. He promptly donned a pair of gloves from his pocket and approached the corpse, stating, "The energy provided by the first solution is still too minimal, only supporting the skin's invisibility for 2 hours. 2 hours. This exceeded Yang Tao's expectations entirely. Dr. Agasa, you have truly worked hard." He spoke. Yang Tao took out a bottle of gray almond water from his backpack and handed it to Dr. Agasa. The doctor appeared to have dark circles under his eyes, and his complexion looked somewhat pale, possibly due to a lack of rest over the past 2 days. "Doctor, this is almond water, a specialty of the backroom world. It can alleviate hunger and restore energy, making it perfect for you at this moment." Restore energy? Dr. Agasa felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. For everything around him, be it the interdimensional portal, the peculiar space, or the smile corpses, held an inexplicable allure. Now, with Yang Tao presenting him with the restorative almond water, he was convinced of its efficacy. Temporarily setting aside the smile corpses, Dr. Agasa removed his gloves and accepted the gray almond water from Yang Tao, cautiously inspecting the liquid within the bottle. After taking a whiff, he carefully took a sip. Instantly, a wave of unique energy washed over his weary mind. Incredible! Dr. Agasa took a hearty gulp and then stowed the remaining almond water in his pocket, intending to study it thoroughly later. The special components contained within the almond water transformed into a warm current, prompting Dr. Agasa to involuntarily close his eyes and revel in the delightful sensation. After a minute or two, Dr. Agasa slowly reopened his eyes and expressed, "Thank you very much, Mr. Yang Tao." Yang Tao smiled in reply, "It is I who should be thanking you, Dr. Agasa." Suddenly recalling the strength-enhancing shoes he had invented for Conan, he inquired, "Dr. Agasa, is the principle behind the strength-enhancing shoes you created for Conan based on stimulating acupoints to unleash potential?" Dr. Agasa, upon hearing Yang Tao's question, appeared puzzled as he explained, "Stimulating acupoints? Unleashing potential? Who suggested that? Those shoes are powered by electricity. The human body is merely the medium. Otherwise, considering Conan's current 8-year-old physique, he would have no strength whatsoever." Yang Tao's eyes widened, not because he had misremembered, but because Dr. Agasa's assertion that the human body was merely a medium hinted that he could indeed develop a suit akin to Iron Man's with current technology. Dr. Agasa, you must hear my proposal. Yang Tao proceeded to describe Iron Man's capabilities to Dr. Agasa. After listening, Dr. Agasa furrowed his brow and replied, "With my current technological capabilities, I am entirely unable to create such armor. The primary issues lie with materials and energy. Much like the strength-enhancing shoes, the materials limit their lifespan. Moreover, to enable a human to move freely in the air requires a substantial energy source, which current resources cannot provide." Yang Tao felt a twinge of disappointment at Dr. Agasa's explanation. Of course, Dr. Agasa is merely a scientist, not a genie. However, the notion of an energy cannon with a high rate of fire was indeed a commendable suggestion, one he could explore further upon returning to Dr. Agasa spoke earnestly. Having already devised a rough plan in his mind regarding what he could pursue, he was confident that while the success rate might not be 100%, achieving 70 to 80% was certainly feasible. Very well, Dr. Agasa, then I shall trouble you with this, that if you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to approach me. With that, he directly exchanged a compressed key that could be used 10 times, handing it to Dr. Agasa. Dr. Agasa, when you have time, I would like to invite you to the back room to see if you can create machines suitable for use there. The back room has peculiar properties, with each floor governed by specific rules. Some floors exhibit extreme interference with electronic devices, posing a significant challenge for exploration. The back room, is that where these monsters reside? A look of keen interest spread across Dr. Agasa's face, drawn to the notion of a place that could give rise to smiles. Indeed, it is not merely inhabited by entities possessing various extraordinary abilities. The most wondrous and enigmatic aspect lies within the back room itself. Well, when are you free? I am available at any time. Yang Tao glanced at the wooden door leading to the digital monster world, smiling as he replied, I have a few matters to attend to. Dr. Agasa, please continue your research on the smile and strive to produce the finished invisibility cloak. That moment, Dr. Agasa's fate underwent a significant transformation in the spatial realm of the main world. Yang Tao and Eric were vigorously tilling the land with their hoes. Eric resembled a child who had just received a new toy, his eyes brimming with excitement and joy. Yang, this is truly unbelievable. With just a gentle tap, we can transform this grassland into arable land. It's like magic. Yang Tao, also wielding his hoe, turned to Eric, casting a gaze filled with pity before quickly averting his eyes. Fearing Eric might notice, he lowered his head, focusing on the tilled earth, and remarked, It is indeed remarkable. And there are even more astonishing things. Eric, tonight, we can venture into the back room to dig tunnels together. Eric had never anticipated that he could wield a hoe when Yang Tao had been tilling. Eric had curiously approached, prompting Yang Tao to spontaneously hand him the iron hoe to give it a T or Y. Their astonishment. Upon striking the grass block lightly, Eric transformed it into tilled land. Though he lacked a backpack and could not collect any dropped items, nor was he immune to fatigue, he had become a laborer capable of working independently. Eric, designated as laborer number 1 by Yang Tao, remained oblivious to the grim fate that awaited him. Instead, he reveled in the joy of possessing such extraordinary abilities. Yang, I will definitely join you in the back room tonight to dig tunnels. Following Yang Tao's guidance, they cultivated a substantial plot of farmland within the main world. Yang Tao retrieved some wheat seeds obtained from destroying grass and pumpkin seeds purchased from the Conan world, handing some to Eric. Take these seeds and try planting them by focusing on the tilled earth. Eric received the seeds and, following Yang Tao's instructions, focused on the cultivated land beneath his feet, silently reciting the incantation for planting. Since the seeds in his hand were piled together, he could not discern any reduction. Yet the earth beneath him sprouted a tender green shoot. My heavens! This is nothing short of a miracle. He had tilled the soil himself, and the seeds were his own doing. In the blink of an eye, the sprout had almost reached a finger's height. Yang Tao's bestowed abilities had once again reshaped his worldview. Yang Tao, suppressing his amusement, pointed at the tilled ground and said, You take care of that side. I'll handle this side. That let's fill all the cultivated land before we discuss miracles. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. Uncle! Upon hearing the voice, Yang Tao immediately recognized it was Jia, for this soft, melodious tone, coupled with a unique address, belonged solely to her. Turning towards the source of the sound, he found Jia standing at the wooden door, accompanied by Di-Lu Beast, who was curiously inspecting the environment around them. Yang Tao handed over the remaining seeds to Eric, speaking in a tone that conveyed his reliance on him. "I'll leave this to you. I have some matters to attend to." Eric nodded solemnly and replied, "Yang, you can rest assured, I will manage this." Yang Tao walked towards Jia with ease. Upon seeing him, Jia, with a voice as sweet as honey, asked, "Uncle, why are you smiling so?" Lacking the vocabulary to articulate her thoughts, she was momentarily at a loss, prompting Di-Lu Beast to add, "Evil." Yang Tao was taken aback, then rubbed his face and replied, "Is it that obvious? Am I smiling so conspicuously?" He was merely delighted by the sight of the adorable Jia, certainly not because he was pleased at the prospect of recruiting workers. Glancing at the haughty and displeased Di-Lu Beast, Yang Tao inquired, "Have you found a sacred plan that belongs to Jia?" "I have," Jia exclaimed, retrieving her sacred plan from her pocket. Yang Tao nodded gently, saying, "Jia, you are the 8th child chosen. You inherently possess the power of light. You are a kind-hearted child and will surely harness your powers correctly." Though her power was described as light, it could more accurately be termed as sacrifice. Just like the emblem she bore, she was a compassionate little girl, willing to sacrifice for others without a trace of complaint, in the realm of Digimon. Jia's emblem symbolized consideration for others, illuminating their hearts like a beacon of light. Yang Tao had already devised a plan, one aimed at awakening the luminous power within Jia. He noticed Di-Lu Beast retrieving 2 apples from its backpack, a product of the limited contents therein. "Here, Jia and Di-Lu Beast, consider this a gift from me." Di-Lu Beast was momentarily taken aback. In the digital world, aside from Wizard Beast, it had no friends, making this its first experience receiving a so-called gift. It glanced at Jia, who had long since grown accustomed to extending her hand to accept the apple offered by Yang Tao. She then reached into her pocket and produced a few candies, saying, "Uncle, this is a gift from Jia to you." Observing the candies in Jia's palm, Yang Tao suddenly understood why her emblem was the emblem of light. She treated everyone with gentleness, illuminating their hearts like a ray of sunshine. "Thank you, Jia," he said, taking the candies into his hand. Jia then offered one of the apples to Di-Lu Beast, saying, "The gift from Uncle is especially delicious. You should try it, Di-Lu Beast." The proud Di-Lu Beast nodded and extended its paws to receive the apple from Jia, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Tao. Muttering in a barely audible voice, "Thank you." The world of Digimon narrates the 8 virtues among humanity and is devoid of the deceit often found in the adult world. After a while, Di-Lu Beast, with a hint of concern, said, "Jia's evolution key is still in the hands of the blood-sucking beast. Without the evolution key, I cannot acquire greater strength. The minions of the blood-sucking beast are currently searching for Jia's power. If she keeps the sacred plan, she will undoubtedly be found by the blood-sucking beast. That I wish to temporarily entrust the sacred plan to you, so that I may return to the blood-sucking beast and retrieve Jia's evolution key." Yang Tao nodded gently. Without the activation of the evolution key, Di-Lu Beast could not evolve into Angel Beast. The blood-sucking beast strength was formidable, exceedingly so. Even with Tai, Ahi, and their fully evolved partners, they would not stand a chance against the blood-sucking beast. Only the evolved Angel Beast could be the nemesis of the blood-sucking beast. However, Yang Tao gently shook his head, rejecting Di-Lu Beast's proposal. "No, if you return alone, it would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. While it's still daytime, you should gather the other 7 chosen children and together venture to the blood-sucking beast's lair in the real world. Take advantage of his powers being halved during the day to launch a direct assault, and you can also take this opportunity to hunt for the true evolution emblem." The Di-Lu Beast hesitated for a moment. Its character mirrored that of Jia, reluctant to see others come to harm. This was indeed the best course of action. Delaying until nightfall would only complicate matters, just as Yang Tao was discussing plans with Jia and Di-Lu Beast. The wooden door leading to Conan's world swung open once more. Yang Tao watched as Conan stepped through the door and waved at him. Did you finish your summer vacation? Conan's expression darkened. He had only spent one day of his summer vacation, and tomorrow he would have to return to school. The feeling of being awake while the world around him was lost in slumber was decidedly unpleasant. By the way, how many people died this time? His uncanny ability to attract death wherever he went rendered Conan's seaside excursion anything but peaceful. Yang Tao nodded lightly. Such occurrences were trivial for Conan. If he ever went out without encountering trouble, that would be the real issue. Conan then turned his gaze towards Jair and Dilu Beast, as a detective. He habitually scrutinized Jair's situation. However, he quickly concluded that Jair was merely an ordinary child. As for Dilu Beast, it was simply a creature that looked a bit peculiar, wasn't it? Jair also looked at Conan and initiated the conversation. Hello, my name is Jair. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you also one of the chosen children? Conan was left bewildered by Jair's words, looking at the adorable girl and responding. Hello, my name is Adagawa Conan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Young lady T then turned to Yang Tao and asked, Mr. Yang Tao, what does it mean to be a chosen child? Upon hearing Conan's inquiry, Yang Tao chuckled and said, What? Not calling me brother this time. The chosen children are those selected to save the world. Yang Tao's tone shifted to a teasing one. Jair is already saving the world at the tender age of 8. Unlike some who are 18 and still can't manage to bathe on their WNT that moment. Conan wished desperately for a perfect crime to execute, wanting Yang Tao to understand that he was no slouch in solving cases. But alas, his fluctuating abilities made it impossible for him to subdue Yang Tao. I have only bathed with Shaolin twice. The rest of the time, I bathe myself twice? So, you took advantage once. But that wasn't enough, so you took advantage twice. The clever Conan quickly devised a counter against Yang Tao's banter. Immediately, he fell silent, knowing that if Yang Tao sought to tease him, nothing he said would matter. Seeing that Conan had ceased speaking, Yang Tao lost interest in teasing him, turning back to Jair and Dilu Beast, saying, Let us return for now. Jair, please call your brother and have him come back. Then we shall gather everyone's strength and head to the blood-sucking beast's lair to deal with it. Understand, uncle. With that, Jair pushed open the wooden door and returned home. Yang Tao followed suit. And Conan, seeing Yang Tao leaving, quickly asked, Mr. Yang Tao, may I join you take a look? In the face of danger, you must leave at the first opportunity. Can you manage that? Conan adjusted his glasses and replied, Of course, no problem, and I'm quite strong too. Yang Tao merely smiled and said nothing. It was time for Conan to recognize the world's perils. Not all adversaries were like the harmless entities that could only bully the weak. Indeed, even within the image organization of the Backrooms, there were specialized teams tasked with hunting down entities. Though the mortality rate was somewhat high, they had indeed eliminated numerous entities. Jair dashed into the living room to call Tai. Yang Tao and the Dilu Beast gazed at each other, wide-eyed in mutual astonishment. The more I look, the more I find the Dilu Beast beautiful, thought Dilu Beast. Why does this human regard me with such a peculiar gaze? Is he truly human? Meanwhile, Conan habitually surveyed the room's decor before turning his attention to Yang Tao, who was in a similar state of wide-eyed wonder with the Dilu Beast, and inquired, Is this also neon? It can be considered neon. After all, you just converse with Jair, replied Yang Tao. T is merely a parallel world, Conan remarked, now fully accepting this minor detail. Approaching the Dilu Beast, Conan curiously asked, What an adorable little creature. What breed is this? I've never encountered it before. The Dilu Beast gracefully leaped aside to evade Conan's hand, feeling an odd sensation from him. Although he appeared to be just another human child like Jair, the Dilu Beast sensed a profound difference between Conan and heard, Do you dislike being touched? Human, I only enjoy being held by Jair, and I am not the little creature you perceive me to be. Conan's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he turned to Yang Tao, asking, Did it just speak? Of course it did. What is so remarkable about that? Yang Tao responded. Conan retorted, A creature that can fluently speak Japanese is not extraordinary. Yang Tao, pleased with Conan's reaction, introduced, This is Dilu Beast, a mature Digimon. Wait, Yonge, let me process this, Conan stammered, struggling to accept the notion of a creature capable of normal communication with humans, staring blankly at the Dilu beast. Yang Tao, unfazed, turned to the Dilu beast and eagerly inquired, Dilu beast, may I acquire a Digimon as my partner? Certainly, the Dilu beast replied succinctly, then continued, however, you must seek out a suitable partner on your own. The ideal opportunity lies in visiting the founding village to find a compatible Digi egg. You must connect with it through your heart. Only then can you obtain a Digimon partner. Nevertheless, this process can be quite time-consuming. And without a holy plan or evolution badge, the maturation of an ordinary Digimon takes an exceedingly long time, and under normal circumstances, it won't evolve into its ultimate form. Upon hearing the Dilu beast's explanation, Yang Tao's mind suddenly recalled the egg hatching mechanism from Pak M.O.D. Oh, you know what Snowball Beast's egg looks like. Snowball Beast is the juvenile form of Dilu Beast. Dilu Beast is the most suitable Digimon to serve as a partner. It remains a small Digimon from its juvenile stage to its mature stage, making it perfect for companionship. That IT is absolutely not. Because of Angel Beast, no, definitely not. The Dilu Beast cast a cool glance at Yang Tao and remarked, Light-type Digimon are rare. You will have little chance of finding one. Furthermore, your adult mindset will never earn the recognition of a light-type Digimon. I believe you are more suited for a dark-type Digimon. Digimon, much like Pokemon, possess numerous attributes and can be broadly categorized into three types: virus, vaccine, and data. When further divided by attributes, the categories multiply significantly: plant, dragon, bug, water, electric, ice, and even poop, among others. The bedroom door swung open, and Jair entered. Closing the door behind her, she announced, I've informed my brother that I am the 8th chosen child, and he will be back shortly. Once your brother Taichi returns, we shall confront the vampire beast. Taichi arrived swiftly, with the group waiting downstairs for merely a little over 10 minutes before catching sight of him. During Jair's phone call, Taichi had been with his other friends, so all 7 children had come along. Brother! Jair exclaimed, clearly dependent on and fond of her brother Taichi, waving excitedly upon his return. Jair! Taichi rushed over, cradling the rolling beast, then immediately eyed the Dilu beast with suspicion. Having previously encountered it under the control of the vampire beast, the rolling beast leapt from Taichi's arms, and before it even touched the ground, it radiated a brilliant white light, transforming into Agumon in the blink of an eye. Taichi urgently called out, Jair, come here quickly. That is just the Dilu beast. It's a villain. Jair, seeing Agumon rush toward them, quickly spread her arms to shield the Dilu beast, anxiously exclaiming, Brother, the Dilu beast is not a villain. It is my partner. The Dilu beast felt deeply moved by the sight of Jair's frail body standing protectively before it. It reached into Jair's pocket and retrieved the holy plan. Upon seeing the holy plan, the children gasped, it's the holy plan. Taichi's sister is truly the 8th chosen child. Look, the holy plan is glowing. Ah, does that mean the Dilu beast is indeed Jair's partner? But why is Jair's partner under the control of the vampire beast? Taichi, witnessing the glowing holy plan, could hardly believe his eyes. The Dilu beast stepped forward from behind Jair, saying, I was previously the cause of everyone's trouble. Subsequently, the Dilu beast deeply bowed to Taichi and the others. Being children, upon learning that the Dilu beast was the 8th chosen Digimon, they generously forgave its prior actions. Jair, who are they? Taichi asked, noticing Yang Tao, who appeared to be lost in thought. He is an uncle I know. He helped me find the Dilu beast and the holy plan. The group was taken aback, and Hikari curiously inquired, how does he know that Jair is the chosen child? Could he have visited the digital world? At that moment, Yang Tao was not listening to the children's conversation. He was intently examining the notifications popping up in the chat box. World Exploration Progress. 12.82. World Exploration Progress. 30.82. Activated Death No Drop Module. World Exploration Progress. 48.82. The final exploration progress halted at 48.82, with an average of 6 points contributed by each child and their Digimon. Does this mean that the progress in the Digimon world is only calculated according to the first series? The chosen children in Digimon are not limited to the 8 present. New children are selected whenever a crisis arises in the digital world. However, given the current rate of progress, it was evident that the subsequent series plots were not being accounted for. If the progress is solely based on the first series, then reaching the digital world should be a piece of cake. Yang Tao mused. Surely, confronting the vampire beast would yield substantial progress, considering it was the primary antagonist of the Digimon world. Sir, Gyre is calling for you. Conan gently tugged at Yang Tao's sleeve. Upon snapping back to reality, Yang Tao noticed that Tai Chi and the others were all staring at him. What is the matter? Tai Chi, as Gyre's brother, stepped forward, warily regarding Yang Tao and questioning. Who are you? How do you know that Gyre is the 8th chosen child? Facing Tai Chi, the bearer of the courage badge, Yang Tao offered a gentle smile and replied softly. How I came to know is of little importance. What truly matters is that I harbor no ill intentions towards Gyre or any of you. If I had any malicious intent, you would not have seen her again. Tai Chi, as the leader among you, Gyre is currently targeted by the vampire beast. It is time for you to make a decision. Persuading the children was remarkably simple, with a slight nudge to Tai Chi. He diverted his inquiry away from Yang Tao and began contemplating the matter of the vampire beast. Observing Tai Chi's hesitation, Yang Tao continued, the vampire beast's power diminishes by half during the day. If possible, it is best to locate the vampire beast now and defeat it. Otherwise, come nightfall, none of you will stand a chance against it. His words appealed to both reason and emotion. Tai Chi glanced at Yang Tao and said, But we can't find the vampire beast. Hearing Tai Chi's concern, the Dilu beast stepped forward and declared, I know. Tai finally realized that the enemy general had seemingly transformed into an ally, turning to gaze at his companions, who were all beaming with smiles, awaiting his decision. Observing this, Tai clenched his fists tightly, revealing a resolute expression as he proclaimed, Let us vanquish the vampire beast. Only through this can we save our world. I concur. I also agree. Count me in. Witnessing the entire scene, Conan looked at the impassioned children with growing concern and inquired, Mr. Yang Tao, are we truly relying on this group of children and their so-called Digimon to save the world? What are the adults in this world doing? To Conan, these so-called Digimon appear to be merely clever pets. He felt that even the yellow dinosaur that had just dashed over might be incapable of defeating him. Alas, the crisis had arrived with alarming swiftness, and the army was caught unawares. Moreover, one could hardly fathom the potential of the Digimon. Soon, they would witness their formidable prowess. After a brief period, the group arrived at the park where the vampire beast resided. Dilu Beast pointed to the ground at the center of the park and stated, The vampire beast is hidden beneath here, that I need to temporarily part ways with you. Jar's true evolution badge is still in the hands of the vampire beast, and I must retrieve it. Jar, glancing anxiously at Dilu Beast, protested, This is far too dangerous. You must not go. Brother and sister will undoubtedly be able to defeat the vampire beast, having lived beside the vampire beast. Dilu Beast was acutely aware of its might. Without uniting all the chosen powers, defeating the vampire beast would be an impossibility. Rest assured, my identity has not yet been exposed. There will be no problems. I shall return swiftly. Dilu Beast, uncertain of the success of this endeavor, knew it was a mission it had to undertake alongside the other chosen ones. With that, Dilu Beast dashed resolutely toward the park's entrance. After Dilu Beast vanished from sight, Tai turned to Agumen and said, Agumen, let us draw the vampire beast out to create an opportunity for Dilu Beast. Absolutely, Tai. Let's go. Agumen. From a distance, Yang Tao observed as the evolution light emanated once more from Agumen. The sound of a drumbeat echoing in his mind. As the light dissipated, Agumen, originally standing at a meter tall, transformed into the towering Tyrannoman, reaching over 10 meters in height. Yang Tao, witnessing the evolution process of Tyrannoman, smiled and remarked, Conan, do be cautious. The battles ahead are beyond your capacity to partake. That moment. As Conan gazed up at the ground-shaking Tyrannoman, he finally understood why Yang Tao had said he had yet to witness the true power of Digimon. Observing Yang Tao's nonchalant demeanor as he sat on the board, Conan could no longer restrain himself from asking, Mr. Yang Tao, are you not going to assist these children? Me? Yang Tao pointed at the rampaging Tyrannoman and replied, This level of battle is beyond my involvement. Furthermore, The strength of these children surpasses your imagination. Just watch. Conan's eyes were filled with apprehension. No matter how strong they were still merely children of about 10 years. Just then, a shadow emerged from the ground, hovering in mid-air, clad in a blue suit with a flowing cloak reminiscent of the legendary Dracula. With a red-eye mask adorning its face, it resembled a gentleman attending a masked ball. Its handsome visage quite captivating. Looking down at Tai and the others from above, it spoke, "I had initially planned to eliminate the 8th chosen child before seeking you out. Yet here you are, delivering yourselves right to me." Its gaze then shifted to Jar, a cold smirk forming on its face as it said, "I presume this is the 8th chosen child. You are far superior to my worthless subordinates. Alas, she lacks the evolution key and companions. Today, she is destined to perish here. But fret not, I shall send you all on your way together." Tai, looking up at the vampire beast, declared, "Vampire beast, your scheme shall never prevail. Onward, Tyrannoman." As he spoke, the evolution badge on his chest radiated light once more. Accompanied by a beam of golden light descending from above, Tyrannoman evolved into Mecha Tyrannoman. The other children, too, commanded their partners to join the fray. With evolution lights illuminating the battlefield as it escalated into a fervent clash from the very outset. From a distance, Yang Tao felt a surge of exhilaration at the sight. Even Conan found it difficult to accept the notion of Digimon evolution. "Mr. Yang Tao, could you explain why these perfectly normal creatures are donning battle armor? Moreover, how can they even emit projectiles from their chests? The cactus-headed creature sprouting flowers, is it a plant person? Why does a rotund entity transform into an angel? Are these transformations random? And that dog is now standing upright." Yang Tao, observing Conan on the verge of madness, extended his hand and delivered a familiar tap on Conan's head, reminiscent of the technique often employed by Mori Kagoro, instantly bringing Conan back to his senses. "Feeling better?" Conan, cradling his head with tears in his eyes, replied, "Much better. Thank you, dear. Welcome." Yang Tao explained to the still battling Digimon, "What you are witnessing are Digimon that do not be fixated on the term on. The crux lies in digital. In theory, they are not true life forms, but rather a manifestation of special data. In fact, Yang Tao is somewhat akin to a Digimon. However, his foundational logic is entirely composed of rules, while Digimon exist under those rules. The relationship between the two is akin to that of a globe and the Earth. Though both contain continents and oceans, who can assert that they exist on the same level? They share similarities with animals and humans, possessing phases of infancy, growth, and maturity, yet they may also face demise due to lifespan or injury. Their stages of infancy, growth, and maturity manifest in distinctly different forms, and even their personalities may evolve. For instance, the dog you mentioned earlier in its growth phase is known as Gabuman, in its canine form as Gurumon, and now standing as Wordgurumon. It even possesses an ultimate evolution, at which point it will be called Metal Gurumon. Regardless of how they evolve, their memories remain intact, perhaps supplemented with inherited memories. Yet this does not alter their essence. Conan found himself enveloped in confusion, yet he began to grasp that these so-called Digimon were not normal life forms. Such a wondrous existence. Even witnessing it firsthand, I can hardly fathom. As Conan gazed at the winged angels soaring through the sky, he marveled at the possibility that the angels chronicled in history might also be akin to these Digimon. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the children's Digimon seemed unable to contend with the vampire beast. Yang Tao rose, stretching his limbs, and chuckled. "No need to speculate. They indeed cannot prevail, although they are all perfect Digimon. Their strengths vary." With a hint of concern, Conan asked, "Mr. Yang Tao, what then? Among the 8 chosen children, do you not think one Digimon is missing? Are you referring to that one?" Yang Tao pointed at Dilu Beast, who was emerging from underground while clutching the evolution badge. "Indeed, Conan, the grand performance has concluded, and it is time for me to lend the children a buff." With that, Yang Tao snapped his fingers, and a wooden door materialized beside him. He opened it, grasped Conan's collar, and ushered him through, saying, "Now, you can simply watch from here. There's no need to worry about me." The vampire beast, hovering in the air, forcefully swept its cloak, releasing a multitude of bats that surged forth to attack Mecha Tyrannoman. already significantly injured. Mechatyrannomen was struck head-on by the vampire beast's ultimate move, Night Demon Assault, its massive frame crashing to the ground. Unable to rise again, Tai, filled with worry, shouted the name of Mechatyrannomen, but alas, the severely depleted Mechatyrannomen could not muster the will to rise once more. Mechatyrannomen, rally yourself. Haha, futile. You are no match for me. Demon Blood Whip. A crimson energy whip materialized in the hands of the vampire beast, swiftly striking the orc Garaloo. With a sharp crack, Garaloo was sent sprawling to the ground. You wretched children, today you shall all perish. None shall thwart my ambition to merge worlds. Just as he prepared to launch another assault on the other Digimon, his peripheral vision caught sight of the Diloo beast, frantically running on the ground with an evolution key in its mouth. This abnormal sight instantly alerted the vampire beast, who bellowed in rage. Diloo beast, how dare you? Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in his mind as he stammered in disbelief. Wait, you are the 8th chosen Digimon. Damn it, I should have killed you on the spot. Seizing the badge, the Diloo beast hurled it towards Gyre, shouting, Gyre, catch the badge. A surge of terror surged within the vampire beast as he cried out. Not a chance. Night Demon Strike. Swiftly waving his cloak, a multitude of bats soared towards Gyre. That moment, a figure emerged between the bats and Gyre. It was Yang Tao, brandishing a shield like an imposing mountain. Blocking the onslaught of bats, Yang Tao glanced back at the stunned Gyre, offering a reassuring smile as he said, Take care of yourself, Gyre. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered. The remaining bats collided with Yang Tao's body. And in an instant, he crumpled to the ground, transforming into a wisp of mist that dissipated in the wind. Uncle. Gyre's holy plan and evolution badge radiated a brilliant light. The Diloo beast was enveloped in the divine glow, causing the summoned demon bats to vanish without a trace. Behind the wooden door, Conan gazed in disbelief at the scene that had just unfolded. He could hardly accept that Yang Tao had sacrificed himself so readily. Impossible! Mr. Yang Tao left no corpse. He cannot be dead. As he lingered in a state of inexplicable sorrow, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Conan, what are you chanting at the door? Did the Diloo beast evolve into the celestial beast? Conan quickly turned to see Yang Tao, who had mysteriously appeared in the space and was striding towards him, causing the weight on his heart to lift instantly. You're not dead. I merely want to grant them a buff. Not to sacrifice myself. Yang Tao then noticed Conan's reddened eyes and teased. Conan, you're not crying, are you? No. How could that be? It's just the wind outside that's a bit irritating. Yang Tao reached out, ruffling Conan's hair, and refrained from further embarrassing him, instead gazing at the new figure that had appeared in the sky. The celestial beast, the fully evolved form of the Diloo beast, a stunning angelic Digimon. Donned a bikini that revealed large swathes of alabaster skin, her shapely legs adorned with perfectly fitting white stockings. The only unfortunate aspect was that both the celestial beast and the angel beast wore metallic helmets that obscured their full features. But this is already sufficient, Yang Tao remarked with a smile at the celestial beast. Fortunately, the celestial beast is Gyre's Digimon. If it were mine, things would surely take a rather discordant turn. Conan, no longer a mere child, caught the implication in Yang Tao's words and rolled his eyes, retorting, just as the Diloo beast said, you shall never possess such a divine Digimon in your lifetime. You might as well consider if there are succubus-like creatures among the demon types. Upon hearing Conan's words, Yang Tao's eyes lit up with inspiration. He raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, and struck it against his left palm, exclaiming, how could I have forgotten that? Where there are angels, there must be demons. Succubus Digimon would be quite reasonable, although it is referred to as Lilithmon. Besides that, there are Fairymon, Rosamond, Bellstarmon, Venusmon, Demon Ladymon, and Gmon. In fact, there's even the lovely Flower Fairymon, but I tend to prefer the more mature types, which I completely overlooked. Conan, I didn't realize you share my sentiments. When the time comes for us to venture into the digital world, I shall find you a Lilithmon. Conan, taken aback, exclaimed, really? I was merely speaking offhandedly. The origins of Digimon stem from the networks of the real world. It would surprise me if a succubus Digimon or even a Neon Special Production Actress Digimon were to appear one day. Conan fell into silence, pondering the implications of Yang Tao's words. If what Yang Tao suggested were true, then anything could manifest in the digital world. After the celestial beast appeared, she hovered in the sky. Addressing the vampire beast with solemnity, "Vampire beast, you obstruct the mission of the chosen children at every turn, even encroaching upon the real world. Now you have harmed Jair's friends. You have committed an unspeakable crime." The vampire beast retorted defiantly, "I intend to plunge the world into darkness. To merge it with the digital world, I shall rule the world. I am merely doing what must be done." Their voices were far from quiet. Yang Tao, standing at the door, clicked his tongue and remarked, "If the vampire beast merely sought to merge the two worlds, it would surely be remembered throughout history. Just imagine a realm rivaling Pokemon." It's exhilarating to AT that moment. The angel beast, standing behind the vampire beast, interjected, "Vampire beast, do you feel no remorse? A true villain steadfastly believes in their convictions and sees them through to the end. Regret? How could I possibly regret?" The vampire beast sneered, crossing his arms as he prepared to unleash an attack. "Night demon." However, the celestial beast was swifter. With a flourish, she declared, "Holy bubble." A golden halo emerged from her arms, soaring into the sky, and in an instant, the sacred multicolored radiance enveloped all present, revitalizing the severely injured Digimon, restoring their energies. Yet the demonic vampire beast was restrained and suppressed by this divine light. Galadramon, quickly, lend your strength to the celestial beast. Understood. Heavy hammer spark, super large horn cannon, shadow wing slash, flower fairy cannon. A torrent of energy from the Digimon S attacks merged with the halo above the celestial beast, causing an immediate tremor in the fabric of space. Though the celestial beast was formidable, she dared not delay. Should it explode, the consequences would be dire. Holy bow. A bow made of pure energy materialized in the celestial beast's hands, gently pulling the bowstring. The power merged within the holy bubble, coalesced into a single arrow. Fear flickered in the vampire beast's eyes as he realized he could not evade it, bound by the divine force. Forced to watch helplessly as the arrow, radiating holy power, pierced through his body, the vampire beast screamed in agony as he was purified. Conan sighed with relief upon witnessing the vampire beast's demise. This terrifying creature had finally been eradicated. "You are too naive." "What do you mean? Have you not noticed that the fog that emerged during the battle has not dissipated at all?" Conan gazed at the increasingly dense fog and stammered, "Are you saying that monster is not dead? Saving the world could never be so simple. T60606. The vampire beast will resurrect. Even stronger than before." Yang Tao observed the jubilant children and added, "That will be their first encounter with an ultimate-level Digimon. A monster towering over 100 meters. Even the battle Tyrannosaurus would seem as small as its palm. Will the children ultimately prevail? Indeed, justice shall triumph over evil. There is no way a handful of 8-year-old children would perish. Just like Ultraman battling monsters, he will ultimately emerge victorious. Yet, the collapsed skyscrapers and the deceased residents within the city would go unnoticed. Let the children handle what comes next at that moment. A new wooden door appeared beside him, and Jair, cradling the Dilu beast, now reverted to its small puppy form, peeked through the door, catching sight of Yang Tao, who was spying on the battlefield. The little girl immediately burst into tears of joy, exclaiming, "Uncle, I'm so glad you're alive." The little dog beast, upon seeing Yang Tao, was momentarily taken aback and in a soft voice asked, "You're not dead?" The voice of the digital monster changes at each stage, and the little dog beast, being in its growth phase, spoke with less maturity than the Dilu beast. Yang Tao looked at Jair and the little dog beast, stepped forward and gently patted Jair's small head, saying, "Uncle is fine. After I was injured, I returned to this space on my own, so you needn't worry." Seizing a moment when the little dog beast was distracted, he reached out and patted its head, saying, "Little dog beast, can you promise me something?" The little dog beast, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" Yang Tao continued, "Once we evolve into the celestial angel beast, let us not evolve any further. Shall we? I wish to preserve beautiful memories." The thought of this made Yang Tao want to confront the planner responsible for the celestial angel beast in the digital world. He felt the individual was a terrorist seeking revenge on society. How could one allow angels to evolve into dogs? Not even a pink dog. With preparations in place, the resurrected vampire beast was finally eradicated by the children, and the surrounding mist began to dissipate as Yang Tao looked up at the sky of the digital world. He beheld the reflection of the digital realm above, with numerous flying digital monsters transitioning from their world to that of humans. Particularly, the volatile virus-type digital monsters wreaked havoc upon their arrival in the human world, marking the formal commencement of the war between humans and digital monsters. However, the most perilous aspect was the merging of the two worlds. This integration was not merely a simple connection, but it would also provoke various natural disasters: earthquakes, tsunamis, land shifts, volcanic eruptions, and more. The chosen children promptly harnessed the power of the sacred plan to open a portal to the digital world. Yang Tao, holding Jia Er's hand, solemnly stated, "Once you reach the digital world, open the wooden door. Uncle will be waiting for you." Lacking the sacred plan, and not being a digital monster himself, he had no means to utilize the portal activated by the sacred plan. Jia nodded obediently. Yang Tao then retrieved 2 apples from his backpack, handing one each to Jia and Dilu Beast, waving his hand as he urged, "You must ensure your safety." Tai Yi's rolling beast, upon seeing the bright red apples, was nearly drooling. "Tai Yi, I want to eat an apple too." Jia, hearing this, smiled and offered her apple to the rolling beast, saying, "Here, this apple is for you." The rolling beast joyfully accepted the apple with its long ears, exclaiming, "Thank you, Jia." It then opened its mouth wide and tossed the apple in whole, declaring, "Delicious," whether it was due to the satiation provided by the apple or the rolling beast's joy after consuming it. A brilliant light of evolution emanated from it, reverting to its growth phase as argument. "Uncle, goodbye." Jia waved as she stepped into the guiding beam of light. Yang Tao, standing on the ground, raised his head to bid farewell to the young girl, and, once her figure vanished from sight, departed with Conan. Upon returning to the main world, Yang Tao gazed at the progress bar, now at 54, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He anticipated that once Jia opened the wooden door again, a casual tour of the digital world would elevate him above 60. Turning to glance at the contemplative Conan, Yang Tao cheerfully asked, "Now that you've seen the new world, I ascend tea time for you to head back to sleep?" "Don't forget, you're only 8, by the way. Just call me Yongo from now on. Referring to me as brother makes me feel uneasy." Conan, snapping back to reality, looked at Yang Tao and replied, "Do you think I can sleep now? I regret being so curious. I can hardly distinguish what is real anymore. You know Descartes, I think, therefore I am, right?" Conan nodded, then smiled, saying, "I'm fine, just reflecting a bit." "Where are you planning to go next?" He felt that accompanying Yang Tao on his journeys to different worlds would be quite interesting, as he preferred reasoning over death. "Nowhere in particular. I'll wait for someone to come to me." Conan, puzzled and about to inquire further about Yang Tao's meaning, noticed the mist surrounding their main world rapidly dissipating, revealing vast new fields beyond. The space expanded once more. They're nothing new this time. Yang Tao mused, feeling as though he were drawing from a mystery box. Having spent 40,000 energy points to upgrade the main world, yet finding nothing new, he glanced down at the grassy blocks beneath him and murmured, "Could it be that this time, the main focus is underground?" However, Yang Tao did not rush down to investigate, but instead turned to gaze at the misty wall where the wooden door was appearing. Conan, having experienced the expansion before, was not taken aback. "Yang, what are you looking at?" "I'm waiting for an unfortunate fellow to arrive." An unfortunate fellow. Conan stood beside Yang Tao, sharing his watchful gaze at the misty wall, and even Eric approached them. The 3 of them perched on a wooden platform, eagerly awaiting. After a few minutes, 2 wooden doors suddenly materialized on the misty wall, and the next moment, a man and a woman burst through the doors. The man brandished a handgun, skillfully aiming it at the nearest woman. Upon seeing the gun in the man's hand, Conan's pupils constricted, and he immediately sprang to his feet, pressing a button on his belt. A soccer ball rapidly shot from the metallic buckle of his belt. Inflating swiftly, he lifted his foot and turned the knob on his shoe. Bang! The soccer ball flew precisely toward the man. However, the man's reflexes were equally swift. Upon hearing the commotion, he swung his gun around. Yet the soccer ball was already upon him. Bang! The ball struck the man's abdomen with tremendous force, sending him flying. And the handgun fell to the ground beside him. Remarkably, the soccer ball rolled back to Conan's feet as if by magic, but a smirk graced Conan's lips, and the lenses of his glasses gleamed with a white reflection. Obscuring his eyes, he gently adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Sir, if you move again, the next target 1T be your abdomen." Yang Tao. He reached out to ruffle Conan's hair, tousling it playfully, saying, "Little brat, with your looks, how can I not be charmed?" The dashing Conan, momentarily flustered, shot an indignant glare at Yang Tao, now sporting a messy hairstyle. Yang Tao approached the two individuals, his gaze fixed on a man, as he felt a sense of familiarity with him, while the woman did not leave much of an impression. The woman, thrust into this peculiar situation, found herself at a loss as the man aimed a gun at her head, only to be incapacitated moments later. Upon noticing Yang Tao approaching, she immediately inquired in distress, "Sir, where is this place?" Yang Tao turned to her, offering a warm smile, and said, "This is my home. You are welcome to visit." The woman paused, taking in the extraordinary surroundings: square trees, square animals, and bizarre creatures resembling robots. Yang Tao bent down to retrieve the black handgun, which felt solid in his grip. "Now, tell me for where you have come to find yourselves here. Rest assured, I am not a villain. In fact, I can assist you in times of peril, of course. It is only natural to expect some small recompense for saving lives. Wouldn't you agree?" The two individuals were evidently adults. And in the adult world, one could hardly expect anything to be done for free. The woman, anxious, replied, "I am searching for my daughter. She has gone missing. I was exploring a house in Silent Hill when I suddenly arrived here." "Wait, you said Silent Hill?" Yang Tao's gaze shifted to the man lying on the ground, and he finally recognized who he was. "You are Liang Li Sangguang. What is this, playing with me? Left is Silent Hill. Right is Raccoon City? How do you know my name? Who are you?" Liang clutched his aching abdomen, rising to his feet while scrutinizing Yang Tao with a piercing gaze. "Knowing your name is not surprising, given your wary demeanor upon entering. It's clear you have arrived in Raccoon City. Haven to you." At this stage, Leon still resembles a youthful lad, his face marked by an innocence that clearly indicates he is yet to endure the brutal onslaught of biological weaponry. It is evident that this is the day he reports to Raccoon City at the onset of Resident Evil 2, marking his debut in the world of bioweapons. The Umbrella Corporation's virus has fully unleashed, and the entire Raccoon City has succumbed to the undead. Yang Tao tossed the handgun back to Leon, remarking, "Given your dire predicament, I shall return your weapon. Raccoon City is essentially a lost cause." It is not merely about survival. For Yang Tao, the underground laboratory is destined for self-destruction, and the surface will soon face a nuclear strike. Raccoon City holds no value for him. Conversely, Silent Hill is quite appealing. It comprises three distinct layers: the real world, the surface world, and the inner world, each possessing its own unique characteristics and extraordinary powers, teeming with various monstrosities. Indestructible, as long as they dare reveal their health bars. Yang Tao is prepared to eliminate them. Furthermore, Silent Hill is relatively compact, with a sparse narrative. He could achieve over 90 of his storyline progress simply by traversing the three worlds. Leon deftly caught the handgun. After a brief pause, he finally managed to stand. "Who exactly are you?" Yang Tao raised an eyebrow as he regarded Leon, replying, "Yang Tao, but you may call me Yang. Have you encountered Claire? You know Claire?" Leon responded, "I know you. What is so remarkable about knowing Claire, considering your current state?" Yang Tao scrutinized Leon before stating, "You likely have yet to locate the secret passage from the police station to the underground laboratory. TSK, you should hurry along, but heed my advice. Do not attempt to procure the original virus for Ada Wong." After a moment's thought, he produced a key from his backpack and tossed it to Leon, saying, "This is the key to my location. You may come here in times of peril, but of course, everything comes at a price, and the choice is yours." Leon caught the key, which appeared utterly unremarkable, yet he trusted Yang Tao's words, as it was clear he was no ordinary individual. "How can I return?" "Simply open the wooden door and step outside." Leon took a deep breath, adjusted his stance, opened the wooden door, and stepped through, emerging from the bright space back into the dimly lit police station. When he turned back, The wooden door had vanished into the wall. Yang Tao. The power he wielded was evidently different from any system Leon was familiar with. He gazed at the key in his hand before solemnly placing it in his pocket. "I in the main world," Yang Tao inquired of the woman. "What is your name?" To be honest, aside from her daughter Sharon, he had not retained any names from Silent Hill, although he was aware of certain plot points. "Rose, are you seeking your daughter Sharon?" Upon hearing Yang Tao utter her daughter's name, Rose clung to it as if it were a lifeline. "Do you know Sharon? Please, save her." Yang Tao nodded gently, smiling as he replied, "I can rescue her, but what is the cost, madam?" Rose stared blankly at Yang Tao, momentarily at a loss for words, observing her reaction. Yang Tao couldn't help but chuckle. "Madam, I must be candid with you. Silent Hill is a conduit to hell. I assume you have encountered those monsters. You think a mere thank you is sufficient for me to venture into a hell teeming with beasts to retrieve your daughter?" Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, Rose steadied herself and declared, "As long as you can save my daughter, I am willing to pay any price." Yang Tao nodded slightly, revealing a smile. "Excellent. I see you still possess a certain grace." Without hesitation, Rose extended her hand, removing her outer coat, all the while internally musing, "I thought you were going to snatch my eggs." For some individuals from the more liberated regions, such actions are far more serious than merely dining out. Initially, Yang Tao had been playfully teasing Rose, but her frankness nearly startled him. After all, he was a rather traditional man. With a wry smile, he said, "No, no, madam, there is no need for such hospitality. Rest assured, I will help you find your daughter." He then retrieved a key from his pocket and handed it to Rose, saying, "If you notice my absence, or if the environment around you undergoes drastic changes, simply grasp the key and think of opening a door." "Do you understand?" Rose nodded, clutching the key tightly, unwilling to let go. She turned to Eric and said, "Eric, you and Conan should take a break. Both worlds are somewhat perilous." Eric was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had heard Yang Tao mention the word danger. "All right." Conan, seeing Yang Tao's demeanor, did not refuse, and the two promptly departed from the main world. Yang Tao snapped his fingers, summoning the iron puppets that had been roaming the main world. Dozens of nearly 3-meter-tall steel monstrosities loomed, creating an immense sense of pressure for Rose. Yet, upon realizing these beings were there to assist her, her sense of security soared. "Let us proceed, madam." Yang Tao followed closely behind Rose, and, as they entered, a prompt appeared before him. "Reminder, you have arrived at Silent Hill. The Pyramid Head has already spotted you. Crush their souls and grant them true redemption. Please explore the current world." Exploration progress, 21. Goodness, a starting progress of 21. How minuscule is the world of Silent Hill? He found himself within a building, surrounded by dilapidated walls, streaks of dark red staining the surfaces. Dust was piled high on the corridor floor. "The surface world, is it?" Yang Tao scoffed. The surface world of Silent Hill was the least valuable of the three that, aside from the pervasive ashes and seemingly century-old ruins, there was little else of worth. Even the monsters were sparse. Game setting, dong, 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 a distant bell tolled, and Rose tightened her grip on his arm, her expression growing tense. In the next moment, the environment around them underwent a dramatic transformation. The once decayed yet relatively intact wall began to peel away that a pungent mix of blood and charred scents invaded Yang Tao's nostrils, prompting him to grimace. In the film adaptation of Silent Hill, the residents perished in an industrial fire, and the scent now permeating the air was all too evident. Monsters, some grotesque, charred entities crawled from the shadows, their bodies contorted in bizarre angles, howling as they surged toward Yang Tao and Rose. Yang Tao raised an eyebrow, chuckling, "Is this lot behind me truly so unthreatening? Iron Brothers, eliminate them!" It became evident that these monsters were indeed susceptible to attack, and their individual strength was comparable to that of an ordinary person. If one were to insist, they might even be weaker. Their movements were sluggish in the narrative. Rose could easily evade their pursuit, highlighting their feeble capabilities. The Iron Brothers dispatched them with ease, akin to swatting away children. Yang Tao observed a bloodied creature clinging to the ceiling, unable to suppress his surprise as he muttered, "It seems that launching them in this confined space isn't particularly effective." Having honed his resilience in the backroom world, he had developed a certain immunity to such gruesome sights. Indeed, human adaptability is remarkably strong. He extended his hand, grasping a monster's corpse and stowing it in his backpack. Silent Hill Wraith. Value 32 energy points. Yang Tao. Iron Brothers, be gentle. Don't turn them into pulp. Given the immense quantity of these ordinary monsters, Yang Tao trailed behind the Iron Brothers, collecting various wraith corpses. Far from feeling disgusted, he found himself rather exhilarated. Rose followed in a daze, watching as the so-called Iron Brothers effortlessly dispatched the monsters. It felt surreal. Suddenly, Yang Tao halted his scavenging. Exploration progress. 30.02 to wait. Where's my module? The exploration progress has surpassed 30, yet the module information has not appeared. Yang Tao pondered the whereabouts of his module. The exploration progress leapt from 30.02 to 37.02 in an instant. A formidable foe. The sound of metal scraping against the concrete floor echoed as a creature with a triangular metallic head emerged from around the corner of the corridor. Towering over 3 meters, its robust upper body was exposed to the air. Clutching a 2-meter-long machete, the noise had originated from the weapon dragging along the ground. Brother San, no wonder the exploration progress had surged so dramatically. Observing the creature's health bar, which exceeded 120 points, it was evident that Brother San could easily overpower the Backroom's smiling face, relying solely on physical prowess. However, health points merely indicated physical attributes. Those with unique abilities might not be constrained by such metrics. For instance, a forbidden spellcaster could unleash cataclysmic spells, yet a mere anti-magic dagger could swiftly end their life. Nonetheless, one could hardly claim that a forbidden spellcaster was inferior. Yang Tao retrieved his shield and iron axe from his backpack, brandishing the axe and directing it at the triangular head. Iron Brother, strike hard and stand shoulder to shoulder. In an instant, 5 iron puppets responded to his call, their metallic legs propelling them toward the triangular head. Ms. Ross, remember, the little girl you see is not your daughter. The foremost rule in horror films is to refrain from running amok. Repeat. Do not run, do not run, do not run. It is a matter of utmost importance. Before Ross could inquire further, Yang Tao charged toward the triangular head, shield and axe in hand. Though the triangular head moved sluggishly, its attack speed was remarkably swift. It raised its machete and swung violently at the advancing iron puppets. The advantage of reach was undeniable. The 2-meter-long machete, combined with the triangular head's arm length, easily struck the iron puppet. With a resounding crash, the green health bar atop the puppet instantly turned orange. 41 one blow had nearly halved the iron puppet's health. Witnessing the cracks forming on the iron puppet's body, Yang Tao could not help but exclaim, did it invest all its agility into attack? Yet he remained unperturbed. According to the rules, as long as Iron Brother was not annihilated instantly, the iron ingots in his backpack would suffice to transform Iron Brother into a war god. As another machete descended, Yang Tao raised a shield to block it. Bang! The durability of the shield plummeted significantly, yet Yang Tao emerged unscathed, successfully thwarting the assault. With a light chuckle, several iron puppets closed in, lifting their sturdy arms to strike the triangular head forcefully. 19-18-21-15 A series of numbers erupted above the triangular head. Based on his tests, the attributes of the iron puppets in normal mode boasted 100 health points and inflicted damage ranging from 7 to 21. After being struck, the triangular head's body uncontrollably soared into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Tao swung his axe at its thigh. -6 Perhaps I should let Iron Brother do the attacking from now on. He mused, as the damage dealt was rather underwhelming. That moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Yang Tao's eyes. The iron puppets, upon witnessing the fallen triangular head, refrained from further attacking and instead surrounded it, lifting their feet to deliver powerful kicks. -7-8-7-9 damage was halved, yet the attack interval quickened. What the? Circle kick. Wait, I'm joining in. Yang Tao steadied himself against Iron Brother's body and delivered a fierce kick to the triangular head. -1 forced damage. However, this final blow perfectly depleted the triangular head's health. Not impressive anymore. Yang Tao mused. glancing at the motionless triangular head. Concerned that hesitation might invite unforeseen complications, he reached out and stowed its corpse into his backpack. Silent Hill triangular head, worth 420 energy points. Such a valuable creature. This is even better than digging pipelines. Indeed, it seems that the riches of murder and arson surpass those of bridge building and road repairing. If this world were filled with triangular heads, why would he toil away digging walls or pipelines? One yields 420. Two yield 840 with just 200 triangular heads. Wouldn't the 80,000 energy points required for the next upgrade of the main world be a mere trifle? Bang, 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 bang. Just as Yang Tao was lost in contemplation, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted outside. That the policewoman, he had a vivid impression of her, and oh wonder. This policewoman was dedicated, selfless, and decisive. If he had to choose a companion in a horror film, Yang Tao would undoubtedly select this policewoman. Ms. Ross, stay close to all right, Ross replied, somewhat dazed as she followed behind Yang Tao out into the open. That moment, the monsters let out a final, anguished cry before disintegrating into ash. As if time had reversed, and the once iron cage of a world returned to normalcy. That IT has reverted. Although not the real world, the surface realm now appeared significantly more normal compared to the inner world. Exiting the corridor and pushing open the door, they found themselves on a street shrouded in white mist. The policewoman, visibly shaken, raised her handgun in the middle of the road. Upon spotting Yang Tao, she instinctively aimed her weapon at him. Yang Tao approached her with a smile, saying, "No need to be alarmed. I am not a monster. Where is this place? What are those creatures?" The policewoman regarded Yang Tao warily, her suspicion heightened by his sudden appearance. Just as the monsters disappeared, that moment, the iron puppets began to emerge from the door behind Yang Tao, forming a line of over 10 puppets. Dozens of crimson eyes fixated on the policewoman, instilling a sense of dread within her. "You may call me Yang Tao. I sense you are in need of assistance." "What is your name?" as Yang Tao inquired. He advanced toward the policewoman, who sported a neat bob that accentuated her competence. As he approached, she tensed up. "Do not move, or I will shoot." Yang Tao halted, observing her. The policewoman's looks were not conventionally beautiful. He found the term handsome more fitting for her. "Our enemies are those monsters and the indigenous inhabitants of this realm." Yang Tao's patience stemmed from the respect he held for her character. Ashes continued to fall from the sky. The policewoman regarded Yang Tao with a serious expression, her palm growing clammy around her grip on the handgun, her gaze fixed intently on him as she asked, "What in the world is this place, and how can we escape?" She had already noted that the road leading out of Silent Hill had transformed into an unfathomable cliff. In response, Yang Tao addressed the policewoman. "Perfect timing. Let me share with you the tales of this city and the events transpiring within it." He turned to Ross, who was hidden behind the iron puppets. "You might as well listen in on the matter concerning your daughter." Upon hearing this, Ross immediately emerged from behind the iron puppets and rushed to Yang Tao's side. "It's you," the policewoman exclaimed, visibly agitated. She had come in pursuit of Ross, having been alerted to her actions the previous night, which piqued her interest. Thus, she had followed Ross to this damned place. However, she bore no resentment towards Ross. Her primary concern was the child. "Put the gun down. That weapon is ineffective against me. If you wish to survive, come and listen." Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, the policewoman hesitated. "I'll stay here. You can just speak." Clearly reluctant to relinquish her sole means of defense, she fixed her gaze on Yang Tao. Noting this, he did not press her further. It was only natural to remain vigilant in such a cursed place. "Your daughter, Xiaolang, belongs to Silent Hill." These words, Ross's emotions surged, and she exclaimed, "Xiaolang, she—" "Do not get agitated. Allow me to finish explaining." Having long anticipated Ross's reaction, Yang Tao promptly spoke up to soothe her emotions. "Xiaolang is the child you and your husband adopted from the orphanage. Strictly speaking, she is not a complete individual. She is merely a manifestation of Alicia's benevolent thoughts, transformed into a child." "Silence! Allow me to finish." Yang Tao preemptively scolded Ross, who had yet to utter a word. "Ross?" Alicia was originally a student at Silent Hill School, but due to her lack of a father, she was subjected to relentless bullying. Even her aunt, who was also the school principal, spread rumors that branded her as the witch's child among the other children. Enduring such torment, she fled to the restroom, only to be further humiliated by a janitor. When Alicia's mother arrived at the school, all she could do was comfort her daughter, while the true puppet master, Chris Bella, her mother's sister, emerged to manipulate her already dazed sibling. At this point, Yang Tao suddenly paused, pointing to a figure that had appeared on the street without anyone noticing, saying, "That is Alicia's mother." Ross and the female officer. What? Are you seriously narrating a story and introducing characters? Calm down, just let me finish. Unbeknownst to everyone, the female officer had already lowered her firearm and taken a few steps forward. Yang Tao's voice was growing quieter, and she realized she had to get closer to hear him. Chris Bella claimed that only a ritual could purify the evil within Alicia, allowing her to forget all her suffering. That foolish mother believed her, unaware that this was merely the beginning of a nightmare. Chris Bella orchestrated everything. On the surface, she was the school principal, but in secret, she was the cult leader, intent on sacrificing Alicia to a so-called deity. However, during the sacrifice, Alicia, who was supposed to be burned alive, overturned the fire pit meant for her demise, triggering a series of events that led to a devastating fire engulfing the entire town. At this moment, the female officer could no longer contain her curiosity and interjected, "Is this the reason for the fire in Silent Hill?" "Indeed," Yang Tao replied. Alicia suffered severe burns, consumed by hatred and resentment, which granted her dark powers and birthed an evil doppelganger. This malevolent twin possessed unparalleled strength, corrupting the entire town and transforming it into the other world, the very monstrous realm we just witnessed. The world we currently inhabit is known as the real world. Alicia, am I correct? A small girl, her hair disheveled and blood oozing from 5 wounds, appeared behind the female officer. Alicia grinned coldly and responded, "You speak the truth. However, those wretched beings are still alive, and I seek vengeance. If you attempt to thwart my retribution, I shall kill you." The female officer, startled by the voice beside her, quickly turned to see the bloodied girl, recoiling several steps until she was beside Yang Tao. Damn it! In that instant, she could not discern whom she was cursing. Yang Tao, amused by the female officer's reaction, teased, "I must admit, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor." The female officer. At least she now knew Yang Tao meant her no harm. However, the sudden appearance of Alicia was an entirely different matter. "Alicia, is it? I am a police officer. You can trust me. I will apprehend those cultists who caused you harm." Alicia did not even glance at the female officer, but continued to fixate on Yang Tao, saying, "Leave this place, or you too shall perish here." "Oh, is that so? I don't believe you." Just then, the iron golem behind Yang Tao stirred, but Alicia merely extended her small hand, and the surrounding world succumbed once more to the other world. Dark energy swiftly consumed all the iron constructs. In the blink of an eye, all of Yang Tao's iron golems collapsed to the ground, reduced to mere ingots and poppies. Yang Tao and his companions emerged unscathed. "Do not impede my vengeance. They deserve to die." With that, Alicia's figure vanished, and monsters began to materialize around them. Yang Tao's expression remained largely unchanged as he extended his hand to summon a wooden door. "Let us return for a moment to recuperate." Without hesitation, Ross dashed into the wooden portal, while the female officer hesitated at the sight of it. Yang Tao straightforwardly stated, "These monsters will show no mercy. If you do not enter soon, I shall close the door." The female officer cast a glance at the grotesque, repulsive creatures before gritting her teeth and rushing into the wooden door. Yang Tao took a long, contemplative look at the world forged from blood and fire, picked up a poppy from the ground, and chuckled softly. Turning to the door, he murmured, "What a splendid world! Alas, is destined to vanish." Exploration progress. 51. Activating the exquisite backpack module. Yang Tao glanced at the notification in the lower left corner. Feeling that this module lacked potency to the very least, it should offer a combat-oriented feature. He shook his head in resignation. The formidable boss of Silent Hill, Alicia, was far too powerful. There was no comparison between Pyramid Head and Alicia's evil doppelganger. They existed on entirely different levels. Ross, still in shock, sat on the ground and remarked, "So all of this is because of that little girl?" Yang Tao nodded gently. "Alicia merely seeks revenge, by the way." Your daughter was sent to the orphanage after being separated from her. Turning to the female officer, Yang Tao smiled and said, "It seems, beautiful lady, that you have acquiesced to reality." The female officer, feeling mentally drained, imitated Ross and plopped down on the grass. Hearing Yang Tao's teasing, she had no energy to retort. "You can call me Sybil." "What now? Your minions are all dead. What will you do?" "Those are iron golems." "What now?" "Toss them aside." Yang Tao approached a nearby box, retrieved 2 bottles of gray almond water, a specialty of the back room, and returned to the 2 women, offering them to Ross and Sybil. This special almond water could restore satiety and alleviate mental fatigue. Neither of them questioned it this time, as their lives had been saved by Yang Tao. Originally, I was contemplating helping Ross find her daughter and assisting Alicia in her quest for vengeance. But I have since changed my mind. The emergence of the exquisite backpack module had altered Yang Tao's perspective. Unlike other backpack modules, the exquisite backpack allowed for the installation of various plugins, granting an array of powerful abilities. For instance, the magnet upgrade could automatically collect dropped items into the backpack, while the level 4 stacking upgrade could multiply the stacking capacity of items by 16 and allow for stacking installations, reaching a maximum of 8 times. With these 2 plugins, the sinners in Silent Hill could be afforded a chance at redemption that 8T that time. They could be monitored and made to serve as slaves. Want to die? Then dig your own grave. Such cultists are no longer worthy of being considered human. They have been completely duped, akin to the followers in the tale of Zhu Cho eradicating the 3 pests. Ross, in a state of urgency, inquired, "What should we do next? Where's my daughter Sha Lang now?" Sha Lang has been abducted by the cultists. They intend to treat her, as they did Alicia. Ross's previously stabilized emotions erupted once more as she quickly stood, grasping Yang Tao's arm with a pleading expression. "Please, save Sha Lang. She's a good child. She knows nothing and has done nothing wrong. She should not have to endure such horrors." "Ross, calm down." Yang Tao raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Ross's face, the sound echoing lightly, leaving a vivid red mark upon her somewhat grimy cheek. "Listen to me, slap. I genuinely wish to help you, slap. Do you understand?" Yang Tao's series of slaps proved remarkably effective. Ross, clutching her face, stared blankly at Yang Tao, her mind momentarily blank. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Yang Tao looked at Ross earnestly and said, "You witnessed Alicia's power just now. In the other world, I am no match for her. Now we can only wait for the world within to vanish. As we journey through the outer realm towards the church in Silent Hill, to rescue your daughter, Sha Lang, we must proceed with caution. It is not that our forces are lacking, but rather that the enemy wields formidable power." Ross nodded in confusion, having not fully comprehended what Yang Tao was saying, yet he sensed that Yang Tao intended to assist her. Just after she nodded, a sudden voice of a little girl reached her ears. "Uncle!" Yang Tao turned to see Jar appearing from behind the wooden door, accompanied by a group of selected children, all wearing radiant smiles. "Proceed with caution." What the hell does that mean? Now that reinforcements have arrived. Yang Tao felt it would be a disservice to those fallen iron puppets not to reclaim their honor. Today, he resolved to hang Alessa up and give her a good thrashing. Approaching Jar, he knelt before her and asked, "Jar, what is the matter?" Jar, a bit shy, replied, "Uncle, can we rest here for a night?" "Of course, that is no problem." Yang Tao stepped aside to allow the children to enter. This was the first time Tai and his companions had seen Yang Tao's primary world, and they curiously examined their surroundings. Backrooms gazed at the animals enclosed by wooden fences in the distance, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are those digital monsters too? They look like they were pieced together from cubes." As he spoke, he pulled out his digital monster encyclopedia and aimed it at a cow. However, after scanning for some time, no information appeared, leaving Katar puzzled. "Huh, is this not a digital monster? Can a cow really look like this?" Yang Tao chuckled and explained, "That is just a cow, albeit one that appears somewhat unique. In a moment, I will fetch some beds for you. You all should rest well tonight and embark on your adventure in the digital world tomorrow." "Thank you. Thank you, big brother, I appreciate it." Yang Tao rummaged through the box, retrieving food and the wool he had collected previously. "Please, have something to eat." Upon seeing the food Yang Tao had produced, the children immediately felt their stomachs growl with hunger. After all, they had not eaten anything since yesterday afternoon. Save for Agumen, who had consumed an apple, and Jar and Doraemon, each having half of one. Wow. Thank you, Uncle. Oh, joyfully ran to the makeshift table, cradling Batamon, and cheered upon seeing the food laid out before them. Batamon, more exaggeratedly, let drool escape. Yang Tao simply nodded and moved to a nearby workbench, placing the wool and wooden planks inside to craft some beds. Observing the children devouring their meal, he set the beds down on the grass. Katar, gazing at the beds Yang Tao had conjured, inquired, "Are you a digital monster too?" "No, I am merely a human with some special abilities." The policewoman, Sybil, furrowed her brow slightly at the sudden appearance of the children. Suspecting Yang Tao of being a human trafficker, but the peculiar creatures surrounding her prevented her from approaching him directly. She stepped closer and asked, "Where did these children come from? Are you involved in human trafficking?" Yang Tao, nearly choking on his breath, shot her a glare and retorted, "You are the one trafficking humans. Can't you see that these children came here on their own, after the children and digital monsters had their fill?" Yang Tao stepped forward to address them. "Jar, oh, I am currently facing some difficulties and require the assistance of Batamon and Doraemon." Tai, hearing that Yang Tao needed Jar's help, immediately inquired, "Mr. Yang Tao, what troubles have you encountered?" Yang Tao succinctly recounted the situation in Silent Hill to the children. Though he sought their aid, he had no intention of deceiving them. So, you wish for Angewoman and Angeman to assist you in purging the evil from Silent Hill and rescuing the children captured by the villains? Yang Tao confirmed. Angewoman and Angeman possess the power to sense evil and darkness. If they accompany me to Silent Hill, they will undoubtedly detect the presence of darkness. Tai nodded and exchanged glances with A, then communicated telepathically before addressing Jar and Jar, you and Doraemon and Batamon should decide this matter. Jar looked at Doraemon beside her, who haughtily raised his head and declared, "Since you are a friend of Jar, I shall assist you." Batamon flapped his large ears and perched on Yang Tao's shoulder, adding, "I can help too. How could anyone bully a little girl?" Yang Tao smiled at Batamon resting on his shoulder and sincerely expressed to the children, "Thank you." Sybil, unable to comprehend the children's words, gathered from Yang Tao's snippets of conversation that he was seeking their assistance. When Yang Tao returned with Au and Jar, Sybil frowned and protested, "You want these two children to go to Silent Hill? That is a crime. You are overthinking it," Yang Tao replied, glancing at Sybil. "You watch over Ross. I will go find Alessa and discuss what just transpired." Sybil watched as Yang Tao opened the mystical wooden door. Revealing the ash-laden Silent Hill beyond, a figure stood in the desolate streets of Silent Hill. Gazing at him, it was truly a case of seeking someone amidst a vast crowd and finding them without effort. "I had thought I would need to venture to a hospital to locate you. Alessa." Yang Tao stepped forward, re-entering the realm of Silent Hill. Beep, beep, a horn echoed across the sky of Silent Hill, signaling the official arrival of the world within. Alessa looked at Yang Tao with a sinister smile, saying, "Since you wish to remain here, then you shall die." As her words fell, the surroundings began to shift, and Silent Hill was once again engulfed by the world within. Jar, the two were initially startled by the sudden transformation of Silent Hill, but upon hearing Yang Tao call their names, they quickly reacted and retrieved the holy plan from their pockets. A magical light of evolution shot forth from the holy plan, striking Batamon and Doraemon in an instant. A sacred radiance emanated from Angewoman and Angeman, halting the ongoing transformation of the world within as if someone had pressed the pause button. Angewoman soared into the sky, her gaze fixed intently on Alessa, proclaiming, "Evil soul, the aura you exude is revolting. Holy light." A golden halo ascended into the sky. Then, with a resounding bang, it erupted, showering countless light particles upon the ground and buildings below. All that had been transformed in the world within reverted to the outer realm. Alessa's eyes filled with disbelief as she beheld Angewoman, glowing with divine light in the sky. Suddenly, her expression twisted grotesquely, and with a hoarse scream, she shouted, "Angels, you truly exist. Tell me, where were you when I was to be bound and burned? Where were you when I was insulted? Now that I seek revenge with my own hands, you dare to intervene No matter who it is, anyone who attempts to stop me must die. As she spoke, Alessa extended her hand, and a wave of black energy surged toward Angelwoman Heaven's fist. A beam of pure light instantly shattered the black energy. Angeman, wielding his golden staff, ascended into the sky and addressed Alessa. We are aware of your plight. However, you are merely a fragment of a soul corrupted by dark powers that I can sense that your true self is on the brink of collapse. Only by purifying your soul can we truly save your essence. Completely consumed by darkness, Alessa could not heed Angeman's words. If she were capable of listening to reason, she would not have become the malevolent doppelganger of Alessa. Purify? Ha! You wish to burn me once more? No! I will not allow you to succeed. Alicia was enveloped in a surge of dark energy, and the once gray sky was instantly tainted black. The celestial beast shook her head gently. You are now left with nothing but pure malevolence. We can only choose the path of purification for you. Digital beasts possess emotions as well, yet they are equally decisive in battle, even the holy ones. The celestial beast extended her hand, mimicking the motion of drawing a bow, and a golden longbow materialized in her grasp. Holy arrow! Countless beams of light converge from all directions, forming an arrow composed of radiant brilliance on the bowstring. With a swift whoosh, the arrow cleaved through space. Alicia's eyes flickered with panic as she attempted to evade, only to realize that her body and the dark power within were entirely suppressed, leaving her no chance to escape. Thud! The arrow pierced Alicia's chest. Her once contorted visage gradually transformed into a serene expression. Instead of facing the celestial beast or the angel beast, she cast a tranquil glance at Yang Tao, who lay on the ground. Subsequently, Alicia's form began to dissolve into shimmering motes of light, dispersing into the air. The celestial beast descended beside Yang Tao, her gaze fixed on a distant building as she spoke. Her true form is not here. As long as her essence harbors resentment, she will inevitably revive. Yang Tao looked up at the nearly 2-meter-tall celestial beast and nodded gently. Thank you, celestial beast. The celestial beast shook her head and replied, Eradicating evil is my mission. And besides, are we not friends? Unlike the proud Daru beast, the celestial beast embodied the essence of a caring older sister. Hearing her words, Yang Tao smiled and affirmed, Indeed, we are friends at that moment. The celestial beast's radiant form flickered, her alluring silhouette vanishing as she reverted to the Daru beast. Humph, who said we were friends? I merely assisted you out of consideration for being JR's friend. With that, the Daru beast scampered back to JR's side, ignoring Yang Tao. Digital beasts are formidable, yet those who undergo forced evolution through evolution keys and the Holy Plan are scarcely better than an Ultraman whose time limit is merely 3 minutes. At this point, the also-evolved Bada Beast fluttered its ears as it landed on Yang Tao's shoulder and remarked, I have expended relatively little energy. I can still evolve again. Yang Tao extended a hand to stroke Bada Beast's body, smiling as he said, As long as Alicia's evil doppelganger is purified, the rest is up to me. However, should I find Alicia's true form, I hope you can assist in healing that no problem, Bada Beast. With an exceptionally good temperament, readily agreed to Yang Tao's request. Yang Tao carefully lifted it from his shoulder and turned to hand it to Oh. Thank you both. You should rest now. I must find Aunt Rose's daughter. What followed was decidedly inappropriate for an 8-year-old child to witness, which is why Yang Tao planned to return Bada Beast. Jara nodded and said, Uncle, if you need my help, feel free to call me anytime. Oh also nodded and added, Bada Beast, and I can help as well. Observing the 2 innocent children, Yang Tao suddenly felt a pang of guilt, though he had neither concealed nor deceived. He couldn't shake the feeling of misleading them. Turning to the astonished Rose and Sybil, he declared, Ladies, we must continue our rescue efforts. The 2 crossed the wooden door and approached Yang Tao, who closed it behind them. Sybil could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Was that an angel we just saw? It could be called an angel, but it is not the same as the angels you know. Let us proceed to the church and rescue Shalon, then head to the hospital to save Alicia. Treading upon the thick ashes of Silent Hill, the trio walked silently towards the depths of the town. The cult leader, Bella, now resided in the church at the heart of Silent Hill. After walking a short distance, the The deranged woman appeared unsteadily before them once more. She could be said to be the only person in Silent Hill who remained unharmed after the descent into the otherworld. Rose gazed at the figure, filled with compassion since discovering her identity. However, Yang Tao showed no intention of pausing his steps. Ignoring the woman entirely, he continued deeper into the town to tea that moment. Silhouettes emerged in the distance. Sybil retrieved her handgun, eyeing the figures warily. Yang, are they the survivors of Silent Hill? Yang Tao glanced at Sybil and replied with a smile. Do you recall the investigation information about Silent Hill? Sybil paused, saying, Silent Hill experienced a catastrophic fire, resulting in all the inhabitants. She halted mid-sentence, prompting Rose to ask, what happened to all the inhabitants? All the inhabitants perished in that inferno. As Sybil looked back at the figures, she felt a chill run down her spine, while Rose could hardly believe it, exclaiming, how can this be possible? Yang Tao smiled at the residents of Silent Hill and reassured Rose, nothing is impossible. Silent Hill is, in essence, a place of soul's repose that we are currently situated not in the real world, but in the layer between the other world and the real world, the surface world. The fire interrupted Alicia's sacrificial ritual, and she was rescued by a police officer and taken to the town's hospital. However, she was severely burned in the flames and lay motionless in bed. The overwhelming resentment manifested as Alicia's evil doppelganger, which subsequently corrupted the entire town, allowing the flames to consume all its inhabitants. Yet the perpetrators, Chris Bella and the cultists, sheltered by the malevolent deity, had their souls retreat into the church, unaware that their bodies were already dead, merely lingering as spirits. Rose and Sybil listened, utterly dumbfounded. Is this hell? No, know that I told you, this is the surface world of Silent Hill, which mirrors reality, only with certain elements absent from the real world, such as souls. Yes, he spoke. Yang Tao halted and gestured toward a nearby building. This is Alicia's school. Allow me to take you there. With that, Yang Tao strode into the school. Rose and Sybil exchanged glances before following him inside. The school was in a state of disrepair, having been abandoned since the fire. Inside, silence reigned, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing. Yang Tao purposefully led them up to the second floor. Heading towards the restroom at the end of the corridor, as they passed through the hall, Yang Tao's expression remained largely unchanged. Soon, they reached the restroom door. Rose had some suspicions but lacked certainty. Fixing her gaze on the women's restroom door as she asked, why are we here? Yang Tao smiled and replied, of course, we are here to see the soul that has remained trapped in the restroom forever. He pushed open the door to the women's restroom, revealing only a faint odor of decay, untouched for years. Yang Tao counted the stalls, finally arriving at one adorned with symbols that he kicked the door open, revealing the gruesome scene within. Rose gasped, stumbling back into Sybil, who was equally taken aback. She was a police officer, not a coroner, let alone a pervert. Inside the stall lay the corpse of a male, clad in blue work attire but exposed, bound with wire at the neck and legs, his body contorted into a U-shape. The lower half was a bloody mess, with wire piercing through, clearly having suffered unspeakable torment. Sybil steeled herself against the discomfort and approached the body, inquiring, is he the janitor who assaulted Alicia? Indeed, he is the wretched janitor who got what he deserved. Yang Tao harbored no sympathy for such a person. He came to witness the creature within Silent Hill, second only to the Pyramid Head. By the way, a friendly reminder. He is still alive. Sybil shuddered, instinctively stepping back as she examined the wire-impaled limbs and neck, glancing at Yang Tao in disbelief. You mean to tell me he is still alive? The denizens of Silent Hill are but mere echoes of their former selves, their souls lingering while their bodies remain intact, signifying their existence. Though their appearance may be peculiar, when the otherworld descends, they shall once again stir to life. What manner of wretched realm is this? Sybil could not restrain her expletives, pacing in the women's restroom as a means of venting her frustration. It is merely a nonsensical world that ought not to exist. Yang Tao gazed at the words scrawled on the wall. If you have the guts, come, accompanied by an arrow pointing toward a corpse's mouth. This was a deliberate message left by Alessa, intended to guide Rose step by step toward the truth. However, Yang Tao was well aware of all the plot lines. There was no need to pry the wooden block from the man's mouth. Initially, he had considered stowing the corpse, or rather, the soul, into his backpack to exchange for energy points, but upon seeing its current state, Yang Tao decided that allowing it to suffer eternal torment here was the more prudent choice. Let us proceed to the church. By the way, Sybil, may I borrow your handgun? Upon hearing Yang Tao's request, Sybil's expression became complex as she contemplated for a moment, ultimately retrieving her handgun and handing it to Yang Tao, stating, "There aren't many bullets left. I have one magazine." She surmised Yang Tao's intentions. Yang Tao accepted the handgun, disengaged the safety, and deposited it into his backpack, grinning as he remarked, "2 shots will suffice." With that, he turned to exit the women's restroom, followed closely by Sybil and Rose, leaving behind a soul eternally tormented in the stall. As they advanced toward the church, the ashfall from the sky diminished. By the time they reached the church, the sky had transformed into a normal overcast, devoid of mist or ashes, revealing only the church itself and the multitude of gravestones in the courtyard ahead. Rose gazed at the unique emblem atop the church with excitement, exclaiming, "This is it. This is the church from my daughter's drawing. Let us go and retrieve her." Suddenly, the alarm blared, heralding the impending arrival of the otherworld. Alessa's essence had not perished, thus the otherworld would still descend. Accompanied by the warning sirens, a throng of residents surged from the buildings, racing toward the church, seizing the opportunity during the transition between the real world and the otherworld. Yang Tao led Sybil and Rose into the church. Their entrance immediately drew the attention of the congregation, with all eyes fixed upon the three of them. The silence, coupled with the numbed and wary gazes, caused even the police officer Sybil to feel a chill run down her spine. Yang Tao, however, paid no heed to these souls who ought to be damned, instead fixating on the woman standing atop the high platform at the far end of the church hall. A faint smile graced Yang Tao's lips, for he seemed to have miscalculated certain matters. The other individuals hiding within the church were clad in gray garments, while only Bella donned a purple gown, a stark contrast that immediately drew attention to her. She resembled a proud swan, surveying Yang Tao, Sybil, and Rose with a condescending gaze. Yang Tao approached her step by step, and those residents who stood in his way instinctively parted to allow him passage. As he neared the base of the platform, figures armed with various melee weapons and obscuring their faces moved from behind Bella to block his ascent. Bella maintained a serene smile, gently instructing the guards before her to step aside. Addressing Yang Tao, "Stranger, since you have come to the sanctuary, you must heed the teachings of the divine. Otherwise, I hold the authority to expel you." Bang! A bullet struck Bella's leg, causing her to collapse onto the ground. "How do you possess no divine protection, yet so many believe in you? I truly cannot fathom." Subsequently, a wooden door appeared behind Yang Tao, through which more than a dozen remaining iron puppets from the main world emerged in succession, halting the impending riot among the followers. These lingering souls were each more terrified of death than the last. Otherwise, they would not seek refuge within this church, yearning for Bella's protection. "Madam Bella, where is your God? You, a living person, deceiving these souls. Tut tut, such a performance." Bella, having lost her initial composure, shouted hoarsely at the surrounding followers, "Kill him, or you shall all perish at the hands of the demon lord." Bang! Another bullet pierced Bella's shoulder. Some zealous followers heeded Bella's call, brandishing their weapons and charging at Yang Tao. Yet, these feeble souls were weaker than the minor creatures outside. With around 10 points of life, they could not withstand even a single punch from the iron puppets. Thud! Thud! The zealots who rushed forward were sent flying, crashing to the ground and disintegrating into ash, leaving only a few experienced orbs behind as proof of their existence. "You are a demon! You are a demon!" Bella screamed like a madwoman, while Yang Tao casually dug into his ear with his pinky, a smile on his face as he replied, "Yes, I am a demon. And what of it? Come, strike me. When others suspect you of possessing weapons of mass destruction, it is wise to indeed possess them." Bella retreated a couple of steps on the ground, her gaze venomous as she glared at Yang Tao and declared, "I curse you to hell to suffer endlessly." Pardon interruption, but for me, being a demon and going to hell equates to returning home. How about you curse me to heaven instead? Bella, whether due to excessive blood loss or sheer rage. Bella's eyes rolled back, and she fainted, Yang Tao ascended the platform, turning to the terrified congregation and stating, "You misguided individuals worshipping an evil god, I shall grant you one opportunity, considering you have been deceived." He retrieved a pickaxe from his backpack and tossed it into the crowd below. Then, raising his gun to aim at the individual closest to the pickaxe, he commanded, "Pick it up." The man trembled, fear in his eyes, yet remained motionless. "Pick it up. I command you to retrieve the pickaxe." Yang Tao's furious voice echoed throughout the church, snapping the man back to reality as he scrambled to pick up the pickaxe from the ground. In an instant, a radiant smile spread across Yang Tao's face as he exclaimed, "Very well. You may live, and I shall bestow upon you sustenance to survive, along with the chance to live freely in Silent Hill." Clang! Another pickaxe fell to the ground that a nearby follower immediately crouched to retrieve it, but as he opened his mouth to speak, he realized Yang Tao had already raised his gun, aiming at his forehead. Bang! "Remember, what I give you is yours. If I do not permit it, there shall be consequences." As he spoke, the figure that had collapsed transformed into ash, vanishing before their eyes. "You will pick up the pickaxe." The bloody suppression proved effective, as the individual Yang Tao had indicated swiftly collected the pickaxe. Yang Tao's face radiated a brilliant smile, though it sent an inexplicable chill through the congregation of followers. "You all shall remain quiet here." With that, Yang Tao descended the platform, feigning seriousness as he addressed the iron puppet. "If anyone attempts to flee, eliminate them." In truth, the iron puppet could hardly comprehend such nuanced commands. It understood directives like attack, stop, and alert, but watching over this group posed a challenge. However, Yang Tao was unconcerned, for he believed these cowardly individuals would not risk their lives to test whether the iron puppet would slay them. As Yang Tao descended, Rose rushed over with a worried expression, inquiring, "Yang, my daughter." "Let us go. I will take you to find your daughter." Through the mini-map, Yang Tao had already pinpointed Shalon's location behind the church. In contrast to Ross, who is solely preoccupied with her daughter, the police officer Sybil follows the two with a complex expression as they arrive at the space behind the church. Charlang is confined within a special room, the door of which is a sturdy iron gate. Through the small window on the door, one can see the little girl Charlang lying on a single bed inside. Yang Tao briefly glances at the iron pickaxe he retrieves from his backpack and effortlessly dismantles the solid iron door. Ross immediately rushes inside, embracing her daughter. "Charlang, wake up, wake up. Mommy's here." Witnessing the reunion of mother and daughter, Yang Tao cheerfully returns the handgun to Sybil, saying, "Thank you for your gun. It's quite effective. Though perhaps a bit underpowered, I expected it would create a hole the size of a fist with a single shot." Sybil takes back the handgun and holsters it. "This is a Glock 17. Not an M500. What exactly do you intend to do? Can you enlighten me?" Yang Tao, watching the joyful reunion, smiles and replies to Ross, "You might find it hard to believe, but I am here to save these lost souls who have already perished. Without my intervention, the only survivors in Silent Hill would ultimately be you two and Alessa's mother. Everyone else, including you, would perish within this church. Now, I wish to bargain with the life of the culprit Bella and the healing of Alessa, to see if I can claim the ownership of these souls. If not, then Alessa must be sent on her way, although I would allow her to exact her vengeance on Bella first." With the progress of 72 in exploration, Yang Tao, carrying the unconscious Bella, makes his way alone to the hospital in Silent Hill, pressing the elevator button. Strangely, this abandoned town for several years still has a dilapidated elevator that functions. As the elevator doors open slowly, Yang Tao steps inside, holding Bella, and presses the button for the hospital's basement. The elevator doors close with a soft thud. "I must ask about the power supply of this hospital later. Could it possibly be powered by a miniature nuclear reactor?" Yang Tao muses jokingly, when suddenly the elevator plummets rapidly downward, its speed suggesting a loss of control. Yet, Yang Tao remains unfazed. The elevator, despite the appearance of a swift descent, remains stationary according to the z-axis coordinates on the minimap. Moments later, the abnormality ceases and the elevator doors open once again. However, the scene outside has transformed into an alternate reality. The hospital is now a world encased in steel and iron, with the sounds of industrial fans whirring and the air filled with the metallic scent of iron and blood. Stepping out of the elevator, Yang Tao encounters two familiar figures, Alessa's malevolent doppelganger, and the imposing pyramid head wielding a large blade. With a smile, he greets Alessa. Alessa, I'm here to negotiate. The evil doppelganger, having been purified once, has significantly lost her former power and no longer exudes that menacing aura. Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, she merely regards him with a cold gaze and asks, "What do you wish to discuss?" Yang Tao raises Bella in his hand and states, "To heal the wounds of your spirit with her. And subsequently, I shall use divine power to mend the injuries of your true form." Regardless of how malevolent Alessa may be, all her actions revolve around her true self. Otherwise, she would not have sent Alessa's benevolent doppelganger to the orphanage. Hearing Yang Tao's proposition, she remains silent for a moment before responding. "Those beings are accomplices. I know, but they have already died once. Haven T they. Moreover, they shall be compelled to work endlessly under my command. Wouldn't T that serve as a greater redemption than simply killing them?" Upon hearing Yang Tao's explanation, Alessa's evil persona suddenly realizes that her malevolence, influenced by her true self's thoughts, is rather narrow-minded. The only evil she can conceive is to eliminate everyone and inflict suffering upon their souls. However, when it comes to malevolence, one must assess the adults involved, particularly the smiling man before her. Alessa gazes at Yang Tao and suddenly inquires, "If it were you, how would you treat her?" She is, of course, referring to Bella in Yang Tao's grasp. Yang Tao responds with a calm smile. "Do not impose on others what you do not wish for yourself. If I were in your position, I would ensure she experiences the feelings of being wronged, insulted, abandoned, and burned alive, making her truly comprehend that sensation. By the way, truth be told, I believe the punishment you inflicted on that soul in the school restroom was utterly futile. That if it were me, I would allow him to retain a semblance of normal thought, even leading him to believe he is still alive, only for Pyramid Head to appear unexpectedly each day." As Yang Tao speaks passionately, he suddenly realizes, a look of guilt crossing his face. "I apologize. I momentarily forgot your age." "Well, you did well." Alessa responds, "Why am I the evil doppelganger? Compared to the man before me, I am as pure as freshly fallen snow." Stepping aside, Alessa states, "I accept your conditions. You may now meet your true self." Concurrently, Alessa extends her hand, sending spiked wires towards Bella. However, recalling Yang Tao's earlier words, the spikes vanish, and she gently takes hold of Bella's body, as if acquiring a treasured toy. "I believe we shall have great fun together," Alessa states, and her figure with Bella abruptly vanishes, leaving only Pyramid Head standing in place, his large blade in hand. Yang Tao glances at Pyramid Head, thinking he resembles a mere 400 energy points. Well, 400 energy points is trivial. I can easily earn that back. Ignoring Pyramid Head, he continues deeper into the hospital. Upon turning a corner, his eyes widen in shock. Oh no. Oh no. A group of creatures dressed as nurses, resembling supermodels, stand at the entrance to the final room. Their nurse uniforms and skin exhibit a gray plaster-like hue, and they stand in the corridor with distorted, eerie postures, resembling a collection of statues at first glance. Their faces are obscured by gauze, rendering their features invisible. Yet, their figures are undeniably alluring, with plunging necklines and daringly short skirts that barely cover their thighs. Verging on the indecent, with a world exploration progress of 81, Yang Tao, driven by curiosity, approaches the nurses who have evolved into light-seeking entities. They can sense changes in ambient brightness and will attack any living beings near the light source. However, they move slowly and awkwardly. Their only advantage lies in their numbers. Yang Tao stretches out his hand to squeeze one of them. Disappointed, he pushes past the nurses. Are they made of cement? No, I must have a lesson normalize these supermodels. Pushing open the door at the end of the tunnel, Yang Tao enters a remarkably ordinary intensive care unit. The room is filled with various equipment, and Alessa's true form lies on the bed. Wrapped in bandages connected to numerous tubes and lines, beside the bed stands a tall nurse with her back to him, trembling slightly. Yang Tao recognizes her as the nurse who, after glimpsing Alessa's burn scars, harbored resentment towards her. Now, she has been deprived of her sight, eternally guarding this room. Alessa, I believe you are now aware of my conditions. Please provide me with your response. As he speaks, Yang Tao summons a wooden door, ready to call upon the Bada beast at any moment. Alessa, severely burned and unable to speak, sees the return of her evil doppelganger in the room. She agrees to your conditions. Yang Tao then points at the nurse by the bed, saying, "Spare her." Along with the others outside, he has discerned the rules of Silent Hill. The nurse with her back to him wears a colorful uniform, indicating she is still alive, while the nurses outside are already dead, trapped as vengeful spirits. Alessa gently shakes her head, saying, "If you heal her, the world you speak of will vanish, and those monsters relying on that realm will dissipate." Will Pyramid Head also disappear? Yang Tao inquires. It embodies the essence of Alicia. As long as the entity, I, Shalang, remains alive, it shall exist eternally. Yang Tao's eyes sparkled with realization. Does this mean that the idea of the triangular-headed battle against the tyrant can indeed be realized? The once normal hospital room was suddenly transformed into a scene of devastation. Yang Tao embraced Digimon, saying, "Thank you for your efforts." The angel beast had expended a considerable amount of divine energy, not only purifying the darkness within Alicia's essence, but also healing her wounds entirely. "I'm so tired." The angel beast had reverted back to Digimon, indicating the tremendous energy it had consumed, even speaking with a hint of fatigue. Digimon bore a resemblance to Bat Beast, with a pink body adorned with appendages, the presence of a Digimon in its juvenile form, possessing arms and legs, is quite rare, and its appearance is particularly endearing. However, do not be tempted to reach out and touch Digimon simply because of its cuteness. Otherwise, it will swiftly educate you on the purpose of its gaping maw and menacing fangs. Yang Tao retrieved a bottle of gray almond water from his backpack. This substance swiftly replenishes energy and is particularly suitable for the overexerted Digimon. Regrettably, he had not found the royal rations. The royal rations are a type of edible white gelatin found in the Backrooms. Its effects are straightforward. Consuming any quantity provides the equivalent nutritional value of 3 substantial meals. In terms of his World S calculations, this means replenishing 30 points of hunger. However, this item is exceedingly difficult for ordinary people in the Backrooms to preserve due to its peculiar properties. Anyone who ingests more than a teaspoon of the royal rations will fervently crave more, yet chemical analysis reveals it to be non-addictive. Even when stored, it emits an enchanting aroma that compels those nearby to seek it out, making the greatest challenge in storage how to prevent theft. However, for Yang Tao, this posed no issue. He simply tossed it into his backpack. "Digimon, drink this almond water." Digimon, somewhat dazed, gulped down the almond water, and within mere seconds, the previously exhausted creature regained its vitality. Although still a bit hungry, it was much improved. Yang Tao then produced an apple. Given the abundance of oak, this byproduct was plentiful. Digimon promptly devoured the apple in one bite and began to chew it thoughtfully. After placing it back through the wooden door, Yang Tao turned to Alicia, who had risen from her bed. "How do you feel?" "Not bad," Alicia replied with a neutral expression. Her lack of emotion rendered her demeanor somewhat detached, giving an impression of indifference towards everything. Yet Yang Tao knew that, with time and exposure to the outside world, she would gradually recover, just as her benevolent counterpart would, evolving into a typical, well-adjusted person. Observing Alicia as she stroked her smooth arm, Yang Tao said, "Please wait for me a moment." With that, he summoned a new wooden door and exited the hospital room. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned with a fresh set of clothes in his arms. Alicia glanced at the garments, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossing her gaze. "These are new clothes I purchased for you. Please remove the bandages and change into them. Let her assist you." The her he referred to was the nurse who still remained alive. Alicia's malevolent counterpart had allowed her to go free according to protocol and had utilized dark powers to heal her eyes. Once restored, the nurse stood trembling in the corner, her back to the bed. Despite her normal vision, she did not dare look at Alicia. Years of torment had instilled an instinctual fear within her. Yang Tao approached and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering quiet reassurance. "You can only move forward by facing your fears. Otherwise, even if I can take you away, your heart will forever remain in this small hospital room. Rest assured, I will not permit you to suffer again. Should you endure further pain, I shall personally grant you release from this life." Of course, the nurse was unaware of Yang Tao's underlying sentiment. Upon hearing his words, tears streamed down her face, or the mere existence of one who could command angels was akin to divinity. Taking the clean clothes from Yang Tao, she stiffly turned to face Alicia lying in the bed. Alicia regarded her with equal calmness. When their gazes met, the atmosphere grew tense. Yang Tao lightly patted the nurse's back, imparting an inexplicable courage that compelled her to steady herself and approach Alicia. Sitting on the bed, Alicia's lips curled slightly, though the movement was so subtle that only her malevolent counterpart noticed. No one else in the room, including Yang Tao, detected it. Yang Tao turned his back, and soon the sound of rustling clothing reached his ears as Alicia's malevolent counterpart approached him. "Where do you intend to take her?" Yang Tao smiled at Alicia's dark side and replied, "What if I wish to leave her here?" "Huh, you cannot, because you seek to conquer what you refer to as the outer world." Yang Tao reached out, attempting to touch Alicia's dark side, but she evaded his hand. "Do not touch me." "Fine, I want it. However, you have now detached from your original form, becoming an independent entity. Thus, you should possess a name of your own. Just like Xiaolang. What do you think of the name Alicia?" "Suit yourself, but you still have yet to answer my question. Indeed, I will claim Silent Hill from this day forth, but you may remain here to live." "What do you think of that police officer?" "Officer Sybil is trustworthy." Alicia immediately reacted. "You wish to entrust Alicia to her?" "Exactly. I believe Sybil's character will nurture Alicia into a remarkable individual, perhaps when she matures. She could become a police officer or a lawyer, preventing tragedies like yours from occurring. That if the law cannot punish those individuals, then what about you?" "The police." Alicia recalled the officer who had rescued her from the cultists. The only person she had ever sent out of Silent Hill. "Perhaps you are correct. World exploration value. 97.9. At the cliff leading out of Silent Hill, Yang Tao stepped forward without hesitation. The moment his foot landed, a sturdy road materialized beneath him. As he advanced, the previously fractured cliff rapidly transformed into a road. Behind him, Rose led her daughter Xiaolang, while Sybil guided Alicia's original form, with the nurse trailing behind. Alicia stood beneath the sign for Silent Hill, silently watching them until Yang Tao and the others vanished into the mist. There was a bridge shrouded in fog. But in an instant, the surrounding mist dissipated, and warm sunlight poured down from the sky, bathing everyone in its glow. The sounds of various animals echoed in their ears. The entire world seemed to come alive. Rose, moved by the scenery, shed tears, crouching down to embrace her daughter tightly. She then stood and embraced Yang Tao, showering several affectionate kisses upon his cheeks. Yang Tao remarked, "If I am not mistaken, that should be your husband?" Rose turned to see a group of officers standing on the bridge leading to Silent Hill. Her husband looked at her with a bewildered expression. Yang Tao chuckled softly, pulling 2 keys from his backpack and handing them to Alicia and little Xiaolang, saying, "You are welcome to visit me anytime." He then glanced at the lovely nurse, also producing a key, which he offered her, saying, "If you find it difficult to adapt to life outside, you are always welcome to return." Yang Tao then smiled at the approaching officers and Rose's husband, saying to everyone, "Farewell." Taking a step forward, he re-emerged into the mist-laden world. Traversing the bridges and roads back to Silent Hill, Yang Tao approached Eliza, who stood beneath the sign, extending his hand as he said, "Let us proceed to discuss how we might engage in that delightful torment." After a moment's hesitation, Eliza ultimately placed her hand in Yang Tao's. World exploration progress. 100 activated VIX Modern Warfare mod. Main world. Yang Tao leaped up from the underground. And as he had anticipated, this upgrade had once again expanded the subterranean realm. What had originally consisted of merely 3 layers of stone had now delved 30 layers deep into the earth, beginning to yield iron ore, copper ore, and coal, alongside tin ore from VIX Modern Warfare mod. However, the quantity of tin ore was exceedingly scant, leaving him uncertain if this scarcity was due to the insufficient layers. The prospect of diamonds remained a mystery. Upon his return from the depths, Eric, who was diligently gathering crops, immediately approached. His appearance had undergone a slight transformation. A brown backpack now adorned his back. "Yang, I've collected a great deal of wheat. Take a look." Yang Tao, intrigued, moved beside Eric and opened the backpack interface. Eric's pack was the most basic from the intricate backpack mod, possessing a mere 27 slots and allowing for only a single upgrade attachment. Nevertheless, its crafting was remarkably simple, requiring just 4 pieces of leather, 4 strings, and a chest. He had bred numerous cows in the main world, thus accumulating a fair amount of leather, while the strings were easily obtained by converting ordinary wool purchased from the real world. As he observed the 3 stacks of wheat lying in the backpack slots, Yang Tao shifted them to his own pack, smiling as he said, "Well done. After we feed the animals, I shall bake a cake." Perhaps due to Eric's American heritage, he possessed an insatiable fondness for sweets, exhibiting no resistance to the allure of cake. Eric wholeheartedly agreed with the proposal, and after a brief period of bustling about, the two settled at the table, where Yang Tao placed the freshly baked cake. As Eric munched away, he inquired, "Yang, where do you plan to go next?" "I intend to gather some gunpowder," Yang Tao replied. Although the quantities of copper and tin ore were modest, they sufficed for his needs. The only troublesome item remained gunpowder, primarily because there were no creepers spawning in the main world. An important material within Vic's Modern Warfare mod was plastic sheets, which required slime balls for their synthesis. Based on the tendency of sneezy bears to drop slime balls, one could liken slime balls to snot in real life. Fortunately, he could directly convert plastic from the real world. Eric was somewhat taken aback. In his eyes, Yang Tao was a special being, endowed with various extraordinary abilities. The sudden mention of seeking gunpowder left him momentarily flabbergasted. "Yang, do you need gunpowder for casting spells?" Yang Tao retorted. "What on earth are you talking about? I'm using this right now." With that, he produced a Benelli Nova shotgun from his backpack, radiating a glow of truth. Type, shotgun. Damage per shell, 6. Shell count per shot, 15. Ammunition, 12-gauge shells. Firing mode, pump action. Rate of fire, 30-100. Capacity, 8. Theoretically, each shell could inflict a maximum damage of 90 points. With just 2 shots, he could fell a pyramid head, causing it to lose 60 health points. However, this was merely theoretical damage. In reality, one had to account for armor. Nevertheless, even so, a single shot would inflict at least half the damage, necessitating multiple shots. Eric gazed at the Benelli shotgun that had suddenly materialized in Yang Tao's hands, and he felt as though the cake he held had lost its flavor. That a phrase inexplicably surfaced in his mind. "Master, times have changed. Yang, firearms inflict minimal damage to entities," Eric remarked. Yang Tao chuckled as he stowed the weapon away, responding, "That applies to them. Whether it be an axe, an iron sword, or the Benelli he was now preparing to wield, all were forms of digital assault, entirely disconnected from actual physical damage. Where do you plan to procure gunpowder? Is it available in the backroom?" Yang Tao cast a sympathetic glance at Eric, who seemed trapped by his own thoughts. "Gunpowder isn't exclusive to the backroom. Besides, I don't require gunpowder for firearms. Just basic black powder will suffice. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, and a dash of sugar." As the two conversed, a figure pushed open the wooden door and entered the main world, followed closely by the robust Pyramid Head. Today, Pyramid Head was not wielding its signature large knife, but instead cradling a massive wooden crate. The newcomer was none other than Eliza from Silent Hill. "I have brought you the gunpowder you requested." In the film, Silent Hill was a mining town with a coal mine nearby, and naturally, explosives could be found within the town. Yang Tao rose and approached to accept the crate from Pyramid Head, smiling at Eliza as he said, "Thank you. This crate of gunpowder could yield at least a dozen batches, more than sufficient for his initial needs at AS for the future. He would construct a gunpowder production facility." "Eliza, would you care for a slice of the cake I just made?" Eliza shook her head expressionlessly, replying, "No, I must return to play games with Bella. Unless it's urgent, please do not seek me out." Yang Tao nodded resignedly. Eliza was currently engrossed in creating various illusions for Bella and changing them up daily. Had she not employed dark powers to sustain Bella's life and soul, Bella would likely have been broken by the first day. "Very well. I wish you a delightful time." As Eliza turned to leave, Yang Tao watched her shut the door behind her, before carrying the crate towards the ammunition compressor. The materials needed for the 12-gauge shells were quite simple: copper ingots and gunpowder. He converted all the explosives into gunpowder and placed them alongside the copper ingots into the storage compartment of the ammunition compressor. He aimed to produce some 12-gauge shells, along with a few 50 Magnum rounds in addition to the Benelli. Yang Tao's backpack also contained a Smith Wesson M500, reputed to be the most powerful handgun. Type: revolver. Damage: 15 points. Ammunition mechanism: bullets. Firing mode: single shot. Rate of fire: 20 to 100. Capacity: 5. Compatible ammunition: .5-inch Magnum rounds. This revolver could deliver a silent, decisive blow to any target. Once production was confirmed, the ammunition compressor sprang to life and bullets began to take shape. Soon, hundreds of rounds were manufactured. Yang Tao stowed all the ammunition into his iron backpack. The iron backpack, an upgrade from the previous model, now boasted a capacity of 54 slots and the ability to accommodate 2 upgrades. Having prepared everything, Yang Tao addressed Eric. "I'm heading to the back room to see if I can locate members of MEG.IT. Is high time to enhance our exploration progress there. And let the entities in the back room know that times have changed." With a Smith Wesson M500 in one hand and a torch in the other, Yang Tao raced through the corridor lined with pipes. His initial fascination with the pipes had waned, primarily because he had discovered far more valuable items. Level 2 was replete with handheld industrial equipment scattered throughout various chambers. Trolleys were among the common sights, often laden with loose mechanical components, oil barrels, metal scraps, cardboard, and wooden crates filled with processable materials. Many of these materials were of great necessity to him. Before long, a white wooden door appeared against the backdrop of the charred black corridor walls, its cleanliness starkly contrasting the surrounding devastation. Is it locked? Who are they trying to keep out? Ignoring the gravity and the environment, Yang Tao affixed a torch to the wall. He then retrieved an iron axe from his backpack and struck it against the wooden door. Within Level 2, there existed countless such wooden doors, yet those that were locked could not be opened through conventional means. However, today, they faced Yang Tao. With each blow of the iron axe, the wooden doors swiftly began to splinter. Bang, bang, bang. With a loud crash, the locked door disintegrated into a miniature form, merging into his being. The room was not particularly spacious, roughly around 20 square meters. Along the walls, numerous shelves stood, cluttered with various tools and some boxes. Yang Tao disregarded the smaller tools, as they bore no energy value. However, the shelves and larger tools were indeed worth his attention. He approached a cardboard box, opened it, and hastily tossed its contents into his backpack: cyanide, almond water, moth jelly, and a flashlight. Upon viewing the packaging of the cyanide almond water, which appeared identical to ordinary gray almond water, a look of astonishment crossed Yang Tao's face. Is this pitiful item really among the newly spawned supplies? Fortunately, most items provided a corresponding alert when he stashed them into his backpack. It was crucial to note that the lethal dose of cyanide, when ingested, ranges from 0.73 to 3.5 milligrams per kilogram. Had he inadvertently given this to Eric without prior information, a mere drop would suffice to send Eric into agonizing demise. Truly sinister. It was evident that the intent was to thwart the survival of wanderers. No wonder the almond water required heating prior to use. Despite his grumbling, Yang Tao secured the peculiar almond water into his backpack. He then took out the moth jelly. This delicacy could be found on any level where the death moths congregated. Although rare, jars and bottles of moth jelly were rather commonplace, even in places devoid of death moths. Level 2 did host the presence of death moths, albeit in minimal numbers. These creatures, being phototropic, favored brightly lit areas. A previous massive power outage in the abandoned public zone had significantly diminished their population, yet the number of smiling entities had surged. Rich in nutrients, the moth jelly was abundant in protein, vitamins, and natural sugars, providing the consumer with prolonged satiety and significantly enhancing physical strength, energy, and endurance. Interestingly, it also possessed a peculiar side effect. It attracted male death moths, who fiercely protected those who consumed the jelly, causing the females to utterly disregard them. This effect would last for approximately 5 minutes post-consumption, allowing for the procurement of additional moth jelly from the female death moths, a veritable exploit of the system. He stuffed all valuable items from the room into his backpack, exchanging those eligible for energy value and tossing those meant for smelting into his iron backpack, driven by a philosophy of waste not. Just as he was about to turn and exit, a sheet of paper on the red brick wall caught his attention. Notably, this paper was pristine and clean, starkly contrasting with the wall, leading Yang Tao to step closer to discern the writing. Adventure, ever present, speed, strive for the limits, immortality, only if you desire it. The front hall, no longer significant. The back rooms, the realm of dreams realized. Welcome to join our Speed Cutting Players Association. Registration location, level. Upon registering, we shall promptly issue a temporary speed cutting terminal. What is the formal joining method? Only if you are fast enough. You shall know naturally. Yang Tao exclaimed, "Damn, how is it that even these lunatics exist?" To him, the Speed Cutting Players Association seemed a collective of individuals not entirely sane, fervently pursuing the art of swift traversal across the various levels of the back rooms. Their motto proclaimed, "There is no fastest, only faster." Despite their apparent insanity, they certainly appeared to derive immense joy from their pursuits. However, the fact that a promotional flyer from this Level C organization had appeared before him indicated that the back room he inhabited was in utter chaos. He tore the flyer from the wall and tossed it into his backpack, pondering that he might someday encounter these intriguing individuals. Exiting the desolate room, he continued to sprint through Level 2, unperturbed by the thought that his movements might attract entities lurking in the dark. Upon rounding a corner, a glimmer of light appeared before him. Had he finally escaped the blackout zone? Before he could revel in his excitement, a shadow lunged forth from the darkness, accompanied by strange vocalizations. In a moment of urgency, Yang Tao raised his Smith Wesson M500 and pulled the trigger. The resounding gunshot echoed, and the assailant emitted a wail of distress. Through the illumination of the torch, Yang Tao discerned the attacker's form. Entity number 8. Hound. The hound was a humanoid creature with peculiar physiological traits, possessing limbs adapted for quadrupedal movement. These entities were highly aggressive, becoming enraged upon witnessing someone in a state of heightened stress. However, direct eye contact could potentially frighten them away. They bore sharp claws and an enormous mouth filled with formidable teeth, albeit obscured by their dark FUR. In his haste, Yang Tao had neglected to check the mini-map. He once more raised his Smith Wesson M500, targeting the hound's head, which bore resemblance to that of a human, and squeezed the trigger. Another thunderous shot rang out, and damage numbers appeared above the hound's form. -14. The hound's health dropped to 331, witnessing its remaining vitality dwindle to 3 points. Yang Tao mercilessly pulled the trigger again. I could see that moment. A series of whimpering sounds emanated from the dark corridor, and numerous hounds charged forth from the shadows. That he placed the torch securely against the wall and regarded the hounds assuming aggressive postures, a smile creeping onto his face as he retrieved bullets from his backpack. Loading them into the chamber one by one, with a gentle flick of his hand, the revolver emitted a mechanical whir. "Come on, little dog, spin." The shotgun's pellets effortlessly obliterated a hound, draining its health. Its dying whimper attracted more hounds to the fray. Yet Yang Tao showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he advanced toward the hounds, shotgun in hand. "Come, bring more." Like a deity of death, Yang Tao wielded his Benelli Nova shotgun as though it were the scythe of the Grim Reaper. With each gunshot, another hound fell. Click, click. The 8-round capacity of the shotgun emitted a hollow sound, signaling it was empty. He lamented, wishing he had crafted a big pineapple. The big pineapple referred to the M249 machine gun, boasting a staggering 100-round capacity. However, its damage output was too low, and a single trigger pull would deplete his material reserves, which was why he had opted against its creation. Yet, observing the current predicament, it seemed prudent to forge a high-capacity weapon to keep on hand. With one hand brandishing a shield and the other wielding an iron sword, Yang Tao plunged into the throng of hounds, occasionally tossing a handful of fire salt. Meanwhile, a BNTG patrol squad was tasked by higher-ups to explore the Big Bang Zone. This squad comprised 5 members, 2 wielded black submachine guns, 2 held composite bows, and 1 brandished a child's water gun, with a water tank slung across their back. Clad in full gear, they traversed the narrow corridor. "Damn the back rooms, they never allow for a moment's peace," grumbled a burly man in the group. "Shut up. Right, don't overthink it. The rewards for this mission are substantial, and there's that royal ration you fancied. If you keep complaining, I'll give your share to someone else once the mission concludes." Royal rations? How could this delightful nonsense possibly be preserved? Who knows? Perhaps someone invented a device to store royal rations. All right, according to the intel, the destination lies just around the next corner. Everyone, stay sharp. Understood, Captain. Yeah, got it. Leader, as the group progressed through the narrowest section of the corridor, a chorus of whimpers and peculiar cries echoed from the darkness. The leader immediately raised his submachine gun, fixating his gaze on the distant shadowy expanse. Damn, that's the sound of hounds. By the sounds of it, at least a small pack. Assess the situation, and if it seems off, retreat to the nearest safe zone. By all that is holy, this task is far from easy. Light muttered under his breath before raising the peculiar weapon connected to the strange water tank behind him, positioning himself firmly at the forefront of the group. Item number 19, the G-Water Gun, is a unique type of water gun that can serve as either a tool or a weapon, depending on the liquid it contains. The tank is designed to store liquids for convenient transportation. Behind Light, it was filled with kerosene. Kerosene, the liquid form of fire salt, proves to be exceptionally useful as a weapon within the water gun. Igniting upon contact with a target and remaining unfrozen within the G-water pipe. Weren't you all gnawing away just a moment ago? Suddenly, a faint voice echoed from afar. Light turned to Captain Cook and inquired. Did you hear someone speaking? Shut your mouth. Are you out of your mind? Down a bottle of almond water quickly. If you attract the sad core, I'll shoot you myself. Today, no one is getting away. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically as they too heard the distant voice, accompanied by a horde of hounds barreling toward their location. All stood agape, watching the figure trailing the hounds, who wielded a peculiar axe with a blade the size of a human head in one hand and a wooden shield in the other, closely following the pack. Occasionally, he would catch up to a hound and bring his axe down upon it. The hounds emitted mournful cries as if they were terrified dogs in reality. With a thud, another hound's health was depleted, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yang Tao rummaged through his backpack, retrieved a bottle of gray almond water, opened it, and poured its contents directly into his mouth, instantly restoring his previously diminished satiety. Even the health points lost from the hound's earlier bite began to replenish. There were at least 30 hounds in total. After Yang Tao had dispatched over 10 with his firearm and another 7 or 8 with his axe, the remaining hounds could no longer endure and fled. But would Yang Tao let them off the hook? Absolutely not. Thus unfolded the current scene. Light observed Yang Tao's utterly inhuman behavior, swallowing hard as he asked, Captain, what should we do? Cook, the leader, gazed at the suddenly appearing and disappearing shield and axe in Yang Tao's hands, his expression turning grave as he responded, What can we do? Retreat, clear the main passage, and fall back to our original route. That if the hounds scatter, eliminate them. Following his command, everyone retreated back to the passage they had come from. Even moving back over 100 meters for safety, as Cook had surmised, the hounds indeed scattered in their flight, with 4 of them bolting into the tunnel where the group was positioned. Archers prepare, fire! Thwack! The bowstring sang a crisp note as arrows transformed into fleeting shadows, striking true upon the heads of the hounds. Thwack! Thwack! .2 team members swiftly drew back their compound bows, resulting in 2 more hounds collapsing to the ground. It was not that their submachine guns were devoid of ammunition. Rather, they refrained from firing unless absolutely necessary, as gunfire could easily attract more entities. Unbeknownst to them, most nearby entities had already been drawn away by Yang Tao. Light moved swiftly, raising his G-water gun and targeting a hound merely 10 meters away, squeezing the trigger. The pale orange liquid erupted from the G-water gun, striking the hound with precision. The moment the kerosene made contact, a fierce blaze erupted, consuming 2 hounds in an instant. G-water gun. Before the flames could extinguish on the hounds, a voice resonated from behind them. The G-water gun. What a fine item! Yang Tao produced a bucket from his backpack and doused the 2 hounds with water. The moment the water hit the flames, they vanished without a trace, retrieving the water. He then grasped the hounds' carcasses by their legs and stowed them in his backpack, directly converting them into energy points. Finally, he had found his allies. You are from MEG? After a brief silence, Light replied, We are the BNTG exploration team. Who are you? The Backrooms unaffiliated trade group. Not MEG. But that is fine. I'm Yang Tao, just an ordinary wanderer. An ordinary wanderer. How can an ordinary wanderer chase down over a dozen hounds? Light did not believe a single word of Yang Tao's statement. "Hey, brother, don't come any closer." Yang Tao merely took a step forward, prompting Light to immediately aim the Ji water gun at him. The veins on his hand were visibly tensed, revealing his anxiety. At this moment, Cook, the captain of the BNTG exploration team, stepped forward and said, "Brother, we cannot ascertain your identity, so I apologize." Yang Tao understood this, as he had been far too exuberant in his earlier actions, failing to masquerade as a meek lamb in time. Understood. He then jokingly remarked, "At least we can communicate. That ensures you know I am not a skinwalker." Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile graced Cook's resolute face as he replied, "You speak the truth. Brother, I believe you hail from that dark region. May I inquire if you are aware of the explosion?" Yang Tao hesitated, his mind racing. Has the cat been let out of the bag? Could it be that the explosion killed members of BNTG? According to his recollections, the number of individuals remaining in Level 2 had never been substantial. Although Level 2 boasted electricity, water resources, and randomly refreshing supplies, the number of entities was exceedingly high, and they actively attacked various shelters. Thus, Level 2 was not a suitable tier for establishing a base. Even inferior to Level 1, if BNTG were to lose a few more members, they might well abandon this place. Contemplating this, Yang Tao's gaze shifted slightly, and he feigned ignorance, saying, "I'm sorry, but I'm not local and am unclear about the situation that I just arrived from Level 1 and was immediately pursued and bitten by a pack of hounds if it weren't for my decent physical condition. I might have been torn apart by those repugnant hounds." Hearing Yang Tao's words, Cook couldn't help but scoff internally. "The hounds chased you. I saw you chasing and hacking at them the moment I arrived." "How could you even say that?" Yang Tao then seized the opportunity to prevent the man from continuing his inquiries, saying, "Since you don't wish to engage with me for now, I won't press the issue. However, I would like to ask where your BNTG base is located in this tier. I wish to procure some items." When Cook heard Yang Tao's request regarding their base's location, he chose not to withhold any information this time, that if Yang Tao were indeed a special entity, the base's firepower would suffice to deal with him. Conversely, if they could not eliminate him, whether he disclosed the address or not would yield the same outcome. Having reached this conclusion, Cook pointed toward the passage behind him and said, "Follow the passage straight. Turn right at the third intersection. There will be a signpost you will recognize. Continue straight, and you will find a railway laid out on the ground. Follow it, and you will reach our BNTG base." Upon hearing the directions, Yang Tao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. By the way, are you planning to venture into that dark region?" Cook nodded and replied, "We have some matters that require our attention there." "Very well. I shall retreat to the corner behind us, allowing you to pass." With that, Yang Tao willingly began to back away, since they did not wish to engage with him. He would naturally not make things difficult for them. Once Yang Tao reached the intersection of the passage, moving towards the route opposite the dark region, Captain Cook followed closely behind, leading his team toward the dark area. After ensuring they had passed, Yang Tao waved goodbye, saying, "Gentlemen, until we meet again, and let me offer one last piece of advice. There are quite a few grinning nightmares in the dark region. Good luck." Having spoken, Yang Tao proceeded in the direction indicated by the other party. Along the way, he retrieved the shotgun from his backpack and methodically loaded each shell into the weapon. "I wonder if the unaligned trade group has anything useful for sale." He mused, the crisp sound of the bullets sliding into place echoing around him. As he walked towards the BNTG base, he occasionally encountered locked doors, but rather than lamenting the time wasted, he pried them open one by one, ransacking their contents. The oppressive atmosphere of Level 2 was one thing, but why lock the doors of perfectly good rooms? It was no wonder so many organizations had vacated Level 2. The environment was inhospitable, the noise overwhelming, and the abundance of entities left little suitable living space. With most resources confined to locked rooms, the Wanderers lacked Yang Tao's unique opening method. Even a simple wooden door harbored an inexplicable force of protection. Otherwise, given human nature, all rooms would have been emptied long ago. The white wooden door transformed into debris, flying into his backpack. However, Yang Tao was taken aback by the sight that awaited him inside. The room was engulfed in pitch darkness, impervious even to the light of a torch. There was nothing within, save for the wooden door he had just opened. The void? This scene felt eerily familiar. I in my world. After destroying the bedrock of the lowest tier, one could fall into the abyss. Blackness was merely a result of the inability to perceive anything. In reality, the void contained nothing, not even color. Curiosity piqued, Yang Tao leaned in to peer deeper. Could this be the edge of level 2? Should he fall in, it would surely be quite the spectacle. He retrieved a discarded tool from his backpack and tossed it into the dark abyss. The tool plummeted rapidly, vanishing from sight within mere seconds. Witnessing this, Yang Tao quickly reattached the wooden door he had just removed. Thank goodness I didn't sell it, had the void not caught his attention. The white door would have transformed into a mere point of energy by now. Should a wanderer inadvertently fall in, it was uncertain whether they would succumb to asphyxiation or starvation. Shaking his head, he resumed his journey towards the location of the BNTG base. After navigating a turn and traveling a short distance, Yang Tao spotted the railway mentioned by the previous individual. He possessed some knowledge about this railway. It was a small track relocated from other levels by BNTG to facilitate movement and transport within Level 2. Fortunately, Level 2 was relatively stable. Otherwise, like Level 0, one would find the newly laid track chaotic and scattered across various corners of the level after merely turning around. Stop. After walking a while longer, a voice echoed from the tunnel ahead, and two armed personnel appeared at the tunnel's end. Hello, I am a wanderer, and I mean no harm. Yang Tao's words elicited laughter from the 2BNTG guards, who found it amusing that he claimed innocence while being aimed at with submachine guns. Approach slowly for a check. BNTG was not averse to accepting wanderers. After all, who would they sell their supplies to? Besides, their own members were not born from the cracks of stone. Yang Tao casually walked towards them, and the two led him deeper into the tunnel, where the temperature gradually began to rise. Although he did not feel hot, he sensed the change in temperature. A curious sensation indeed. The tunnel gradually transformed, becoming more spacious. Soon, a distinctive area came into view, a combination of warehouse and office space. The walls and floor of this zone, too, were made of crumbling concrete, with exposed steel rebar visible in parts. Pipes and ventilation ducts crisscrossed the ceiling and walls. Yang Tao recognized this place. The office area EL3, it was among the most hospitable locations within Level 2, often serving as the first outpost encountered by wanderers in the backrooms. Of course, this was contingent upon passing the inspection. Otherwise, upon entering the office area EL3, the previously stoic guards wielding submachine guns suddenly became much more amiable. What is your name? It has been a while since we have seen a wanderer. Yang Tao, just arrived from Level 1. I encountered one of our exploration teams on the way, who directed me here. Yang Tao was bewildered by the sudden shift in demeanor. Moments ago, these men had resembled emotionless terminators, akin to killing machines. Now, they were all smiles. You must have run into Light and his team. He led an expedition today. As he spoke, the guard guided Yang Tao to an office-like room and stated, "Here we are. This is the registration desk. Once you register, someone will guide you through the next steps. However, you must adhere to certain regulations while here. Though some rules may seem absurd, every ridiculous regulation stems from a past event that was even more absurd." The guard's expression hinted at some peculiar memory. Yang Tao nodded, understanding this sentiment well. Before his traversal, he had encountered numerous outrageous regulations in schools, such as prohibiting utensils in restrooms, forbidding the theft of undergarments, and banning curtains on dormitory beds. While seemingly unreasonable, the stories behind these rules were often far more thrilling. Aren't we supposed to conduct a check? The guard chuckled. It appears this is your first interaction with the organization. The inspection was completed the moment you entered the EL3A zone. If you were a skin thief or a similar entity, alarms would have sounded long ago. Yang Tao. Really? That efficient? However, this seemed rather casual. Could his dataform body even pass the test? So, it seemed they could only detect whether one was an entity? Perhaps he should bring an alien over one day for a trial. In truth, being able to distinguish between entities was entirely sufficient in the backrooms, although there were occasional frictions between humans. Overall, there were no direct conflicts among the various groups. After all, in a place as treacherous as the backrooms, if humanity did not unite, demise would come swiftly. All right, you may enter. We have to return to work. Yang Tao nodded, extending his hand to open the office door. Inside, there were only 3 individuals, 1 man and 2 women. Upon his entry, they displayed no surprise that a woman appearing to be in her 30s, of Western descent, greeted him with a smile. "The Wanderer?" Yang Tao nodded gently. "You need not be anxious. We at BNTG are quite a commendable organization, and we hold a welcoming attitude toward wanderers. I could not find any information about you online. Clearly, you have not interacted with the various organizations' outposts and bases elsewhere." Yang Tao nodded again. "Would you mind registering?" "Of course, this is entirely voluntary. If you prefer not to, you may leave freely." The implication was unmistakable. Registration was an option, but refusal would mean they could not accommodate him. Of course. "Excellent. Let us get acquainted. My name is Martha, and I am the head of the BNTG office area EL3A. She extended her hand, and Yang Tao briefly shook it, saying, "Yang Tao, it is a pleasure to meet you." Yang Tao, an Eastern individual? Splendid. Your discipline and keen intellect are highly valued among the various organizations within the Backrooms. Your age? 22 years. Gender? Please do not misunderstand. Since the arrival of armed helicopters and Walmart shopping bags in the Backrooms, we have had to adapt to the times out of respect that I hope you understand. Male with a preference for females. Haha. Then we can skip the next question. Now, on to the most crucial inquiry. What talents or abilities do you possess? The woman's expression turned grave, her gaze intensely fixed upon Yang Tao. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Tao mused that he seemed to possess a plethora of extraordinary traits and abilities. Yet he pondered aloud, would the ability to attract entities qualify as a unique talent? Without much change in her demeanor, Marcia, with a piercing gaze, calmly inquired, "Attracting entities? What sort of attraction are you referring to?" "In level 0, I encountered bacteria and dullards. In level 1, I faced smiling nightmares, and again in level 2, I encountered those same nightmares. And prior to my arrival here, I was assailed by a pack of hunting dogs. I must ask, is level 2 particularly unfriendly towards wanderers? Even entities appear in droves?" Marcia's response was nonchalant. "Your boastful demeanor is rather charming, but I truly cannot upload this information to the network." She retrieved a bottle of almond water from her desk drawer. However, this time, the bottle was not the usual gray, but a striking blue. Instantly, Yang Tao's mind was flooded with information about blue almond water. This variant of almond water effectively defends against external factors that can adversely affect human mental health. It can even suppress the early stages of the grieving cycle, and with timely intervention, it can directly reverse it. Additionally, it aids wanderers suffering from anxiety, depression, and ADHD in managing their psychological afflictions. However, excessive consumption of this almond water may lead to permanent addiction, impaired vision, and muscle weakness. "Yang, I sense you might be mentally fatigued. Allow me to treat you to a bottle of almond water, and then you should rest well. When you awaken, we can discuss the remaining matters. Is there no sense of justice left in this world? To be frank, few truly believe anymore. What I say is genuine." Yang Tao reached out to grasp the blue almond water pushed toward him. Drinking it down in one swift motion to him, it was merely a unique sustenance to satiate his hunger. Any notions of mental restoration or addiction held no significance for him. "I believe you." After witnessing Yang Tao consume the almond water without issue, Marcia feigned a smile. "The creation of your identification card will take some time. Please rest well, and tomorrow someone will deliver it to you." Upon noticing her skepticism, Yang Tao found himself at a loss for words. "Thank you. And by the way, I have a friend I wish to retrieve. Is that permissible?" Yang Tao hoped to invite Eric into the non-aligned trade group, which would enable him to enlist Eric's help in acquiring various energy-rich items, such as the contaminated almond water from the Backrooms and assorted metals. Furthermore, he aimed to sell abundant supplies of food, medicine, and clothing that were scarce in the Backrooms. While almond water may fill one's belly, who could resist a delicious roast in this wretched place? Marcia nodded gently, saying, "Of course, we at BNTG welcome all normal wanderers. Do you require someone to accompany you back?" Yang Tao shook his head lightly. No need. My friend is not far from here. I shall return shortly." Marcia did not press further, although they treated wanderers well. Endangering their own for the sake of others was clearly an unwise bargain. Yang Tao exited the office and proceeded along the corridor he had entered. the guard stationed in the tunnel, dutifully protecting the EL-3A office area, looked somewhat surprised upon seeing him approach. "Hey, friend, are you preparing to leave? I'm just going to fetch my friend Ditto. Then please be cautious if you hear any unusual or strange sounds. Return immediately." "Thank you. I will." With that, Yang Tao waved goodbye to the two guards as he stepped into the narrow tunnel. Upon reaching the nearest room, he entered without hesitation, and the wooden door leading to the main world appeared before him. He reached out to open the door and stepped inside. Spotting Eric, who was busy with his tasks, he called, "Eric, you can set the wheat aside for now. Come here. I need to discuss something with you." Eric paused his work with the hoe and joined Yang Tao on the wooden bench. "Yang, what is up?" Yang Tao smiled and said, "I have located a forward operating base of the non-aligned trade group in level 2. And I hope you can join them to assist me in trading supplies. You should be aware, I am in dire need of resources. However, I cannot manage this alone, so I'm counting on your help. You were the first person I encountered in the Backrooms, and I trust you." Yang Tao retrieved a bottle of gray almond water from his backpack and offered it to Eric, while he produced another for himself. Gazing at Eric with an encouraging expression, after a moment of silence, Eric accepted the almond water and replied, "No problem. I won't let you down." Yang Tao smiled, raising his almond water. "Thank you, Eric. Cheers." He briefly recounted some details about the non-aligned trade group, and Eric listened attentively, even taking notes. After approximately an hour, Yang Tao exchanged a compressed key for Eric, advising, "When you return, do your utmost to remain unnoticed by others. Otherwise, you may be mistaken for an anomaly. While powerful anomalies may be tolerated, your lack of strength poses a risk." Following the same procedures, Eric temporarily became a visitor of the non-aligned trade group in the Backrooms, and once he demonstrated his value, he could officially join their ranks. Ascending to the second floor of the EL-3A office area, they found themselves in a vast dining hall. With their newly acquired identification cards, they could receive a complimentary meal a bottle of almond water and a meal that resembles no discernible ingredients. Yet, for the impoverished, ordinary wanderers, this simple meal felt like a divine blessing. This would foster a sense of goodwill among wanderers unfamiliar with BNTG. Yang Tao and Eric dined. They conversed. "How does it feel? I never expected there would be so many humans in the Backrooms." Being a native of this world, Eric was filled with a sense of inexplicable excitement at witnessing such a gathering of humanity thriving together in the Backrooms. This is merely a forward operating base for BNTG, comprising no more than 30 to 50 individuals. The Merchant's House in Level 1 is the true main base of BNTG. It's unfortunate we didn't encounter it earlier. However, once you establish yourself here, you will naturally advance to the main base in Level 1. Thus, should you come across anything of value, purchase it. By the way, Yang Tao remarked, noticing Eric's backpack, which remained at the most basic level. He emptied his own iron backpack and organized its contents into Eric's bag. "Eric, as you venture out, carry this backpack. And here is a new iron pickaxe. When you encounter something valuable, stow it away. If it won't fit, dig it out and pack it in." Unfortunately, Eric was not digitized, meaning he could only store items and not retrieve them. However, that was of little concern. Eventually, they could craft a diamond backpack or an alloy backpack equipped with stacking plugins, allowing Eric to become a mobile storage unit. "All right, I will familiarize myself with the surroundings quickly. I believe our baked goods and cakes will be quite popular in these Backrooms. Indeed, for now, we shall focus on selling food, and as the main world progresses further, our offerings will expand." Yang Tao was primarily eyeing various potions from his world. As they were invaluable across any realm, he did not intend to sell milk directly, recognizing its worth far surpassed that of other mundane items. "Wait, I plan to explore other worlds for a bit. If you encounter danger, return immediately." "Understood." However, just as Yang Tao had stowed the almond water into his backpack, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the office area EL3, though the meaning eluded him. He swiftly rose and dashed toward the exit of the dining hall. Bang, bang, bang! A cacophony of gunfire erupted, interspersed with numerous explosions that a grotesque creature, its form a grotesque amalgamation of various human limbs, was preparing to charge into the EL3A area from a nearby corridor. The Limb Collective? Entity ID 5 Habitat, predominantly found in most levels, concentrated in Level 2 and Level 3. The limb collective is a perilous and peculiar entity composed of massive limbs, capable of accelerating to astonishing speeds and exhibiting incredible agility. Some reports noted the occasional appearance of eyes and ears within this mass of flesh. Could it be that a solitary limb collective has ventured into the outpost? Is this place truly that perilous? At this moment, Yang Tao also realized that the power of firearms seemed significantly suppressed. He had previously deemed his M500's mere 15 points of damage unworthy of its title as the strongest weapon. Yet now, witnessing the submachine gun bullets merely wound without penetrating the limb collective, he comprehended the grotesque nature of his weapon in relation to the denizens of the backroom. Just then, Eric emerged from the dining hall, gazing at the limb collective below, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" Most entities possess a highly abstract appearance. Even the skin stealer, clad in human flesh, evokes a sense of discomfort. The limb collective, as you see, is relatively rare compared to the likes of the Laughing Man and the Hound. While its defenses are indeed formidable, the sheer number of people surrounding it soon rendered it a sieve. "Eric, I must take my leave. I sense that remaining here is far more perilous." He suspected that this solitary limb collective had been drawn here by his passive attraction. Thus, for the sake of BNTG and Eric's safety, he resolved to remain a lone wolf within the backroom. Upon departing from the BNTG outpost, Yang Tao sought a secure location to return to the primary world. Gazing at the solitude of his world, he was reminded of the days when he had to fend for himself in this space. Much improved, at least there were still so many animals. A glance at the wooden door leading to the digital world brought memories of the Founder's Village flooding back. Just in time, he thought to take a trip to Fairy Road Island and seek out the Founder's Village. Perhaps to adopt a Digimon. The Founder's Village is the birthplace of Digimon, where all deceased Digimon return in the form of data streams, reincarnating as digital eggs. Approaching the wooden door, he extended his hand and pushed it open. A completely pitch-black world unfolded before him, reminiscent of the void he had encountered in Level 2. What is going on? Where's the digital world I know? This scene was momentarily overwhelming, igniting concerns for Air's safety within him. He extended his hand through the door, fixating on his health bar. Upon confirming his well-being, he cautiously peered into the world beyond. Surprisingly, there was still oxygen. This revelation astonished him, and he retrieved some round stones from his backpack. Using the wooden door as an anchor to lay a path into the void, as he stepped inside, the previously dark world suddenly burst into color, the earth gradually materializing within his line of sight. Within this brief span, he found himself bewildered twice, suddenly recalling something and abruptly looking toward the sky. Sure enough, he discerned faint silhouettes high above. Had a day truly passed to reach such an ending? Where were the 8 chosen children? This was undeniably a digital massacre. Merely a day had sufficed for these 8 children to vanquish the 4 Dark Kings, the Jester Monarch, the Puppet Beast, the Steel Sea Dragon, the Mechanical Evil Dragon, and several of their subordinates. Even if Master Xian'ai were paying you by the piece, surely you couldn't be this relentless. Just as Yang Tao pondered this, the surroundings returned to normal. The once barren landscape transformed into a lush green tea that moment. He caught sight of some colossal toys in the distance. The Founder's Village? Truly, after searching tirelessly, I found it in the dimmest of lights. According to Master Xian'ai, Fairy Road Island is the very core of the digital world. Therefore, it was only natural for Yang Tao's wooden door to materialize at this central point upon the world's reboot. As Yang Tao approached the Founder's Village, the ground beneath him began to shift, the grass transforming into soft earth woven from wool. Walking upon it even provided a slight bounce. Yet, at this moment, the Founder's Village was utterly deserted. Not a single person, nor even a Digimon, was in sight. However, Yang Tao felt no urgency, for he would never forget the unfolding scene. After approximately half an hour, a multitude of white and black specks appeared in the sky, coalescing into brilliantly colored digital eggs that cascaded from above. In that instant, all deceased Digimon from the digital world returned to the Founder's Village, reincarnating as digital eggs to commence a new life. The eggs fell swiftly, bouncing gently upon the soft ground, some even colliding with one another. Yet the resilience of these digital eggs surpassed Yang Tao's expectations. Those that collided left not a single mark. "Uncle!" Jair's voice rang out from behind him, prompting Yang Tao to turn and see her, along with a group of chosen children and Master Xianai, approaching the founder's village. A smile graced Yang Tao's face as he approached Jair, gently ruffling her hair and saying, "Jair, congratulations on saving the digital world." Jair showed no aversion to Yang Tao's affectionate gesture, tilting her head slightly to inquire, "Uncle, what brings you to the founder's village?" "I had initially wished for a Digimon, and upon arriving, I discovered that you all had triumphed over the apocalyptic beast. I never anticipated your swift action." Jair's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. "With so many digital eggs, I wonder which Digimon Uncle desires. I hope for a light-type Digimon, such as Jair's Dilu Beast or a Woozbada Beast, for their powers are well-suited to dispelling darkness." With this, Yang Tao turned his gaze toward Master Xianai. "Master Xianai, might you assist me in locating the digital eggs of Dilu Beast or Bada Beast?" Master Xianai had been observing Yang Tao with great curiosity, pondering the young man's origins, why an ostensibly ordinary adult male had suddenly appeared in the digital world. Moreover, judging by the children's reactions, they seemed to recognize this man. The floating beast egg was easily identifiable by its yellow striped patterns, while the snowball beast, a variant of the black sphere beast, was exceedingly rare. Even if one obtained both the floating beast and the snowball beast, nurturing them in a Bada Beast and Dilu Beast proved to be an arduous task, as their growth environment significantly influences their development. Additionally, there was something else. "Young man, who are you?" Yang Tao smiled at Master Xianai and replied, "Me? I am merely a youth whose dreams have been shattered." "My name is Yang Tao. Master Xianai, would you kindly teach me some methods for raising floating beasts? In exchange, I can attempt to restore you to your former self." According to the lore, reborn Digimon retain memories from before their reincarnation. However, I have set it so that they do not, undergoing a complete reformatting. Otherwise, the recently defeated Dark Three Kings would be hiding in their digital eggs, retaining their former memories, an intriguing thought indeed. With a sorrowful expression, Yang Tao cradled a digital egg adorned with yellow stripes. Seated upon the soft ground of the founder's village, his large hand continually caressed the digital egg. According to Master Xianai, this method allows the digital egg to absorb the information emitted from the human body, thereby accelerating the hatching process and enhancing intimacy. To this end, Yang Tao had even deactivated his data avatar. Yet the digital egg remained unhatched. However, he felt no distress over this. Rather, he was troubled by Master Xianai's earlier words. The evolution of a Digimon is influenced by all conceivable factors. Thus, the posture before and after evolution will be entirely different. A Digimon is not necessarily limited to evolving into the same type of creature. In other words, even if it does not undergo dark evolution, it may not necessarily attain an angel Digimon. Cracked, a faint sound echoed. Yang Tao, who had been contemplating how to ensure that the floating beast would evolve along the angel Digimon's path, suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly looking down at the Digivice in his arms. He noticed a circle of cracks appearing on the previously smooth surface of the Digivice. Cracked. As the sound of shattering continued, the Digivice in Yang Tao's hand showed more cracks, and soon the shell split open, revealing a translucent white creature resembling a jellyfish. It was indeed the juvenile form of the floating beast. The floating beast possessed eyes like black beans and a tiny mouth, with no hint of intelligence in its gaze, resembling a lifeless toy. Nevertheless, it possessed two self-defense skills, Bubble and Acid Bubble. The tactile sensation was delightful. As the floating beast hatched, Yang Tao instantly cast aside thoughts of the angel Digimon. How could something as adorable as this floating beast be sent to the battlefield? At the same time, a new notification popped up in the lower left corner of his vision. Digimon World Exploration Value 60.002 Activate Artisan Spirit Module. Yang Tao merely glanced at the notification before returning his attention to the floating beast. He cautiously reached out to touch the floating beast's head. Well, one could say its body, since its jellyfish-like form rendered head and body indistinguishable. Just then, the remaining eggshell of the floating beast suddenly transformed with a loud bang into a cradle woven from bamboo. How considerate! Yang Tao carefully placed the floating beast into the cradle, which caught the attention of Jair, who was playing with her companions. "Uncle, did the floating beast hatch? Wow, it's so cute." The little girl was utterly unable to resist such a soft and adorable creature, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the floating beast nestled in the cradle. Then she pulled out a piece of fruit from her pocket, saying, "Uncle, can it eat fruit? This fruit is especially delicious." The evolution of Digimon requires substantial energy, which fundamentally comes from the data they absorb from the network. Food can also be converted into energy and stored within their bodies. Moreover, Digimon can acquire a portion of the data from defeated foes, using it as energy. "Thank you, little Jair." Yang Tao accepted the fruit, which resembled a tomato on the outside. After rinsing it clean, he presented it to the floating beast's mouth. Upon seeing the food, the floating beast immediately wriggled its body and opened its tiny mouth to bite into the fruit. Yang Tao's face lit up with a smile of satisfaction. At this moment, the rejuvenated Xian Ni approached and said, "Child, the digital world is on the verge of restoration. You cannot remain here any longer. Otherwise, you will be deleted as an error by the world." Jair paused upon hearing this and asked, "Are we really going back now?" Xian Ni nodded, saying, "Yes, you have half a day's time left. Do not forget that your loved ones are waiting for you in the human world." Upon hearing Xian's words, Yang Tao scoffed. Such a statement was merely a ruse to placate the children. That aren't you human yourself? There are many reasons for sending the children back, but being deleted by the digital world is certainly not one of them. Jair's mood dimmed slightly as she looked up at Yang Tao and asked, "Uncle, I don't want to part with Dilu Beast." Yang Tao gently stroked Jair's head and whispered in her ear, "If you ever miss Dilu Beast, just come to me. I'll leave a key for Dilu Beast as well. Really? Of course, such a matter was trivial for Yang Tao. Even if Jair visited him every Saturday and Sunday, it would only amount to 80 energy points. Defeating a hunting dog or half a laughing nightmare would easily yield enough energy. "Jair, you go play for a while. I need to discuss something with Mr. Xian Ni." "Okay, Uncle." Yang Tao smiled at Xian Ni and said, "Some things are best kept from the children that I won't pry too much into specifics, but please do not prevent me from selecting Digivices in the future. Rest assured I will not come over indiscriminately." Xian Ni fell silent, having no insight into Yang Tao's background. Even utilizing the power of the digital world, he could not decipher Yang Tao's origin. Moreover, the fact that Yang Tao effortlessly resolved the dark seed implanted by the Clown King with a bucket of white liquid not only rejuvenated him, but also eliminated future risks. "If there are too many, I will stop you." "All right." At that moment, a flash of white light illuminated the cradle, and the floating beast vanished, replaced by a plump Digimon known as Digimon 2. The juvenile stage is the most vulnerable period for a Digimon. However, fortunately, this phase does not last long, typically ranging from a few minutes to a few hours. "Hello, Digimon 2. Yang Tao extended his hand towards the plump Digimon, which sniffed the air excitedly before hopping into his palm. "Hello. Hello." Its voice was soft, even somewhat weak, but Yang Tao showed no signs of disdain. "At worst, we won't use a battleship when you grow up, right?" After bidding farewell to the children, Yang Tao left the digital world with Digimon 2. The newly birthed Digimon 2 was like a blank slate, yet it possessed a remarkable learning ability. Perhaps it was due to the genetic material within it. This will be your new home. By the way, do you like eating batteries? Digimon not only require data energy, they also need to be charged, a truly fascinating concept. Upon hearing batteries, Digimon 2 became excited and exclaimed, "Batteries! Digimon 2 loves batteries!" Yang Tao rummaged through a box of miscellaneous items and retrieved a flashlight battery he had found earlier. Presenting it to Digimon 2, the creature opened its toothy mouth and swallowed the battery, savoring it as if it were candy. Gently patting Digimon 2's head, Yang Tao joked, "Just don't evolve in a flashlight beast, all right?" The absence of sand and clay posed an issue with the charred stone bricks. In the main world, Yang Tao occasionally took a battery from his backpack and tossed it into Digimon 2's mouth. The creature treated the batteries like candy, promptly spitting out the empty ones into the bucket he had specially prepared for it. The charred stone bricks were essential materials for constructing charred furnaces and crafting related facilities. Without them, artisan spirit could not commence normally. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. I might as well procure some directly from the Conan world. After all, I have already connected numerous worlds. Some materials need not be sourced solely from the main world. There are plenty of worlds at our disposal. Picking up Digimon 2 from the ground, he declared, "Let us go shopping." Digimon 2, thrilled at the prospect of visiting other places, eagerly nodded. The juvenile stage 2. It exhibited a low intelligence, resembling a playful puppy. However, its capacity for learning was remarkably swift. And most importantly, it could speak. Okay, Digimon 2 is going shopping. Yang Tao carried Digimon 2 towards the wooden door, when suddenly he spotted the only wooden door on the misty wall that lacked a sign. His eyes brightened as he thought, it has been several days. Raccoon City should have been hit by a nuclear bomb by now. Even if it had suffered a nuclear blast, the ruins of Raccoon City would still hold immense value. Just the wreckage of overturned cars would provide ample metal for collection, but a nuclear bomb is not a black hole bomb. Its power is not sufficient to erase all matter. With that thought, Yang Tao made his way to the wooden door leading to the world of Resident Evil, placing Digimon 2 gently on the ground beside the door. Digimon 2, stay here for a moment. Digimon 2 obediently nodded. Grasping the doorknob, Yang Tao was greeted by a familiar figure. Leon? Yang Tao gazed at the figure before him. Uncertainty etched across his face as he inquired. Upon hearing his name, called from behind. Leon swiftly turned, raising his handgun to aim at Yang Tao. However, as he recognized him, he gradually lowered the firearm and asked, "Did you not say you were going to assist that woman?" In response to Leon's words, an absurd thought surged within Yang Tao, prompting him to question, "Do you recall how long it has been since you returned from my side? I had just closed the wooden door and was about to leave when you swung it open." Upon hearing Leon's reply, Yang Tao revealed a resigned smile and said, "Take a guess. How long do you think it has been?" Leon paused momentarily at the question, but only for an instant, quickly regaining his composure to ask, "Are you implying that a considerable amount of time has elapsed on your end?" "Not long, merely 3 or 4 days," Yang Tao replied. After this exchange, both he and Leon fell into silence, with numerous doubts swirling within Yang Tao's mind. Could it be that time does not flow in these narrative worlds unless I enter? No, that can't be right. Time in worlds other than Resident Evil has been unaffected. Even in the digital world, where time is inherently chaotic, there have been no such issues. Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Tao. Could it be that only after I step into the world beyond the wooden door and gain exploration points will the time flow of the main world synchronize with that of the other worlds? Such discrepancies in the flow of time have been observed in the digital world as well. When there was no connection between the digital realm and the real world, 1 minute in reality equated to an entire day in the digital world. That moment, a zombie clad in a blue police uniform appeared around the dimly lit corner behind Leon. Seeing this, Yang Tao swiftly drew his M500 and took aim at the zombie, pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the rotund police zombie, instantly depleting its 14 hit points, shattering its head in the process. The once pristine corridor had now transformed into a gruesome crime scene, startling Leon with Yang Tao's sudden action. He glanced back at the headless corpse sprawled on the ground. "Thank you. You're welcome." Yang Tao holstered his handgun and placed Digimon on his shoulder, where it could securely perch despite any vigorous movements, for it was indeed a Digimon, having crossed into the realm of Resident Evil. A message echoed, "Attention, you have arrived in the world of Resident Evil. Let us hunt those monsters engulfed in darkness. Please explore the current space." Exploration progress. 3.1. What is that? Leon inquired curiously about the Digimon perched on Yang Tao's shoulder. Having never encountered such a creature before, living in a world with advanced biological technology, he was naturally more attuned to such anomalies. "DG, introduce yourself." "Hello," came a clear voice from the Digimon. For it, speaking in Earth's languages posed no challenge whatsoever. "You can speak too? Of course, you can. Now, continue with your original plan. I will support you from behind." That Leon's gaze remained fixed on the Digimon's rosy form, causing it to feel somewhat bashful. Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, he took a deep breath and stated, "I am in search of 3 seals. Only then can we unlock the passage to the underground." Yang Tao was not particularly familiar with the game version of Resident Evil. Yet the notion of searching for seals to open a secret passage made him uneasy. It seemed absurd to have to wander about seeking keys to open a wooden door that could easily be kicked down. While he understood this was for the sake of gameplay experience, having already traversed into this world, searching for keys felt like a needless endeavor. Lead me to the entrance of the passage. I am eager to see what kind of mechanism is so formidable. Leon, though unfamiliar with Yang Tao, had no qualms about leading him to the passage. Just then, a series of growls erupted. The two immediately turned their attention forward, spotting several zombies in work uniforms, advancing towards them at a rapid pace of 4 kilometers per hour. Can the police station fall so swiftly? Could it be that the overwhelming number of white zombies has drastically decreased the accuracy of the officer's firearms? Yang Tao mused, as his handgun reappeared in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed at the approaching zombies and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the head of a zombie with precision. Yang Tao's marksmanship was impeccable, for in his sight, the crosshair allowed him to hit his target effortlessly. The average zombie possessed merely 20 hit points, and although Yang Tao's handgun dealt only 15 damage, the critical headshot ensured that these ordinary zombies would be dispatched instantly. Approaching the fallen body, he stowed it in his backpack. Zombie, 30 energy points. Leon, I believe searching for the seals is a worthwhile pursuit. Leon, taken aback by Yang Tao's sudden change of heart, found it peculiar, but his character was not one to rely on others. All right. However, he finally witnessed Yang Tao's unique abilities without pressing further for answers. After all, if he could open portals, accepting the disappearance of a couple of corpses was hardly a stretch, with several zombies yielding over 100 energy points. Yang Tao hesitated momentarily. Outside lay the entirety of Raccoon City's undead, while the underground laboratory housed various bioweapons research materials and G-virus samples. After a brief contemplation, Yang Tao resolved to accompany Leon to the Umbrella Corporation's underground laboratory in Raccoon City. As staying above ground could result in a nuclear strike, Leon led the way towards the second floor of the police station, while Yang Tao followed closely behind, loading bullets into his revolver from his backpack. If memory served him correctly, they were about to encounter the most notorious mini-boss from the Resident Evil franchise, the Licker. The Licker, a bioorganic weapon featured prominently in the terrifying Resident Evil series, was notorious in both games and films alike. Just as he had surmised, upon stepping onto the pitch-black second floor, they encountered the Licker, seemingly lying in wait for Leon's arrival. Under the beam of Leon's flashlight, the Licker's exposed muscles glistened in the air, devoid of skin, resembling a processed bullfrog. It boasted powerful limbs, with its forearms mutated into deadly claws, making it clear that being struck by this creature would not be a pleasant experience. However, the most striking feature was its exposed brain, its Achilles heel unmistakably evident. The sight of the Licker, an overt killing machine, instilled considerable dread in Leon, causing his voice to lower as he warned Yang Tao. Be careful, there's a massive monster here. Don't waste your breath with it. It preys on the unsuspecting. Watch me unleash the supernova shotgun. Yang Tao aimed his shotgun at the Licker's exposed brain and pulled the trigger. The Licker, perhaps alerted by Yang Tao's voice, instinctively raised its arm to shield its head. -58 The Licker's hit points exceeded even those of the previously encountered Night Terror, being a bioweapon renowned for its resilience. Upon sustaining damage, the Licker bared its razor-sharp teeth and charged towards Yang Tao, its powerful legs shattering the wooden floor beneath it. Yang Tao remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to evade, continuing to fire his shotgun, bang bang, bearing the impact of 2 shots. The Licker finally reached Yang Tao, raising its claw, larger than a hand fan. Ready to strike him down, a cold smile crept across Yang Tao's face as a shield materialized in his grasp, effortlessly blocking the Licker's ferocious assault with a soft thud. With his M500 pressed directly against the Licker's exposed brain, he declared, "It's time to say goodbye." The Licker opened its gaping maw and let out a ferocious roar. With a resounding bang, blood splattered everywhere. Yang Tao glanced at the fallen Licker, smacked his lips and murmured, "I could really go for some hot pot, preferably spicy." Seeing Yang Tao so effortlessly dispatch the Licker, Leon finally comprehended the vast chasm that existed between individuals, a gap even wider than that which separated humans from zombies. Yang Tao stowed the Licker's corpse into his backpack and turned to Leon, saying, "Let's move quickly. We should aim for a speed run." With Yang Tao's assistance, Leon managed to effortlessly locate 3 circular seals that in fact, within an office on the second floor, he even spotted a banner welcoming him, indicating that the precinct was quite pleased with his arrival. However, it was evident that 99% of his colleagues had already succumbed to zombification. Noticing Leon's evident despondency, Yang Tao approached and patted him on the shoulder, offering consolation. At least you can live on to avenge them. Upon hearing this, a resolute glimmer appeared in Leon's eyes as he replied, "Damn it, you're right." With a newfound sense of purpose, Leon's actions became more decisive, his marksmanship sharper in the face of the undead. After navigating their way back to the precinct's lobby, Leon inserted the 3 circular seals into the mechanism's slot, accompanied by a peculiar mechanical sound. The ground in front of the statue suddenly collapsed, revealing a staircase leading underground. Just as he was about to leave, Leon recalled Marvin, the officer who had saved his life, and informed him how to escape the precinct. In an adjacent office, Yang Tao discovered the African-American officer sprawled on a sofa, fast asleep. Despite his unconscious state, one hand remained firmly pressed against a wound on his abdomen, the blood having soaked through his uniform. His occasional frowning suggested he was in considerable distress. Leon stepped forward and reached out to awaken him. "Hey, Marvin." Yet before his hand made contact, Marvin instinctively opened his eyes and let out a startled growl. Leon jumped back, retracting his hand. Realizing his error, Marvin quickly turned his head away, prompting Leon to insist, "We need to get to the hospital immediately." However, Marvin gasped, No, I can't go on. You must escape." "Don't say that." "I'll help you leave," Leon urged. But Marvin forcefully shoved Leon's hand away and shouted, "Go now." Leon felt a surge of gratitude towards Marvin, who had saved his life. He was unwilling to abandon him and continued to plead, "Listen, we still have a chance to escape, as long as—" Yet Marvin would not hear him, pulling a handgun from his waist and pointing it squarely at Leon, enunciating each word, "It's too late." "I've already tried, Leon, but it's hopeless. You haven't tried my methods." Yang Tao interjected, finding their exchange quite amusing. Ignoring the pistol in Marvin's hand, he swiftly approached and demonstrated the art of disarming with remarkable speed, snatching the gun and stowing it in his backpack. Seizing the moment while Marvin was momentarily stunned, Yang Tao pinched his cheeks and pried his mouth open, pouring a carton of milk directly into him. Following that, he administered a bottle of gray almond water, known to alleviate fatigue. Leon was taken aback by Yang Tao's seamless maneuver, and by the time he regained his composure, Yang Tao had released Marvin. "Quit dawdling," Yang Tao chided, observing Marvin's pallid complexion gradually returning to its natural hue, confirming the milk's efficacy on those in an infected state. His infection is under control, but the injury remains a concern. "Here," he tossed a loaf of bread and an apple to Marvin, stating, "Consume these. While they may not completely heal your wounds, they will provide some relief that in my world, consuming food restores a degree of lost vitality, though it may be minimal. It's better than nothing. Now, tell me, where is the armory located?" Following Marvin's directions, the trio made their way to the armory situated deep within the precinct. Thanks to Yang Tao's superior treatment methods, Marvin's condition had stabilized, while he was not fully healed. The bleeding had ceased, and he showed signs of gradual recovery, bolstered by the effects of the gray almond water. "This is the armory, but opening the door requires 2 keys, one of which is with the chief." Before he could finish, Yang Tao had already dismantled the alloyed security door and stashed it in his backpack. Enough with the idle chatter. We are pressed for time. The general disorder in certain areas, compounded by the high rate of civilian gun ownership, necessitated that American police remain fully armed at all times. In the event of an emergency, they were equipped to the teeth, their arsenal rivaling that of soldiers. Thus, the weapons within the Raccoon City Police Department's armory left Yang Tao in awe. APC, 9 submachine guns, Remington M870 shotguns, AR-15 rifles, and a plethora of ammunition boxes. However, he was somewhat disappointed to find no grenades or landmines among the arsenal. Yet soon he realized that this was a police station, not a military base. That he picked up a Remington M870 shotgun and an AR-15 rifle, tossing them to Leon, saying, "Take these, you will need them shortly." Leon slung the shotgun over his back and pulled the bolt in the AR-15, discovering it was unloaded. As he walked toward the ammunition boxes, he inquired, "What do you mean? A big guy is waiting for you in the tunnel." He is one of the key culprits behind the crisis in Raccoon City. Upon hearing this, Leon's expression grew serious as he recalled the hellish scenes he had witnessed, along with the tragic fates of his once unfamiliar, yet now dearly beloved colleagues. His heart began to race. "Yang, regardless of what happens, thank you for your help." Yang Tao smiled and tossed a submachine gun to Marvin, saying, "No need for thanks. You will eventually pay me back," while the two loaded their magazines. Yang Tao packed the entire contents of the armory into his iron backpack. "How did you manage that?" Marvin, having just finished loading his bullets, stared in astonishment at the scene. Leon, the protagonist, remained remarkably composed, silently loading a third spare magazine. Perhaps inspired by Yang Tao's earlier display of dexterity with a handgun and shotgun, Leon now felt that only heavy firepower was suitable for him, but that's a secret. "Hurry and load your ammunition. Once done, we must set off." The three, fully armed, ventured into a hidden passageway, which connected to an opulent office devoid of anything of value. Nevertheless, Yang Tao converted all the books on the shelf into data for his world. In the office, an iron door led to a space resembling a utility room, but a metal cabinet obstructed their path. Utilizing the mini-map, Yang Tao could clearly see William lurking above the cabinet, awaiting his prey. William Birkin was a notorious antagonist from the Resident Evil series, the creator of the G virus, possessing superhuman abilities and an intense obsession with viral research. After a member of the Umbrella Corporation's private U.S. team accidentally shot William while trying to acquire a G virus sample, he ultimately injected himself with the virus, transforming into a monster. Be cautious. A boss battle is imminent. Upon hearing Yang Tao's warning, Leon raised his AR-15 without hesitation. Based on their previous experiences with zombies, he was certain Yang Tao possessed an acute awareness of their presence. He retrieved a pickaxe from his backpack and struck the obstructing metal cabinet. Bang! Bang! The noise likely drew William's attention, prompting him to leap down from the ceiling. The transformation that William had undergone since his days as a scientist was nothing short of drastic. The G virus had caused his right hand to swell to monstrous proportions. The tumor-like mutation on his shoulder was more robust than his waist, and from this aberration sprouted an eye the size of a basketball. This was the visual organ of the G virus, complete with eyelids, and at that moment, this gigantic eye blinked, fixating upon them. What in the world is this monstrosity? Both Marvin and Leon could not help but curse in disbelief. Striking first is the key to survival. "Open fire!" Yang Tao raised his shotgun, aiming at the enormous eye on William's shoulder, a critical weak point. William, in his current state, was effectively dead. Even if remnants of his memory lingered, he was no longer William, but a genuine G virus abomination. Bang, bang, bang. Various weapons erupted in a symphony of death. The current Stage 1 William was no match for the trio, even with the G virus on his side, observing the blood bar above William's head. Surpassing 500 points, Yang Tao could only marvel at the tenacity of the bio-monsters in this world of biohazard. He even has regenerative capabilities. The blood bar above William's head rapidly replenished, albeit at a meager rate of 1 or 2 points per second, which was still quite extraordinary. Marvin, wielding a submachine gun with rapid fire but limited power, remarked sarcastically as the creature staggered back. "This monster has an exceptionally thick hide. Yet, despite William's formidable skin, it could not withstand the combined firepower of the three. With Yang Tao's final shot, a .50 caliber bullet pierced through the eye on William's mutated shoulder, completely depleting the blood bar above his head. Yang Tao holstered his weapon and approached the spot where William's body lay, explaining to Leon and Marvin the identity of the fallen. He was William Birkin, the chief researcher of the G virus, and, as you can see, the potential of this virus is immense. Had William managed to kill or consume a few more ordinary zombies, he might have already entered Stage 2 of the G virus. Upon closer inspection of William, it was evident that only half of his body had mutated. The remaining left side was that of a typical zombie, its skin a lifeless gray. Indeed, following the path of his own creation, he ultimately perished due to his own virus. Reaching out, Yang Tao tossed William's mutated corpse into his backpack. Leon gazed at the vanished body of William and asked, "Yang, is he dead?" The sheer horror of the situation made it difficult for him to accept that such a creature could fall so easily. If I could have collected him, he might still have lived. Then I would declare the G virus the strongest virus in existence. He took a deep breath, relieved by Yang Tao's words. Marvin, visibly incensed. Spat, why does this damned creature even exist? And those man-eating lunatics outside, that if I find the culprit, I will make him taste my bullets. Hearing Marvin's complaints, Yang Tao chuckled. The one we just took down was one of the masterminds behind Raccoon City. Huh. Marvin looked utterly bewildered. This is the mastermind you mentioned? I thought it was just a particularly tough, ordinary monster. Ordinary? Huh. Yang Tao glanced at William in his backpack and said, if it weren't for me, you would have needed to defeat him 3 or 4 times. Each time you defeated him, the G virus within him would only grow stronger. I could that moment. Yang Tao turned his attention to the stack of cardboard boxes in the corner and softly called out, "Shirley, come out, Shirley Birkin. She is William's daughter." And although it seems cruel to eliminate her father in front of her, he believed that Shirley would be a reasonable person. Hearing her name called, the little girl timidly peeked out from behind the box. "What do you want? Come with us. It's far too dangerous here." Shirley glanced at Yang Tao, who held the shotgun, before quietly retreating behind the box. Yang Tao thought, am I being rejected? For a moment. The only sound was that of machinery whirring around them until Leon stepped forward to break the awkward silence. Yang, who is this little girl? Why is she here? She is William's daughter, Shirley. The reason she fled here is undoubtedly to escape the grotesque behavior of the monsters. At this point, Yang Tao felt a desire to drag William's body out of the backpack to inflict further indignities upon it. The reproductive method of the G virus differs from that of the T virus. It requires maternal injection of embryos, and the requirements for the host are quite stringent. If the DNA of the host diverges too greatly from that of the mother, the G virus embryo will abort itself. Naturally, the best hosts are blood relatives. So now you understand why Shirley and William ended up here, right? Leon nodded in understanding, his gaze filled with sympathy as he looked towards the cardboard box. Realizing that not only had her father become a monster, but he was also being hunted for embryo implantation, we cannot leave her here alone. It is far too perilous. Yang Tao shot Leon a disapproving look and said, if you think you can handle it, go ahead. Through the mini-map, Yang Tao could see the other protagonist of Resident Evil 2, Claire, making her way toward their location. Claire, the younger sister of Chris from the first Resident Evil, had come to Raccoon City in search of her brother. Leon, wait here for a moment. Claire has arrived at the police station and should be here soon. Women are typically better at gaining a little girl's trust. Claire, all right, we will wait for her. Yang Tao extended his hand, summoning a wooden door, and returned to the main world before Marvin's astonished gaze. Once the wooden door vanished, Marvin finally spoke in shock. What the hell? Leon, who is he? Is he even human? Leon looked at the agitated Marvin and gently shook his head. I only met him after arriving at the police station. As for what he is, I am uncertain. But at least he has helped us, hasn't he? Marvin reached for the wound on his waist, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, placed it between his lips, and lit it with a lighter. Inhaling deeply as he said, you're right. Even if he is a demon, at least he kept me alive. That a few minutes later, footsteps echoed through the secret passage leading to the police station. Leon and Marvin immediately raised their weapons, aiming toward the passage. Soon, Claire, dressed in a red vest and black shorts, emerged from the shadows. Leon? Claire was initially startled by the figures hidden in the passage. But upon recognizing Leon, her face broke into a joyful smile. Leon lowered his weapon, relieved to see Claire unharmed. What are you doing here? Claire approached Leon, puzzled, and Leon, who had been expressionless, smiled as he explained. Waiting for you. He then pointed toward the cardboard box in the corner, saying, there's a little girl named Shirley. It is far too dangerous to leave her here alone. You were waiting for me? Leon, did you know I would come? As Claire asked her question, she moved towards Shirley's hiding place. Just as she was about to comfort the little girl, the previously vanished wooden door reappeared, but this time it was not just Yang Tao who emerged. A girl who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old accompanied him. The girl wore a pure black Gothic-style long dress, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. However, Her face was clean and devoid of any abnormalities. Yet, her eyes lacked any emotion, emanating an utterly cold demeanor. Upon seeing Yang Tao emerge from the wooden door with another girl, Leon's expression turned serious as he said, "Yang, bringing a child here is far too dangerous. By the way, what happened to that creature on your shoulder?" Yang Tao led Elisa through the door, and upon noticing the presence of outsiders, Elisa immediately released his hand. "You mean the digger beast?" "Oh, it was tired, so I left it at home, but I asked for danger. Don't worry. Elisa can take care of herself." I could see this moment. Claire had successfully soothed Sherry, who emerged from behind a stack of cardboard boxes, holding the little girl's hand. She looked at the suddenly appearing Leon and inquired, "Leon, who is this?" Before Leon could introduce anyone, Yang Tao smiled at Claire and said, "I'm Yang, but you can call me Yang. This is Eliza. She isn't particularly fond of conversation." "Boring," Eliza muttered under her breath, glancing at the few people present before she began to examine her surroundings, ignoring them entirely. Claire paid no mind to the girl's minor sulk, deeming it normal behavior. "Hello, I'm Claire." After a round of introductions, they proceeded down a corridor towards the police station's parking lot. Their arrival immediately stirred hostility among the garage's original inhabitants, a pack of zombie dogs. The garage was connected to the police canine unit, and after the T-virus spread throughout Raccoon City, these police dogs had not been spared. "Open fire." The zombie dogs lowered their bodies slightly, baring their sharp fangs, with translucent drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. Upon Yang Tao's command to open fire, the mutated zombie dogs surged towards them. Sherry, the little girl, turned in fright, while Eliza, standing beside Yang Tao, watched with keen interest, even eager to comment. Bang, bang, bang! The shotgun in Yang Tao's hands unleashed a deadly tongue of fire, the concentrated pellets turning one zombie dog into a sieve. With such firepower, these zombie dogs were merely fodder. "All right, it's dead." Yang Tao glanced at the minimap, confirming there were no hidden threats before signaling everyone to cease fire. He placed an unused ammunition box from earlier on the ground and said, "You all take a moment to regroup. I have some matters to attend to." Seeing Yang Tao leading Eliza away, Leon hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Tao responded with a meaningful smile, "Nothing much. Just looking for a new toy for Eliza. Don't worry. I'll be back soon on a toy." "In such an urgent situation, you're telling me you're going to find a child a toy?" Leon, perplexed by Yang Tao's thought process, squatted down and opened a small box of ammunition, silently loading bullets into his magazine. Meanwhile, Yang Tao walked directly to the wall of the underground garage, where he could see a man's silhouette on the other side through the minimap. This man was none other than Brian Irons, the chief of this police station. That he was a perverse individual who initially collected various animals and turned them into taxidermy. Later, he came to the disturbing realization that humans were also animals, becoming obsessively fascinated with dissecting corpses while they were still alive in the secret chamber beneath the police station. This psychopath had killed numerous innocent people, including Mayor Warren's daughter, Beverly, whom he had turned into a specimen. "Eliza, you can sense the creature inside, can't you?" Indeed, whether above or below ground, a peculiar scent lingered, an alluring aroma emanating from the depths of the soul that captivated Yang Tao. A smile finally graced Eliza's face, mirrored by Yang Tao's own. "All right, Eliza, he's yours." Eliza nodded gently, extending her delicate hand to touch the sturdy, cold concrete wall. Instantly, the wall began to decay, transforming from solid structure into a rusted steel cage. Meanwhile, Brian, who had been monitoring the situation through a surveillance camera in the secret chamber, noticed the surrounding changes and abruptly stood up from his chair. Grabbing the handgun from the table, he aimed it at Eliza and Yang Tao outside the steel cage, panic evident in his voice as he shouted, "Who are you?" Neither Yang Tao nor Eliza responded. The dead need not know too much. The cloud of ash began to coalesce behind him, forming a triangular figure. With a sharp clap, a large hand seized Brian's head. Dark energy flowed from the triangular figure into Brian's corpulent body, causing the handgun he clutched to slip from his grip and clatter to the ground. "Damn, what a scene!" Yang Tao exclaimed, quickly covering Eliza's eyes. Eliza stiffened, initially wanting to resist, but upon hearing Yang Tao's words, she ceased her struggle. This is a sight no child should behold. The triangular figure grasped Brian's clothing, And with a gentle tug, the once intact fabric crumbled to ashes. The naked Brian writhed and screamed, still quite pale. Soon after, the figure's large hand reached for Brian's ample abdomen, and black veins swiftly spread from his midsection. With a powerful pull, Brian's skin peeled away as if it were a mere leather garment. A more piercing scream erupted from him. Yet within moments, the triangular figure tightened its grip on Brian's head. Yang Tao's eyes widened. Goodness, this is like a watermelon with white flesh. Brian's body disintegrated into ashes, vanishing within the steel cage. Yang Tao observed the triangular figure, which had originally possessed only 120 health points, now surged to 200 upon Brian's demise, its metallic patterns becoming increasingly intricate. Though the figure had no eyes, Yang Tao felt as if it cast a glance in his direction before vanishing along with the steel cage. Eliza tugged at his arm, whispering, "Events from the other realm cannot escape my perception." Also, the triangular figure, though created by the entity, possesses its own consciousness. Yang Tao affectionately ruffled Eliza's hair, smiling as he replied, "I merely wish to shield you from the filth." Murder? Killing humans? Eliza pondered that if she were to follow Brian Iron's example, she might achieve enlightenment in the Eastern world one day. Tea that moment. Footsteps approached from behind. Leon, wielding a Remington M870 shotgun, rushed towards them. "Yang, are you all right? I just heard some screams." "And no worries. Let us hurry back," Yang Tao replied, not elaborating on the source of the screams. And Leon refrained from further inquiry, acknowledging that everyone possessed their own secrets. When the three returned to Marvin and Claire, they found the two confronting a strikingly attractive woman, clad in a beige trench coat with a scarf around her neck. Her short black hair exuded professionalism. Her long legs were encased in black stockings, and she wore heels that seemed to enhance her speed. Upon seeing Leon and Yang Tao return, the woman, donning sunglasses, unexpectedly smiled and lowered the handgun she held, retrieving a badge from her coat pocket. While the details were obscured, the letters FBI were unmistakable, something Yang Tao was well aware of, having been warned by the FBI on numerous occasions. "I am an agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the renowned Ada Wong." Encountering her in person, Yang Tao felt that Ada was even more stunning than in the games. After all, there's always a disparity between game models and real-life appearances. In America, no one wished to oppose the FBI. However, the Ada Wong before him was not truly affiliated with the Bureau. Yang Tao stepped forward, aiming his M500 at her, stating, "Ada Wong, I'll need you to take me to the Umbrella's underground hive." Ada was the only one among them who knew the entrance to the hive. Although Yang Tao could dig directly down, the area was far too vast. Rather than gamble on luck, it would be more prudent to abduct Ada. "Yang, she's an FBI agent." Whether it was due to the unfolding plot or Leon's simple attraction to her, upon seeing Yang Tao aim his gun at Ada Wong, Leon could not help but intervene. "Ms. Wong, do you have anything to say?" Yang Tao ignored Leon's interjection, maintaining a smile directed at Ada Wong. Just as Ada began to concoct an excuse, Yang Tao interrupted her. "Before you speak, consider the name on your badge." The once serene expression of Ada Wong finally shifted slightly, as the fact that her alias was uttered with such familiarity indicated that her adversary possessed considerable knowledge about her, originally intending to fabricate a name to navigate the situation. Such a tactic had now lost its significance. "Who are you?" Bang! Yang Tao pulled the trigger, and the bullet whizzed past Ada Wong's head, striking the concrete pillar behind her and leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. "I will count to 5. You need only tell me if you can lead me to the underground hive." Indeed, Ada Wong was strikingly beautiful, yet one must not forget that she was a spy. A covert operative willing to go to any lengths to acquire the G-virus. And no matter how well she presented herself, she was merely utilizing him to fulfill her mission. In the narrative, Ada Wong had manipulated Leon. And although she ultimately failed to obtain the last vial of pure G-virus from the hive, she did uncover a sample hidden within Sherry's necklace. Essentially, Ada Wong bore no distinction from Marvel's Black Widow. 5. I agree. Yang Tao had merely uttered a number, yet Ada Wong acquiesced instantly. She had no alternative. Regardless of whether Yang Tao would actually pull the trigger, venturing into the underground hive alone posed too great a risk. Having someone willing to accompany her was undeniably advantageous as for the G-Virus. As long as she remained alive, there would be a chance to seize it. Upon hearing Ada Wong's agreement, Yang Tao promptly holstered his handgun, revealing a warm smile as he remarked, "Welcome to our team, Ms. Ada Wong." Ada Wong appeared somewhat astonished by Yang Tao's sudden change in demeanor. She removed her sunglasses, revealing her strikingly bright eyes beneath. However, she was curious about the courage that allowed him to forego any thoughts of disarming her. "I can guide you, but I must first locate someone, my informant, who is currently detained in the police station's holding cell." "No problem." That moment, Leon cast a penetrating glance at Ada Wong, and even he, despite his usual naivete, sensed that her claimed identity as a federal investigator was entirely fabricated. "All right, everyone, let us proceed." Yang Tao took hold of Elise's hand and headed towards the police station's detention area. His true intention was not to rescue the so-called informant, but rather to confront the tyrant. His exploration progress had reached 48, and with the tyrant's presence, it should reach 50, thereby enabling him to acquire a new module. Soon, they arrived at the holding cell. The arrival of the group immediately stirred the zombies confined within their cages, their hands reaching out in an attempt to grasp at those passing by. A glance down the corridor revealed a sea of outstretched arms, sending a chill down one's spine. "Clear them out, leave not a single one behind, and be cautious not to get scratched," Yang Tao spoke with resolve, pulling the trigger to blow the top off a zombie's head. The others followed suit, systematically eliminating the zombies within the detention area. Before long, they located the room housing Ada Wong's informant at the far end of the holding cell. Upon seeing Ada Wong, the man displayed immense excitement, grasping the bars of his cage with both hands as he exclaimed, "Thank heaven! Finally a living soul has arrived. Could you please get me out of here?" The man, known as Ben, had only a few minutes left in the game, and before he could exchange more than a few words with Leon, he was seized by the tyrant, who burst through the wall behind him, resulting in a gruesome fate akin to that of Director Brian when captured by the Pyramid Head. As for how long he would survive in reality, that depended on Yang Tao's intentions. For he could already see the tyrant rapidly approaching, the battle between Brother San and the tyrant. Just the thought is exhilarating. Ada Wong stepped forward to examine the situation, stating, "It's an electronic door lock. We need to restore the power supply to the detention area in order to free him." Upon hearing her words, the others exchanged glances, leaving Ada Wong somewhat perplexed. However, Yang Tao, interpreting her remarks, felt as if she were an NPC issuing a decryption mission. With a light chuckle, he responded, "A misplaced fuse, the most notorious electrical repair task in the Resident Evil series." "What do you mean?" The literal interpretation. "Enough chatter. The enemy is approaching." He retrieved a pickaxe from his backpack and struck the iron door of the cage. With a resounding clang, the iron bars were effortlessly dismantled. Ben, who had been imprisoned within the room, instinctively recoiled against the wall upon seeing the pickaxe suddenly appear in Yang Tao's hands. Observing Ben's reaction, Yang Tao couldn't help but think, is this a plot device? He quickly advanced into the room. "Don't come any closer." Yang Tao rolled his eyes at him. The red danger text was practically hovering above his head. Yet he was still babbling. He reached out, grasped Ben's collar, and yanked him backward. And in the next moment, a loud crash echoed as a massive hand emerged from the wall, causing the structure to collapse. Revealing the Umbrella Corporation's bioweapon, the Tyrant, in all its terrifying glory. Exploration value, 50.45, activating the plant module. Damn it, Ada Wong cursed under her breath, recognizing the infamous Tyrant as a seasoned operative, seeing the others raise their weapons to aim at the suddenly appearing Tyrant. She urged, "Hurry, run. This creature is no ordinary biomonster." She offered little explanation. Sometimes, knowing too many secrets only served to underscore one's value. Leon and Marvin remained unfazed, primarily because they did not believe that the figure clad in a trench coat could pose any threat to Yang Tao. However, Yang Tao, observing the tyrant approaching with an almost leisurely gait, turned and tossed Ben into the cage. "Leon, Marvin, you two should leave this place. Ada Wong is an operative with the objective of acquiring the G-Virus. So do not trust her words. All her intentions revolve around obtaining the G-Virus. Ada, Leon, I warn you, if she tries to seduce you, it is merely your delusion. Ada, Leon, quickly leave. I will deal with this creature, then come find you. Leon cast a deep look at Yang Tao and said, take care. With that, he led the others away. Originally, Leon had intended to pull Elisa along, but she merely shot him a glance before being overlooked. Elisa summoned Pyramid Head to play with him. The surroundings began to shift, the alternate reality manifesting as the half-naked brother, San, emerged before the tyrant, brandishing a 2-meter-long blade. The sudden transformation halted the tyrant in its tracks. This fulfills my wish, he thought, yearning to witness rivers of blood. Brother San's height exceeded that of the trench coat-clad tyrant. Yet the tyrant appeared more muscular. Externally, they seemed evenly matched. The tyrant initiated the attack first, reaching out with its gloved hand towards Brother San. However, Brother San's blade was swifter. With a whoosh, the blade struck the tyrant's arm with tremendous force. Thud! The tyrant's arm, along with its outer trench coat, fell to the ground, disintegrating into ash. Yang Tao, who had retreated, observed this spectacle and exclaimed, "What? The tyrant is that weak. Hurry up and shed your outer layer. How can you fight without doing so?" The tyrant before him, clad in a trench coat, belonged to the T-103 model, a series of humanoid biological weapons mass-produced by the Umbrella Corporation. They were improved clones of the T-02 developed at the Arkley Laboratory, exhibiting enhancements in quality. Compared to the T-02, the T-103's metabolism had been refined, improving cellular regeneration, allowing them to rapidly recover from combat-induced injuries. When the T-103 Tyrant suffered the loss of its arm, the power limiter within its body ceased to function, prompting a mutation. The severed arm rapidly regenerated, giving rise to a new clawed appendage. Although this new arm appeared somewhat grotesque, none could deny the power it contained. Witnessing the emergence of the new arm, Brother Sen immediately raised his blade and lunged at the tyrant once more. However, this time, the tyrant's reaction was swifter, raising its clawed hand to meet the challenge. A flurry of sparks erupted. The tyrant's claws were severed, yet this time, the blade wielded by the third brother did not sever the tyrant's new arm, but became lodged within the bones of its mutated appendage. Seizing this opportunity, the tyrant swung its fist, as large as a cooking pot, and struck the chiseled abdomen of the triangular-headed figure with tremendous force. In a single blow, it created a gaping hole in the latter's belly. Yang Tao, aware of the third brother's limited strength, was nonetheless taken aback by the ease with which the tyrant had dispatched him. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Elisa, standing beside him, remarked, "The triangular head is not a living creature. Such injuries hold no significance for it. That's so." Yang Tao turned to observe the third brother, whose punctured abdomen revealed no trace of blood, only a wafting black mist that exuded an aura of decay and death. Once the tyrant's arm became tainted with this dark energy, its leather attire swiftly decayed as if aged by many years, transforming even the tyrant's arm into a pallid hue. Yet, the tyrant, resolute, decisively severed the irreparable arm with its claws. Then, with a grotesque writhing, a new clawed arm sprouted from the wound, and the tyrant's physique began to morph, its leather attire bursting apart under the strain of its expanding form, revealing a fully mutated body beneath. Has it transformed into a super tyrant? The super tyrant is the evolved form, or rather the complete embodiment, of the T-103 tyrant. It seems that the leather coat it wore not only served to conceal its identity, but also acted as a restraint. Thus, Yang Tao's earlier mention of explosive evolution referred to this phenomenon. The battle escalated once more, with the third brother showcasing his full prowess, wielding black energy and his blade to inflict considerable suffering upon the super tyrant. However, the super tyrant's unyielding nature and its remarkable regenerative abilities left the third brother feeling as though he were a dog trying to bite a porcupine, unable to find an opening. "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" "The triangular head," Elisa replied without a hint of hesitation. Yang Tao, taken aback by Elisa's calm demeanor, inquired, "That creature known as the tyrant has already begun to experience a rapid depletion of its life force. While the third brother's dark power can endure for a while longer." Elisa, joining Yang Tao, began referring to the triangular head as the third brother. Just as Elisa had predicted, the super tyrant's healing speed had noticeably diminished. With the impact of the black energy now more pronounced, before long, the tyrant's body gradually took on a grayish hue, resembling the motionless nurses found within the eerie halls of Silent Hills Hospital. The third brother raised both hands. Although no sound emerged, Yang Tao felt as if it were raising a triumphant cheer. Then, with a mighty downward stroke, he brought his blade crashing down. The tyrant's body disintegrated in a fine powder, scattering across the ground. The battle concluded. After witnessing such an exhilarating and intense, unrestricted fight, Yang Tao felt his own blood begin to boil, yearning to find a zombie for a visceral confrontation. Speaking of which, Jill must be busy playing a game with the pursuer in Raccoon City right now. The timelines of Resident Evil 2 and 3 coincide, albeit with different protagonists. The pursuer belongs to the vengeful goddess tyrant, essentially akin to the 2103 tyrant, yet it is referred to as the pursuer-type tyrant. However, the disparity in strength between the two is vast, be it power, intelligence, or abilities. The T-103 tyrant is a mass-produced model, while the pursuer is a meticulously handcrafted variant. With Elisa having dispelled the inner world, the two reappeared in the holding cell of the police station, the only notable absence being the tyrant's presence. Let us depart, Elisa. Yang Tao took Elisa's hand as they made their way outside, arriving at the police station's garage exit, where they were greeted by Leon and his group awaiting him. Has the monster been slain? Indeed, Leon replied, showing no surprise at the news of the creature's defeat. Ada Wong regarded Yang Tao, sensing that uncovering this man's secrets would prove invaluable, rivaling even the G-Virus. Bang! Another zombie fell before the guns of the group, prompting Yang Tao to step forward and collect the corpse into his backpack for energy conversion. The others, having transitioned from confusion to acceptance, even Claire chimed in with a reminder. Hey Yang, there's a car over there. Yang Tao graciously responded, Thank you. Claire, I'll be sure to help you find your brother if the opportunity arises. You know where my brother is? I know a bit, but he is currently hiding quite well. You want to be able to find him. Yang Tao swung his pickaxe to stow the car into his backpack, knowing that while the value of inanimate objects pales compared to that of corpses, a single car could still yield over 20 points of energy. Ada Wong pointed ahead. From the sewer up ahead, we can reach an entrance that leads from Raccoon City to the underground hive. After ensuring nothing was left behind, Yang Tao followed the others into the sewer. Compared to the surface, the atmosphere in the sewer was far more exhilarating, and Yang Tao gazed in awe at the 7 or 8 meter high space. However, what struck him more was the sight of a bioengineered crocodile, at least 3 meters tall and over 10 meters long. Why would someone keep crocodiles in the sewer? After navigating the treacherous passage, Yang Tao, leading the way, pushed open a standard metal door deep within the sewer. Entering the subterranean cleaning facility, a dim light illuminated the interior, where a woman clad in a white lab coat knelt, examining the corpse of a zombie on the ground, seemingly unaffected by Yang Tao's entrance. This must be one of William's misdeeds. Annie Birkin, Yang Tao called out, prompting the woman to look up, murmuring, We don't have much time. It must be dealt with that I can help you dispose of it. This corpse is a host for the G-Virus. While it may not mutate or proliferate like William, it still holds considerable research value. Moreover, I can assist in protecting the pure G-Virus solution from falling into the wrong hands. Annie furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Yang Tao. Who are you? Why do you wish to help me? It's quite simple. I desire the entire hive base. Yang Tao's objective had always been straightforward. Beyond progressing the storyline, he was primarily focused on safeguarding Umbrella's underground facility. You may choose to trust me, or not. Either way, I will merely invest a bit more effort. Additionally, Yang Tao extended his hand, revealing Sherry's pendant. This is Sherry's pendant. I believe you are more aware than I of what it contains. My motivation for assisting you stems from your clearance. I have no desire for a base that has been destroyed. Now, the choice is in your hands. Annie Birkin, as you mentioned. Our time is limited. Convey his sincerity. Yang Tao tossed the pendant to Annie Birkin. Upon catching it and confirming its authenticity, she gazed at Yang Tao with confusion. An abandoned experimental facility held no value in her eyes. The most valuable outcomes of this facility had been carelessly tossed to her by Yang Tao. What has become of Sherry? Just as she inquired, Leon and the others appeared behind Yang Tao. Upon seeing her mother, Sherry immediately released Claire's hand, rushing excitedly toward Annie. Mom, Annie embraced her daughter tightly. "How are you? Where is your father?" Sherry sobbed in Annie's arms. "Dad. He is gone." Annie harbored a semblance of disbelief, for the G virus was a subject of her joint research with William. She was acutely aware of its grotesque nature. Yet at this moment, her daughter claimed that William had been killed, leaving her momentarily at a loss for acceptance. Humanity is inherently contradictory. One desires to eradicate the carriers of the G virus, while simultaneously struggling to fathom the notion that their own research could be so effortlessly extinguished. Leon approached Yang Tao, gun in hand, and inquired, "Yang, is this person Sherry's mother?" "Indeed." Annie Birkin, William's beloved and colleague, Yang Tao casually explained before addressing Annie. "Very well, Ms. Birkin, while we shall discuss the profound bond between mother and daughter later, I have brought back your daughter along with the G virus. I have even dealt with the external prototype of the G virus. William, you must see my sincerity. What do you think of my earlier proposal?" Annie Birkin released her daughter and rose to face Yang Tao, stating, "Of course, but should the hive not self-destruct, Umbrella Corporation will undoubtedly send personnel. That will be my concern." Yang Tao had already devised a plan. As long as Annie assisted him in controlling the hive, he would seal all entrances with walls excavated from the backroom. The walls of Backroom Level 0 were more resilient than stone. Once every passage was obstructed, even if Umbrella attempted to breach it with heavy machinery, it would take them at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Ada Wong, standing behind, regarded Annie Birkin with a complex gaze. This woman was one of her targets. However, the situation had grown increasingly intricate. The group, led by Annie, descended into the depths of the factory. Leon gazed at the cable car, an oddity in such a setting, and remarked, "Oh, a cable car. How curious to find one in a place like this. Shouldn't the sewer cleaning company be under municipal management? Why is there not a whisper from the government?" Ada chuckled softly, looking at the naive Leon, and replied, "Umbrella Corporation has been covertly controlling Raccoon City. The police station, City Hall, and even this sewer waste treatment facility are all staffed by their own people. Such is the power of capital." Newly initiated into society, Leon was beginning to grasp the harsh realities of life. The group boarded the cable car, and an electronic announcement echoed, "This vehicle is bound for the nest. Please refrain from disembarking before reaching the terminal station." Yang Tao smiled, commenting, "Quite considerate, though without something to hold on to, it feels somewhat lacking." That a subtle grinding sound arose as the cable car commenced its slow journey. At this juncture, Annie, seated on the bench, turned to Yang Tao and inquired, "I have completely destroyed all research data on the virus inside the hive. It holds no value now. Why do you insist on going there?" Yang Tao stood at the front of the cable car, gazing out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, and replied, "The value you speak of differs greatly from my perception. What you deem worthless may very well be a treasure of rare significance to me." The cable car continued its steady advance for approximately 10 minutes before another electronic alert sounded. Arrived at the hive, that a rush of air accompanied the sound of the cable car doors opening automatically. Stepping onto the concrete floor of the hive, a smile finally graced Yang Tao's face. Once everyone had disembarked, he brandished a pickaxe and promptly dismantled both cable cars at the station. Looking at Leon and the others, he declared, "Well, the hive is now mine. There are a few things I need to convey. The government has utterly lost control over the biohazard incident in Raccoon City. Tomorrow morning, a nuclear bomb will be deployed for a final cleansing operation. The primary reason I brought you to the hive is to facilitate your departure from Raccoon City using the internal train.as for the G virus. Do not dwell on it, especially you. Ada Wong, I do not wish to kill you, but you must not tread too closely to my boundaries. Your brother Claire is not in Raccoon City. He has gone to Europe to investigate the Umbrella headquarters. Rest assured, your brother is remarkably resilient. Even if Leon encounters trouble, he will remain unscathed. Additionally, let me advise you, never team up with your brother. Annie, please escort them out of my hive." However, as they were about to leave, Yang Tao discreetly handed Leon and Claire each a key. The narrative of the biohazard world was stuck at 60, evidently intertwining the plots of Biohazard 2 and Biohazard 3. Yet, with a nuclear bomb approaching swiftly, it was impractical to revisit Raccoon City to grind for Jill's progress. Thus, he prepared to see if the subsequent plot could compensate for the world's exploration depth. The hive train raced through the tunnel leading to the outside world. Yang Tao stood at the door of the train, looking at the individuals within, smiling as he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we part ways here. Should fate allow, we shall meet again in the future. Goodbye, Yang, and thank you for your assistance," Leon said, extending his hand for a handshake, cherishing Yang Tao's help deeply at that moment. A light appeared ahead in the train, signifying their imminent exit from the underground. Yang Tao's smile widened as he remarked, "Well, my stop has arrived. If you encounter any perilous situations, feel free to seek me out. Farewell." With that, Yang Tao leaped from the train, which sped away, while he landed firmly on a puddle. Perfect. He rated his landing a 9, leaving a fraction of a point for personal improvement. Watching the train disappear into the tunnel, Yang Tao shook his head and retrieved the pickaxe from his backpack, turning it towards the railway on the ground, and began to dig. Thud, thud, thud. Before long, Yang Tao had cleared all the railway both inside and outside the tunnel, extending his excavation an additional 200 meters outward. Finally, as the sun began to rise, he ceased his efforts. At that moment, a rumbling noise echoed from the sky. Looking up, he saw a bomber flying towards Raccoon City. The nuclear bomb is coming. After walking a short distance, an invisible force began to push the cloud cover outward. Yang Tao found himself sufficiently distanced from Raccoon City, with the mountain range providing additional shelter. Thus, apart from feeling a slight tremor beneath his feet, he experienced no other sensations. Enough of that. It's time to leave. He dismissed the notion of climbing the mountain to witness the mushroom cloud. Yang Tao swiftly made his way back towards the tunnel, for he had not ascended merely to excavate the railway. He intended to collapse the hive's exit entirely, thereby temporarily preventing umbrella personnel from causing any disturbances. With a cacophony of collapsing sounds, the original tunnel entrance caved in, countless boulders and dirt sealing it off. Following the same method, Yang Tao obliterated dozens of meters of tunnel, constructing a 5-meter-thick stone wall within. Pushing open the wooden door, he returned to the main world, immediately spotting Eliza leaning against another wooden door, waiting for him to facilitate his return to the hive. Yang Tao approached and affectionately tousled the young girl's hair, saying, "Thank you, Eliza." After being patted on the head, Eliza turned towards the door leading to Silent Hill and stated, "I am heading back. Should anything arise, seek me out. I find joy in souls lost in darkness." Yang Tao nodded silently, contemplating that individuals like Chief Brian, with their pure yet malevolent hearts, seem to be valuable assets, whether among the righteous or the wicked. Embracing the now-awakened Digimon, Yang Tao opened the portal to the world of Conan. Behind the door lay an unfamiliar room, yet within it stood a familiar figure. "Professor Agasa," Yang Tao called gently. The busy professor immediately halted his experiment, turning to reveal a face alight with surprise upon seeing him. "Yang, I came to find you yesterday, but you were not here. Fortunately, you have arrived. The Laughing Phantom #1 invisibility cloak is complete." Laughing Phantom #1. That name feels rather lowbrow, Yang Tao mused. However, upon further reflection, it appears that Dr. Agasa has always been rather unadorned in his naming conventions. As he spoke, Dr. Agasa approached a nearby shelf, extending his hand to retrieve a metallic box, which he placed upon the laboratory table. Yang Tao stepped alongside Dr. Agasa, observing as the latter opened the box to reveal the invisibility cloak within. The skin of the creature known as Xiaoyan was somewhat thick. After all, its defensive capabilities were quite formidable. Even after the Dr. S modifications, the invisibility cloak retained a certain heft. This is Xiaoyan #1 that I have specially added an inner lining to distinguish its front from its back. The differentiation was necessary, as previously, he had carelessly discarded a semi-finished invisibility cloak on the experimental table. It was only after the invisibility effect wore off that we could ascertain its different positioning. Dr. Agasa, you truly have my gratitude. However, my visit today is not concerning the invisibility cloak. Such an item is of little use against the powerful, and against the weak, it serves no purpose whatsoever. At most, it merely facilitates the voyeuristic tendencies of some unsavory individuals, Yang Tao stated candidly. Recently, I have acquired a large experimental base, replete with various equipment, and I hope you can assist me in assessing its conditions. Oh, Dr. Agasa expressed surprise, The investment in a large experimental base was no trifling matter. Even he himself lacked such a facility, having merely renovated his basement. What kind of research laboratory is it? In the field of bioengineering, Dr. Agasa scratched his bald head, admitting, I am not particularly well-versed in that domain, my primary focus lies in machinery, and my forays into biochemistry have been rather limited. Yang Tao smiled and replied, I primarily wish for you to evaluate the situation there. The underground base possesses a self-destruct mechanism, and I hope you can help me locate the relevant programs and the positioning of the explosives. As for the experiments, Dr. Agasa, the outcomes of this laboratory have already resulted in the destruction of an entire city. An entire city. Dr. Agasa gasped, incredulously. How could this happen? Scientific research is meant to benefit humanity. In response to Dr. Agasa's words, Yang Tao explained with a smile. The Umbrella Corporation was established under the guise of concealing viral weaponry, ostensibly to protect Earth's biodiversity and human survival. Although it is a company dedicated to biotechnology, its goals of protection and safety have gradually been subverted and replaced, leading it to engage in illegal trades and research involving biochemical weapons, precipitating this bioweapon crisis. Upon hearing Yang Tao's elucidation, Dr. Agasa nodded gently, saying, Please wait a moment while I prepare to accompany you down, of course. As Dr. Agasa busied himself with preparations, Yang Tao took the opportunity to assess the laboratory, which, to be frank, was rather small. It was difficult to imagine that various cutting-edge technologies had been birthed within this modest space. In due course, Dr. Agasa returned to Yang Tao, fully equipped, clad in a complete protective suit. He was meticulously safeguarded from head to toe, and he carried a substantial iron box, evidently filled with some secret equipment. Shall we proceed? Yang Tao remarked with amusement. Dr. Agasa, your vigilance is commendable. Let us go. I will show you the hive research facility. As time passed, Yang Tao had completely sealed off all access routes leading to the underground hive with walls borrowed from level 0. Nevertheless, he discovered the peculiar properties of the backroom walls, which possessed certain bug-like characteristics. When damaged from the outside, there was a chance of being trapped within the backroom world. This was quite intriguing indeed. In the main world, Yang Tao collected a plethora of clay blocks and sand from the world of Conan. Materials abundant in the ordinary realm, he produced red bricks, which were not fired from clay balls, but were rather ordinary red bricks salvaged from the Conan world. Primarily for cost-saving purposes, he decided to create 10 leak-proof potted planters for initial use, with the option to produce more if necessary. The potted plant module was designed with 2 blocks for easy seedling planting, occupying merely 2 blocks of space, the potted planter and the leak-proof potted planter. Upon completion of planting, a small tree would emerge at the center of the planter and grow at a visibly accelerated rate. The appearance of the tree would differ according to the type of seedling planted. Once the tree reached a certain size, its growth would cease, allowing it to be harvested with an axe, which would consume a bit of durability. Subsequently, the felled seedling would vanish, and a new plant would begin to sprout at the center of the planter. The plants within the planter could be hastened to maturity with bone meal, and the planter itself could be swiftly destroyed with an axe, yielding seedlings and soil. The leak-proof potted planter functioned similarly to the ordinary planter, with the distinction that if there was a container below, once the tree matured, its drops would be directly stored in the container, automatically commencing the next growth cycle. That a funnel or pipe could be connected below to facilitate automation. And its construction was remarkably simple, requiring merely 5 red bricks. Even the leak-proof potted planter only necessitated an additional funnel. The author of this module could easily be considered among the top 3 conscientious creators. Yang Tao mused reflectively, then retrieved the supercharged battery he had received from the doctor and inserted it into the mouth of the Digo beast. This device boasted ample power and high voltage. The Digo beast consumed it without a sound. Importantly, it was rechargeable, but he placed the completed leak-proof potted planters atop empty boxes, taking soil and oak saplings to plant, resulting in the emergence of a mini oak tree merely a few centimeters tall, which began to grow at an astonishingly visible pace. What? No restrictions. Had I known it would grow so quickly, I would have made fewer. Yang Tao lamented. Nevertheless, it will be useful sooner or later. For now, I must upgrade the main world. As the space has become somewhat cramped, I wonder if this upgrade will yield diamonds. That he glanced at the accumulated energy values. That TO upgrade requires 80,000, and I still have over 30,000 left. That's acceptable. The datafication of the Silent Hill surface world had completely disrupted Yang Tao's previous plans. Initially, he had intended for the inhabitants of Silent Hill to excavate the surface world entirely. However, following datafication, everything within that realm had lost its value in terms of energy exchange. However, those individuals might still cultivate land in Silent Hill. Upgrade. With Yang Tao's command, the mist surrounding the main world dissipated once more, revealing a vast expanse of grass blocks, and even a substantial village appeared in the distance. Observing this, Yang Tao was taken aback. A village? He approached the village, surveying its contents. It was larger than he had anticipated. Beyond the most basic dwellings, he even spotted a blacksmith shop, a church, a library, and farmland, surpassing the specifications of a conventional village. 2 iron golems roamed the vicinity, safeguarding the villagers. However, before he could venture into the blacksmith shop, a green-robed villager loitering at the village's perimeter noticed Yang Tao's presence. Yang Tao distinctly observed the villager's eyes widen in astonishment before he began to shout and rush into the village. Flailing his rectangular arms, the great demon King Yang Tao has arrived. The great demon King Yang Tao is here. Yang Tao. Just as he was astonished by the villager's sentience, another villager, identified as a librarian, intercepted the green-robed villager, kicking him to the ground. What nonsense are you spouting? Someone, take him home at once. Ah, let go of me. I have stood guard for the village at night. I have shed blood for our community. I refuse to accept this. I demand to see the village chief. Hearing the commotion, a crowd of villagers gathered, and 2 of them promptly seized the green-robed villager, guiding him back into the village. One villager quipped, "We don't even have blood. Where did you shed it from?" Yang Tao. This is absurd. This village is devoid of any normal villagers. That he stood there, observing the farcical scene before him, utterly at a loss as to where to even begin his critiques. The librarian, who had just kicked over a villager clad in green, approached him with an excessively obsequious expression that it was baffling how such a sycophantic smile could grace that square face. "Brave Steve, do you have any commands?" Despite the librarian's arms crossed firmly over his chest and his posture standing rigidly upright, Yang Tao couldn't help but envision a traitor when he heard his voice. "Do you possess any intelligence?" "Ah, of course. Though my brain may not be abundant, it is certainly sufficient. You are aware of my name?" Yang Tao had not forgotten the foolish villager who had called out his name earlier. "Not Steve's." The librarian nodded gently, saying, "Indeed, we have known your name since our inception, for you are the creator of the world." "Creator?" Yang Tao nodded slightly, while it seemed a stretch to refer to him as a creator for merely mining various materials to exchange for energy. It was not entirely unfounded. What, then, did the title of Demon King imply? The villager was clearly a fool, speaking nonsense. Observing the librarian's awkward and reserved expression, Yang Tao realized that this individual was certainly not being truthful. However, what intrigued him was that, despite their attempts at deception, the villager's expressions betrayed them. Perhaps it was a characteristic of theirs. His gaze shifted to the blacksmith shop within the village, and the librarian seemed to guess his intentions. "Brave one, there's a full iron set and several pieces of obsidian in the chest at the blacksmith's." Yang Tao immediately adopted a stern expression. "What are you saying? What are you insinuating? Do you think I'm someone who covets such trifles? This is an outright insult. If I do not receive at least 30 to 50 emeralds today, this matter will not stand." Upon reaching the blacksmith shop, Yang Tao opened the wooden chest and stuffed 4 pieces of obsidian into his backpack. As for the iron set, to be honest, he held it in no regard. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of having come this far, he even dug out the chest to take with him. Turning to leave the somewhat cramped blacksmith shop, his attention was drawn to the orange-red lava. He wondered if there was more lava and diamonds below. Contemplating a descent into the mines, outside the blacksmith shop stood several villagers awaiting him, with the librarian still in the lead. After transporting 2 buckets of lava, Yang Tao turned to the librarian, saying, "Is this the extent of your test for the brave? Which hero cannot withstand such a trivial challenge?" Then, with a nonchalant tone, he added, I currently possess the Tinker's Construct mod. I have heard that the villagers here have green liquid coursing through their veins. But that is merely hearsay. I cannot attest to its truth in the Tinker's Construct mod. The smeltery or casting basin refines villagers, wandering traders, zombie villagers, or various ill-fated villagers in an emerald liquid. The librarian replied, You have already revealed your demonic nature upon your arrival. Observing the librarian's extremely unpleasant expression, Yang Tao easily discerned that this fellow was harboring ill thoughts about him. All right, no more jesting, T.O.B. Frank. I do not trust you. Have you ever heard the saying, can one sleep soundly beside a bedfellow who snores? The librarian shook his head gently. I have not heard it, but I comprehend your meaning that we villagers pose no threat to you, and in fact, we can assist you. Yang Tao smiled, pointing towards the nearby farmland. Assist me in farming? I have dozens of people aiding me in other worlds. However, to his surprise, the librarian's face brightened with confidence as he responded, No, no, no. Farming is merely one aspect. We can help you mine, chop wood, brew potions, and raise livestock. As long as sufficient emeralds are provided, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. You dare speak to me of emeralds? Yang Tao feigned placing a hand over his heart. Do you not value our revolutionary camaraderie? But we villagers rely on emeralds for survival. This individual was lying. Nevertheless, Yang Tao did not dwell on it too much. Greed is a natural human trait, provided it does not exceed reasonable bounds. That I currently lack emeralds. But aren't you capable of trading? Upon hearing Yang Tao mention trading, the librarian's face contorted with indignation. We cannot trade on our own. We must wait for a brave one to arrive. That is a bit excessive. Yang Tao silently contemplated trading, and a villager trading interface appeared before him. Given that the individual was a librarian, the first item that popped up was an enchantment book. 0.48 emeralds for fortune, 3.24 sheets of paper for 1 emerald. Fortune 3. Yang Tao felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He desperately needed a pickaxe with fortune 3, ensuring that he wouldn't have to worry about wasting resources while mining diamonds below, just as he pondered heading to the real world to purchase several boxes of A4 paper. The librarian suddenly pointed excitedly at the paper in the window, exclaiming, That's it, just 24 sheets of paper could be exchanged for 1 emerald. You can see the trading window. Yang Tao was taken aback. Of course, since you're trading with me, I naturally can see it. Such a logical explanation left Yang Tao convinced. But do not rush. I have no paper on me to tea that moment. A villager suddenly squeezed through the crowd, raising his hand and loudly declaring, Me, brave one, trade with me. Yang Tao turned his attention to the voice. It was the Fletcher, a legendary character capable of trading 1 stick for emeralds, though this required the villager's bone-breaking machine. Yet, looking into the villager's bright eyes, Yang Tao couldn't bring himself to construct such a machine. All right, everyone, do not rush. We all need emeralds. First, I must ask you some questions. Can you use a pickaxe? All the villagers nodded vigorously. Do you have backpacks? The villagers continued to nod swiftly, as evidenced by their exchange of bread with one another. Yang Tao's smile broadened as he addressed the villagers. Upgrading our world requires a significant amount of energy. And now, I have discovered a near-infinite world where everything can be exchanged for energy. Our world needs energy, and you all need emeralds, so let us make a trade. For just 600 energy points, you can exchange for a precious emerald for me. What do you think? The villagers, who had been conversing amongst themselves, fell eerily silent upon hearing Yang Tao's proposal, just as he wondered if he had set the price too high. A cacophony of voices erupted. Brave one, you are our guiding star. Today I will sell to you. Oh no, as someone without a profession, I never expected to earn emeralds. Brave one, please hurry and provide the tools. I can hardly contain my excitement. The Demon King has suddenly discovered his conscience. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the villager clad in green who was hiding in the back of the crowd. Wasn't he locked up? Who let this fool out? They quickly rushed to silence the simple-minded individual. Several villagers lunged at the green-clad, foolish villager and carried him away. Witnessing this scene, Yang Tao couldn't help but twitch his lips. It wasn't that the green-clad villager was problematic. Rather, it was that all the villagers were peculiar. Brave one. When shall we go earn emeralds? Anytime you wish, but that place is inhabited by creatures known as entities. Are they stronger than zombies? Yes, they're considerably more formidable, though their corpses can also be exchanged for energy. Initially frightened by the entities, the villagers' expressions grew eager once they learned that the entities' bodies could also be exchanged for energy. My lord, can we bring iron golems? Of course. Anyone wishing to join me, come along that I will return to fetch iron pickaxes for you. Ultimately, nearly all the unemployed villagers followed Yang Tao back towards the wooden door. Wait a moment, he said. I will first craft pickaxes for you using the artisan's spirit. The pickaxes produced through this method require fewer materials and possess some unique attributes, making them exceptionally suitable for mass usage by the villagers. After retrieving all the charred bricks from the furnace, Yang Tao began to synthesize the main structure and components necessary for constructing the charred furnace. Everything proceeded smoothly, though he felt somewhat uneasy with a throng of villagers eagerly watching him from behind as he worked. By the way, if you come across any metallic products, toss them into this charred furnace when you return. From now on, I shall waive the maintenance fees for your pickaxes, as well as the exchange fees for keys. Yang Tao feigned a pained expression as if he were suffering a significant loss, causing the villagers, who possessed limited intellect, to feel they had struck a tremendous bargain. Little did they realize that merely collecting some metal and tossing it into the charred furnace would suffice to cover the costs of repairing their pickaxes. The remainder would be pure profit for Yang Tao. For safety's sake, he opened the wooden door leading to level 1 at the abandoned warehouse. At level 1 housed far more resources compared to level 0 and offered greater safety than the public spaces of level 2. Hence, Yang Tao ultimately decided to lead these villagers, who were brave enough to toil for emeralds, to level 1 together. As he watched the villagers step through the wooden door, he commanded the iron golems wandering in the main world. Protect the villagers. The golems, having received their orders, followed the villagers through the wooden door to reach level 1. That upon seeing the door close, Yang Tao chuckled, reflecting, I never anticipated that the villagers emerging from this upgrade would possess such intelligence. Are they not the quintessential tools? With backpacks, the ability to mine, and boundless stamina, they are truly exemplary models of industriousness. Yet still no diamonds? With a resigned expression, Yang Tao emerged from the depths of the main world, retrieving raw gold ore from his backpack and tossing it into the charred furnace. This upgrade yielded neither diamonds nor anything of the sort. However, gold, ore, and lapis lazuli did appear. Well, if there are none, then so be it. I shall update my weapons first. The Artisan Spirit mod boasts an array of highly practical weapons, including boomerangs, cleavers, and the most unscrupulous of all, the combat placard. The combat placard resembles a signpost, albeit in a different hue. It serves as an upgraded version of the shield found in the original game. When struck, it can consume durability to block damage entirely and even reflect some back upon the attacker, while also diminishing damage dealt to those behind it. This feature significantly enhances its utility compared to the original shields, and its durability is remarkably high, lacking superior materials for the time being. He decided to assemble a basic set of tools and weapons using ordinary materials. Swinging the freshly crafted combat placard, Yang Tao felt a twinge of uncertainty. It was far too small and lacked the reassuring heft of shield. Glancing at the door leading to level 2, he murmured, Shall I venture into the backrooms for a trial? After checking his backpack to ensure no items were left behind, Yang Tao returned to the backrooms at level 2. The moment he stepped into the backrooms, the cacophony of machines filled his ears. He exited the room and followed the narrow corridor leading towards the dark area formed by the explosion. Despite possessing a 100-fold encounter buff, encountering a solid entity within level 2, where entities were scarce, proved challenging to as he rounded a corner. An unlocked wooden door caught his attention. Did I overlook a room previously? Approaching, Yang Tao regarded the door with curiosity. It differed from the others he had encountered. Aside from being unlocked, it appeared remarkably clean, as if it had just been transported from a furniture factory for installation here. Could this be a gateway to other levels? The most well-known and easily accessible exits in level 2 led to levels 1, 3, and 4, all of which were likewise unlocked. However, what left Yang Tao uncertain was the stability of level 2's space. Exits to other levels were typically marked by other wanderers or organizations, with the destination levels inscribed upon the doors. Grasping the doorknob, Yang Tao carefully opened the door. Beyond lay a corridor similar to the one he occupied, albeit without the chaotic pipes, The illumination was scarce, and the oppressive darkness felt significantly more stifling than that of level 2. Seeing no immediate danger, Yang Tao stepped inside. Upon entering, the previously buzzing machinery was replaced by an even more grating, squeaking noise. Turning to glance back at the door, he found it had vanished, replaced by yet another corridor identical to the one he had just traversed. Frowning slightly, he remarked, "Why does it feel as though I have been expelled?" Logically, one should be able to return by navigating through certain doors, staircases, elevators, or ceilings. And no matter, he thought, I can always return. This must be the power station of level 3. Level 3 represents the fourth tier of the Backrooms, often encountered by wanderers in the initial levels. Its structure resembles that of level 0, comprising randomly segmented rooms without a specific pattern, all filled with the booming noise of machinery. Here, the corridors are both narrow and confined, at times requiring an average-height wanderer to bend, crouch, crawl, or sidle to pass through. The walls are composed of dusty brown bricks, interspersed with copper pipes and machine parts. The floor consists of gray tiles, coated with an additional layer of dust. Retrieving the combat placard and M500 from his backpack, Yang Tao proceeded forward, the dim white light overhead casting an eerie glow, as though it might extinguish at any moment. This oppressive atmosphere, combined with the surrounding noise, would surely pose a problem for ordinary wanderers if they lingered too long. Before long, a pitch-black room appeared at the corridor's edge, shrouded in darkness, with a large generator emitting an unpleasant noise within. This must be the renowned power room. While it may harbor lurking entities, the room is rich in resources. According to EMGS exploration records, rooms like this have previously contained electrical or electronic devices, such as circuit breaker boxes, computers, loose wiring, security cameras, and fluorescent lights. Pulling out a small invention generously sponsored by Dr. Agasa, Yang Tao flipped the switch. The 5,000 lumen flashlight instantly illuminated the dark power room. In that moment, a scream erupted from within the power room, causing a triumphant smile to spread across Yang Tao's face. The hound, hiding within the power room and preparing to ambush, now lay on the ground howling incessantly. Blinded by the piercing light, having spent its time in darkness, it would struggle even under the sun's rays, still wished to ambush me. Yang Tao taunted, wielding the combat placard in one hand and the flashlight in the other as he stepped into the power room. Soon, a series of dull thuds echoed, followed by the hound's anguished cries fading into silence. And oh wonder, this level is renowned for its abundant resources. The yield is truly remarkable. Standing in the brightly lit power room, the 5,000 lumen brightness rendered the darkness powerless to conceal anything. Even the supply crates tucked away in the corners could not escape detection. He discovered 2 bottles of blue almond water, a small pile of fire salt, and some ordinary daily necessities. Even if they could not be exchanged for energy, he harbored no disdain, collecting everything into his backpack. Should the need arise, he could always distribute them to the residents of Silent Hill. Aside from the generator still in operation, Yang Tao cleared the power room of all other items, including the somewhat dilapidated tables and chairs. Turning off the flashlight, he exited the power room and returned to the corridor outside. Sprinting forward, he found himself captivated by the thrill of exploration and the quest for items. The distance between the power rooms was not great. Otherwise, the cacophonous and jarring sounds of the machinery would not be able to envelop the entirety of level 3. In just a few minutes, the new power room came into view. Through the small map, he discerned that this power room was devoid of Lao Lu, which left him with a sense of regret. The generator emitted a harsh, grating sound, as if it had been deprived of lubrication. Yang Tao retrieved his flashlight once more to illuminate the dim space within so impoverished. No wonder there were no physical entities present. Inside this power room, there were only some disordered parts and scattered tools, utterly devoid of any value. After swiftly clearing the power room of its debris, Yang Tao turned to depart. 2 hours later, a supply crate finally appeared. Yang Tao had become thoroughly disillusioned with the supplies in the Backrooms. His previous encounters with newly refreshed supply crates had been mere strokes of luck. The resources in the Backrooms had consistently been in a state of scarcity. Otherwise, there would be no incidents of starvation. Upon opening the supply crate, he found 2 bottles of cashew water and a heap of fire salt. Beyond that, there was little of worth. Cashew water, Yang Tao mused. examining the gray thermos in his hand, which bore an uncanny resemblance to one containing almond water. Cashew water is an item whose flavor and aroma are nearly indistinguishable from that of almond water. Yet its effects are entirely different. Cashew water attracts entities of any type, most of which are likely to be hostile, that if an entity comes into contact with cashew water, its strength is augmented by 50. And it typically acts in a more cunning manner. When a wanderer encounters cashew water, they experience numbness and excruciating pain, with their sanity rapidly deteriorating, ultimately transforming them into a wretched corpse. This process can be halted by almond water. Does this mean my ability to lure entities has been enhanced? The number of entities in the Backrooms is relatively meager compared to the vast expanse of the levels, with the primary horror stemming from the psychological effects the levels impose upon individuals. For instance, the threshold spaces and various noises can severely impact one's mental state over time. Extending his hand, he twisted open the cap of the cashew water. The liquid appeared identical to almond water. Distinguishing between the two liquids is straightforward. One merely needs to take a sip. However, before drinking, it is imperative to ensure one possesses almond water. IT had been over 2 hours since he last encountered an entity. For an ordinary wanderer, that would equate to 200 hours without an entity sighting. IS level 3 truly this benevolent towards wanderers. After clearing the various clutter from the power room, he finally exited. Not long after, a marker for an entity appeared on the small map, rapidly approaching his location. Glancing at the open cashew water in his hand, Yang Tao couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this cashew water truly this effective?" The entity moved with remarkable speed, soon materializing in the corridor before him. A gray death moth of at least a meter in size was hurtling towards him, a female death moth. The death moths are differentiated by gender, with males being several times smaller than females. Death moths are drawn to light. Thus, if an ordinary wanderer hears the sound of wings fluttering nearby, they must extinguish all light sources. However, Yang Tao, being the audacious individual he is, would never sneak away. Bang! The M500 bullet struck the death moth with pinpoint accuracy, eliciting a shrill screech from the wounded creature as it charged towards Yang Tao with increased fervor. Its formerly curved proboscis now stood erect, and with a splat, a stream of green acidic liquid shot towards Yang Tao. Yet in his eyes, the creature's speed was hardly remarkable. He merely sidestepped gently, evading the death moth's attack. The gunfire rang out once more. The death moth, already weakened, plummeted to the dusty floor, expiring without a sound. High attack, high speed, low defense, and minimal health. Yang Tao observed the wall behind him, corroded by the acidic spray, shaking his head as he approached the carcass of the death moth. Truly grotesque. Any insect magnified 100-fold could easily star in a disaster film, especially one as unappealing as the death moth. The multitude of eyes alone is enough to send shivers down one's spine. I wonder if there are any moth cocoons inside this female death moth. I should toss them in my backpack and dissect them later. The death moths in level 3 are smaller in size, and their nesting locations are often elusive. Typically, the cocoons can be found within their nests. After stowing away the death moth, Yang Tao looked up to see a familiar visage lurking in the shadows. Watching him with an unsettling gaze, could it be the smiling nightmare? How curious, after some time apart, it has grown so bashful. The smiling nightmare remained in the darkness, neither approaching nor retreating. Yang Tao tucked away his M500 and cashew water into his backpack and drew out his combat badge, striding towards the smiling nightmare. However, before he could initiate a taunt, the smiling nightmare abruptly turned and fled, its glowing smile seeming to convey a sense of desperation. Yang Tao was momentarily at a loss. What is happening? Could it be fleeing from level 2? The smiling nightmare is an entity, yet they possess their own social structure for communication and reproduction, seeing that Yang Tao did not pursue. The smiling nightmare paused once more, continuing to observe him from the shadows. Yang Tao dashed forward again, and the creature scurried away. When he halted, it too ceased its movements. Now, Yang Tao understood. It was beckoning him towards a certain location. Reason warned him that this was a trap. Following the smiling nightmare would surely entail danger, possibly even transporting him to a more perilous level. Yet his curiosity urged him. What's there to fear? You want to die, just charge in. How audacious. This entity, not only avoiding murder, but also employing tactics. The smiling nightmare zipped past Yang Tao with remarkable speed, seemingly putting forth every ounce of effort. Even after enduring several shots, it showed no inclination to pause, swiftly disappearing around a corner of the corridor. Cackling sounds echoed from the depths of the corridor, imbued with a peculiar energy capable of inciting significant emotional upheaval. Though this effect was primarily felt by ordinary wanderers, for Yang Tao, the sound merely provoked annoyance. Yell all you want. Frustrated at being used as a pawn, Yang Tao's mood soured further upon hearing that cacophony. Igniting a surge of rage within him, bang! A bullet struck another entity adorned with glowing eyes and teeth. The number of howling nightmares is exceedingly scarce, and they are immensely powerful. They typically inhabit the howling tail levels. With occasional sightings in the dark, they belong to the same family as the smiling nightmares, yet they are adversaries. The reason is simple. The howling nightmare fixates on a wanderer, only to be slain by the smiling nightmare. Naturally, the howling nightmare seeks revenge, fixating on this smiling nightmare until it drives it mad. However, it too falls victim to the smiling nightmare's territory. Nevertheless, the howling nightmare is not a lone wolf. Thus, the two factions of the glowing face family exist in a state of enmity. Had Yang Tao not fired that shot, the howling nightmare would likely have pursued the previous smiling nightmare, momentarily disregarding Yang Tao. However, once it dealt with the smiling nightmare, it would return to torment Yang Tao to death. Fortunately, Yang Tao preemptively struck. Before it attacks, the howling nightmare can emit a sound akin to that of a rattlesnake, that if one hears such a sound within a level, they must vacate the area immediately. The primary means of attack for the howling nightmare is to influence the mental state of any creature. If a wanderer gazes upon its face for 45 seconds, madness and tears ensue. After being shot, the cacophony abruptly ceases. The luminous visage of the nightmarish horror fixates intently on Yang Tao, attempting to drive him to insanity with its capabilities. It rarely initiates attacks, opting instead to first drive its adversaries mad before delivering the fatal blow. Upon witnessing the nightmarish horror's countenance, Yang Tao nonchalantly holstered his weapon, retrieving a combat badge from his backpack, gently tapping it against his other hand as he approached the creature. Until Yang Tao stood before the nightmarish horror, it remained immobile, refraining from any assault. Yang Tao raised the combat badge high before its oversized eyes. "Hey, pay attention!" It is about to be struck. Upon hearing Yang Tao's voice, the elevated combat badge swiftly collided with its face, causing its intangible form to stagger back slightly. Bang. So, you're the nightmarish horror. Bang. Attempting to drive me insane. You are woefully unprepared. Bang. Seizing the opportunity before the creature could react, Yang Tao struck the nightmarish horror multiple times in quick succession. Gone was the vexing cawing. This time, the nightmarish horror let out a roar filled with fury. Invisible attacks began to manifest, and Yang Tao raised the combat badge before him, his back pressed firmly against the wall, while his other hand retrieved a shotgun from his backpack, aiming it directly at the nightmarish horror within arm's reach. Pulling the trigger at such close range, the creature had no opportunity to evade. All 15 pellets found their mark upon its large face, for it was the only part visible. The nightmarish horror, severely wounded, descended further into madness, its attack frequency escalating rapidly. Unbeknownst to it, its own onslaught caused its health bar to plummet at an alarming rate. Bang! 60 another shot, dealing full damage, and the health bar above the nightmarish horror was entirely depleted, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Yang Tao patted its glowing visage, remarking, "You squandered your opportunity." He promptly stowed the nightmarish horror's corpse into his backpack. Nightmarish horror's corpse. 315 energy value. Not bad. Although it's worth paled in comparison to William from Resident Evil, this price was nonetheless reasonable. The nightmarish horror was indeed not formidable in combat, primarily because its grotesque mental assaults were ineffective against him. After all, it was capable of driving the laughing horror to madness. Having stowed away the body, Yang Tao surveyed the depths of the darkened region, preparing to explore the area where the nightmarish horror resided, hoping to discover a supply crate. After all, with such a formidable guardian, it would be unreasonable not to find something of value. However, just as he opened his mini-map to check for potential dangers, an unexpected icon appeared. He swiftly turned to glance at the corridor behind him. Sure enough, the laughing horror that had fled moments ago re-emerged from a shadowy corner. Grinning broadly, its glowing teeth fixed upon him, "I've been ensnared by filth." Yang Tao chose to ignore the creature this time, proceeding directly into the darkness. Several minutes later, hiding around a corner, Yang Tao prepared to ambush the laughing horror. Observing its unmoving figure on the minimap, pondering, can entities perceive my location? This was indeed peculiar. With no other recourse, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of an ambush and made his way toward the nearest power room. As expected, the area where the nightmarish horror resided was teeming with supplies. It made sense, considering that other locations might be scoured by wanderers or members of various organizations. In contrast, the realm of the nightmarish horror was essentially a death trap for anyone who dared to enter. It was only natural for resources to be somewhat plentiful. Unfortunately, the supply crates that appeared in this realm could not accumulate and would vanish. Otherwise, one could only imagine the wealth that the nightmarish horror's territory would possess. Gazing at the pure white cloud in his hand, Yang Tao felt as though he had stumbled upon a remarkable toy. Cloud. Item number 34. The cloud is an item primarily found within level. According to the archives of MEG's headquarters, a catastrophic event once instigated by level affected other levels, resulting in fragments of clouds scattered across various material projects within different floors. When utilized outside of level, the item exhibits slightly different properties. Moderate consumption of this item can elicit its effects present in level, and positively influence the consumer's mental state, often inducing feelings of joy and happiness, alleviating states of gloom or depression, and showing no tendency for addiction. However, excessive consumption can yield adverse effects, including but not limited to intense hallucinations, auditory and visual disturbances, and causing surrounding objects to appear unnaturally vibrant, leading to a state of hyperactivity and slight addictive tendencies. Therefore, strict regulations govern the consumption of this item. Yang Tao was not particularly inclined to consume this item. Rather, it possessed the property of levitation. Its characteristics lay somewhere between cloud and cotton. Releasing his grip, the pure white cloud floated along the corridor, and in the next moment, a round stone appeared beside it, prompting a smile to bloom on Yang Tao's face. He could now construct blocks in the void. The cloud defied gravity, hovering in midair, and Yang Tao extended his hand to retrieve it back into his backpack. Turning to glance at the darkened corner, he found, as anticipated, the laughing horror lurking nearby, watching him. This fellow, Yang Tao, gradually approached the peculiar laughing horror, extending his hand and beckoning. "Come here, I promise I won't harm you." The laughing horror did not trust his words. As Yang Tao advanced, it retreated. "Lead me to the entity, and I assure you of your safety." Truly, his words were sincere, regardless of the laughing horror's strength. Yet, it appeared to possess the ability to sense the presence of other entities. Nevertheless, his words lacked persuasive power, seeing that the laughing horror maintained its distance. Yang Tao chuckled softly. "Very well, if you prefer to follow, then so be it." He turned and continued deeper into the darkness. Meanwhile, he inwardly cursed. Do not be deceived. The environment of level 3, to be frank, was rather dismal. Prolonged exposure to such conditions would inevitably lead to a myriad of negative states and ailments. Treading upon the dust-laden ground, Yang Tao diligently scavenged various power rooms, amassing a plethora of useful and useless supplies. Once Eric returned, he would have him transport these electronic components to sell to other organizations in the backrooms. This should prove somewhat valuable to various factions. Exiting the recently rifled power room, he spotted a balloon drifting down the corridor. A party-goer, regardless of a level, encountering a drifting balloon invariably indicated a trap set by the party-goers. This group, fixated solely on revelry, lured wanderers across various levels. Yang Tao checked the mini-map. Noticing no sign of the party-goer, it appeared that these entities possessed the ability to exploit glitches in the backrooms. Exploiting glitches refer to the ability to utilize the unique characteristics of this realm to traverse between levels. Grasping his combat badge from his backpack, he approached the floating balloon, glancing once more at the mini-map before reaching out to grasp the string tethering the balloon. The red balloon spun around, revealing a smiling face drawn upon it. Keeping a keen eye on the mini-map, Yang Tao suddenly pivoted, raising his combat badge. Unbeknownst to him, a bright yellow partygoer had appeared behind him. This partygoer possessed smooth, leather-like skin, with a cartoonish smile etched upon its face, resembling a human clad in a thick raincoat, adorned with various bloodstains. Aside from that, it exhibited no other functional characteristics. Upon its arrival, the partygoer reached out to grasp him, its mouth agape, revealing a circle of razor-sharp teeth that sent shivers down the spine. However, the combat badge remained a reliable defense. It effortlessly blocked the partygoer's attack, granting Yang Tao ample time to contemplate. Just how tall is this partygoer? I had assumed it would be similar in height to a human. The partygoer before him stood at least 2.5 meters tall, its physique impressively robust. Even in the absence of extraordinary abilities, this diminutive physique is not something that mere humans can contend with. The weakness of the party guest lies in its sluggishness, of course, when compared to other entities. However, Yang Tao perceives their slowness merely as a game of cat and mouse. With a health point of 5660, the party guest vitality is not particularly high, yet its ability to appear suddenly is undeniably perverse. For a solitary wanderer, this could very well be a death sentence. With a flick of his wrist, an iron axe materializes in his grasp, and he strikes forcefully at the party guest, the axe slicing through its hide, which resembles that of a cow. Yet, no liquid seeps from the wound. With a health point of 4960, its defense is quite formidable. After a soft murmur, Yang Tao brings the iron axe down once more. Thanks to the dual training from the combat badge and the iron axe, the party guest does not last long before being felled to the ground. He tosses the party guest's corpse into his backpack. A bold idea sparks in Yang Tao's mind. Given the party guest's weakness, perhaps I should venture into the pleasure level for a bit of fun. The pleasure level, designated as level fun, boasts a danger level of 0 and is the merriest level within the Backrooms. It features small party rooms brimming with cakes, cookies, and almond milk that we revel in joy here. Do not dampen the host's spirits. Do not trust anything with a sign. In reality, the pleasure level serves as the stronghold of the party guests. Where they host their ceaseless festivities, their very existence seems dedicated to the pursuit of revelry. The place is overrun with entities. Virtually every room is inhabited by party guests. Upon contemplating this notion, Yang Tao raises his hand and gives himself a gentle slap. You are being reckless. The pleasure level is home to the party master. Wait until you acquire stronger equipment before venturing there. The party master is an enormous, glutinous creature, appearing as if fashioned from cake, with a massive humanoid eye at its center. The party master is immobilized, adhering to surfaces including the ceiling, rendering it unable to move. The party guests typically obey the master's commands, akin to a hive mind in truth, the party guests were originally neutral entities, but they were deceived by the party master into incessantly attacking wanderers. This information was relayed by some party guests who remained unbound by the party master. They merely wished to celebrate. Humans hold no interest for them. After witnessing Yang Tao ruthlessly dispatch a party guest, the distant laughing nightmare seems to retreat further away from him. Yang Tao glances at it, flashing a radiant smile, as if to say, "You are next." With the entity gone, Yang Tao continues onward, and at that moment, an elevator entirely incongruous with its surroundings comes into view. The pristine elevator resembles those found in upscale establishments. And exit. So soon, Yang Tao is astounded upon seeing the elevator, for he has only spent a mere 4 or 5 hours in level 3. For ordinary wanderers lacking level information, escaping level 3 is an exceedingly daunting task. Those from the Speedcut Association, please take a seat. Glancing around the dimly lit level 3, he decides to open the new map. After all, he can return anytime. Speaking of which, the abandoned offices of level 4 must be filled with paper, right? It is impossible to abandon level 3. He could never do that in his lifetime. Level 3 is a level abundant in resources, and most importantly, it is significantly safer than other resource-rich levels. Once the villagers tire of level 1, they shall be sent to explore level 3. He presses the button as the elevator doors slide open. Yang Tao steps inside. With the doors closing, the shrill noise vanishes entirely. Inside the elevator, there are no buttons, just an LED display indicating the floor above the doors. The red number 3 is accompanied by a downward arrow. In truth, the elevator does not move at all. The moment the doors close, Yang Tao realizes he has been transported. The map on his mini-map has already changed. A few seconds later, the elevator doors slowly open. Level 4. The abandoned office is secure and stable, with minimal entities. The main area of Level 4 is vast and devoid of furnishings. However, the smaller workspaces within the same vicinity tell a different story. They house some functional, seemingly new equipment and machinery. Depending on their size, they can be classified as offices, small offices, or large studios. Some offices can accommodate 15 to 20 individuals simultaneously, while others evoke a sense of claustrophobia. Barely accommodating 2. Yang Tao gazes at the exceedingly empty main hall, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Level 4, here I come. Stepping onto the cold, shallow gray concrete floor, the walls share the same hue, rendering the main space of Level 4 reminiscent of an unfinished construction site. The entire main area lacks any light fixtures. The only source of illumination comes from the dim sky outside. Rain is pouring outside, the droplets pattering against the windows, creating a rhythmic sound. Though the rain falls heavily, it does not evoke any sense of annoyance. Checking the minimap, he notes the absence of entity markers and strides toward the office door on the distant wall. He extends his hand to twist the doorknob. Before him appears a perfectly ordinary office, with LED lights casting a bright, pale yellow glow throughout the room. As he steps inside, a distinct scent of linen fills his nostrils. Emanating from the new furniture, this office environment is quite pleasant. Yang Tao approaches an office chair and sits down. The chair is incredibly comfortable, far more so than any other place he has been. He reaches out to open the desk drawer, discovering a bag of dried fruits and a bottle of almond milk. What extraordinary luck! The chances of finding food supplies in a desk drawer are typically quite low. Most drawers are empty, with the remainder containing miscellaneous office supplies such as pamphlets, old notes, rubber bands, markers, or scissors. Yang Tao's good fortune is akin to a beginner's gift. There is also a computer. How splendid! If he had ample food supplies, living here would be quite agreeable. But he presses the power button, and the computer emits a faint hum. It does not take long for the screen to illuminate. A classic XP system? However, it is unfortunate that Level 4 lacks any internet or wireless connectivity, rendering it impossible to connect to the Backrooms network. First, he should return to rest, and then come back to tidy up Level 4. Rising from his seat, he contemplates bringing the comfortable office chair along. Summoning the wooden door, he re-enters the main world. Some villagers have returned, now gathered around the tool assembly station, repairing their tools. The tool assembly station is one of the core blocks of the crafting spirit, utilized for creating basic crafting spirit tools and weapons, as well as for enhancing and repairing tools. Other villagers are tossing various metal items retrieved from Level 1 into the charred furnace. Upon seeing his return, the villagers excitedly swarm around him, exclaiming, "Brave one, I have mined 15 stacks of walls. I want to exchange them for emeralds. I want some too. Yang Tao, please quiet down. I need to purchase some paper to exchange for emeralds for you." This flock of villagers seems remarkably motivated by the prospect of emeralds. He must prepare them some coffee. Shall he place stimulants in the water dispenser? That would be inhumane. Hearing Yang Tao's words, the villagers express their understanding and disperse to attend to their own tasks. However, one blacksmith villager remains, standing beside Yang Tao. Yang Tao furrows his brow, scrutinizing the blacksmith, feeling that something about his attire is amiss. Uncertain, he asks, "Have you now become a crafting spirit blacksmith?" As I approached the charred furnace, my career began. Yang Tao curiously surveyed the blacksmith before him, simultaneously accessing the other trading panel. The blacksmith, brimming with excitement, pointed at one of the trades and exclaimed, "Brave warrior, this large gold ingot for a single emerald is quite a deal." Yang Tao replied, "A gold ingot for an emerald? Even within the game, I wouldn't be foolish enough to accept such a lopsided offer. 1 gold ingot requires 8 gold bars. Even with an equivalent exchange mod, it merely balances out." But he coughed and continued, "Do you have any idea how many emeralds you could get by trading those 8 gold bars for paper or wooden sticks? How many? It could bury you and even erect a tombstone of emeralds in your memory." Huh. The blacksmith widened his eyes, displaying an expression of disbelief as he inquired, "Warrior, are you truly willing to build me an emerald grave?" Yang Tao retorted, "You stubborn fool. Give up on that idea. I will never trade a gold ingot for an emerald in this lifetime. Now, if you have nothing else, I must attend to my duties." The blacksmith recoiled, his neck shrinking as he timidly declared, "Brave warrior, the magma has run out. If you do not procure more, the charred furnace will become useless." Yang Tao, puzzled by the blacksmith's seemingly bullied demeanor, wondered how he could utter such defiant words. "It serves you right. All right, I shall go gather some magma, and, while I'm at it, procure a few emeralds to pay your wages." Magma was easily obtainable. Yang Tao had simply been too lazy to collect it previously. Magma, a geological term, refers to the high-temperature, viscous molten material primarily composed of silicates that originates from the upper mantle and deep within the crust. Yang Tao only needed to heat silicates to over 700 C to obtain magma. A butane torch burns at temperatures exceeding 1300 C, and a gasoline torch can easily reach 800-1000 C. Not to mention the more powerful electric steel furnaces. Sighing, he felt as if he were becoming a mere beast of burden. He opened the control panel of the charred furnace, intending to bring some gold to Dr. Agasa. Such trivial matters of smelting magma could be entrusted to the doctor. He would also stop by the paper mill to wholesale some A4 paper. Just 2 truckloads would suffice. "Wait, where's my gold?" The blacksmith pointed to a wooden chest beside the charred furnace, saying, "It's in the chest. I converted all the smelted metals into metal blocks and ingots." Yang Tao approached the chest and opened it. Finding a substantial quantity of iron blocks, copper blocks, tin blocks, and a small amount of other metal ingots, he nodded in satisfaction, patting the blacksmith's shoulder and saying earnestly, "I was a bit brusque earlier. Work hard, and when I return, I shall reward you with emeralds. If we have more blacksmiths in the future, you shall be the supervisor." After painting a rosy picture, Yang Tao took 2 gold ingots from the chest and departed from the main world. He parked the truck and decided to invite someone over to unload it later that evening. Yang Tao pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to the truck driver, smiling as he patted the driver on the shoulder, saying, "This is your fare plus a reward for rushing over. The rest is for dinner tonight." The driver, overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly bent over in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Thank you so much. You're truly too generous, sir. Here is my business card that if you need anything in the future, feel free to call me." Yang Tao cheerfully accepted the card, glanced at the name, and tucked it into his pocket. "No problem. I will call you if I need anything." Yang Tao watched the driver leave before turning and opening the truck bed. Beside him, Conan curiously inquired, "Yanga, why are you buying so much A4 paper?" "To trade for items." The truck bed was filled with boxes of A4 paper. Each large box contained 6 smaller boxes, and each small box held 10 packs of A4 paper. Trade for items? Conan found it hard to fathom what these A4 papers could be exchanged for as he quietly observed Yang Tao strike the boxes with his pickaxe. Suddenly, Yang Tao asked, "Conan, how many have died in the past few days?" Conan replied, 3 that you've improved. 3 deaths in just 2 days." Conan, feeling exasperated, said, "Who wants such progress? I certainly don't. Uncle Muri was invited to a villa in the mountains, and I went with him and ran, only to have this happen." Inviting Muri Kaguru? Who would invite a detective over just to provide an alibi? Yang Tao began to collect all the boxes in the truck bed into his backpack. Conan pondered this and realized Yang Tao had a point, nodding in agreement. Every time someone invited Uncle Muri over, it seemed trouble followed. "But if I don't go, they will still die." Some of the hatred between the killers and victims has existed for over a decade. Yang Tao simply smiled, offering no explanation. Although Conan's death god halo was a jest, when an event occurs repeatedly 1,000 times, it ceases to be a joke. "Let us go find a place to eat. By the way, have you confessed to Ran yet?" As they left the rented warehouse, Yang Tao decided this would be a supply procurement station, allowing him to arrange for the purchase of special materials that were troublesome to acquire in the backroom or in his world directly within Conan's world. "I don't know how to tell the mention of this." Conan's confident demeanor vanished, his anxiousness reminiscent of a boy about to confess to his crush after 3 years. Yang Tao pulled out the small scooter they had bought together earlier and placed it on the ground. Handing Conan a helmet, saying a real man goes for it directly. Call Ran and tell her to wait at the agency. I'll pick her up for dinner. Hearing this, Conan hesitated, stammering and unsure of how to begin. Yang Tao seized Conan by the collar and placed him on the scooter, exclaiming in frustration, "What's there to hesitate about? You know how frustrating it was for me when watching anime. Every time Ran doubted you, you were thwarted by various accidents. You don't know how agonizing that feeling is, do you? No, you don't. You only know how to take a bath and sleep with Ran now that you're small." "Conan, this seems to be my girlfriend. What do you mean by that accusatory tone? Hold on tight. We're off." Yang Tao twisted the throttle, and the small scooter shot forward, small yet powerful. The warehouse was not far from the law office where Muri Kagura worked. And within 20 minutes, Yang Tao arrived at the office entrance. "If you don't call, I'll go up and invite Ran myself, and I want to take you with me. You have 3 seconds to decide." "I'll call." Taking a deep breath as if resigning himself to fate, Conan complied. He pulled out a silver flip phone, found Ran's number, and dialed. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a childish voice. "Ran, I'm downstairs. Mr. Yang Tao asked you to join me for dinner, so please hurry down." "Huh. It's because I helped Mr. Yang Tao with something. That's why he's inviting you and me to dinner." "Uncle Muri, he want to starve." "Yang Tao, is this your attitude when pursuing someone's daughter? If I were Muri, I'd rather send Ran abroad than let her marry you." After a few more exchanges, Conan hung up the phone, then helplessly stated, "Ran will be down soon. I honestly don't know how to face her after I confess my identity." "Face her. Just face her as you are. Once you deal with the black organization, I'll return you to normal immediately." Conan leapt off the scooter and addressed Yang Tao, saying, "Based on what you've mentioned, it seems that it might take me a decade or even longer to eliminate the black organization. Doesn't it? However, the overall timeline is merely 6 months, which is quite swift. By then, you'll be in the second semester of your second year. Finish? It's impossible to conclude this. I can only rely on Conan to make a living." After hearing this, Conan felt a headache coming on, as he had already endured enough of time's torment these past few days. Soon, Ran emerged from the detective agency, donning a pure white t-shirt paired with a flowing blue skirt, exuding a youthful radiance. "I apologize, Mr. Yang Tao, for the trouble Conan has caused you. No. Today Conan has been a tremendous help to me." This statement was no exaggeration. Conan had personally sourced the manufacturer of the A4 paper, placed the order, and made the payment. Yang Tao produced a new helmet and handed it to Ran with a smile, saying, "Shall we depart?" Ran accepted the helmet and donned it, and soon the trio rode off on a small motorcycle towards a restaurant. "Ran, when you go out to play, do you engage in games with your friends?" "Huh. Games? Mr. Yang Tao, are you referring to computer games?" No, I mean games like Truth or Dare." "Well, I rarely visit bars, and even when I do, it's usually to accompany Sonoko, and I don't drink, so I've only seen her play." Then tonight you will surely enjoy Truth or Dare, inside a barbecue restaurant not far from the Muri Detective Agency. The 3-layered pork belly sizzled on the charcoal grill, its surface gradually turning a crispy golden brown, while some fat dripped onto the coals, releasing an enticing wisp of smoke. Yang Tao was not well versed in the various traditional customs of Neon, primarily because he was uncertain, but Ran did not mind, knowing that Yang Tao was of Chinese descent. As for Conan, he now harbored doubts about whether Yang Tao was even human. Picking up a piece of sushi, Yang Tao savored the taste with seriousness. Indeed, the flavor was delightful. It would be even better if the rice were replaced with wuchang rice. While neon rice was decent, it was merely a step above ordinary domestic rice, likely akin to new domestic rice, falling short of the quality of tribute rice or wuchang rice. Nonetheless, this was merely a barbecue restaurant, not a Michelin establishment, and the flavor was sufficient to indicate the quality of the ingredients used. As for fish, Yang Tao had not indulged much in raw fish. Apart from finding it quite fresh, he had no other impressions. Ran smiled and said, "The sushi at this barbecue restaurant is quite remarkable. I really enjoy it." Yang Tao raised his glass of beer, clinking it with Conan and Ran before taking a hefty gulp, curiously inquiring, "I've heard that in Neon, it's considered impolite to casually invite girls to eat barbecue. Is that true?" He had forgotten where he had heard it, but in Neon, inviting a girl for barbecue without a close relationship was deemed somewhat rude, as it was said that only intimate male-female relationships would engage in such dining. Rand paused for a moment before laughingly explaining. Not at all, though. I thought there was some truth to it. Not just in barbecue restaurants. In fact, in Neon, inviting a woman to dinner in a direct manner is generally regarded as impolite. Typically, splitting the bill is the norm in social interactions. However, it is understandable for Mr. Yang Tao, being of Chinese descent, to be unaware of this custom. The Chinese individuals I have known in the past enjoy treating others to meals, without harboring the notions of neon men, simply dining and chatting. Even if they fancy a girl, they would first inquire and gauge the situation. Yang Tao gently nodded, flipping the pork belly on the grill. His gaze shifting to Conan, who was clutching a drink and seemingly lost in thought. Conan! Huh? What is it? Conan jumped, startled, and looked up at Yang Tao, whose expression was a mix of amusement and teasing. His face slightly flushed. Rand, noticing Conan's demeanor, reached out to touch his forehead, asking Conan, "What's wrong? Why is your face so red?" Yang Tao chuckled lightly. Miss Rand, if you touch him a couple more times, do you believe his face will turn even redder? Rand, Yang Tao picked up a piece of pork, blew on it, and placed it in his mouth. The sensation of the pork bursting with flavor was utterly delightful, especially with the slightly charred texture. Ah, children grow up, and their thoughts become more complex, especially when faced with a beautiful girl like Miss Rand, Tiske. Upon hearing this, Conan's face turned crimson, and he hastily swatted Rand's hand away from his forehead, exclaiming, "Yanga, please don't say such things." Rand, witnessing Conan's flustered reaction, was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled what Yang Tao had just said and couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling a laugh. Mr. Yang Tao, Conan is only 8 years old. How could that possibly be the case? Haha, Conan, you might as well confess. I can hardly contain my urge to spoil the surprise. Hearing Yang Tao's words, Conan took a deep breath, the flush on his face returning to normal, and then turned to Rand, saying, "Rand, actually A piercing scream echoed from within the barbecue restaurant. Someone has died. Yang Tao. Was this merely a coincidence? Yang Tao could hardly believe it, even if he were to be struck dead. Upon hearing that someone had died, Conan instantly leapt off his seat and dashed towards the source of the sound. Conan, Rand, anxious for Conan's safety, immediately got up and hurried after him, while Yang Tao remained seated calmly, even taking the time to flip the meat on the grill. Is the will of the world suggesting that Conan will not be involved in the case today? He picked up another piece of grilled meat and popped it into his mouth. Then, a cold smile crept across Yang Tao's face as he raised his beer glass and downed it in one go, slamming the cup onto the table, resolving that today he would unveil Conan's identity. Even the will of the world could not prevent it. He refused to believe it could eliminate all the people of Neon. Yang Tao stood up and walked towards the scene of the incident, where a crowd had already gathered. After all, the human tendency to gawk at chaos was not limited to just the Chinese. Foreigners were equally drawn to IT that moment. Conan stood at the entrance of a private room, directing and instructing the onlookers to keep their distance to avoid disturbing the scene. Rand and the surrounding patrons seemed unfazed by the sight of an 8-year-old child issuing commands, as if it were perfectly normal. Rand, please call the police and have them come over. Okay. The usually lively and charming Rand, in this moment, appeared as if she lacked assertiveness, essentially following whatever Conan instructed. Conan, what's the situation? The victim is a young woman in her 20s, and preliminary findings suggest she died of poisoning. The method of poisoning has yet to be determined. Are you saying this is a homicide? Yes, based on the circumstances at the scene, it is indeed a homicide. Just then, Yang Tao suddenly noticed something exceedingly intriguing. A blood bar had abruptly appeared above the head of a waiter, standing amidst the crowd. What was particularly noteworthy was that the border of this blood bar was red. Only entities, or monsters, possessed such blood bars. Conan, Rand, and the ordinary inhabitants of this world all bore white-framed blood bars above their heads. This was quite fascinating. Is it displaying hostility towards me? There hadn't been any indication before. But now that I was speaking with Conan, it had manifested. Was I perhaps mistaken for Conan's accomplice? After pondering, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation that a smile spread across Yang Tao's face. Detective games are simply too entertaining. Conan, I cannot be of much assistance in solving the case. You carry on. I'll head back to eat first. Conan nodded, having already uncovered some clues. However, they would need to wait for the police to arrive. Several minutes later, a few police cars arrived with sirens blaring. Yang Tao continued to eat meat while observing the unfolding scene. Perhaps due to the waiter's clumsy handling, he quickly confessed to the crime, revealing that the motive for the murder was straightforward. The deceased was his girlfriend, and her infidelity had cost him dearly. Could he endure that? Absolutely not. He decided to blend into the barbecue restaurant where his girlfriend often frequented, taking up a temporary job. Perhaps it was sheer luck, for within just 3 days, he spotted his girlfriend with another man. Once the situation was resolved, the barbecue place closed its doors. After all, the incident of a death was simply too grave. Ultimately, Yang Tao did not take Conan and ran to the agency, but rather stopped his little motorcycle at an exceedingly secluded spot by the riverbank. Ran dismounted from the scooter, her demeanor slightly guarded as she inquired, "Yang Tao, sir, what have you brought me here for?" "Nothing much, merely a test." Rand at Conan's true identity. That moment, Conan tugged at Yang Tao's shirt hem, his face contorted in discomfort as he pointed towards the river. A floating corpse was quietly drifting downstream. "Damn it. Ran, Conan is Shinichi," Yang Tao declared, throwing caution to the wind. "Huh. What are you saying, Mr. Yang Tao? How is that even possible?" At that moment, Rand caught sight of the body resting on the water surface and couldn't help but exclaim, "Someone has drowned. Even if the world were to explode today, Rand, you must first let me finish. Conan is Shinichi, and Shinichi is Conan. Conan, you must tell Rand quickly. 2 lives have already been lost, and if we don't act swiftly, there will be more casualties." Conan retorted, "What is it to me? This is all mere coincidence. The murderer at the barbecue restaurant had been plotting for days. Even if we hadn't gone there, that woman would still have met her demise." Rand wore an expression of utter disbelief. She simply could not accept such a notion. A vibrant, handsome 18-year-old high school student transformed into a mere 8-year-old child. How could she possibly reconcile that? "Conan, stop joking around with your sister." Conan lowered his head slightly, the reflection of distant streetlights glimmering off his glasses, obscuring his eyes. "Rand, I'm not deliberately hiding this from you, that I truly am Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi. Ever since that incident at the amusement park, I was a violent crash echoed from the distant bridge as a car plummeted into the river." Yang Tao interjected, "Even if you are the embodiment of world consciousness, you should at least adhere to some reason." Conan's words were interrupted as he glanced at the accident before turning back to Yang Tao, uncertain of how to articulate himself. "You needn't say anything else. Now that Rand is aware of your identity, that suffices. As for the other details, you can discuss them home later. Otherwise, I fear half the city may be in ruins because of you." Conan, looking rather aggrieved, said to Yang Tao, "You were the one who urged me to be honest. Now you wish to distance yourself from this?" Yang Tao shrugged helplessly and replied, "I did ask you to be honest. But I didn't tell you to unleash your abilities. Besides, I have no way to resolve this situation. Rand, rest assured, I can revert Conan's condition at any time. However, the organization responsible for Conan's transformation is exceedingly powerful, and Shinichi is already marked as deceased on their list. If we rashly restore Shinichi, it won't just endanger him. You, Mr. Muri, and Shinichi's parents would also be at risk." Yang Tao spoke earnestly, though was uncertain how much of it Rand truly absorbed. She sat there, dumbfounded, gazing at Conan, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally stammered, "Conan, you're joking with Mr. Yang Tao, aren't you? This isn't funny at all. That I'm sorry, Rand. I truly am. Someone has hanged themselves." A pair of pale, wild mandarin ducks burst forth from nearby woods, the male clinging tightly to his trousers. "I am Shinichi." The sound of police sirens suddenly drowned out Conan's voice. "It's not that I don't want to speak. Rand, he speaks the truth, but I can't reveal all. Rest assured, I will eliminate that mysterious organization and ensure your safety." Suddenly, Rand crouched down and embraced Conan, tears streaming down her face. "I've been waiting for you. You haven't even called me. I'm sorry." Witnessing this deeply touching moment, Yang Tao nearly succumbed to tears himself, but he looked at the two and asked, "So, Rand, will you be cuddling with Conan tonight?" The sobs ceased abruptly. Conan felt an inexplicable sense of murderous intent enveloping him, inducing a sensation of suffocation. He seemed to see his grandmother and his mother abroad, both gazing at him with warm smiles. beckoning him. Is this what they call a light show? Bang! Ran's fist collided with Conan's head, and Yang Tao observed a prominent bump rising on Conan's scalp. It was, after all, the real world. Yet he was not overly concerned. Only Conan's resilience could rival Ran's physical attacks. Ran cradled the unconscious Conan in her arms, bowing deeply as she addressed Yang Tao. Mr. Yang Tao, though I am uncertain of your true intentions, I am grateful to you for revealing the truth to me. IT has reassured me that Shinichi has not abandoned me. Yang Tao promptly replied. You needn't mention it. I merely thought it was too pitiful for you to remain in the dark. Well then, I shall take my leave. You both can ride this little motorcycle home. Yes, let us not have Conan attend to any cases today. He deserves a day of rest. He is exhausted. And how will you depart? Yang Tao smiled, extending his hand to summon a wooden door and stepping through it, stating, Wherever I am is my home. With that, he closed the door behind him, vanishing from Ran's sight. Ran was taken aback by this scene, but upon glancing at the sleeping Conan in her arms, a smile returned to her face. Shinichi, it seems you have many more secrets yet to unveil. In the main world, the exhilarating sensation of altering the narrative was delightful. He wondered what kind of scene would unfold when Conan awakened. Perhaps he could try using the invisibility cloak? However, he quickly dismissed the idea and internally admonished himself. Yang Tao, you're a normal person, not a pervert. Peeping on a high school student at midnight is absolutely unacceptable. Even if it's Conan who is suffering, stifling his curiosity deep within, Yang Tao made his way toward the village in the main world. Soon, he found the previous librarian in the village library, who, upon seeing him, sprang from the bed with eager anticipation. Brave one, are you here to exchange for some emeralds? Yes, let's casually trade for 300 to 500 for now, but he pulled a whole box of A4 paper from his backpack. Placing it on the ground, then used an axe to violently break the packaging, taking out a packet of A4 paper to begin converting it into paper from his world. Come now, we're not short on paper. A few minutes later, Yang Tao slapped the box he had just set down. Trading limit? You actually have a trading limit, and you didn't mention it earlier. The villagers in his world had limits on the items they could trade, which could only be refreshed by leveling up or waiting until the next day. 12 emeralds. How am I supposed to explain this to the villagers outside? The librarian, seeing Yang Tao's anger, replied meekly. I have no control over this. It's just the rules. Perhaps you could come back tomorrow. Yang Tao sighed, longing to give the librarian a good thrashing. However, attacking villagers would lower his reputation, and a decrease in reputation would result in inflated prices when he sought to buy from them. They were all nothing short of swindlers. Gazing at the mere 12 emeralds in his backpack, Yang Tao felt a headache coming on. Brave one, brave one. The librarian looked pitiful. Yang Tao tossed an emerald from his backpack to him, saying, Since you are the librarian, from tomorrow onward, you shall be responsible for counting the energy values obtained by each villager. The emerald soared directly into the librarian's body, akin to the way he stored items into his backpack. With 11 emeralds in his possession, Yang Tao now felt a pang of regret for undervaluing their worth. He had not anticipated that the villagers' daily quota would be so meager he would need to craft additional podiums. For relying solely on this one librarian, it was anyone's guess how long it would take to exhaust the paper he carried. In the deep of night, a brilliant moon hung in the sky. Inside a 2-story villa at 4U Road, London, Harry lay on a small bed tucked within a cupboard, gazing at the wooden staircase above. Excitement coursed through him as he anticipated a trip to the zoo the following day. After all these years, his aunt and uncle rarely took him out. The rickety bed could hardly be called a bed. It was merely a plank forcefully wedged into the cupboard. Had he been even slightly taller, it would have been impossible for him to lie flat on this bed. He hurried to the bathroom, anxious to return to sleep, lest he fail to wake up in time for tomorrow's adventure. Donning the glasses perched atop a small cabinet above his head, Harry Potter quietly opened the cupboard door and stepped out. He refrained from turning on the light, relying solely on the faint moonlight streaming through the window as he made his way to the bathroom. Upon reaching the door, he swung it open, and a bizarre world unfolded before him. The entire realm appeared to be composed of blocks, trees made of blocks, animals fashioned for blocks, houses built of blocks, and blocky figures congregating, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. That moment, he spotted a normal-looking human standing before a group of block figures, raising a green object and proclaiming loudly words he could not comprehend. I currently possess 10 emeralds, which certainly cannot satisfy the needs of all of you. However, I can exchange emeralds for the 10 villagers with the highest energy values. Rest assured, I will honor your energy values. Yet, my capabilities are limited, so I have decided to prioritize the top 10 villagers with the most energy values each day. Fear not. As long as you all put in the effort, we shall all have a bright future. Harry stood there, mesmerized by the scene before him, cautiously stepping onto the ground of the primary world. Is this a dream? Gazing at the jubilant villagers, Harry found it impossible to discern whether this spectacle was reality or mere illusion. Yang Tao calculated the energy values based on the various blocks submitted by the villagers, while the librarian stood by, diligently recording each villager's energy value. The number of villagers was not large, so it did not take long for Yang Tao to select the 10 villagers with the highest energy values, solemnly handing them the emeralds. Work diligently, and once your energy values accumulate sufficiently, I shall allocate you a spacious area to build new homes. As for when the energy values will be deemed sufficient, that is for me to decide. However, observing the villagers' deeply moved expressions, Yang Tao felt that his talent for grand promises had matured. Who are you? Harry suddenly heard a soft voice beside him, jolting him back to reality. However, he scanned his surroundings but could not locate the source of the voice. How rude of you. I'm down here. Down here? Harry looked down to see a round, pink, peculiar creature standing at his feet, resembling a piglet a few months old, but without a pig's snout and sporting strange tentacles on its head. Are you the one speaking? Of course, you still haven't answered my question. Who are you? And how did you end up in my house? Harry crouched to observe the creature, which was so adorable that even an adult would find it hard to resist. Is this your home? I'm not quite sure how I got here. I just wanted to use the bathroom. Meanwhile, Harry's mind raced with the notion that he must be dreaming. After all, how could a talking pig possibly exist? Yet he had no desire to awaken, for he felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness at that moment. The pink creature with its pure black eyes continued. What is your name? I am Harry. Harry Potter. As Harry reached out to touch the creature's head, body, a deep male voice interrupted from beside him. Harry Potter. If I were you, I wouldn't casually touch unfamiliar creatures, especially not the Dige Beast. Its sharp teeth will reveal the ferocity hidden beneath its endearing exterior. A pair of large hands scooped up the Dige Beast. Hearing the voice, Harry looked up to see Yang Tao, who had just been speaking with the block figures, standing beside him, a broad smile on his face. Hello, do you know me? Haha, I heard your introduction just now. Even if you hadn't introduced yourself, I would still know your name. With his tousled black hair and round glasses, his ill-fitting pajamas draping over slender frame. Yang Tao recognized without needing to pull back Harry's hair to see the lightning-shaped scar. He was indeed the illustrious Harry Potter. Yang Tao gazed into Harry's bright green eyes, his heart swelling with emotion. He had never imagined that Harry Potter would arrive in the primary world. After all, Harry was still just shy of 11 years old. He had thought that upgrading the primary world and providing these simple-minded villagers with resources would prevent any new connections to other worlds. Yet here he was, 2 days later, witnessing this unexpected delay. Welcome to the primary world, Harry Potter. Primary world? What a marvelous dream, Harry murmured softly, prompting Yang Tao to chuckle. Harry, this is not a dream. This is my world. Not a dream. If you don't believe me, you can pinch yourself hard. Upon hearing this, Harry extended his hand and pinched his arm with force. The jarring pain jolted him awake, and he gasped in surprise. There's no need to be so forceful. Sir, did you bring me here? Can I go back? I still want to go to the zoo tomorrow. The zoo? Yang Tao observed Harry's demeanor and connected the dots. It was indeed the eve of the plot's commencement. Of course, you can return. Just pass through the wooden door behind you, and you'll find yourself back where you came from. However, Harry, would you like to become my magical advisor? The magical prowess exhibited in Harry Potter's world was decidedly unimpressive. A single spell failed to even level Hogwarts. Laughs, meteor showers, apocalyptic judgments, earthquakes, black holes, superdimensional slashes, and the calamities of the undead were all absent. Yet, the core power of certain spells was undeniably formidable, resembling an invocation of the very forces of reality. However, the leisurely trajectories and their conspicuous colors were weaknesses, and the absence of wands for casting spells, as well as silent incantations, were prerequisites for any true wizard to be. By the time you draw your wand, my AR-15 would have already unleashed a full magazine of bullets. Reality is not a comic. Who would grant you the time to finish your incantations? Magical advisor. Me. Harry struggled to reconcile those two terms. I don't know any magic. I'm just an ordinary person. Observing Harry's bewilderment, Yang Tao smiled and said, No, no, no. You simply have yet to discover your own uniqueness. Although Harry's talent can only be deemed average, he is undeniably blessed with the aura of a protagonist. In fact, among his peers, the most gifted individual is undoubtedly Miss Hermione Granger, whose remarkable diligence and innate ability are commendable. However, her tendency to become fixated on achieving perfection across all fronts blinds her to the limitations of human energy. This is precisely why, in certain respects, Harry appears to surpass Hermione significantly later on. Yang Tao pondered the exhilarating possibilities of employing tracking spells on grenades, broadsword mines, missiles, and intercontinental ballistic missiles. Furthermore, the applications of enlargement and duplication spells, even when cast upon grenades without altering their power, could yield unparalleled effects. Imagine a grenade the size of a basketball soaring toward you, only to explode mid-air, dispersing dozens or even hundreds of smaller grenades. The imagery is simply breathtaking. Additionally, various defensive spells, when applied to bulletproof vests or armor, would undoubtedly enhance their protective capabilities by several levels. You are an exceptionally talented wizard, endowed with remarkable gifts, but most importantly, you possess a heart eager for exploration. Harry, I hold you in the highest regard. Harry had never before been so esteemed, and as he faced Yang Tao's string of encouraging words, his cheeks flushed with a warmth that was not merely shyness, but rather a surge of fervor. What must I do to become a wizard? He inquired It is quite simple. You merely need to wait. Wait? Indeed, on the day of your birthday, you will be introduced to an entirely new world. At that moment, you shall become a true wizard. His birthday? Harry was only 5 weeks younger than Dudley Dursley, which meant he had just over a month to wait. A mysterious chord within him resonated as he gazed into the kind smile of the man before him. If I truly can become a wizard, I believe I would like to be your magical advisor, he declared. Yang Tao nodded gently, a smile gracing his lips. Congratulations! Before even graduating, you have secured a position that many would envy. Since this is a job, I shall pay you a salary. Do you have any desires or wishes? I can convert them into the amount of time you'll need to work to repay me. Harry lowered his head in contemplation, while Yang Tao stood quietly, gently stroking the sleeping Digimon in his arms. He no longer hoped that the slothful Digimon would evolve into an angelic creature. He merely wished for it to evolve into something less abstract. After a few minutes, Harry raised his gaze to Yang Tao and said, I wish to leave the Dursleys' home. I want my own house. Yang Tao paused, taken aback. While watching the film, he hadn't perceived Harry's life as particularly miserable. However, hearing Harry express a desire for a home revealed that his childhood was far more tragic than he had imagined. Very well, consider this your onboarding benefit. You may return to sleep now. Give me 2 days, and I shall arrange everything. Yang Tao conjured a door key from thin air and solemnly handed it to Harry, instructing, if you wish to return to this world, simply hold the key tightly and envision opening the door. It will summon a wooden door that leads here. Harry, still unacquainted with the magical realm, was profoundly astonished by the suddenly materialized key. Grasping the key given by Yang Tao, he returned home, his mind blank as he stood quietly at the restroom door. This is not a dream. Suddenly, the urge to relieve himself struck, prompting Harry to turn and open the restroom door once more. This time, however, he was met not with the enchanting world, but rather the familiar sight of his own restroom. The world of wizards? Harry's universe was indeed fascinating, and he wondered whether exploring it would unveil some magical-related modules. Harry's narrative world was not expansive. Even with an excessive budget, it barely encompassed the size of Europe. Yang Tao placed the slumbering Digimon in its nest before moving to an open area nearby. He began constructing a framework 3 blocks high using round stones. Then, he retrieved his secret weapon, The water-dripping stone cone comprised three forms: stalactites, stalagmites, and stone pillars. When a lava source block and a water source block were placed atop the stalactite, water and lava droplets would drip down into the brewing pot below, regardless of latitude. This mechanism would allow for an infinite supply of lava, albeit at a slow pace. Yang Tao meticulously crafted 50 automatic lava production devices in one breath, pouring the lava refined by the troublesome Dr. Agasa into the top of the stalactite. He watched with satisfaction as lava droplets began to form below. Although it was not as swift as the cauldron in the realm of creation, it boasted the advantage of zero consumption. Hero! Hero! Several villagers rushed toward him, brandishing the corpse of a hound from their backpacks. The monsters are formidable, even stronger than zombies. They are nearly as fearsome as raiders. Are raiders that strong? I have not heard of such. No worries, their numbers are scarce. Just stay close to the iron golem that, if possible, arm yourselves with equipment and weapons. The villagers exchanged glances. Hero, may we use some materials to craft equipment? Yang Tao generously replied. Feel free to use anything except gold. Currently, the most abundant materials in the chest were iron and copper, while gold was scarce, and there was no stable source for it, hence Yang Tao's restriction. Thank you, Hero. The villagers departed excitedly, heading back to their village. Yang Tao paid them no mind. As long as there was a daily influx of energy, he was content, after organizing the items in his backpack. He made his way to the wooden door leading to the world of Harry Potter, and that this is his residence. Yang Tao appeared at the restroom door, surrounded by darkness that evoked a sense of returning to the backroom. Using the moonlight filtering through the window, he surveyed the Dursley's environment, a quintessential middle-class household. The house was luxurious yet cramped, cluttered with haphazard decorations and knickknacks. Yang Tao was not particularly fond of this style of decor. He preferred a more minimalist environment, much like his office on level 4, which featured simple furniture paired with some electrical appliances and greenery, an ideal setting for him. First, he needed to find a way to acquire some currency. In modern society, money may not be everything, but lacking it is utterly untenable. The following day, Yang Tao strolled through the streets of London, which, unlike its future state, was not marred by filth and disorder. Instead, it exuded remnants of the aristocratic aura of the British Empire. Regrettably, this atmosphere may not be sustained for long. Occasionally, he encountered strikingly attractive women clad in tight sportswear, wearing headphones as they passed by, allowing Yang Tao to experience a glimpse of the allure of foreign lands. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm, but these early worms had arrived in London's most opulent financial district, where banks and pawn shops lined the streets. Upon locating a pawn shop named Harvey Thompson, he entered. The patrons here appeared polished and affluent, their outward appearances betraying no signs of financial distress. Having had previous experiences, Yang Tao was no longer curious. These individuals were indeed perceived as high-income earners by the average person. However, they lacked the savings habit, often pawning watches or jewelry for a few weeks only to redeem them on payday. Approaching the counter designated for precious metals, Yang Tao gently tapped on the desk. Hello, I would like to sell some gold. Gold is universally recognized as hard currency. After some time, Yang Tao left the pawn shop with a suitcase full of cash. Unfortunately, he had no identification. Fortunately, the Harvey Thompson pawn shop was large enough to overlook his meager gold's origins, though the price he received was somewhat low. Hailing a taxi by the roadside, he opened the door and stated, "Please take me to the largest law firm in the area." The greatest cost-performance ratio does not necessarily equate to the best, yet their capabilities are undoubtedly formidable. Upon entering the law firm, Yang Tao was instantly awestruck by the grandeur of the DSAR, simultaneously realizing that the instruments of manipulation here were likely exceptionally sharp. Soon, a young woman clad in professional attire approached him. Her sleek bob gave her an air of competence. "Good day, sir. May I assist you with a consultation regarding custody rights? I can connect you with a lawyer who specializes in this area." The OL maintained her professional smile, extending her hand courteously as she spoke. "Of course, no problem at all. Please follow me. Lawyer Kelly has no appointments today and is quite adept in matters of child custody." Yang Tao nodded with a smile, trailing behind the OL to an office door. She knocked lightly, and a distinctly feminine voice resonated from within. "Lawyer Kelly, a gentleman has come to inquire about child custody." The British legal system retains many feudal traditions, characterized by a strict hierarchy. Lawyers are categorized into two main types: solicitors and barristers. The individual before him, lawyer Kelly, was merely an ordinary solicitor in her 40s. Yang Tao had yet to encounter a barrister. Upon entering the office, Kelly stood to shake Yang Tao's hand, swiftly introducing herself. The OL, at Yang Tao's request, brought a glass of iced water before departing the office. "Mr. Yang, please feel free to express your concerns." Yang Tao smiled gently as he recounted Harry's situation to the man before him, emphasizing that this was the child's plea. Concurrently, he hoped the lawyer could assist him in resolving his identity issues. "Mr. Yang, this matter may pose some challenges that, as you mentioned, Mr. Harry Potter is currently only 11 years old, and the Dursleys are his only relatives. Securing custody will not be a simple endeavor. However, I could negotiate with the Child Protection Agency to compel the Dursleys to improve Harry's living conditions." Upon hearing Kelly's words, Yang Tao placed his suitcase on his lap, and with a soft click, opened it to reveal stacks of pound notes. He extracted a thick bundle and placed it on the table, stating, "This represents my sincere offer of 100,000. I believe this should facilitate Harry's escape from that dismal household. The lawyers in this place garner a respectable income, with Kelly earning at least 50,000 annually, and that is merely for the upcoming year." Kelly glanced at the cash on the table, a glint of interest flashing in her eyes. "Indeed, Mr. Yang, you appear to be a compassionate individual. It is fortunate for Harry to meet you. If matters can be settled with money, then let it be so. This approach is certainly preferable to brandishing a supernova shotgun at Vernon Dursley, demanding, 'Hand over Harry for my custody.' Although, this scenario does seem rather amusing." After returning to the main world, Yang Tao suddenly recalled something. "It seems the magma is sufficient now. Can I construct a nether portal?" The original Minecraft possesses 3 dimensions: the main world where he currently resides, the nether filled with lava and nether rock, and the end, home to the Ender Dragon. By utilizing 10 obsidian blocks in the main world, one can create a portal frame, which can be activated with a flint and steel to access the nether. He proceeded towards the infinite magma device he had constructed the previous night. Upon arrival, he noticed several cauldrons filled with magma. The efficiency is quite acceptable. Yang Tao transferred all the magma into barrels. Surveying the surroundings for a suitable location to construct the nether portal that moment, he noticed a group of villagers gathered around an iron golem, which piqued his curiosity. Why were they neglecting their work to congregate around the iron golem? As he approached the villagers, Yang Tao discerned some oddities. That a mutated iron golem, with health points of 150, stood before him. Iron Brother, with 150 health points. Upon seeing him, the villagers parted to create a path. What is happening here? The mutated iron golem's appearance was not drastically different from that of a regular iron golem. The vines had vanished, replaced by copper-colored patterns. Its formerly elongated arms now ended in hands, although it possessed only 4 fingers, overall resembling a standard iron golem, albeit with increased health. "Brave one, we believe the monsters of that world are too powerful. The original iron golem lacks sufficient strength. Thus, we contemplated enhancing its capabilities." A weaponsmith villager stepped forward, with others nodding in agreement, like chickens pecking at grains. Yang Tao thought, "You find the iron golem weak, so you enhance it. You now perceive me as weak?" He vowed never to underestimate these somewhat foolish villagers again. Observing the iron golem's form, he reached out and began to explore it inquisitively, inquiring, "Can it become even stronger? Perhaps a titan iron golem?" The villagers exchanged disdainful glances at his words. Another villager, a blacksmith, interjected, "The iron golem cannot be significantly enhanced currently, mainly due to the lack of materials. However, we can craft armor for it to bolster its defenses." Yang Tao, feeling something amiss with the iron golem's metallic body, pondered, "If it is purely metallic, how can it wear armor? If I layered 10 suits of armor on it, would it not become invincible? Or could I fabricate an entire suit of armor from shields, rendering it impervious to all attacks? You may proceed with your plans and inform me once completed," he instructed, with 150 health points. The iron golem was commendable, yet not particularly helpful. As he pondered this, he noticed the blacksmith, standing near the scorched furnace, approaching with an enormous cleaver, at least 20 centimeters wide. Iron Brother extended its four-fingered metallic hand to accept the massive cleaver. Slinging it over its back, Yang Tao glanced at Iron Brother, sensing an unusual ferocity about IT can wield weapons. He could only wonder how far this iron golem could advance. However, with its 150 health points, it would succumb to just 3 or 4 shotgun blasts. Shaking his head, he turned away, seeking an appropriate spot to dig up 2 grass blocks using an iron shovel. Currently, he lacked a diamond pickaxe or a blacksmith-grade obsidian pickaxe, rendering him incapable of breaking obsidian. Thus, he opted for the most economical method to construct the nether portal. When lava source blocks come into contact with water, they transform into obsidian. Utilizing this principle, he could easily create a nether portal without a diamond pickaxe. Without any errors, the purple-black portal frame materialized on the grass. He wondered what the nether would be like. Retrieving a flint and steel from his backpack, he aimed it at the obsidian, mentally reciting the incantation for activation. With a crackle, a flicker of flame ignited, and the purple portal emerged within the frame. Yang Tao gazed at the swirling portal, inhaling deeply as he retrieved his shield and the cloud he had acquired from the backroom. This way, even if the nether proved barren, he would not fall into the void. Nether, here I come. Within the depths of his heart, he murmured as he strode boldly into the portal. In an instant, a violet radiance engulfed his vision, its intensity gradually deepening. 0.3 seconds later, the purple hue began to wane, allowing Yang Tao to faintly discern the crimson scenery outside. Taking a step forward, he emerged from the obsidian portal, revealing an awe-inspiring vista before him. This was a world composed of countless dark red nether rocks, with luminescent glowstone hanging from the vaulted ceiling of the nether. Upon closer inspection, he could also spot some nether gold ore and nether quartz adorning the nether rocks. Streams of lava cascaded from above, forming pillars of molten rock that ultimately merged into the sea of lava below. Yang Tao's jaw dropped in astonishment. The scene before him was far more breathtaking than anything in the game, evoking a profound sense of insignificance. Yet, there was something even more significant. In the distance, a creature of pure white floated in mid-air. Aghast, the nether could spawn monsters? Yang Tao felt an exhilarating thrill akin to discovering a wad of cash on the street upon seeing the ghast. The ghast was a massive, levitating, hostile entity that launched fireballs at players that resembled a white jellyfish, commonly found in the nether, and was one of its primary inhabitants. Its face bore gray patterns, giving it the appearance of weeping, which was indeed the case. The materials it dropped upon death, known as gas tears, attested to this. The ability to spawn monsters in this world was an entirely different realm, and in his heart, the concept of an efficient mob farm began to take shape, that, if successful, it would allow for a steady supply of essential resources. A piercing wail erupted from the ghast, a sound that could jolt Yang Tao from his slumber if heard in the dead of night. Such audacity from a mere ghast. The ghast cry signaled the onset of its attack as a fireball, the size of a human head, was expelled toward his position. However, Yang Tao was already poised with his combat banner, ready to swing as if playing baseball. Begone! With a resounding thud, the combat banner struck the fireball with precision, sending it hurtling back toward the ghast at an accelerated speed. The relatively sluggish ghast was directly hit, obliterated in an explosion, and a handful of materials and experience orbs rained down into the molten lake below. Indeed, the ghast proved to be a laborious foe with minimal rewards. Yang Tao scoffed, surveying his surroundings. Just as he turned, a pillar constructed from dark red bricks caught his eye. Could this be the Nether Fortress? Was his luck truly this good? The Nether Fortress, also known as the Nether Bastion, was a naturally occurring structure within the Nether. Its architecture featured bridges of nether bricks, nether brick fences, and nether brick stairs, with blaze spawners frequently found within. Moreover, it was one of the rare locations to find netherwort. Was the path to potion brewing about to commence? Netherwort formed the foundation of most potions. Without it, the hope of brewing was virtually non-existent, and it grew rapidly, allowing for trade with villagers for emeralds. Approaching the towering nether brick pillar, Yang Tao felt its imposing height, far surpassing the mere tens of meters depicted in the game. Yet considering the peril of climbing 12 stories without protection, it felt like a death-defying endeavor. He took out his pickaxe and began to excavate within the pillar, easing his trepidation. Placing a torch to dispel the darkness, which barely illuminated the spiral staircase with its 8 lumens, he continued upward, just as he neared the summit. A cacophony of clattering echoed through the air, prompting Yang Tao to halt and glance at his minimap. A black skull icon materialized on the screen. Wither skeleton. This unique nether creature inflicted a 10-second withering effect upon attacking. A toxic affliction that could prove fatal to players. That IT transformed the heart-shaped life indicator into a shadowy black and inflicted continuous damage over time. Defeating it yielded bones, coal, and the rare wither skull, along with wither bones from Tinker's Construct, making it a treasure trove. Most notably, it stood a towering 2.5 meters tall. Yang Tao merely needed to construct a 2-meter space. The wither skeleton would be left with no choice but to concede. With a resounding bang, his brand-new supernova shotgun unleashed a barrage of pellets that struck the wither skeleton, shattering its form into a cascade of bones. Did it feel as though he were wielding cheats in this game? The wither skeleton, possessing a mere 20 health points, seemed to challenge. Put down your gun if you dare. Collecting the bones and coal dropped by the wither skeleton, Yang Tao pressed deeper into the nether fortress. The oppressive dark red bricks casting a heavy atmosphere. Compared to the psychological implications of the Backrooms, it was equally disquieting. Yet fortune smiled upon him as he soon encountered another creature. With a grunt, he fired again. The zombie pigman collapsed to the ground. The decaying skin of the zombie pigman was so ravaged that the white bones beneath were visible through the wounds on its skull. In the game, such details were less pronounced, but in the real world, the monster's model was far more intricate, particularly those hollow, pale eyes. How had this once whimsical sandbox game transformed into a horror experience? Yang Tao felt this creature ranked just below the skin stealers and limb clusters from the Backrooms. Even the dog-headed hunters paled in comparison, especially when juxtaposed with the zombie pigmen charging at him in a frenzy, driven by the attack on their kind. With a cacophony of zombie pigmen cries echoing throughout the nether fortress, Yang Tao stood ready with a shotgun. Pulling the trigger, yet another zombie pigman fell before him. Alas, the monsters in this world possessed various flaws. However, they were uniformly fearless that a throng of over a dozen zombie pigmen surged toward him, but one by one, they fell beneath his relentless fire as he reloaded his shotgun. He murmured, "I don't wish to do this. It's your gold that tempts me to end the game." He would have dismissed the gold in the nether, and he had no inclination to even glance at the nether gold or... Yet, with the safety net of the real world, he refused to let a single gold nugget slip away. Faint gurgling and the sound of bubbling lava reached his ears. Just ahead lay the interior of the nether fortress. It held the promise of randomly spawning chests, but most importantly, it was where he could find netherwort planted on soul sand blocks. Gripping his fully loaded shotgun, he ventured into the structure built from nether bricks. In the center of the room stood a lava well, the source of the sounds he had heard earlier as the magma bubbled and churned. The dimly lit space was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, obscuring his vision. Proceeding further, he encountered a staircase leading deeper into the fortress. The stairs were wide but excessively steep, resembling the kind of design that made ascending a challenge. This was the standard for staircases in the game. As he descended, Yang Tao was greeted with enthusiasm. Fireballs zipped toward him at high speed. At a glance, these fireballs appeared similar to those of the Ghast, yet they possessed entirely different characteristics: smaller, faster, and more numerous. Moreover, they could not be deflected. However, these fireballs could be blocked by a shield that, in the blink of an eye, his combat banner, an M500 revolver materialized in his hands. 2 fireballs whizzed past him, one striking his combat banner with precision. The assailant was yet another type of nether creature. A blaze. Blazes sported square heads and lacked limbs. Instead, their appendages resembled jellyfish tentacles. However, they were not connected to the skull. Several elongated limbs whirled incessantly around the head of the Flame Man. The flames that had engulfed the Flame Man after his recent attack had vanished, seizing the opportunity while the Flame Man's attack was on cooldown. Yang Tao raised his gun and squeezed the trigger. With 2 light shots, he depleted the health bar above his opponent's head. Approaching to absorb the experience points into his body, Yang Tao glanced at the desolate ground and remarked, "Not even a single flame rod to spare? It seems that after finding diamonds this time, I must first enchant my weapon to acquire some looting attributes that I wonder if I can enchant firearms." Continuing his exploration deeper, he passed a crossroads, where two chests appeared at the furthest corners of the side corridors. These were naturally generated treasure chests within the nether fortresses, almost always present in such locations. Though one's luck could be so abysmal that they might find nothing at all. After all, anything is possible in my world. Oh wow, two chests right off the bat. Yang Tao exclaimed joyfully as he beheld the chests on either side, devoid of any compulsion towards indecision. Thus, he headed straight towards the corridor where wither skeletons were spawning. Bang, bang. A chest guarded by monsters was sure to yield diamonds, effortlessly dispatching a group of wither skeletons. He incredulously picked up a pitch-black skull that had dropped on the ground, its cubic form feeling quite substantial in his hand. A wither skeleton skull? To have slain merely 4 wither skeletons and obtained a skull was nothing short of extraordinary luck. Excitedly, he dashed towards the chest, eager to open it while fortune was on his side. With a creak, the chest opened, and as he gazed at the page that emerged, Yang Tao nearly erupted into cheers. Though the contents were few, they were diverse, and included 2 diamonds that Yang Tao had longed for. Holding the azure diamonds in his hand, he suddenly understood the villagers' feelings when they encountered emeralds. Previously, while playing on the server, he had even sold his own flesh for diamonds. 20 diamonds for 1 hour. Diamonds 2, nether warts 3, golden horse armor 1, gold ingots 4, gold chest plate 1. These were all the items he had acquired from the chest. Satisfied, Yang Tao used his axe to break down the chest, stowing it away in his backpack. With enough diamonds in hand, he resolved to craft an enchanting table first. The books he had procured in the Resident Evil world were sufficient to create a 30-level enchanting bookshelf. Continuing forward led to a dead end, so Yang Tao turned back towards his previous path, intending to clear the nether fortress before returning home to craft the enchanting table and bookshelves. Whether it was good luck or bad, upon his return he spotted a zombie pigman that had spawned in the corridor. Let us hope this is a good omen. With a single shot, he eliminated the unsuspecting zombie pigman, collecting the experience orbs, rotten flesh, and gold nuggets that had dropped. The sounds of numerous zombie pigmen echoed through the walls, creating an unsettling atmosphere in the dimly lit surroundings. Indeed, my world is a horror game. Approaching, he opened a chest, thought, "No diamonds." But the gold within still pleased Yang Tao immensely. In the overworld at the crafting table, Yang Tao retrieved 4 obsidian blocks and 2 diamonds along with a book, everything necessary for crafting the enchanting table. First, he decided to test it with iron armor. Due to the Tinker's Construct mod, the various tools in his backpack were no longer suitable for the enchanting table. The enchanting attributes of Tinkers were governed by their own unique system. By expending the requisite materials and enhancement slots, one could acquire the desired attributes. However, the basic version of Tinkers did not provide enough enhancement slots. He placed the enchanting table in an open area and arranged the bookshelves around it. As some nonsensical characters floated from the shelves into the enchanting table, simultaneously, the book hovering above the enchanting table slowly opened towards Yang Tao's position. It certainly looks promising. I hope your enchantments are just as good. Opening the enchanting table interface, he placed the handgun and lapis lazuli he had prepared into the workstation. Consuming experience, level 1 power I, level 2 power 2, level 3 power 4. Yang Tao watched the attributes appear on the enchanting table. Pursing his lips, it turned out that handguns were enchanted in accordance with bow attributes. Level 4 power was already quite impressive. Now, he awaited any additional enchantments. With a thought, 3 levels of experience instantly vanished. The M500, with its gleaming silver body, radiated a purple aura. Yang Tao eagerly retrieved it from the enchanting table to examine its attributes. Smith Wesson M500, Power 4, Flame Arrow I, Damage 34 with 2 attributes. Yang Tao's anxious heart finally settled. In the end, it still wouldn't grant me infinity, would it? The power attribute increases arrow damage by 25 level 1, meaning level 4 power adds 125. The higher the base value, the greater the damage. The vanilla bow has a minimum damage of 2 when drawn and a maximum of 10 when fully charged, and the power enchantment isn't that overpowered. However, Yang Tao's M500 already had a base damage of 15. And with the power enchantment, it could be considered explosively enhanced. Let us try the shotgun next. He reopened the enchanting table and placed his favorite Nova shotgun inside, but he was soon astounded by the enchanting attributes that appeared. Consuming experience level 3 infinity. What an exhilarating prospect. To hesitate for even a second would be to disrespect the infinity attribute. Nova shotgun, power 4, flame arrow I, infinity, damage per projectile. 13, number of projectiles per shot. 15. The enchanting table had bestowed upon him all the attributes it could offer in one go. Within a 3-meter range, 195 points of damage was enough to make even the weaker entities in the backrooms understand what equality meant. Would this not allow him to dominate the earlier layers of the backrooms? In reality, as long as those overpowering entities were absent, he could already stride confidently through the initial layers of the backrooms. He proceeded to enchant the gear he had on. After this series of enchantments, Yang Tao had indeed exchanged a mere bird gun for cannon-like firepower, though it cost a significant amount of experience and lapis lazuli. He still needed to find a way to increase the librarian's attributes, as relying solely on the enchanting table was insufficient. Looking at his iron pickaxe with only 3 durability attributes, Yang Tao felt as if his luck had been entirely spent. Perhaps I should go fishing. In my world, fishing can yield fish, treasures, and junk, with treasures including enchanting books. Though the chances were exceedingly slim, Yang Tao was not fond of such a frustrating feeling, just as he pondered how to extract more value from the villagers. Conan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, pushed open the wooden door and entered the overworld. Hearing the noise, he looked up at Conan and was startled by his current appearance. What the heck? Did Rand really go that far? Rushing forward, he asked Conan, "You've had a hard time." Conan replied, "Rand wouldn't let me sleep at all last night. She dragged me into a conversation about my transformation for the entire night." "Huh, is that all?" Conan noticed Yang Tao's expression, which suggested he hadn't heard the gossip, and helplessly said, "If your Digimon doesn't evolve into an evil Digimon, I suspect something went wrong." After waking from his stupor last night, he had already returned home, and he had been changed into pajamas. The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with Rand's meaningful gaze, which still sent chills down his spine. Yang Tao was indifferent to Conan's sharp tongue and offered him a bottle of almond water from his backpack. "You don't seem to be in good shape. Drink some of this." Conan gently nodded in gratitude, then extended his hand to receive the almond water, exclaiming with a sense of wonder, "This is truly remarkable. Even though I am not particularly fond of the almond flavor, I find this almond water to be exceedingly practical." "Like it?" Yang Tao replied with a hint of amusement on his face. "Would you be interested in exploring it yourself? You might even stumble upon treasures that could aid you in solving cases. And at the very least, you could secure a bottle of almond water as a consolation prize." That he then recalled the allure of level 4 and various electronic devices, such as advanced computers, printers, and particularly comfortable office chairs. "As long as you can find them, you may bring back anything you see." Conan, however, remained unmoved by Yang Tao's enticing words, fixing his gaze upon him as he said, "Is a place like the backroom accessible to someone like me? I am merely a high school student with a penchant for deduction, and I certainly do not wish to find myself one day with you pondering the cause of my demise." Perhaps it was due to the fear of his true identity being discovered by Rand, but Conan now bore a somewhat resigned attitude, lacking the previous politeness he had shown towards Yang Tao. Yang Tao, on the other hand, found satisfaction in this change, for the more courteous one was, the less likely they were to become a true friend, that if you do not wish to venture there on your own, that is fine. I can take you for a visit when I have the time. There are some levels I find quite fascinating. Conan took a large sip of the almond water. "Tomorrow is the New Year festival. Are you coming?" At this point, Conan himself felt it was excessive to be discussing the New Year festival so soon after summer vacation. His life resembled Martin's mornings, each day beginning anew. Yang Tao shook his head lightly. "Forget it. Such sudden temporal leaps inevitably lead to murders occurring. Accompany you to witness a corpse? I'm not that morbid." His words plunged Conan into silence. As he sipped the almond water slowly. After a moment he inquired, "Can I prevent others from being killed?" "Absolutely. Without a doubt," Yang Tao asserted with confidence. "However, I cannot guarantee that other murders will not occur. Do not forget what happened last night. 4 to 5 consecutive murders. Even if these incidents were mere coincidences, they are enough to send a chill down Conan's spine. Must I merely watch them die? Do you think detectives enjoy deduction without subconsciously believing someone will be murdered? Your existence serves to fight for those who cannot speak. This phrase struck a familiar chord in Yang Tao, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. Ionia, undying and resplendent. Conan, the human heart is inscrutable, even if one lived a life of malevolence. Yet upon death, they become merely a corpse. Your duty is to give voice to that corpse. Conan, being exceptionally clever, quickly grasped Yang Tao's meaning and accepted this perspective, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Thank you. You are right. Even in my absence, homicides will continue to transpire. What I can do is ensure that the perpetrator faces justice. As for the rest, that is beyond my concern," he spoke. Conan solemnly bowed to Yang Tao. Yang Tao nodded with a smile that if only there were more Conans in Neon. As Yang Tao conversed with Conan, he spread the soul sand he had acquired from his backpack onto the ground. The brown soul sand appeared quite imposing, its surface adorned with numerous twisted faces, as if souls were trapped within, emitting cries of despair. Conan observed the faces in the soul sand with earnest curiosity, remarking, "How astonishing! This substance can actually grow faces of suffering. Were it not for the uniformity of these blocks, I would question whether there are truly souls within." Yang Tao, with an enigmatic smile, replied in a calm tone, "Do you think it possible that this soul sand is made from human souls? I specifically brought this back as a specialty from the shores of the lava sea in the underworld. This soul sand, formed from concentrated souls, is perfect for cultivating hellish warts." As he spoke, Yang Tao retrieved the hellish warts from his backpack, and, with a silent incantation to plant, the bright red warts appeared atop the soul sand like grotesque tumors. "Conan, I'm done. I want to go home." Yang Tao chuckled softly. "I was just teasing you. I have no idea how this soul sand is formed. It is merely a special soil for planting crops." After planting the hellish warts, Yang Tao took out some glass from his box and began his alchemical endeavors. Throughout the process, Conan followed Yang Tao with keen curiosity, ultimately gazing at the bubbling liquid in the alchemical apparatus. "Yang, you now resemble a legendary wizard, just missing a wizard's hat and robe." Yang Tao glanced at Conan and replied, "A wizard? If a wizard's potion-making could match my efficiency, they would surely wake up laughing in their dreams. Snape, you have no flaws in your statement." Soon, the originally blue liquid in the alchemical apparatus transformed into a vibrant orange yellow, appearing as if it were glowing. Conan, absorbed in his concentration, was startled by the sudden change of the potion. Yang Tao approached, extracted the liquid, and tossed it into his backpack before refilling the apparatus with new water and hellish warts, the bubbling sound resuming. "What was the purpose of that orange-yellow liquid?" Conan inquired. Yang Tao pulled out a fire resistance potion from his backpack and explained, as the name suggests, "Drinking this will grant you resistance against fire damage. Care to give it a try?" This concoction is quite inexpensive, requiring only a bottle of water, a hellish wort, and a magma paste, all of which are renewable resources. Conan promptly declined Yang Tao's offer, feeling that Yang Tao always wanted him to engage in perilous activities. Just then, a wooden door on the wall swung open once more, and Harry Potter stepped in the main world from behind it. It was Conan's first encounter with Harry Potter, prompting him to curiously size up the other boy. "Hello, Sir, may I ask, was it you who brought the lawyer?" Yang Tao waved at Harry, who stood at a distance. "What do you think of this arrangement? As long as you nod, you can leave your aunt's house." "I'm not sure. Initially, I was eager to leave the Dursleys, but for some reason, I'm feeling hesitant now. Children often struggle to adjust when suddenly departing from a place they have inhabited for nearly 12 years. Yang Tao could empathize with that feeling. After all, he had once run away from home as a child, circling around his house for hours, too scared to venture far, yet unwilling to return home. Ultimately, it was his mother who, unable to bear it any longer, came out and brought him back. This matter is quite easily resolved. He turned to Conan and asked, "Would you like to experience the world of wizards?" "Wizards?" Conan looked at Yang Tao with skepticism. He had just mentioned the word wizard, and now Yang Tao wanted to take him to this so-called wizarding world. He sensed a trap. Yet human curiosity is not to be underestimated. After some contemplation, he eventually nodded and said, "All right, I will go." The three of them stepped through the wooden door into Harry Potter's world. This time, they emerged in the backyard of the Dursleys' home, and their arrival did not attract the attention of anyone inside. The garden in the Dursleys' backyard was meticulously maintained, with shelves brimming with flowers, and a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the sweet fragrance of blossoms. Yang Tao glanced at the house and quietly inquired, "What is the situation now? Has the lawyer left?" Harry shook his head slightly. "I don't know at the moment. Just now, the Child Protection Agency, the lawyer, and the police came together. They mentioned revoking Vernon and Petunia's guardianship over me. They inspected my living conditions and issued a document, and now only the lawyer is left inside, discussing the matter with them. When I left, the lawyer was still in the house, but now I am uncertain." Having grasped the current situation, Yang Tao gently nodded and approached the front door of the small villa. He extended his hand and pressed the doorbell. The crisp chime resonated, followed swiftly by the sound of footsteps within. The door was soon opened by a middle-aged woman who appeared before Yang Tao. She was a slender blonde woman with pale eyes, currently gazing at Yang Tao with a mix of confusion and wariness. "Who are you?" "I'm a friend of Harry Potter, and I'm also his future employer and guardian. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Dursley." Upon hearing Yang Tao's self-introduction, Aunt Petunia's expression soured, and her voice turned exceedingly sharp. "It's you. This is all you're doing." "Indeed," Yang Tao admitted candidly, casting a glance around at the house. "Mrs. Petunia, I trust you would not wish for the neighbors to become aware of any peculiar happenings here. Would you?" Petunia's face flushed crimson, akin to a chicken with its neck grasped, rendered momentarily speechless. Yang Tao's lips curled into a faint smile as he strode into the house, prompting Petunia, rigid with tension, to step aside. Conan merely regarded her with a sidelong glance before following Yang Tao inside. Once inside, Yang Tao did not see the lawyer, but was confronted by a visibly enraged Vernon. "Who the hell are you, and why?" "Shut your mouth. I am here to inform you that, starting today, we are neighbors." Of Vernon's face turned shade of deep crimson, his little mustache twitching comically as he glared at Yang Tao. His voice a low growl filled with suppressed fury. "Damn it. Do you have any idea what you've done? You're ruining me, ruining the Dursleys." Yang Tao regarded the furious Vernon, extending a hand and gently pushing him aside. Although vitality is not a measure of strength, a man with a mere 10 points of life is undoubtedly pitiable. Approaching the small white cupboard under the stairs, he opened its diminutive door, revealing a narrow and rudimentary space. "This is your own choice. If you had provided Harry with a better living environment, I suspect the Child Protection Agency would have left empty-handed." Turning his gaze towards the approaching Petunia, Yang Tao remarked with a cold smile, "It is not unreasonable for you to treat your child with a bit more kindness. However, Petunia, this is your sister's child. You dare not cast him out due to the wizard's threat. Yet you transfer your resentment for the magical world onto an innocent child. Petunia, your jealous demeanor is truly unsightly." Long ago, Aunt Petunia had buried a thought deep within her heart, one she had never confided to Vernon. She had once hoped to showcase magical talents herself and be quietly sent to Hogwarts. But she lacked such gifts. From that moment forth, she continually reminded herself that the world her sister inhabited had excluded her. This led Petunia to perceive Harry as a malady, even relegating him to reside in the cupboard under the stairs for the majority of his childhood, instead of a proper bedroom. Yang Tao's gaze swept across the faces of both individuals, his mocking smile glaringly evident. "Well, I have come to inform you that despite the tumultuous journey of raising Harry, the outcome is favorable. At least Harry is grown up. Therefore, I will notify the lawyer not to escalate this matter, ensuring it does not affect your work or reputation. Mr. Vernon, that I hope we can be good neighbors moving forward." A radiant smile graced Yang Tao's face as he beckoned to Harry, who had just entered through the back door. "Harry, it is time for us to depart. Do either of you have any objections?" Vernon and Petunia exchanged glances, ultimately remaining silent. Yang Tao took Harry's hand and headed toward the door. Just before exiting, he suddenly recalled something and turned to face both Vernon and Petunia. "That I do not wish to hear any words that might adversely affect Harry." Such matters are far too cruel for an 11-year-old child. Would you not agree? With that, Yang Tao led Harry and Conan out of the Dursleys' home. Mr. Yang Tao, where are we headed? Harry, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. He was bewildered, unsure of what lay ahead. First, we will visit the law firm, and then we shall venture to Diagon Alley, where you will witness the true magical world. Conan, having encountered numerous realms, was more receptive to the existence of magic compared to Harry. Yet Harry, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Diagon Alley? I have never heard of such a place. Are there wizards there? Of course. You may consider Diagon Alley as a marketplace for wizards, a complete street filled with shops selling wizarding supplies in London. Indeed, Harry had never imagined that such a street dedicated to wizards existed in London. However, he was curious as to why he had never heard of it despite living there for so many years. Was it that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had deliberately kept it from him? After leaving the law firm, Yang Tao led Harry and Conan to the Leaky Cauldron, situated at the corner of Charing Cross Road. Observing the black wooden door at the street corner and the time-worn sign, Yang Tao pointed at the Leaky Cauldron and turned to Conan, asking, Can you see that pub over there? Conan furrowed his brow. Yang Tao's inquiry implied that there was indeed a pub there. Yet he could see nothing of the sort. I've seen nothing. Yang Tao was not particularly surprised by Conan's response. After all, J.K. Rowling had defined the nature of those from non-magical backgrounds. Wizards of non-magical descent must have had at least one wizard or witch in their ancestry, allowing the magical gene to be passed down through generations. However, most descendants merely became carriers of this gene, with only a select few exhibiting magical abilities. Even Hermione Granger, a familiar figure, possessed the same latent wizarding gene. Yet, in Europe, the preservation of blood purity might have led some families to engage in internal consolidation, resulting in very little outward flow of their lineage. Perhaps Hermione was one of the few who had manifested from such a lineage. Hold on to me. I will take you over. Yang Tao was unaffected by the muggle-repelling charm. Any force that sought to influence his thoughts or spirit had no bearing on him. Pushing open the pub's door, Conan appeared to awaken suddenly, gazing at the pub before him with an expression of incredulity. Just now, it seemed like I could see that door. How does it feel? The muggle-repelling charm causes those without wizarding talent, referred to as muggles, to be unconsciously influenced by the spell, leading them to overlook such establishments. Yang Tao's explanation offered Conan a glimpse into the wizarding world. Harry, I believe you are not affected. Remember this place, the Leaky Cauldron. It is a vital gateway to Diagon Alley. Harry, now curiously surveying the interior of the Leaky Cauldron, noted the dimly lit room where several wizards were seated, drinking and chatting. They merely glanced at the trio before resuming their discussions. Yang Tao approached the bar, assessing Tom, the proprietor standing behind the counter. Upon noticing the customers, Tom greeted them warmly. Good day. Sir, what can I get for you? I intend to take the children to Diagon Alley to purchase some supplies. However, I am not a wizard, and the children are not yet of school age. So I would appreciate your assistance in opening the door. Tom's gaze shifted to Harry and Conan. Since Harry's scar was concealed beneath his hair, it did not draw his attention, but he smiled and replied, Of course, no problem at all. Setting down the nearly colorless cloth he had been using, he rose from behind the bar and said, Please, follow me. Tom then led the trio to the back door of the pub, guiding them to a courtyard that was more akin to a small courtyard than a proper yard, measuring merely 2 meters square. With a beaming smile, Tom addressed Harry. My dear, I believe this is your first visit. Take a good look and remember the sequence. Upon uttering these words, he reached into his garment and gently tapped a wand against the wall. Channeling the power within his body, he transferred it into the wand, sequentially tapping it against the bricks. Well, it's fine if you can't hear clearly now. You will naturally learn when you attend school later. The ever-enthusiastic Tom was delighted to share a few words with the future little wizard. Thank you, Harry replied, his gaze fixated on the wand in Tom's hand and the motion of tapping against the wall. As the wand made contact with the final brick, the wall constructed of bricks began to shift, with all the bricks automatically flipping aside. The one solid barrier transformed into an archway, revealing a bustling street beyond. Enjoy your shopping. No one could resist the allure of Diagon Alley, a chaotic tapestry filled with an array of mysterious colors. A cobblestone path led deep into the alley, flanked by numerous magical shops, where traditional wizards clad in robes and pointed hats mingled with individuals dressed in modern attire, creating a harmonious blend. Yang Tao's gaze was drawn to the building at the alley's end, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a towering white structure nestled within London's Diagon Alley. Let us proceed to the bank to exchange some currency. The two little ones, unacquainted with the magical realm, felt as though their eyes were insufficient, trailing behind Yang Tao as they scrutinized the buildings around them. Harry appeared somewhat anxious, clutching Yang Tao's garment. Yet his eyes remained vigilant, exploring everything around him. No need to be nervous, Harry. This is your rightful place. And please refrain from gripping my trousers. I have no belt. Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, Harry quickly released his grip. Apologizing with a hint of embarrassment, I'm sorry, I'm just a bit anxious to... It's all right. You'll adjust in no time. Diagon Alley was not particularly deep, and the number of shops amounted to merely 20 or 30. Even so, it was already regarded as the largest wizarding shopping district in the UK, and indeed all of Europe. The sheer number of wizards present attested to that. It wasn't the school term. And while the number of wizards in Diagon Alley was not insignificant, the presence of children was notably sparse. Conan, intrigued by the magical world, pondered the impact of magic on the entirety of existence. Where are we going to exchange money? To the bank, of course. Conan paused for a moment before inquiring. A bank? Does the magical world have a sound financial system? A magical world with a robust financial system is entirely different from one lacking such a structure. I wouldn't say robust. You'll understand once you see it. Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance of Gringotts. The bronze doors of Gringotts shimmered in the sunlight. Conan gazed at the Gringotts building. Resembling a child's stack of blocks, its distorted form unsettling to him. With a furrowed brow, he asked, is the aesthetic sense of the wizarding world so warped? Who knows? One day, when I have time, I'll definitely help the goblins redecorate. Yang Tao chuckled, finding the architecture of Gringotts even more disconcerting than Conan did. How can a building be crooked? However, the group quickly dismissed their concerns over the architecture as they approached the entrance of Gringotts. Two goblin guards in scarlet uniforms adorned with gold trim stood at attention, bowing slightly in greeting. Welcome to Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Yang Tao nodded lightly and entered through the door. Conan leaned closer to Yang Tao and whispered, those weren't humans, were they? They're goblins. Gringotts is the only bank in a magical world operated by goblins, where one could deposit money or rent a vault. Conan's face displayed incredulity. Are you saying the financial system of wizards is controlled by goblins? How fantastical is that? It was a concept that was quite difficult for Conan to fathom. It was akin to a foreign bank being responsible for issuing a nation's currency. Yang Tao smiled and replied, who knows? Humans and goblins have fought wars in the past, and the goblins lost. However, human wizards did not eradicate them. They merely stripped them of their rights to wield wands, similar to how firearms are restricted in the human world. Nevertheless, goblins belong to the magical race, and even without wands, they can still perform some magic. Upon entering the door, they encountered a smaller silver door adorned with inscriptions. Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate that greed may bring. To take without labor will surely incur the sternest punishment. Therefore, if you seek to extract wealth that never belonged to you, thief, you have been warned. Beware of attracting not treasure, but retribution. Yang Tao scoffed dismissively at this warning. Passing through the second silver door, they entered a spacious marble hall, where approximately 100 goblins sat behind long counters, hastily recording in large ledgers. Some weighed coins on scales, while others inspected gems with magnifying glasses. Yang Tao strode directly towards the reception counter at the far end, feeling as though he had stepped into an ancient pawnshop, as the counter stood taller than a person. Although the two places were quite similar in nature. He reached out and tapped on the counter. A goblin poked its head out, surveying Yang Tao with its small eyes. Remaining silent, I'd like to exchange some money. This goblin was not the same one from the story, though equally unfortunate in appearance. Upon hearing Yang Tao's request, the goblin nodded slightly and asked, what would you like to exchange? Gold and pounds. Pound exchanges are limited. Each person can exchange a maximum of 1,000 pounds. If you're from a Muggle family and possess an enrollment notice, you may exchange up to 2,000 pounds. There are no limits on gold. According to the exchange rate, £5 could be exchanged for 1 galleon. So 2,000 pounds would amount to 400 galleons, more than sufficient for a child from a Muggle family to acquire the necessary supplies. Moreover, Hogwarts provides corresponding subsidies for children from Muggle families. Yet Yang Tao couldn't shake the feeling that Gringotts was somewhat